Chapter 161 The Murderer Is. Chapter 161 The Murderer Is. The reason why Fan Xiaodan agreed to let Zhao Sun move the body and took the initiative to come over to help was to create an opportunity for the two of them to be alone together. She wanted to test it again to confirm whether Zhao Sun really had a new discovery. She knew that even if they were alone, she might not be able to pry Zhao Sun's mouth. But she only needed to observe Zhao Sun's reaction and confirm that Zhao Sun really had some gains. The rest depended on her to check it out by herself. Since Zhao Sun could see something from the suitcase, she also had a chance to see it. She would go and check everyone's suitcase later. She didn't believe that there would be no gains at all. Zhao Sun knew that Fan Xiaodan was testing him. He smiled and asked back, "Don't you believe what I just said? I did think I had a new discovery, but later I found out that I was overthinking." Fan Xiaodan had been carefully observing Zhao Sun's expression, but it was difficult for her to judge anything from Zhao Sun's expression. After hesitating for a moment, she decided to trust her intuition. She couldn't see anything, which might not be because Zhao Sun really didn't find any new clues. It was also possible that Zhao Sun was very good at hiding, and her ability to judge people was not good enough. So she couldn't see it. In this case, she might as well trust her intuition. She would check everyone's suitcases later. If she really couldn't see any clues, she could only blame herself for her bad luck. Thinking of this, she asked Zhao Sun, "Then you can show me your suitcase. It should be okay? If you want to see it." "Of course." Zhao Sun agreed very readily without any hesitation. "But if I want to go upstairs, I have to find a few people to accompany me. I'm afraid you won't feel at ease if I'm alone or with two people." "Right." He smiled at Fan Xiaodan. "Or do you plan to go with me alone?" Fan Xiaodan thought for a few seconds and replied, "In addition to me, call one more person." Zhao Sun had no objection to this. "Okay, but before that, I want to go to the bathroom." He knew that Fan Xiaodan must want to go with him. It can prevent him from hiding important information and check the suitcase as soon as possible. But in order to reassure others, Fan Xiaodan will most likely call another person. So, Zhao Sun will not object to Fan Xiaodan's request. "Why do you want to go to the bathroom at this time?" Fan Xiaodan asked suspiciously. Faced with Fan Xiaodan's suspicion, Zhao Sun was not angry, but just chuckled. "I haven't been to the bathroom all afternoon. Is there anything wrong with suddenly wanting to go after dinner?" Fan Xiaodan looked embarrassed for a moment, and felt that he was a little too suspicious and unkind. "Okay," she agreed. "I'll wait for you at the bathroom door." "Okay." Zhao Sun agreed and turned to go to the bathroom. When passing the living room, Gu Xiaoyuan and Dou Yahui asked where Zhao Sun and Fan Xiaodan were going. When they heard that they were going to the bathroom, they didn't ask again. Before Zhao Sun closed the bathroom door, he said to Fan Xiaodan, "It may take about 10 minutes. Big one." Fan Xiaodan nodded unnaturally. "I know." Zhao Sun closed the door, locked it, and sat down on the toilet lid. He didn't really come in to go to the bathroom, but things had developed to this point, and he had to squeeze out some time to be alone and sort out his thoughts, because he suspected that the serial killer in this dream game was himself. He saw a sesame-sized mark on the handle of his suitcase. 3 zigzag lines, exactly the same as the marks on the glass bottle and the pliers. The moment he saw the mark, he had this bold guess, but he couldn't jump to conclusions, and needed more proof. So he checked other people's suitcases. If everyone's suitcase has this mark, then this mark may just be an anti-counterfeiting mark of a certain manufacturer, and he doesn't have to suspect that he is the murderer. But when he saw that there was no same mark on Dou Yaohui's handle, he had a bad feeling in his heart. In case of omission, he looked at other places in the suitcase. Just like the marks on the glass bottle and the pliers are in different positions, maybe different suitcase marks will appear in different positions. So he carefully checked every detail of other people's suitcases. The result was that, except for his suitcase, no one else's suitcase had such a mark. Since this mark was unique to him, didn't it prove that the glass bottle containing cyanide, anti-shielding, and the pliers that cut the suspension bridge should also belong to him? Then, the real murderer who killed Grandpa Feng should be him. He specifically asked Grandma Feng about the time he appeared in the apartment, in order to determine whether he had time to commit the crime. As it turned out, he did. He had moved into the apartment at around 6 o'clock, and in the eyes of others, he had not left the house all morning. He had too many opportunities to avoid others, climb out the window, and destroy the suspension bridge. He would not be injured if he jumped directly from the second-floor window. Not to mention that there was a patch of grass below, which not only played a buffering role, but also reduced the sound of landing. In addition, when Lu Mei and Jiang Shui were not in the room, he had plenty of time to blame the glass bottle and pliers on these two people. Jiang Shui lived in the room next to him, and Lu Mei's room was directly above him. They were the closest rooms, and it was very convenient to climb in through the window, and it would not attract the attention of others at all. The only thing he hadn't figured out was how he would poison the milk if he was the real murderer. Since the dream game is tailor-made for players, feasibility and rationality should be considered when designing the crime. He didn't have any special items to put the poison into the milk without damaging the milk bucket. Nor did he have such superb skills to instantly insert and pull out the poison needle without causing any damage to the milk bucket. Moreover, there were almost always people in the kitchen, and no one else had ever met him from their perspective. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't avoid everyone and enter the kitchen to poison. The only possibility he could think of was, before others got up, after Grandpa Feng and Grandma Feng went out to buy vegetables. There was no one in the kitchen during this period of time, and this was his only chance to poison. But Grandpa Feng and Grandma Feng hadn't bought the vegetables back at that time, so it was impossible for him to poison the milk. The only thing that can be manipulated is the tableware. In other words, he chose to poison one of the cups at that time. There was no poison in the milk bucket at all. It was just that after confirming that Grandpa Feng was poisoned by drinking milk, everyone preconceived that the whole bucket of milk was poisoned. Among them, there were no professional detectives or criminal investigators, let alone detection equipment. The cyanide, anti-shielding, compound dissolved in milk is colorless and odorless, without even the smell of bitter almonds, and it is impossible to judge by smell alone. Everyone subconsciously believes that the murderer has a target in killing. It was Grandpa Feng who died, so the murderer's means of poisoning must be targeted at Grandpa Feng. For example, it is clear that Grandpa Feng likes to drink milk, and it is certain that other people will not choose to drink milk if there are fruits and other drinks. And tableware is something that has no label attached to it for someone's exclusive use. The uncertainty of random poisoning is too high, and it is highly likely that the person you want to kill will not be killed. It was Grandpa Feng and Grandma Feng who took the tableware, and the murderer could not control who would get the poisoned tableware. According to normal people's logic, no one would choose to poison one of the cups. But what if the murderer just killed indiscriminately? No hatred, not to vent anger, no purpose, just pure fun. Want to feel the joy of random killing. Even enjoy the excitement of being poisoned by yourself. If this is the case, poisoning the cup makes sense. Therefore, Zhao Sun can correspond to the timeline of poisoning and destroying the suspension bridge. As for the poison in Grandma Feng's cup of kumquat tea, it is easier to explain. After Grandma Feng went out to buy vegetables, she never returned to the room, and the kumquat tea was always in the room. As long as you find the right time and avoid everyone to sneak into Grandma Feng's room, it would be too easy to poison. If Zhao Sun himself is really the murderer, then the 3 zigzag lines on his suitcase, glass bottle and pliers also have a reasonable explanation. It looks like the pictograph of the word water. That is, the radical of his name. The existence of this mark is probably to remind others, and is a clue pointing to the real murderer. Others may not notice the clues as small as sesame seeds. But Fan Xiaodan is an old player. Even if her strength is not strong, she should learn to observe carefully after many game experiences. Once she notices the small mark, she may guess that he is the real murderer. He must take action before she goes to check the suitcase, whether it is to confirm whether he is really the murderer or to complete the side quest before Fan Xiaodan. The most direct and effective way is to kill himself. Zhao Sun took out a dagger from the storage compartment and pointed it at his chest. He spent nearly 2 months in the survival game and was hardly injured. But he did not expect that the first time he faced death was to take his own life. The first time he triggered the ability he got from the NPC princess was to kill himself. Zhao Sun smiled silently, and then decisively inserted the dagger into his heart, acting quickly and fiercely without any hesitation. There was a sharp pain in his chest, and he could feel his vitality rapidly draining away. He pulled out the dagger with some effort, lay quietly on the ground, and soon closed his eyes. Resurrection Rage. Resurrect after 3 minutes after being killed. And after resurrection, 2 of your basic attributes will be randomly selected to be violent, which will last for half an hour. Basic attributes: physical strength, speed, agility, vision, hearing. This ability does not limit being killed to being killed by others, so being killed by yourself is also effective. 3 minutes passed quickly, and Zhao Sun, who had no breath at all, suddenly opened his eyes. Two pop-up windows popped up in front of him at the same time. Please select two of the basic attributes to be violent, which can last for half an hour. Note, half an hour starts from the moment of resurrection. Physical strength, speed, agility, vision, hearing. Therefore, if you choose the violent basic attributes half an hour after resurrection, it will be invalid. After understanding this, Zhao Sun did not rush to choose, but took a look at another pop-up window first. Complete the side quest. Find the serial killer in the apartment and kill him. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for getting 500 points and 500 hours of survival time. Zhao Sun's lips curled up, and his eyes sparkled. It seems that he guessed right. The murderer was really himself. In other words, if he didn't have the ability Resurrection Rage, he would never be able to complete this side quest. The result he faced was either being killed by other players, or repeating the same game and the same quest endlessly. He would no longer be able to get points from the dream game, and would have to keep deducting points. So he had to get points from other ways to extend his survival time. That would be too frustrating. Fortunately, he had obtained such an ability a long time ago. Not only did he complete this tricky side quest, but he also got the highest score ever for a single quest, and a survival time of 20 days and 20 hours. The biggest difficulty of this side quest is that he has to doubt himself and kill himself. So it is reasonable to have such a high score. But then again, the fact that he can understand the motive and method of the crime so clearly can only mean one thing. The part of this dream game tailored for him is not the role of Jiang Shui, but the setting of the murderer. It fits the part of himself hidden deep in his heart. If he hadn't met his adoptive parents and hadn't been raised by them, he would probably have become a person similar to the murderer. Just as he was thinking this, a new pop-up window suddenly popped up in front of Zhao Sun. Hidden task: kill everyone in the apartment except yourself and successfully escape the police's pursuit. Zhao Sun narrowed his eyes slightly. Although there would be no loss even if the hidden task was not completed. For him, not getting more points was already a loss. Moreover, he could get a new special item, and giving up was equivalent to losing. The difficulty of this hidden task is nothing more than two: whether he can successfully kill everyone, whether he can do this cruel thing. For most ordinary people, the struggle between good and evil, the entanglement between interests and conscience, is always a difficult problem. But for him, these are not problems. The only thing he finds difficult is whether he can kill Fan Xiaodan. As an old player, even if Shuzi described it as having a hard time living and not caring about others, it should not be underestimated. Zhao Sun looked back at his first pop-up window and chose agility and strength to go berserk. He didn't know what Fan Xiaodan's special ability was, nor did he know what special items Fan Xiaodan had. Among the 6 basic attributes, he thought these two were the most likely to come in handy. Since he decided to do a hidden mission, the first target must be Fan Xiaodan, while the influence of Resurrection Rage is still there, and while his advantage is maximized. He will deal with the most difficult one first, and the rest will be easy to deal with. Knock, knock, knock. There was a sudden knock on the door outside. Then, it was Fan Xiaodan's voice. Zhao Sun, are you ready? 10 minutes are almost up. Almost, Zhao Sun responded. You should wait more than 10 minutes before urging me. You look impatient now. Of course I am impatient, Fan Xiaodan said frankly. I just want to see your suitcase as soon as possible. Well, I'll be out soon. Zhao Sun glanced at the blood on his clothes and the blood on the floor tiles that had not yet dried. He had no time to clean up. Changing clothes suddenly at this time would also arouse suspicion. Therefore, it was impossible to hide himself and find an opportunity to attack. Even if he pretended to be injured by others, Fan Xiaodan would not let him get close easily with his vigilance. It's better to act immediately. Zhao Sun used controlled gold to control the dagger to float in the air. The moment he opened the door, the dagger flew towards Fan Xiaodan's body. But in the next second, the dagger seemed to hit an obstacle and bounced away. Fan Xiaodan quickly stepped back to distance herself from him, while asking, Zhao Sun, what are you doing? After asking, she had time to look up at Zhao Sun. She was stunned. There was blood all over Zhao Sun's shirt, and even his neck and chin were stained with a little dark red blood. The blood was the darkest and richest on his chest, as if someone had stabbed him in the chest. What happened to you? Fan Xiaodan couldn't help asking. You made yourself bloody while going to the toilet. Did someone sneak attack you in the toilet? Zhao Sun didn't respond to Fan Xiaodan. He narrowed his eyes slightly. He seemed to see that the light blue scarf on Fan Xiaodan's neck darkened a little at the moment of the dagger attack. He controlled the dagger to attack again. The dagger seemed to hit an invisible wall, and was quickly bounced off. At the same time, the color of the scarf darkened again for a moment, like a flash of light, and returned to its normal color in the next second. He was not wrong. Therefore, this scarf is a special item, and it is a defensive item. Zhao Sun, what's wrong with you? Fan Xiaodan stared at Zhao Sun with both defense and suspicion. Why did you suddenly attack me? He was fine before, but in a few minutes, he suddenly became like this. It was a bit weird no matter how you looked at it. She immediately suspected that Zhao Sun felt that the hidden secret was about to be discovered, and wanted to take the initiative to solve the trouble. Then Zhao Sun must be the murderer who poisoned and killed Grandpa Feng and Grandma Feng. But when she saw the blood on Zhao Sun's body, she was a little uncertain again. It was impossible that he hurt himself for no reason. Right? But everyone else was in the living room. She was guarding outside the door, and there was only Zhao Sun in the bathroom, so there could be no one else. She had to suspect that there might be some secret passage in the apartment, and the 10th resident was hiding inside. Grandpa Feng and Grandma Feng were both killed by this hidden 10th resident, and now, taking advantage of Zhao Sun being alone, they wanted to kill him again. But Zhao Sun's sudden attack on her was a little unreasonable. The first attack could still be said that Zhao Sun wanted to attack someone else, but accidentally injured her. But the second attack was obviously aimed at her heart on purpose. She was not sure what Zhao Sun was like for a while, so she could only try to ask first. Of course, she dared to do this because Zhao Sun had exposed his special ability, probably something similar to the ability to control objects, and she just happened to have a special item that could defend against all physical attacks, completely restraining Zhao Sun's special ability. So she was not in a hurry to take action. In contrast, she wanted to find out what happened. I didn't expect you to be so calm. Zhao Sun smiled. I suddenly attacked you. Aren't you panicked at all? Fan Xiaodan's heart skipped a beat. If she had all kinds of guesses before, then after Zhao Sun said this, she was almost certain that Zhao Sun was the murderer who poisoned and killed Grandpa Feng and Grandma Feng, although she hadn't figured out the logic. The time when Zhao Sun committed the crime, and had no conclusive evidence. These were no longer important. After confirming the identity of the murderer, she only needed to. At the moment when Fan Xiaodan raised her hand to Zhao Sun, she suddenly felt something jumping up on her back. She was startled and hurriedly reached out to slap it. Her special item could defend against all physical attacks, but this thing could still touch her, which could only mean that this thing did not reach the strength of the attack and had no intention of attacking. Even if she understood this, she couldn't just let something stick to her back. When Fan Xiaodan's fingers touched a piece of fluff, she suddenly felt a pain in her scalp, and then the pressure on her back disappeared, and a small figure quickly ran from behind her to Zhao Sun's front. It was not until then that Fan Xiaodan saw clearly that it was the squirrel monkey that had been on Zhao Sun's shoulder. Since Grandpa Feng's death, the monkey has been very quiet. No matter where he went, he stayed on Zhao Sun's shoulder, but he didn't make any sound. Over time, everyone got used to its existence and ignored it. Well done! Zhao Sun praised the squirrel monkey and reached out to take a piece of hair that the squirrel monkey had picked off. It belonged to Fan Xiaodan's hair. Fan Xiaodan also noticed the hair in the squirrel monkey's hand, and she felt uneasy for no reason. What do you want to do? She raised her arm angrily, and a fireball as big as a basketball attacked Zhao Sun in a very fast speed. After Zhao Sun's agility turned into a frenzy, his reaction speed was beyond the range of ordinary people. In his eyes, the fireball was like slow motion, and he dodged it easily. The fireball hit the bathroom door, and instantly set the wooden door on fire. Fan Xiaodan's face turned ugly, but he still reached out quickly. The next second, the flame on the wooden door was absorbed into Fan Xiaodan's body. The burning time was very short, leaving only some charred marks on the surface of the door. Taking advantage of this short time, Zhao Sun held Fan Xiaodan's hair in his mouth. He didn't expect that he could succeed in the attack at once. Fan Xiaodan's special ability must be of a high level, and the specific details of the ability are not clear. The best solution is to swallow her special ability. Not only can he find out the details of the opponent's ability, but he can also use it for his own benefit, so that the situation can be turned to his advantage as much as possible. Chapter 162 I Can't Replace You. Before Zhao Sun walked out of the bathroom, he had thought of this countermeasure. So when he opened the door and attacked Fan Xiaodan, he mentally ordered the squirrel monkey to go around behind Fan Xiaodan and wait for an opportunity to act. The squirrel monkey was small in size and rushed out of the bathroom at a very fast speed. Zhao Sun's dagger attracted Fan Xiaodan's attention, and successfully made the squirrel monkey hide behind Fan Xiaodan. The result was the same as he planned, and he got a hair of Fan Xiaodan very smoothly. 3 seconds later, a pop-up window appeared. Zhao Sun dodged Fan Xiaodan's attack while reading the text on the pop-up window. Fan Xiaodan was restricted by the environment and had to restrain her offensive. Every time the fireball burned a building, she had to retract it, which made her actions restricted. Not only could she not exert her full strength, but she also didn't hit Zhao Sun once. Taking this opportunity, Zhao Sun saw all the text on the pop-up window clearly. Congratulations on obtaining the special ability Fire Control LV3. The current Swallow ability level is LV4. And you can have 6 abilities at the same time. Due to the ability effect of Swallow, the effect of Fire Control LV3 is quadrupled, but it cannot be upgraded. Please click Details for details. Zhao Sun quickly clicked on the words Details. Fire Control LV3 can generate flames by itself. Can recycle the flames generated by itself. The flames can be transformed into any form according to its own wishes, and the maximum cannot exceed the size of its own body. After getting the quadrupled increase, according to the upgrade direction of this special ability, the changes are as follows. Can generate flames by itself, and the flames become Samadhi true fire that cannot be extinguished by ordinary water. Can recycle the flames generated by itself. Can control the fire in nature, and the volume controlled at one time does not exceed 4 times the size of its own body. The flames can be transformed into any form according to its own wishes, and the maximum cannot exceed 4 times the size of its own body. Zhao Sun's eyes lit up. This ability is very good. It is also fire control, but it is obviously much more powerful than the first level fire control of the twin ponytails. When he was at fire control LV1, he probably only had the ability of the first one, and after fire control LV3 quadrupled his devouring LV4. The most important qualitative change is that the flame becomes Samadhi true fire. This can be said to be a leap forward. Zhao Sun looked at Fan Xiaodan, who was already showing anxiety. What can be confirmed at present is that the silk scarf on Fan Xiaodan's neck can defend against physical attacks, but it is not certain whether it can defend against other types of attacks. It is just right to try out his new special ability and try out the effect of spell attacks. Zhao Sun raised his hand, and a ball of scorching flame flew out from his palm and rushed towards Fan Xiaodan very quickly. Fan Xiaodan originally thought that Zhao Sun was going to control the dagger to attack her again, and she did not intend to dodge, but took a step forward. But in the next second, after seeing the flame coming out of Zhao Sun's palm, she opened her mouth in surprise. Her body instinctively dodged to the side, but because she was not able to dodge in time, the flame still rubbed the corner of her clothes. Immediately afterwards, the little spark suddenly expanded, and she was engulfed in the sea of fire. Fan Xiaodan screamed in pain uncontrollably, and then hurriedly took out a large bucket of water from the storage compartment and poured it on herself. But the flame showed no sign of extinguishing and continued to burn fiercely. She stumbled and ran to the bathroom. Zhao Sun did not stop her, but watched from a distance. He just wanted to witness with his own eyes how powerful the Samadhi true fire was that could not be extinguished by ordinary water. Fan Xiaodan anxiously turned on the shower head and got into the water curtain, but it was still useless. In the water, the flames were still burning vigorously, and there was even a scorching smell of skin and flesh being burned. Fan Xiaodan screamed even more miserably. At this time, everyone who heard the screams came over. They had heard some noises before, but they remembered Fan Xiaodan's instructions and stayed where they were and did not leave the living room. But suddenly they heard such a shrill scream, and everyone couldn't sit still, except for Jiang Shuai and Lu Mei, who were tied up. Everyone else ran over together. What happened? Fan's mother asked anxiously. As soon as she said that, she saw the fireman in the bathroom and gasped. What's going on? What happened? Is that my child? Fan's mother asked repeatedly, and rushed into the bathroom without waiting for anyone to answer. At this time, Fan Xiaodan could no longer stand and fell into the bathtub, but she still said with effort, Don't come over. Fan's mother ignored Fan Xiaodan's words, but became excited after hearing the familiar voice. It's my Xiaodan. How could it become like this? Her footsteps still did not stop. Don't. Fan Xiaodan's voice became hoarse and weak at this time, and she couldn't even say a complete sentence. At this moment, a dagger suddenly came out of nowhere and cut Fan's mother's throat neatly. Fan's mother paused, and she felt a warmth on her neck. She subconsciously reached out and touched it, and it was wet and sticky. She looked down and found that it was her own blood. She opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something. But she couldn't make any sound after all. Then, she fell to the ground so weakly, without a sound. Zhao Sun! Fan Xiaodan cried out in pain and hoarseness, with strong hatred. She is just an NPC. Zhao Sun's voice was very calm. Your mother is receiving the best treatment outside. After saying that, he stretched out his hand towards Fan Xiaodan. The flames on Fan Xiaodan were quickly taken back by Zhao Sun. Without the flames, Fan Xiaodan's charred body was exposed to everyone. Even the porcelain bathtub under her was slightly glowing red. Obviously, if it burned for a while longer, the bathtub would catch fire. You? Zhao Sun? Are you crazy? Dou Yaoi took a long time to find his voice. But his questioning words were not confident. And he was obviously frightened by Zhao Sun's behavior. When everyone saw Fan Xiaodan on fire, they were a little confused and didn't know what happened. But when Fan's mother was cut in the throat by the dagger flying in the air, Dou Yaoi and Gu Xiaoyun subconsciously stepped back several steps. They saw Zhao Sun raise his hand, even though it was not common sense for the dagger to fly up by itself. They all realized at the first moment that it was Zhao Sun who did it. Zhao Sun was actually killing people. So, Zhao Sun was the real murderer who killed Grandpa Feng and Grandma Feng. Realizing this, the first thing Dou Yaoi and Gu Xiaoyun thought of was to escape. But when they saw that Zhao Sun could make the flames on Fan Xiaodan disappear with just a raise of his hand, both of them felt weak in their legs. They wanted to run, but they had no strength to run, and their legs seemed to be nailed to the ground. Such an obvious difference in strength, and the huge sense of oppression made them so frightened that they even lost the courage to escape. Zhao Sun glanced at Dou Yaoi and Gu Xiaoyun. There was a faint smile on his face, but there was a hint of blood in his eyes. He raised his hand neatly, and killed the two people quickly with a dagger. Dou Yaoi and Gu Xiaoyun didn't expect Zhao Sun to be so quick. He took action without saying a word, and didn't give them any chance to delay time. After dealing with these people, Zhao Sun walked into the bathroom. It seemed that Zhao Sun's previous words calmed Fan Xiaodan a little. She didn't curse anymore, but just lay in the bathtub with weak breathing, motionless. Zhao Sun glanced at Fan Xiaodan's neck. Unfortunately, the scarf should be made of real silk, and it can only defend against physical attacks, not magic attacks. It was burned into a small hard lump by the flames, and its original appearance could no longer be seen. The Samadhi true fire was still too powerful, and it burned the scarf so quickly. Zhao Sun reached out and touched the black lump, but no prompt about special items popped up. It seems that this special item is really useless. However, this also proves that special items can be destroyed under the right conditions. It's just that most players will only try to snatch special items when they see them, and they are reluctant to destroy them. At this time, Fan Xiaodan, who was already breathing out more than breathing in, asked weakly, You obviously have the ability to control objects. How can you control fire? A player can only have one special ability. So she gave up the idea of dodging after confirming that Zhao Sun's special ability is similar to the effect of controlling objects. She never thought that Zhao Sun actually had a second special ability, and it was the same fire control as hers. No, it's not quite the same. The fire was too hot, and it ignited very quickly. It was only a little spark on the corner of her clothes, but it spread all over the place in an instant, and even water couldn't put it out. This was obviously not an ordinary flame, and it was not at the same level as her special ability. She didn't even have a chance to save herself. You are already a dying person. What's the point of knowing so much? Zhao Sun stood up and looked down at Fan Xiaodan. Fan Xiaodan's body was charred, and the burns were very large. Even in a hospital with advanced and complete medical equipment, it might not be possible to save her. What's more, there is no medical equipment here. Even so, Zhao Sun would not reveal his secret just to make the other party understand. If the other party still has some special items hidden that can save her life, then she will have the opportunity to reveal his secret. The best secret is that no one else will know except herself. Fan Xiaodan smiled bitterly and stopped asking about it. She asked with some difficulty, Why did you kill my mother? Mission. Zhao Sun answered concisely. So that's it. Fan Xiaodan understood. Killing me is also for the mission. Yes. Zhao Sun nodded. If that was really my mother, would you do it? Fan Xiaodan couldn't see clearly. Otherwise, she really wanted to know what Zhao Sun's expression was at the moment. If the mission requires it, I will. Zhao Sun answered truthfully. You are really cruel. Fan Xiaodan sighed. There was no complaint or blame in her tone, but it seemed that she was sighing that others could do what she couldn't do. Thank you for the compliment. Zhao Sun smiled. In the world of survival games, you will definitely live longer and live better than me. Fan Xiaodan's voice became weaker and weaker. She knew very well that she was dying. Yes, I think so too. Zhao Sun responded without any modesty. If one day, you can really get off the endless train, can you go to see my mother? Fan Xiaodan suddenly asked. Her tone was full of hope. If it was Zhao Sun, maybe there would really be such a day? Zhao Sun was stunned for a moment. A little confused. I killed you, but you expect me to go see your mother on your behalf? Although he chose to attack Fan Xiaodan because of the mission, he wanted her life after all. To Fan Xiaodan, he was her enemy. Fan Xiaodan loved her mother so much. How could she let her enemy go to see the person she loved the most? He couldn't understand it. I can't ask anyone else, Fan Xiaodan said with some effort. Besides, my mother won't harm your interests in any way. You have no reason to hurt her. After a short time together, she probably understood Zhao Sun's principles of dealing with people. Except for the needs of the mission, he would not take the initiative to hurt people as long as it did not harm his interests. She was not worried that he would attack her mother. Besides, she had no other choice. Zhao Sun was silent for 2 seconds, and said in a light tone, What can I do if I see you? You are already dead, and you can't see what I see. I can't replace your eyes, nor can I replace your emotions. Fan Xiaodan was silent for a moment, and said in a melancholy tone, Okay, you have a point. She certainly understood that what Zhao Sun said was right. But the entrustment thing was just for peace of mind before death. It's a pity that Zhao Sun didn't seem to understand this, and she didn't have the energy to explain more. Perhaps, from the moment she boarded the endless train, she was destined to die with regret. Zhao Sun raised his hand, and the dagger that fell outside immediately flew into his palm. I can kill you immediately and reduce your pain, he said to Fan Xiaodan. In Fan Xiaodan's situation, it may take more than half an hour to die. In order to complete the hidden mission, he couldn't leave Fan Xiaodan with the possibility of survival. In order not to lose control, he had to restrain himself from enjoying the taste of torture. So, the sooner it is resolved, the better, Fan Xiaodan murmured weakly. It doesn't matter if I cut it with one more knife. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhao Sun's dagger pierced deeply into her chest. Without any struggle or reluctance, Fan Xiaodan was barely breathing, and uttered her last words in a broken voice. I really want Mom to live well. She just opened her eyes and looked at the ceiling, and she didn't close them until she died. Zhao Sun pulled back the dagger and stood quietly beside Fan Xiaodan for a long time. If Fan Xiaodan still had any special items that could be used, he would definitely use them at the critical moment of life and death. Since he didn't use them, it could only be that they were gone. However, just in case there were any special items that were passively triggered, he had to wait a little longer, to prevent Fan Xiaodan from suddenly coming back to life. After waiting for 10 minutes, Fan Xiaodan didn't make any movement. The charred body still exuded an unpleasant smell, and there was no sign of life at all. It seemed that he was really dead. Zhao Sun turned and left. Anyway, he couldn't get the things hidden in the storage compartment, and the things on his body were almost burned by the fire. So he didn't need to search his body. When he walked over several corpses on the ground and walked into the living room, only Jiang Shuai and Lu Mei, who were tied up and looked terrified, were left. Zhao Sun, you are the murderer, right? Jiang Shuai asked tremblingly. Although he didn't see anything, the corridor outside the bathroom was not far from the living room, and the voices of those people just now were loud, so it was easy to hear their conversation clearly. After listening clearly, he guessed roughly. Besides, Zhao Sun was covered in blood. Even his face was stained with blood, and he looked like a murderer. You killed them all? Lu Mei's eyes were full of horror. Zhao Sun did not answer, and the dagger in his hand shot straight at Lu Mei's chest. Lu Mei was tied up and had no way to avoid it. She just watched the dagger pierce into her heart. After the pain, she died. There was still a look of horror in her eyes. Seeing this, Jiang Shuai on the side struggled frantically. Zhao Sun, you perverted murderer! I will fight you! However, no matter how he struggled, he could not get rid of the rope tied by Fan Xiaodan. Zhao Sun showed a funny look. You look like you did back then, when he was in junior high school. He could not perfectly control his desire to kill, and could not pretend to be a normal person 100%. Once he saw a fallen injured sparrow, he couldn't help but killed it. It happened to be seen by Jiang Shuai. At that time, Jiang Shui said something similar. He said he was a pervert. Well, in fact, this description is quite correct. His mental state is different from that of ordinary people. He is indeed a pervert. He didn't think that this was scolding him, but just thought it was a statement of facts. So he didn't feel too uncomfortable in his heart. But Jiang Shui seemed very uncomfortable, and he would scold him every time he saw him. Later, Jiang Shui told his classmates about his story. Although many people were skeptical, they still chose to isolate him together. He was never afraid of loneliness. After all, he didn't get along with those classmates. It was good to be alone. He enjoyed the state of being alone more. Because when he was alone, he didn't need to pretend to be polite and sensible. And he didn't need to worry about being exposed. As long as he was with others, he had to act. And he would get tired after acting for a long time. His intersection with Jiang Shui was almost like this. Perhaps in Jiang Shui's heart, the 3 years of junior high school successfully isolated him. But in Zhao Sun's eyes, these were all insignificant matters. Jiang Shui was just someone he knew, and it was impossible for him to have much influence on him, let alone cause him to have emotional fluctuations. So, when he first saw the character Jiang Shui in the dream game, he was really a little surprised. But now he understands that the part of this game built for him is not about Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui was stunned when he heard Zhao Sun's words. "What are you talking about? When was it?" Zhao Sun did not answer Jiang Shui's words, but raised his knife and killed Jiang Shui. The air was filled with a thick smell of blood, and the whole apartment became unusually quiet. Zhao Sun sniffed gently, and felt that the restlessness in his heart became surging, as if some beast was about to break the seal, and was about to be out of control. Zhao Sun walked quickly into the kitchen, washed his dagger, and carefully washed off the blood on his hands. As his palms gradually became clean, the surging restlessness in his heart gradually subsided. He washed it over and over again, as if he was soothing the howling wind in his heart. He didn't like himself to become a madman who only knew how to kill. Without a brain, the scope of enjoyment would become very narrow. Apart from the hormone fluctuations brought by killing, he will no longer feel other emotional ups and downs, appropriately restraining impulses, not hesitating when to act, and being decisive when to stop. This is what he wants. But he himself doesn't know how long this psychological suggestion method taught by his adoptive mother can work. After he killed someone, this restlessness was no longer as easy to control as before. In fact, he began to doubt that the tailor-made dream games were designed to bring out the evil in the players' hearts. It's not just for him. Su Tiantian's dream game is the same, guiding her to go deep into her dark past. After all, the struggle and torture of the human heart are more interesting than the torture of the body. Perhaps the dream game is to guide the players gradually towards the path of evil. If so, what Shuzi said, "The old volunteers have forgotten their original intentions," should also be partly due to the influence of the dream game. But what is the purpose? Is it to see who can fight to the end, not be affected, and always maintain their original intentions? Or does he enjoy playing with all the players and eventually become the bad guy? It is unknown. He is not even sure whether the dream game is tailor-made to bring out the evil in the players' hearts. Is a correct guess. Zhao Sun looked at his hands, which had been washed a little white, and stopped. In late autumn, the temperature was already very cold, and the tap water was naturally cold. After washing, he felt that his fingers were a little frozen. However, the restlessness in his heart was completely calmed down. He turned off the faucet, walked to the dining table, and wiped the water stains on his hands with tissue paper. Then he went back to the kitchen and searched for food in the boxes and cabinets. It was now more than 8 o'clock in the evening of the 21st, and the police would arrive here around 12:30 noon on the 23rd. He could stay in the apartment for 2 more nights, and he had to leave the apartment early on the morning of the 23rd. The best way to escape the police's pursuit was to kill everyone before the police arrived, and then hide in the mountains behind. In this way, even if the police guessed that there was a murderer in the apartment, even if they immediately reacted and searched the mountain, it would not be so easy to find him. He only needed to hide for 1 day to successfully complete the hiding mission. Hiding for 1 day is still very easy. Now, he has done the first half, and only the second half has not yet started. Before that, he has to collect all the food in the apartment. Although he can't bring food back to the endless train, he can try to eat well in these few days, eat more meals, and replenish energy directly into his body. In addition, he has to bring some instant food with him, so that it is convenient to eat when he hides in the mountains on the last day. Chapter 163 Searching the Mountain. Zhao Sun searched the entire kitchen and found some leftover ingredients that Grandpa Feng and Grandma Feng bought this morning. It was enough for him to eat during the 2 days he lived in the apartment. But all of them needed to be processed before they could be eaten, which was a bit troublesome and not suitable for taking up the mountain. There were 2 sandwiches and 3 bottles of milk in the refrigerator, which could be taken up the mountain. But these things were far from enough. So Zhao Sun went to the 2nd and 3rd floors and searched for snacks in each room. When he searched the rooms on the 3rd floor before, he basically knew what was in each room. Now, he could find food accurately by going directly there. He spent a little time in the 2 bedrooms on the 2nd floor. And soon, he also got something. So he got a total of 10 packs of spicy strips, 5 boxes of self-heating hot pot, a box of instant noodles, a box of crisp noodles, 3 buckets of potato chips, 2 bags of ham sausages, and several boiled eggs. Instant noodles need hot water and are not suitable for taking to the mountain. But the rest can be taken. Zhao Sun found a big backpack and stuffed it with self-heating hot pot, instant noodles, ham sausage and braised eggs. He also packed the milk and sandwiches in the refrigerator before leaving. The remaining staple food and snacks that he couldn't bring were saved for the 2 days he stayed in the apartment. It just saved him the trouble of cooking in the kitchen. After packing up the backpack, Zhao Sun took Gu Xiaoyun's mobile phone. It was Gu Xiaoyun who called the police at that time. If there was any progress on the police side, they would definitely contact Gu Xiaoyun's mobile phone again. In this way, he could grasp the whereabouts of the police at the first time. If the progress of the bridge repair was accelerated and the police came earlier than expected, he could also run away in time. Zhao Sun moved the quilt that he rolled into sushi back to the room. He made the bed again, put the backpack at the head of the bed, took off his coat, covered himself with the quilt, and fell asleep soon. A dreamless night. He slept well, and was not affected by the corpses downstairs at all. On the 22nd, he ate when he was hungry, drank water from the water dispenser or drinks from the refrigerator when he was thirsty, and watched TV when he was bored. He piled the bodies of those people to one side of the restaurant to avoid affecting his walking. On the night of the 22nd, he slept in his room as usual. But this time, he found a thermos cup, filled it with a cup of hot water, and put it in the bag on the side of his backpack. He searched the entire apartment and didn't see a mineral water bottle. Obviously, everyone living here drank hot water from the water dispenser. Most of the food he was going to bring up the mountain was dry. But he couldn't live without water, so he could only find a thermos cup to fill with hot water. As time passed, the possibility of the police coming was getting higher and higher. He prepared hot water now, so that if someone broke in from outside, he could run away quickly. At 9:30 a.m. on the 23rd, Zhao Sun had finished breakfast, and suddenly heard Gu Xiaoyun's phone ringing. It was the strange number that called him once before. He pressed the answer button. "Hello!" A middle-aged man's voice sounded on the other end of the phone. "The suspension bridge here is about to be repaired, and we will be there around 10 o'clock. Zhao Sun glanced at the time. There was still half an hour before the police arrived. As expected, they arrived a little earlier than expected. Seeing that no one had spoken, the middle-aged man's tone became more serious. "Excuse me, what's the situation on your side now? Is everyone okay?" Zhao Sun didn't say anything and hung up the phone directly. The middle-aged man must have noticed something was wrong. Zhao Sun felt that instead of pretending to be fine and talking to the middle-aged man, it would be better to pack up and run away now. After all, every second of his conversation could be that the middle-aged man was deliberately delaying time. Zhao Sun quickly picked up his backpack, walked into the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, took out the sandwiches and milk inside, and stuffed them into his backpack. Then, he put on his backpack, put on the goddess's wings, and quickly flew out of the second-floor bedroom window. This mountain is not high, but it is densely covered with trees. Even in late autumn, many trees have lost their leaves, leaving only bare branches and trunks. So it is not difficult to hide. Zhao Sun flew directly to the highest point of the mountain, where there was a pine tree with dense green leaves. Hiding in the tree, from a distance, it is impossible to see that there is a person hiding inside. You have to get closer to find it. If the police come to search the mountain, they must not let go of every place. So they will reach the top of the mountain very late, enough to delay for a while. Wait until he sees someone approaching, and then start guerrilla warfare. Anyway, there shouldn't be too many policemen coming, and they probably didn't think of bringing police dogs. It will take some time for them to rearrange more people and police dogs. In general, He is still confident in evading pursuit. In this game, he has killed enough people. He doesn't want to kill again for the time being. It's not that he is soft-hearted. It's just that if he overdosed at one time, he might find it difficult to control himself. Just like the food you like, only eating 2 or 3 a day can maintain a good balance. Enjoying happiness without causing bad consequences. But eating too much at once will exceed the stomach's tolerance, causing vomiting and affecting health. Zhao Sun chose a stable tree trunk to sit on, and took out Primate Blessing. He summoned the gibbon and asked it to find out how many police officers were there. Although it was not clear whether there were gibbons on the mountain, it was better for the police to find a gibbon than to find him. The appearance of the gibbon was not so likely to arouse suspicion. After the gibbon left, he summoned the baboon, ring-tailed lemur, mandrill, macaque and golden monkey. Let them explore the mountain in different directions to understand the general terrain and hiding places. When it was convenient for guerrilla warfare, he could change places quickly and accurately. After releasing so many primates at once, Zhao Sun found that his brain was a little fried. The voices of the 6 primates all rang in his mind, sometimes at the same time, making his mind buzz. So he ordered the other 5 primates except the gibbon not to speak at will, unless there was an emergency, and the gibbon must convey what it saw in time. Of course, after the 6 primates walked a distance away, Zhao Sun could no longer hear any sound. But in case they kept mumbling on the way back, it was necessary to give orders in advance. After waiting for about an hour, the gibbon came back. On the way back, when they were close enough to communicate with each other through telepathy, the gibbon told Zhao Sun about the situation. There were 5 policemen in total, including a detachment leader, a forensic doctor, and 3 police officers. The middle-aged man who called Gu Xiaoyun was the detachment leader. When Zhao Sun answered the phone, the detachment leader realized something was wrong and called the headquarters to send more people. But after seeing the miserable situation in the apartment, he knew that he had underestimated the severity of the situation. He had to call the headquarters again. In addition to sending more criminal police, he also needed some police dogs. And he immediately asked 2 of the police officers to guard the suspension bridge in case the murderer ran away. The remaining 3 were responsible for investigating the scene and performing autopsies in the apartment, and then searching the mountain after the additional police officers came. Zhao Sun put the stone on the gibbon and took the gibbon back. Normally, he should take advantage of the shortage of police personnel to find an opportunity to escape from the suspension bridge, where the route is more convenient and easier to run far. If there is a cliff on the other side of the mountain, there is no chance to escape at all, and he can only stay on the mountain. However, he will not choose to take the suspension bridge. The scope of the game this time is likely to be the apartment and the back mountain. If he goes to the suspension bridge, he may not be able to cross the bridge and cannot take another step. Besides, it is too open over there and too easy to be discovered. It is better to hide in the mountains for safety. The most important thing is that he only needs to wait for another day to leave here. Being trapped in the mountains is not a dead end for him. Probably because the location of this apartment is too remote and the road along the way is not so easy to walk. It was already 2 hours later when the police support arrived. Zhao Sun sat on the tree on the top of the mountain and could barely see the lights flashing on the roofs of the long line of police cars. Although he could not see the appearance of the car clearly, the only thing that came here at this time could be a police car. At this time, the 5 primates sent out by Zhao Sun came back one after another. Zhao Sun had a general understanding of the terrain of the entire mountain and the places where they could hide. He took back the primates one by one, and then took out sandwiches and milk from the backpack behind him. He stayed quietly on the tree, eating while waiting for the police to search the mountain. The captain did not neglect his duty. He not only arranged people to be stationed at the foot of the mountain, but also sent a large number of people and police dogs up the mountain. It was a pity that Zhao Sun's strength exceeded the captain's imagination. When no one was found in the early stage, the captain was not panicked until night fell. After hearing one of the team members say on the walkie-talkie that a suspect was found, everyone rushed over, but only saw the police officer, who was knocked unconscious, and the police dog tied to the tree with a traction rope and howling. The captain understood that the difficulty of this roundup was higher than he expected. Without using hot weapons, he was able to knock out the police officer and tie up the well-trained police dog. This is something that ordinary people cannot do. Moreover, there was no trace of blood on the ground, which means that the other party was not injured under the attack of the police officer and the police dog. This is too surprising. The captain had no idea that it was difficult for ordinary people to escape unscathed. But for Zhao Sun, It only took a few lightning bolts to solve the problem easily. Zhao Sun did not sleep all night, and he negotiated with the police until more than 10 o'clock in the morning on the 24th, and finally ate all the food he carried in his backpack. The captain of the detachment was still quite capable. After such a long period of pursuit and interception, he still narrowed the encirclement. There were not many areas where Zhao Sun could move. In fact, he had many options to break through the encirclement, such as wearing goddess's wings to fly high in the sky, or using beast transformation LB2 to turn into an animal. The reason why he did not take action was that he felt that flying in the air was too high profile and conspicuous, and turning into an animal would no longer allow him to carry a backpack. On the premise that he could handle the current situation with ease, he did not want to waste the food he had finally obtained. So after finally eating all the food, Zhao Sun dropped his backpack, turned into a sparrow, and flew directly in front of a police officer. The police dog led by the police officer suddenly stopped and looked in the direction where the sparrow left. "What's wrong?" The police officer was confused. The police dog tried to sniff for a while, and was also a little confused. The sparrow flew away quickly. The smell in the air dissipated quickly. It was not sure whether it smelled human smell. Zhao Sun easily broke through the encirclement and stayed at a distance to watch the police busy. Not long after, a familiar pop-up window appeared. The safety barrier purchased by player Zhao Sun is about to expire. Do you want to renew it? Reminder, when renewing safety barrier in the dream game, the unit price is 20 points per day. Yes, no. Zhao Sun chose no. Player Zhao Sun has been in this dream game for 3 days. Do you want to leave? Yes, no. Zhao Sun chose yes. The feeling of weightlessness came instantly, and at the same time, a new pop-up window appeared in front of him. Complete the hidden task, kill everyone in the apartment except yourself, and successfully escape the police's pursuit. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for obtaining 200 points, 200 hours of survival time, and the special item Fire Red Seal. The next second, the pop-up window disappeared, and Zhao Sun saw the upper bunk bed. He got off the bed and took a look at the other beds. Qianqian and Wu Wei were lying on their own beds. Only Ajai's bed was empty. It seems that Ajai was the last one this time. Zhao Sun sat down on his bed again and first checked the new special item. This is a very small wooden seal, about the same thickness as a pencil and a little shorter than the little finger. There are 3 zigzag lines on the seal, which are exactly the same as the mark Zhao Sun saw on his suitcase, which is the pictograph of water, Fire Red Seal. Once this seal is stamped, no matter whether the item is bound to others or under the name of others, it will belong to the holder of this seal within 3 hours and can be used by the holder of this seal. Even the original owner cannot drive the stamped item during this period, and cannot rob the item. PS1, it can only be used for items, not living things. PS2, you can stamp up to 5 items at the same time. If you want to stamp the 6th item, you must wait until the validity period of the first item ends. This special item is interesting. As for how to use it specifically, it remains to be developed. Zhao Sun took back the fiery red seal, opened his personal panel, and took a look at his points. This time, he got a total of 750 points and 31 days and 6 hours of survival time. In the next month, he didn't have to worry about the survival time. He just had to complete the dream game every 10 days. So, when it was early November, he planned to enter the dream game a few days later, tentatively set for the 5th. Then he could stay on the train safely for about 12 days from now until the 5th. Currently, his total points are 1187, although it has exceeded 1,000 points. It is a pity that there are only more than 100 points left. He has to stay on the train for 12 days before entering the dream game. He only eats 2 meals a day, 5 points per meal, which requires 120 points. In addition, when entering the dream game, he needs 30 points to buy a 3-day safety barrier, so a total of 150 points will be spent. The remaining 37 points are too few. Although there is no provision in the train rules for veteran players that the last player in points can get assistance and incentives, so there is no need to worry about this problem. But if there is a special situation, these points will definitely not be enough, so he can't upgrade his special abilities for the time being. At least, he has to wait until he completes the dream game again. Chapter 164, Old Dreams in the Deep House. Thinking of this, Zhao Sun closed his personal panel. At the same time, the door of the box opened and Ajai walked in. The moment he saw Zhao Sun, Ajai paused, and then he sat down beside Wu Wei's bed without saying a word. Probably because Ajai's bed was on the upper bunk. He didn't want to sleep, so he didn't want to go to bed. So he simply sat down beside Wu Wei's bed on the lower bunk. Ajay didn't say anything, but Zhao Sun took the initiative to talk to him. Ajay, have you heard the broadcast announcing the time of the next platform game these days? Before he entered the dream game, the new player had not returned from the previous platform game. If you remember correctly, it was the fourth station. At that time, the new player had been in the fourth platform game for a day and a half. Counting the days, it should be almost time to come back. Of course, the premise is that the game time is not particularly outrageous. After all, the platform game time is not fixed, and there may be a time when a game is particularly long. Although most of the notifications after the new players return to the train will not be passed to the old players, but the stop time of each platform game is announced by the broadcast of the whole train. The old players can also hear it. Ajay was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting Zhao Sun to take the initiative to talk to him. Although he felt a little awkward, he still answered Zhao Sun's question. I came back at 12 o'clock last night. Then the stop time of the next station should be notified. Right? Zhao Sun asked again. Well, 9:03 a.m. on the 25th. Ajay answered. Zhao Sun touched his chin. This is the 5th station in October, which is 3 days later than the 5th station in September. Unless the platform game time of the 5th station is very short, it is unlikely that there will be a 6th station. In other words, the number of platform games each month is not fixed. Ajay held it in for a few minutes, but still couldn't hold it in, and asked the doubts in his heart. Why are you asking this? He was not a person who could hide his thoughts, and he wanted to ask questions when he had questions. Zhao Sun did not answer this question, but asked, You have communicated a lot with the volunteers in October. So have you asked them how many players participated in each platform game? You have to answer my question first. Then I will consider answering your question. Ajay said unhappily. I am not your Siri. I will answer whatever you ask. I am going to participate in the next platform game. Zhao Sun smiled. After becoming an old player, in addition to life and death in the survival game, survival time has also become an important factor in whether he can continue to survive. In the early stage, his survival time was not sufficient, and he had to enter the dream game at the beginning of each decade. The time required for the platform game is not fixed, and you must enter the platform game to know how many days it takes. In the previous few platform games, either the start time conflicted with the time he entered the dream game, or the start time was a bit late, and the end time was unknown, which might exceed his survival time. So he had never considered participating in the platform game before. But this time is different. He got 31 days and 6 hours of survival time at once, plus the remaining time before. A total of more than 34 days of survival time. This means that in early November, he does not need to rush into the dream game on the first day, since his current survival time is quite sufficient. He is not worried about not surviving the end of the platform game. So, he should also participate in the platform game. After all, the platform game and the dream game are carried out alternately, so his points can increase faster. You are actually going to participate in the platform game? Ajay was a little surprised. Did you encounter trouble in the dream game and did not get enough survival time? You have to answer my question first. Then I will consider answering your question. Zhao Sun responded with what Ajay just said. Unlike Ajay's previous unhappy look, Zhao Sun smiled and looked more like a joke. Ajay choked. He recalled the question Zhao Sun had just asked and replied. Many of these new players participated in the platform game in the early stage. Among those who are still alive, at least 1/3 of them should have completed 3 rounds of the platform game, and the remaining 2/3 have completed 2 games. Zhao Sun nodded and took the initiative to answer Ajay's question. I didn't encounter any trouble. I just wanted to participate in the platform game. Ajay cast an incredible look at Zhao Sun, as if he was looking at a lunatic with abnormal brain circuits. If there is no shortage of survival time, basically no old players are willing to participate in the platform game. This is nothing more than asking for trouble, and it will also increase the risk of one's own death. Zhao Sun actually wanted to participate in the platform game when he had enough survival time. What else is wrong with his brain? Zhao Sun didn't care what Ajay thought. He asked another question. Do you know how many new players are left this time? About 30 or so. Ajay didn't hide it and answered truthfully. The exact number is unclear, but it should not exceed 40. So, there should be more than 20 people who have only completed 2 rounds of the platform game. Zhao Sun leaned on the bed, his posture stretched and leisurely. They will definitely get off the train when the next train stops. As long as you have a little brain, You will guess that the 5th station platform game is likely to be the last stop of this month. New players, who have not met the train rules conditions cannot not participate. About the same. Ajay frowned. Then do you still plan to participate in the platform game? I plan to. Xiao Sun took off his coat and pants and lay in the quilt. If you don't have anything to do, keep quiet in the box today. I'm going to sleep. He didn't sleep all night yesterday and kept fighting guerrilla warfare on the mountain. The physical consumption is not small. And he was sleepy a long time ago. The endless train stopped at 9:03 a.m. on the 25th. From now on, there are only a dozen hours left. It's a good opportunity to take a rest and have a good sleep. Ajay stared and saw Xiao Sun really lying down to sleep. After a while, there was a slight snoring sound. He fell silent completely. Xiao Sun slept very well and slept until 7:30 a.m. on the 25th. The first thing he did when he got out of bed was to look at Wu Wei and Qian Qian. The two people were still lying on their respective beds, motionless, and it was obvious that their real bodies had not come out of the dream game. Xiao Sun went to an ordinary restaurant to eat a meal of pickled mustard greens and shredded pork noodles, and spent 14 points to buy 3 hand-grab pancakes, 10 points to buy 5 steamed buns, 15 points to buy 5 meat buns, and 5 points to buy 5 bottles of mineral water. These should be enough for him to eat in the game, because it was the end of October. The longest time for this platform game could only be until the 31st. That is, 7 days. Eating 2 meals a day. Each meal only eats one thing. A total of 14 things. Enough to ensure that he would not starve to death within 7 days. Of course, this is based on the premise that there is no food to eat in the game. If there is food, it would be better. After buying food, Xiao Sun went to the toilet again. Everything was packed up, and he quietly waited for the time to come. Not long after, a familiar electronic sound rang out from the train horn. The endless train will stop at the Deep House Old Dream platform at 9:03 a.m. Passengers who want to get off, please be prepared. Xiao Sun walked slowly to the door of the carriage. In the entire carriage 07, he was the only one standing there, waiting for the door to open. 5 minutes later, the train stopped. This train will stop for 4 days, and will depart on time at 12 o'clock on the evening of October 28th. All passengers who are getting off the train, please be sure to get on the train before 12 o'clock on the evening of October 28th. As soon as the words fell, the door of the carriage in front of Xiao Sun opened instantly. Xiao Sun stepped out of the train. The familiar thick white fog was so thick that you couldn't see your hand in front of you. He walked straight forward, and the thick fog gradually thinned until he walked to an open space. He looked up and looked into the distance, and could see an antique mansion in the distance. There was a red lantern hanging at the gate of the mansion, which was lit and very conspicuous. But the details were not clear because the distance was too far. After a while, other players arrived one after another. Everyone looked at each other and was a little silent. However, many people secretly observed Xiao Sun. After experiencing many platform games, the number of remaining new players was not large. Even if everyone was not familiar with him, they all had some familiar faces. And Xiao Sun was a completely new face. Some of them had met old players in the previous platform games. So after discovering Xiao Sun's new face, they almost immediately realized that he might be an old player. Soon someone whispered, and after a few minutes, almost everyone present knew that Xiao Sun was an old player. Xiao Sun saw the expressions and scrutiny of those people, and knew what was going on. But he was not nervous at all, and even politely gave a kind smile to those who looked over. Seeing this, others smiled back embarrassedly, and quickly looked away. Xiao Sun knew that it was easy to disguise as a new player if he entered the platform game at the beginning of the month like Su Tian. At the end of the month, even if he had superb acting skills, it would be impossible for these new players to believe that he was also a new player. But it doesn't matter. He doesn't have the bad taste like Su Tian. He is not very interested in pretending to be a newcomer. After waiting for about 5 minutes, everyone finally arrived. When a huge public screen popped up above everyone, Xiao Sun counted the number of people present, including him. There are exactly 25 people. After confirming the number of people, Xiao Sun looked at the public screen. Welcome to the Deep House Old Dream platform game. After entering the game, players will have an identity. Everyone must behave in accordance with the identity. If the identity is questioned by the NPC, the points for completing the game will be halved. Players need to look for clues in the mansion to find and kill the dolls disguised as humans. A total of 3. During this period, the dolls will continue to look for opportunities to kill people until they kill everyone in the mansion. Players cannot kill dolls by killing them indiscriminately. Killing them indiscriminately, without purpose, will immediately be considered a game failure. If the player still kills the wrong person based on clues and reasoning, 10 points will be deducted for each wrong kill. Players who kill dolls can get extra points. After successfully finding and killing 3 dolls, all living players can complete the game. I wish all players a happy game. The next second, Zhao Sun stood in a wing room. A personal pop-up window popped up in front of him. Player Zhao Sun's identity in this round of the game is the swordsman in the mansion. Personal characteristics: a long sword is always in hand, does not like sweets. Zhao Sun looked around. This wing room was clean and tidy, but there were few decorations. The living environment was quite in line with the public's understanding of swordsmen. There was a long sword on the table, which was obviously the weapon that the swordsman never left. Zhao Sun just reached out to pick up the long sword, and there was a knock on the door outside. Then, a crisp female voice sounded. "Sir, the master sent me to serve you." Zhao Sun thought about it and responded loudly. "Thank you for your master's kindness, but I am used to being alone and don't need anyone to serve me." Swordsmen usually take care of themselves, and it is more in line with their personality that they don't like others to serve them. Sure enough, the maid outside the door did not suspect anything, but said a little aggrievedly, "But the master asked the maid to take care of you. If you don't want the maid, the master will think that the maid is not good at serving people. The master may sell the maid if he gets angry." Zhao Sun was not surprised that the maid said so. He stood up, opened the door, and looked at the maid for a few times. She was a pretty girl who looked about 16 years old, wearing ancient clothes and tied a double bun. Her pair of grape-like eyes were watery and clear, without any malice. At least Zhao Sun could not see any malice with his naked eyes. Nor could he tell whether this was a doll disguised as a person. Zhao Sun said, "I can do what I wear and wash on weekdays, and you are responsible for the rest." He did not need others to help take care of trivial matters, but having someone to serve him was just right for him to ask questions and understand the terrain of the entire mansion and the relationship between the people in the mansion. It was convenient for him to find dolls pretending to be people later. "Thank you, sir." The maid thanked him repeatedly and asked, "Do you need water to wash your face? I'll go get it for you right away." As she said that, she was about to go out. "I've already washed." Zhao Sun called the maid. "Come here." The maid stopped and obediently walked in front of Zhao Sun. "What's your name?" Zhao Sun asked. The maid bowed slightly. "My name is Chuntao." "Chuntao, come in. I have something to ask you," Zhao Sun said as he walked into the house. He turned his back to Chuntao, leaving a big flaw. If Chuntao was one of the puppets, she would not miss such a good opportunity. After all, the rules of the game say that the puppets will keep looking for opportunities to kill until they kill everyone. Even if we don't count the other NPCs in this game, there are 25 players alone. It's not often that Zhao Sun has such a good opportunity to be alone and reveal a flaw. The puppets are reluctant to waste such an opportunity. Chapter 165. A very strange half-year ago, Zhao Sun was walking in front, seemingly defenseless. But in fact, he was always paying attention to the movements behind him. After he took 2 steps, there was a light sound of footsteps behind him. The speed was not fast, and he followed step by step, keeping a certain distance, with no intention of getting closer, until Zhao Sun sat down on the stool and looked up. Chunao had already walked to the table, lowering her eyebrows and waiting for Zhao Sun to speak. Chunao always maintained the duty of a maid, not approaching, nor flattering. She looked completely like a maid, without any intention of attacking. Of course, this cannot completely rule out the possibility that Chuntao is a doll. Zhao Sun will not completely let go of Chuntao because of a test. "Chuntao, how long have you been in the mansion?" Zhao Sun asked. Chuntao lowered her eyebrows and answered honestly. "My lord, I am a family-born child and have been in the mansion since I was a child." "Then you should know the situation in the mansion well." "Right." Zhao Sun asked again. "Can you tell me about the relationship between the masters in the mansion?" Chuntao looked up at Zhao Sun with surprise in her eyes. She quickly lowered her head again. "My lord, I can't talk about the master's family casually. I'm not asking you to tell me any secrets of the past." Zhao Sun's tone softened a little, and it seemed particularly gentle. "I just want to understand the masters in the mansion, and it will be convenient for me to move around in the future. Find out the relationship between them, so that I don't accidentally offend anyone. Don't you think?" Seeing Zhao Sun's sincerity, Chuntao spoke. Our master has a wife and 3 concubines. The wife gave birth to 2 daughters and a son. Concubine Lu gave birth to a son. Concubine Zhang gave birth to a son and a daughter. And concubine Shui also gave birth to a son. Among all the children of the master, the eldest daughter of the wife is the oldest, and the youngest is concubine Shui, as son, who is still in swaddling clothes. Among all the young masters, the wife's son is the eldest son. As the eldest son, he is very valued by the master. At this point, Chun Ao looked proud. The eldest young master himself is also very hardworking and has already become a genius. Zhao Sun listened and took notes, and at the same time sighed. Your master has quite a lot of children. Yes, everyone says this is a sign of the prosperity of the family. Chun Ao replied with a smile, with a pair of grape eyes full of innocence. Many children mean more blessings. Zhao Sun did not comment on this, and he turned to ask, the area where I live should be all guest rooms. Right. Chun Ao was stunned for a moment, obviously not following Zhao Sun's train of thought. But after reacting, she still answered, yes, the west wing is reserved for guests to live in. Are there any other guests here? Zhao Sun asked again. Yes. Chun Tao answered truthfully. There is a new scholar who has won the imperial examination, and he is the cousin of the lady. He is staying with us temporarily. There is also a famous doctor who stays in the mansion to treat the masters. A famous doctor is specially left to treat the masters? Zhao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly. Is there anyone in the mansion who is bedridden? He didn't read many history books, but in his impression, except for the imperial doctors in the palace, the mansions of other princes, nobles or officials would not specially employ doctors. Generally, people go to the clinic outside to ask doctors to come and see them after they are sick. If they have a good relationship with the royal family, they can also go to the palace to ask the imperial physician. In a family like this, they specially hired a doctor and said he was a famous doctor, so he had to guess whether someone was sick all year round. It's not that they are bedridden. Chun Ao scratched his head and explained. I don't know what happened to the master and the lady. They often have headaches and discomfort in the past 6 months. But the doctor has a miraculous hand. He gives the master and the lady acupuncture once a month, and they will not relapse within a month. Can it be cured? Zhao Sun asked. Chun Ao was stunned. Obviously, he had never thought about this question. After a while, she murmured, It should be impossible. Otherwise, the master would not let Dr. Jin live in the mansion. The doctor's surname is Jin? Zhao Sun confirmed. Jin selected? This? Chun Ao looked confused. I can't read. I don't know if it is the word you said. I only know it is the surname of the doctor. Zhao Sun nodded in understanding. That should be it. Finally, he asked again. Has your master not asked other doctors to see him? Chun Ao shook her head. No. Dr. Jin's treatment effect is very good. The master and the lady are very satisfied, so they have never thought of looking for other doctors. Zhao Sun repeated softly. The master and the lady are very satisfied. Dr. Jin can obviously only treat the symptoms of the master and the lady's illness, but not the root cause. In this case, the master and the lady are actually satisfied? Even if Dr. Jin is a top famous doctor, normal people still want to find another doctor. After all, no one is willing to endure a long-term disease. As long as there is a glimmer of hope for recovery, they will try. But the master and his wife did not try any other methods. Knowing that Dr. Jin could not cure their diseases, they still gave their diseases to Dr. Jin for treatment, and expressed, very satisfied. Very strange. Although it is not clear whether there is any connection between this incident and the doll. Since there is something strange about this incident, it is worth investigating. Maybe there will be something to gain. Seeing that Zhao Sun did not speak for a long time, Chun Ao asked cautiously, What's wrong? Young master? Zhao Sun came back to his senses. He did not answer Chun Ao, but asked, When does Dr. Jin usually give acupuncture to the master and the lady? It is always one night in the second half of each month. Chun Ao recalled, and then said, This month should be tomorrow. At this point, she reminded again, Young master, when Dr. Jin is seeing the master and the lady, no one is allowed to enter the room. Don't go there at that time. Otherwise it may affect the treatment of the master and the lady. Well, I know. Zhao Sun responded casually. We have to wait until tomorrow night to find out. So we have to find something else to do today and tomorrow. According to what Chun Ao just said, the master has a wife and 3 concubines, and so many children. If each child is given an independent courtyard, The area of this house must be very large. If he searches for clues in a carpet-like manner, I am afraid that by the end of the game time, he will not be able to search even 1/3 of the area. Moreover, in ancient times, as an outsider, he could not enter a woman's courtyard casually. He still had to find out more things and look for clues in a targeted way to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Thinking of this, Zhao Sun asked Chun'ao again, "How is the relationship between the master and the lady? Do the lady get along well with the 3 concubines?" This, Chun'ao showed a hesitant look. Zhao Sun smiled and said, "Didn't I say it before? I want to figure out the relationship between them. Mainly to avoid accidentally offending anyone when talking. For example, if the lady doesn't like a certain concubine, if I still say good things about the concubine in front of the lady, won't the lady be unhappy?" "Yes, the young master is right." Chun'ao nodded repeatedly and lowered her voice and said, "But as a servant, I shouldn't talk about the master casually. Please help me keep the secret and don't let others know that I said it." Seeing that Chun'ao was not unwilling to say it, Zhao Sun's smile became warmer. "Don't worry. You and I know it. And no third person will know it." Chun'ao then spoke with confidence. "The master and the lady have always been respectful to each other, and their relationship should be pretty good. The lady is indifferent to the 3 concubines, but she doesn't particularly hate any of them. The master spends the most time staying in the lady's room every month, which is enough to prove that the master likes the lady. So the lady doesn't need to care about those concubines." Zhao Sun thought for a moment and asked again, "Then are the young masters and young ladies in harmony? Since I didn't hear any problems from that angle just now, let's change the angle to look at it. The concubines' children are very respectful and polite to the legitimate children. Although there are occasional quarrels and conflicts, most of the time, they are quite harmonious." Chun'ao had no scruples and said whatever she thought of. "But the eldest lady has been a little strange in the past 6 months." Zhao Sun keenly grasped the key point. The eldest lady became strange 6 months ago? The same time as the master and the mistress had a headache? Chun'ao was stunned and suddenly realized. Yes, so they did have problems at about the same time. Then, she became a little confused again. Is it a coincidence? It should be a coincidence. The eldest lady's situation is completely different from the master and the mistress. It must be a coincidence. Zhao Sun did not give. Chuantao's intention to clear up the confusion was just to remind. You haven't said it yet. What's strange about the eldest lady? Chun'ao came back to her senses and explained. I heard from the maid in the eldest lady's yard that the eldest lady didn't like to be served by people close to her 6 months ago. And her relationship with the eldest young master has become much colder. Afraid that Zhao Sun couldn't understand the relationship, Chuan'ao explained. The eldest young master and the eldest young lady are brothers from the same mother, and the age difference is not big. They have always had a good relationship. But in the past 6 months, the eldest young master went to see the eldest young lady, and the eldest young lady didn't meet 8 out of 10 times. Zhao Sun supported his head with one hand, still thinking about what Chuan'ao said just now. Don't like to be served by people close to you. Maybe this eldest young lady is one of the puppets? No matter how much she looks like a real person on the surface. Even if she has self-awareness and can completely disguise herself as a human. As a puppet, there is still a clear difference between her body and a real person. The joints are the most obvious difference. In order not to let people notice the difference, naturally, people can't serve her close to her. If this guess is correct, it means that the real young lady was replaced half a year ago. Where did the real young lady go? Who replaced her? It is impossible that a doll that looks exactly like the young lady appeared naturally. And because it has self-awareness, it will take the initiative to kill the young lady and replace her? Well, forget it. The reason is not important. His task is to find the doll and kill the doll. He doesn't need to care where the real young lady went. As for whether this young lady is a doll, he may be able to confirm it if he finds a chance to meet her. However, it is not convenient to tell Chun'ao about this matter, and it is not appropriate to ask Chun'ao about the young lady's residence. Let's continue to ask for other clues about the suspected doll. Zhao Sun patiently coaxed Chuan'ao. Chuan'ao, in the past 6 months, is there anyone else who looks a little strange and very different from before? Chuan'ao tried to recall for a while and shook her head. No, everyone else is still the same as before. Did anything strange happen in the past 6 months? Zhao Sun asked again. Or after something happened, the master and the wife started to have a headache, and the eldest lady started to behave strangely. Chun'ao blinked blankly and shook her head for a long time. No! Zhao Sun fell into deep thought. Is it really such a coincidence that the master, the wife, and the eldest lady are the three dolls he is looking for? Is it really so easy to determine the identity of the doll? It feels unlikely. One of the rules of the game is, if the player still kills the wrong person based on clues and reasoning, 10 points will be deducted for killing one wrong person. Since there is such a rule, there is a high possibility that there are some misleading clues in the game. He can't easily draw conclusions. Otherwise he may fall into a trap. Moreover, Chun'ao was just a little maid after all, and it was impossible for her to know all the people in the whole mansion. Just because she didn't find anything wrong with other people in the past 6 months doesn't mean that no one else behaved strangely. Then, he had to do at least 3 things next. First, go to other people today to find out if there have been any strange things in the mansion in the past 6 months, and if there are any people who behave abnormally. Second, go to the eldest lady's yard tonight to find out the situation. Third, go to the lady's yard tomorrow night to find out. Chun'ao, I don't need you to do anything for the time being. You can go and rest. Zhao Sun waved to Chun'ao. There was no use value for the time being, so there was no need for him to keep following Chun'ao. No, I was sent by the master to serve the young master. How can I be lazy and rest? Chun'ao shook her head repeatedly. Besides, the master is going to entertain all the guests in the mansion today. The young master just came yesterday and is not familiar with the mansion. He needs me to lead the way wherever he goes. Hearing this, Zhao Sun gave up the idea of driving Chun'ao away. That's good. You stay with me and can help me introduce people in the mansion. Seeing that Zhao Sun no longer drove her away, Chun'ao smiled happily. Thank you for not driving me away. When does lunch start? Zhao Sun asked while taking out his mobile phone to check the time. 10:10 in the morning. Lunch is usually served at noon, Chun'ao replied. The young master has to go to the dining hall a little earlier. Zhao Sun calculated in his mind that noon is 11 o'clock in the morning. Then he has to go to the dinner party in a while. Thinking of this, he stood up. It's getting late. Why don't I go out for a walk and walk in the direction of the dining hall on the way? Chapter 166 Probing. Okay, young master. Chun'ao followed behind Zhao Sun, raised her hand and pointed to the road on the left. Young master, please go this way. Zhao Sun followed Chun'ao's instructions and walked slowly towards the dining hall. During the period, he passed by a garden and stopped for a long time, pretending to appreciate the beautiful scenery. Chun'ao did not urge him, but stood quietly beside Zhao Sun and waited. After about 10 minutes, the footsteps of several people finally came from the distance. Zhao Sun showed an expected expression. The number of 25 players is not small. They can't all stay where they are honestly. They will definitely find a way to come out and explore the situation. Among them, there should be roles that are guests like him. And there are also roles of masters. These roles have to participate in the lunch banquet. At this time, the probability of meeting someone in the garden is still very high. Zhao Sun looked up and saw the person walking towards him pause for a moment, then pretended to be nothing and walked in front of Zhao Sun. There were 5 people in total, and it was easy to tell who was a player and who was an NPC. Although the platform game was set in an ancient setting, all the players who entered the game wore their modern clothes, and they could be distinguished from those dressed in ancient costumes at a glance. Among the 5 people, 2 were dressed in modern clothes. One was a middle-aged woman with short hair wearing a cotton jacket, and the other was a young woman with a ponytail wearing a sweater. The other 3 were dressed as maids, and they had double buns like Chun'ao. 2 of the maids followed behind the ponytail, and the other followed behind the middle-aged woman. The young one is the second lady, Chun'ao whispered beside Zhao Sun. The older one is Aunt Lu. Zhao Sun smiled. It was just right. So he didn't have to test the identities of the 2 people again, which saved trouble. He lowered his voice and asked Chun'ao, Is the second lady the child of Aunt Lu? No. Chun'ao shook her head. The second lady is the daughter of the lady. Zhao Sun remembered that Chun'ao had said before that the lady had 3 children, 2 daughters and 1 son. It seems that this second young lady is the last child born by the lady. Hey, strange, Chun'ao said with doubt in her tone. Second young lady and Aunt Lu rarely come into contact with each other. Why are they walking together today? Perhaps the doubt on Chun'ao's face was too obvious, even though she spoke in a low voice and no one else could hear her. Her expression made the 2 people on the opposite side guess what Chun'ao was thinking. Second young lady hurriedly explained. I met Aunt Lu on the road. She was afraid that if she spoke a little later, she would be judged to have done something inconsistent with her character. She didn't want to reduce her clearance points by half because of this. Yes. Aunt Lu nodded aside. We just happened to meet outside the garden. So we came together. Chuntao didn't speak, but showed a look of, so that's it. Second young lady and Aunt Lu were relieved at the same time. Then, second young lady looked at Zhao Sun and asked, Who are you? Young master is the hero that the master invited back to be a guest yesterday. Chuntao explained for Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun saluted and said, I'm not really a hero. I'm just a swordsman. After saying that, he gently stroked the sword on his waist with his right hand. The second lady hesitated for a moment and performed a not-so-standard bow to Zhao Sun. She had tried to do it at the last minute and tricked her personal maid into showing her. She secretly simulated it several times in her mind. This was the first time she really used it. She had never actually done it before. And now she felt that such a simple action was done in a hurry. She hesitated for a while just now, just because she couldn't figure out whether she should return the gift or what gift she should return. As the second daughter of the legitimate wife, she didn't need to pay respects to her aunt. But as a guest or friend of the master, she might have to return a gift. She hadn't really learned these things. If she did it, she was afraid of being exposed. But if she didn't do it, she was afraid that these NPCs would think that she didn't have the manners of a rich lady and violated her character. It was all because of the NPCs that things had to be so complicated. It's really annoying. Who would have thought that in a survival game, the common sense of etiquette in ancient times would be tested? Seeing the second young lady bowing, Aunt Lu on the side also squatted in front of Zhao Sun in a hurry. Her movements were too big, and it was not a standard squatting. It looked like she had tripped and squatted directly to stabilize her body balance. At this moment, even Chunao and the four maids looked at Aunt Lu with puzzlement. After Aunt Lu squatted down, she found that the second young lady only bowed slightly and did not squat. Her face froze immediately. What happened to Aunt Lu? Chunao whispered. Is it that the cobblestone road is not smooth and she sprained her ankle? Her voice was very low, and only Zhao Sun could hear it. Zhao Sun could see that Aunt Lu didn't know how to bow at all. She just followed the movements of the second young lady. But she didn't expect to overdo it and squat directly. However, in the case just now, the NPCs who didn't know the truth might only think that Aunt Lu almost fell. Auntie Lu, you should pay attention to your manners in front of outsiders. The maid standing behind Auntie Lu said in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft. Just enough for everyone present to hear. If you are going to fall, you can lean on me. I can still help you up. So you won't be like this now. The maid didn't say the last word shame, but everyone knew what she wanted to say. As soon as the maid finished speaking, she came over and helped Auntie Lu up. Sorry. Auntie Lu apologized awkwardly and followed the maid's words. I almost fell just now, and I lost my composure. It's better to let others think she lost her composure than to be found out that she doesn't even know what etiquette to perform. When Aunt Lu was talking to the maid, Chuntao explained to Zhao Sun in a low voice. Sister Sueju is the maid assigned by Madam to Aunt Lu. With Madam's support, Aunt Lu usually has to be courteous. Zhao Sun showed a look of understanding. So this Sueju is actually Madam's spy. I don't know if the player who pretended to be Aunt Lu was lucky or had already figured out Sueju's identity. Anyway, Aunt Lu's attitude towards Sueju is normal in the eyes of all NPCs. It's a pity that so far, he has no chance to see how the NPCs will react to the player's words and deeds that are not in line with their identities. To what extent does the NPC question the player before the clearance score is judged to be halved? Chuntao gently said and hurriedly reminded Zhao Sun. Don't dare to say anything. Zhao Sun didn't care about Chuntao's cautious appearance. He asked the second lady and Aunt Lu. Are you going to the dining hall? Yes. The second lady took the initiative to answer and asked. You too? Yeah. Zhao Sun responded, but did not step towards the dining hall. He was already standing there. You? Are you waiting for someone? Aunt Lu asked puzzled. There is still some time before lunch. I just strolled around. I stayed for a while when I saw that this garden is nice. Zhao Sun paused, with a polite and distant look on his face. Aunt Lu, you are a female family member after all, and you shouldn't ask about the whereabouts of a man outside. People who don't know will think you care about whether I am waiting for someone. As soon as Zhao Sun finished speaking, the four maids looked at Aunt Lu again. Aunt Lu's face became stiff again. Aunt Lu, let's go first. The second young lady saw that the situation was not good and spoke immediately. As she spoke, she had already stepped forward. Didn't the second young lady say that she and Aunt Lu just happened to meet outside the garden and just happened to walk together? Zhao Sun raised his voice slightly. I heard from Chun Ao that the second young lady and Aunt Lu are not very close on weekdays. Why did you just invite Aunt Lu to go to the dining hall together? It seems that the relationship between the two of you is quite good. This time, before Zhao Sun finished speaking, the four maids had already looked back and forth at the second young lady and Aunt Lu several times. The faces of the four maids were full of suspicion. The expression of the second young lady also became stiff, and even her steps stopped. Aunt Lu's originally raised foot was frozen in the air. It was not right to step out, nor was it right to retract it. It felt that if she stepped out, it would confirm Zhao Sun's words. And if she retracted it, she would seem guilty. The main thing was that she was really guilty. After a stalemate of about 5 seconds, the second young lady finally turned around. She looked at Zhao Sun and said with a fake smile, Although I have a general relationship with Aunt Lu, she is my father's aunt after all. I can't let her stay with you. A stranger. It's not polite. Even if it's for my father, I should take her with me. After saying that, she applauded herself in her heart. If it weren't for the restrictions of the environment, she would have jumped up and praised herself repeatedly. She was able to come up with such a reasonable explanation in such a short time. She was really great. When Aunt Lu heard this, she walked quickly to the side of the second young lady and said repeatedly, That's right. I will definitely go with the second young lady. After the two of them finished speaking, they immediately looked at the reactions of several maids. Seeing that the doubts in the maids' eyes disappeared, they all showed expressions of, I see, and, that makes sense. And both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Afterwards, regardless of whether it was in accordance with etiquette, the second young lady and Aunt Lu left as fast as they could, fearing that if they stayed for a second longer, they would be tricked by Zhao Sun again. As they ran away, the two of them even took the time to look at each other, and they saw the same message in each other's eyes. It was really terrible. The old player's casual words almost made them suspect their identities. You must stay away from this old player. The farther the better. Zhao Sun looked at the two players running away and asked Chun Tao behind him. Chun Tao, do you think their words and deeds are strange? Yes, a little bit. Chun Tao answered seriously. But the second lady's explanation is very reasonable. Aunt Lu should not be alone with a man outside. With you and Sueju here, how can Aunt Lu and I be alone? Zhao Sun asked back. Chun Tao was stunned for a moment, and then hesitantly said, Sister Sueju and I are servants, and we are different from the master. Zhao Sun did not argue with Chun Tao anymore. After probing for a few sentences, he was basically sure that as long as the suspected person could give a reasonable explanation, and the NPC thought it was reasonable, the suspicion would be dispelled. No matter how much others reminded that there was a problem, the NPC would not be suspicious of this matter anymore. Zhao Sun was about to check the time on his phone when he heard a rough male voice behind him. Who is this little brother? He looked back and saw a man with a full beard walking over with a smile. The man was tall and strong, and he gave people a natural sense of oppression before he even approached. He looked much taller than Zhao Sun, probably more than 1.9 meters. Chun Tao took 2 steps back in fear, and then said to the man carefully, He is the master's guest. A hero. Then, Chun Tao introduced Zhao Sun in a very low voice. This is the master that the master specially invited for the young masters, who teaches martial arts, and his surname is Wu. So he is a hero. Master Wu clasped his fists to Zhao Sun. I have heard of you for a long time. Zhao Sun returned the clasping fists. Before he had time to speak, Master Wu spoke again. I wonder where this hero learned from. How good is he? Do you want to compete with me? Zhao Sun looked up and down at Master Wu, but did not rush to speak. The other party was wearing a long-sleeved t-shirt. In late autumn, he didn't wear a coat, but he didn't seem to feel cold at all, even if he was wrapped in a t-shirt. His strong muscles could be clearly seen from the outline. Obviously, this is a player, and he should be much stronger than ordinary people in strength and physical fitness. The most important thing is that Master Wu took the initiative to talk to Zhao Sun. All new players should know that Zhao Sun is an old player. Even so, Master Wu still chose to take the initiative to talk. Either he is seeking cooperation, or Master Wu is quite confident in his own strength and doesn't take old players seriously. And from the last few words that Master Wu said, it was full of provocation. The reason for choosing to talk to Zhao Sun is more like being confident in his own strength and not taking Zhao Sun seriously. Thinking of this, Zhao Sun showed a polite smile. No need to gesture. It's almost lunchtime. I'm rushing to the dining hall. Zhao Sun's performance undoubtedly made Master Wu think that Zhao Sun was afraid. Master Wu snorted and laughed, but did not continue to provoke Zhao Sun. He just said, "That's great. I want to go to the dining hall too. Let's go together. Shall we?" "Okay." Zhao Sun did not refuse. The two walked forward side by side. "Why doesn't Master Wu have an attendant?" Zhao Sun asked, while looking at Master Wu's body seemingly unintentionally. "Why does a rough man like me need an attendant?" Master Wu said, glancing at Chun Tao, who was standing behind Zhao Sun. "Unlike you, the hero, who still has a beautiful woman to accompany him while wandering around the world." Chun Tao shrank her neck in fear and dared not say a word. Zhao Sun did not care about Master Wu's teasing. His eyes stayed on Master Wu's chest. There was a thick short hair there. After confirming the target, he looked at Master Wu again. "Master Wu, you are joking. This is the maid assigned to me by the master of the mansion. She is responsible for taking care of my daily life." Then, he changed the subject naturally. "By the way, I am curious about how Master Wu trained his muscles." After that, he raised his hand and patted Master Wu's chest. "Really strong." Chapter 167 Spatial Movement. Zhao Sun only patted Master Wu once, and after his index and middle fingers accurately pinched the hair, he quickly withdrew his hand. Master Wu did not notice Zhao Sun's little action. There was a look of disdain in his eyes, but he still had a smile on his face. "Of course, it is only through unremitting daily exercise that such results can be achieved." After saying that, he added, "Of course, there are also some innate factors. Some people can hardly achieve the effect I have no matter how much they practice." Zhao Sun smiled. "That's true." Master Wu saw that Zhao Sun had no intention of getting angry at all, and showed a bored expression. He did not speak again, and strode forward, leaving Zhao Sun behind. And Zhao Sun took the opportunity to slow down his pace and distance himself from Master Wu. After a while, Master Wu disappeared. Zhao Sun quickly put the rough short hair into his mouth and held it. Although this Wu Shifu would show a look of disdain and provocation, he would basically stop at a certain point and would not just attack with words. Zhao Sun felt that he was not self-righteous and mindless provocation. Then, there was another possibility. This Wu Shifu's special ability was very good, at least among the new players. No matter the ability effect or ability level, he had the capital to look down on others. Coupled with the advantage of height and body shape, he looked down on others even more. This was why Zhao Sun decided to confirm Wu Shifu's special ability immediately. If it was useful, he would use it for himself. Moreover, after understanding the opponent's ability, once the opponent had the intention to attack him, he could also find a suitable way to deal with the opponent. After 3 seconds, a pop-up window popped up. Unfortunately, the rarity of this special ability space movement LD3 is unique and cannot be swallowed. Zhao Sun narrowed his eyes slightly. Although he had such a guess before he took action, there must be very few players who could get the unique, special ability. The probability that the third player he happened to encounter had the special ability of the only one would not be too high. Unexpectedly, it was such a coincidence that it happened to be the only one. Now he had no way to get this special ability, nor could he see the details of the effect of this special ability. The only thing that can be confirmed is that this player who pretended to be Master Wu was different from the players he met before who thought they were very powerful, but actually underestimated their opponents. Master Wu was indeed strong enough to not take the old players seriously. Originally, according to the rules of the game, there was no absolute conflict of interest or hostility between the players in this platform game. The only struggle was that whoever found the doll first and killed it could get extra points. But this was not a conflict that had to be fought to the death. Moreover, it had not been long since he entered the game, and he had not yet determined who the doll was. Even if the identity of the doll was determined, he should choose to take action on the doll as soon as possible. Only when both players determined the identity of the doll and wanted to take action on the doll at the same time would there be a clear conflict. But the goal is to see who kills the doll first, not to see who kills the other player first. If two players fight each other and let the doll run away, it will be even more unprofitable, no matter what the situation is. In this game, there is no need for players to kill each other. However, looking at Master Wu's attitude towards Zhao Sun before, he seemed to want to attack Zhao Sun. Otherwise, what is the point of provoking and testing? Wouldn't it be a waste of time? Zhao Sun didn't know why Master Wu wanted to attack him when it was obviously unnecessary. But he knew that since the other party had this intention, he had to strike first, even if Master Wu's special ability was difficult to deal with. He didn't like to passively wait for the other party to attack. Zhao Sun walked slowly towards the dining hall while thinking about the 4 words, space movement, in his mind. From the literal meaning, the most direct understanding is that objects can be transferred in space. Generally, this ability should have restrictions on the size and weight of objects. The distance and accuracy that can be transported should also be different depending on the level of ability. But if it was just such a simple ability effect, Master Wu would not be so proud. Even though spatial movement can allow Master Wu to perfectly transfer all physical and magical damage, and can also allow Master Wu to teleport himself and attack conveniently. But these are just to protect him, and cannot kill the enemy. Therefore, this spatial movement should have a way to kill the enemy, so that Master Wu can ignore other players. The most direct ability effect that Zhao Sun can think of is to cut and disperse the human body to different positions. As long as the enemy does not have a special way to protect himself, he will definitely die. Perhaps in the initial stage, this special ability does not have this effect, but it has been upgraded to LV3, and it is very likely to have such an effect. However, if it can really be done, there should be corresponding restrictions on placing different parts of the human body in different spatial positions. If there are no restrictions at all, then Master Wu is almost invincible. He can kill most people instantly with a casual wave of his hand without any effort. This not only breaks the balance between players, but completely unbalances them. Just like Zhao Sun's special ability Devouring. Although it is powerful in the later stage, it is very weak in the initial stage. Even after upgrading to LV4, the number of special abilities and the increase in effect have been significantly improved. But the action of Devouring has never been upgraded. You need to get the item that has been on the target for more than 24 hours. And you can't take it away for more than 1 hour. And you have to bite it for 3 seconds. These are all restrictions on his special abilities. Since his special abilities are limited, it doesn't make sense that Master Wu's special abilities are not limited. If Master Wu can really kill the enemy by cutting space, then the number of times it is used per day, the number of cuts, the operating distance, etc. should all be limited. What Zhao Sun has to do is to find a way to test Master Wu's special abilities and infer the restrictions. This is the easiest point for him to use. In other words, Master Wu's special ability level has only been upgraded to LV3, which is lower than Zhao Sun thought. This proves that Master Wu has participated in 3 platform games, and he has not participated in every platform game like Zhao Sun. Otherwise, Master Wu's special ability should have been upgraded to level 4 at least. Maybe Master Wu didn't expect that someone would be willing to participate in a platform game beyond the quota. So from his perspective, his special ability level is already very high. In addition, his special ability is rare and really powerful, so it is normal for him to be confident. As for Master Wu's daring to provoke the old players, he must have heard some news. Zhao Sun can only guess at present. Not sure. There shouldn't be any old players who are bored and take the initiative to tell Master Wu old players train rules. Master Wu probably doesn't know the specific inside story, but he may have confirmed a little in the process of contacting and talking with other old players before. Most of the old players who come to participate in the platform game are forced to do so. The situation of forced is enough to make people feel forced, and it is easy to give people a feeling of being weak and having to compromise. This may be the fundamental reason why Master Wu doesn't take Zhao Sun seriously. Young Master, we're here. Chun Tao, who was standing behind Zhao Sun, suddenly spoke. Zhao Sun came back to his senses. He looked at the, well, in modern terms, it should be considered a restaurant in front of him. It is antique and has a great atmosphere. The main point is that the space is very large and spacious. There are 4 or 5 large round tables inside, and each round table can seat 7 or 8 people loosely. Now, 3 of the tables are occupied by quite a few people. There is a table at the innermost, separated from the other 2 tables by a screen, and the figures of the people inside can only be vaguely seen through the gauze screen. The table is occupied by female relatives, including the master's wife, concubine and daughter. The 2 tables outside, one is occupied by the master's sons, and the other is occupied by the master's guests. When Zhao Sun arrived, most people had already arrived and were chatting casually. He scanned the crowd and asked Chun Tao in a low voice. The one wearing the official uniform and hat must be the master? Chun Tao looked at Zhao Sun with a puzzled look on her face. Wasn't the master invited you in yesterday? How come you don't recognize the master? I'm a little face-blind. Zhao Sun made up without blushing or beating his heart. Yesterday, the servant led me into the wing room. and I only had a quick meeting with the master. Now I really don't remember it very well. Chunta nodded suddenly. So that's the case. Then she nodded again. Although the master's memory is not very good, he is still very smart. He guessed who the master was at a glance. Zhao Sun smiled and said nothing more. In the entire dining hall, except for the middle-aged man with a goatee who was wearing official uniform and hat, no one else was dressed like this. It was obviously a family banquet today. In addition to the guests living in the mansion, no guests would be invited from outside. So the only person wearing official uniform must be the master of this mansion. Come to think of it, I still don't know your master's surname. Zhao Sun asked again. Our master's surname is Qian. Chun Tao answered, and then murmured in confusion. Master, now you invite guests into the house. Don't you remember to introduce yourself? Maybe Master Qian had something else urgent at the time, and forgot for a while. Zhao Sun made up a story. That makes sense. Chun Tao nodded seriously. Come to think of it, I still don't know your master's surname? Zhao Sun was a little surprised. Your master didn't tell you? You seem to know everyone else in the house very well. The master didn't tell me. Maybe he was really busy yesterday and forgot about it. Chun Tao said embarrassedly. The other guests have been in the mansion for a while, so I know their names. Okay. Zhao Sun shrugged. My last name is Zhao. Mr. Zhao, let's stop chatting outside and go in quickly. Chun Tao urged. If you go late, the master will blame me for not bringing you here in time. Zhao Sun responded and walked into the dining room. When Master Qian saw Zhao Sun, he immediately stood up to greet him and introduced him to others. This is the hero I met yesterday. I liked his swordplay very much, so I invited him to stay in the mansion for a while. As he said that, he looked at Zhao Sun and asked with a smile, I wonder if you are interested in teaching my useless sons a thing or two. Zhao Sun turned his eyes to Master Wu and said to Master Qian, I heard that you have already hired a very powerful master for your sons. You shouldn't need me, right? How are they the same? Master Qian also looked at Master Wu and said with a smile, Master Wu is good at boxing and kicking, but you are a master of swordsmanship. Teaching both together will not affect each other. I'm afraid Master Wu will be unhappy. Zhao Sun said this deliberately. Master Wu took the bait immediately. He snorted. Why should I be unhappy? You didn't take my job away. Master Qian looked at Master Wu and then at Zhao Sun. Do you two know each other? We just met in the garden. It's a one-time encounter. Zhao Sun replied. So that's the case. That's great. Master Qian was even happier. Since you have met, I don't need to introduce you anymore. I just hope you are willing to stay and teach my sons a few moves. Zhao Sun acted embarrassed. I am used to traveling freely in the world, and my swordsmanship is not that good. I am afraid Master Qian will be disappointed. But Master Qian's kindness is hard to refuse. I will consider it. Seeing that Zhao Sun did not refuse directly, Master Qian was immediately happy. Okay. Wait for the good news from the hero. Finally, Zhao Sun sat down and was arranged next to Master Wu. Master Qian went to greet other people and ordered the maids to serve the dishes. Master Wu smiled meaningfully and looked at Zhao Sun for a long time. Zhao Sun responded with a polite smile. Is there something on my face? You've been staring at me? I heard that only those old players who are very weak will participate in a platform game when they have no choice. Master Wu asked directly. Is that true? Who told you that? Zhao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly, with an interested look on his face. You look so sure. It seems that you trust the person who told you this very much. The last sentence he said was meaningful. Master Wu understood it instantly. Are you sure you haven't been deceived by the person you trust? Master Wu was stunned for a moment. He had never thought about the possibility of being deceived. But seeing Zhao Sun so calm and composed, he hesitated a little. Was he really deceived by the person who leaked the news? Or was the old player in front of him deliberately confusing his judgment? After Zhao Sun said that, he stopped looking at Master Wu and shifted his gaze to look at other people. Such a natural look. A humble and neither humble nor arrogant attitude. No tension after being exposed. And no repeated emphasis on the possibility of Master Wu being deceived. But made it more difficult for Master Wu to accurately judge the truth. Master Wu frowned and did not speak for a while. Zhao Sun had already roughly looked at the people sitting at the same table. After Chun Tao's whispered introduction behind him, he recognized everyone's face. Judging from the clothes, Mr. Qian is an NPC. Mr. Qian's wife's son's cousin is an NPC. And the famous doctor, who gives Mr. Qian acupuncture every month, is also an NPC. Zhao Sun himself, Master Wu, and the teacher who teaches young masters to read are all players. There are a total of 6 people sitting at this table. The number of players and NPCs is half and half. But the objects that Zhao Sun had suspected before, Mr. Qian and the famous doctor, are both NPCs, which undoubtedly increases the probability that these 2 people are dolls in Zhao Sun's mind. In fact, Zhao Sun has guessed whether some of the players will get the identity of dolls. After all, the rules of the game do not say that dolls must be NPCs. The experience of the last Dream game made it easy for him to have this idea. However, after careful consideration, he denied this conjecture. The most essential difference between the platform game and the Dream game is that the Dream game is tailor-made for players, but the platform game is not. Based on his experience of so many platform games, as long as the public screen appears before the game starts, the game rules are valid for all players. If the identities of the players are different, either they will be set on the public screen, and then a private pop-up window will be displayed to each player, showing the game rules of different identities, or the public screen will not appear at the beginning of this game, but each player will have a private pop-up window to display their own rules. Therefore, in this game, the doll should be an NPC. Zhao Sun originally suspected Mr. Qian and the famous doctor, and these 2 people happened to be NPCs, which made him more suspicious. However, the specific situation of these 2 people will have to wait until tomorrow night to explore. As for now, it is better to explore the bottom of this Tanhualang. Tanhualang, the cousin of Mr. Qian's wife, happened to be sitting on the other side of Zhao Sun. His surname was Feng. He was in his 30s, and he looked quite gentle. "Brother Feng," Zhao Sun looked at Tanhualang and asked with a smile, "I wonder how long have you lived in the mansion?" "It has been more than half a year," Tanhualang answered amiably. "My family is not in Beijing. Thanks to my cousin and cousin's husband's sympathy, I was able to study here so smoothly to pass the imperial examination." Zhao Sun responded perfunctorily and changed the subject. "I wonder what Brother Feng's plans are next. Of course, I will buy a mansion and live in Beijing." Tanhualang smiled. "It's not good to keep bothering my cousin and cousin's husband. Actually, I want to know what kind of person Mr. Qian is." Zhao Sun didn't want to waste time chatting. Otherwise, he didn't know where the topic would go. He went straight to the point. "Just now, Mr. Qian wanted to invite me to be the swordsmanship master of the young masters. You also heard it. I was actually a little hesitant, so I wanted to ask you about the situation of this family. My cousin's husband is a very good person. He never treats servants harshly, and is very polite to guests," Tanhualang said sincerely. "If you stay, he will be very happy. If so, I am really tempted. But," Zhao Sun acted hesitant, "do the young masters in the mansion have any physical problems? Learning swordsmanship is not easy. If anyone is in poor health, I am afraid they can't stand the daily hard training. The nephews have always been healthy. You don't have to worry about hurting their bodies." Tanhualang paused, and then continued. "However, in the past 2 months, my eldest nephew has always had some bumps for some reason. If you become their swordsmanship master, try not to let him get hurt more." Chapter 168 Passive Effect. Finally, some abnormalities were found, and Zhao Sun immediately became alert. He immediately asked, "Always bumping? Is it because the road is not well built, easy to trip? Or is it because the eldest son's eyesight is weakened?" The third place winner was stunned for a moment, as if he had not thought about the possibilities that Zhao Sun had considered. After a while, he shook his head helplessly. "I didn't ask about the specific situation, and he didn't want to talk more, so I don't know the specific cause." Hearing this, Zhao Sun's eyes showed an interested look. If it was just that the third place winner didn't ask, it would be difficult to get effective information from it. But the third place winner said that the eldest son didn't want to talk more, which meant something different. If it was an ordinary reason, there was no need to hide it. Since it was hidden, there must be something unspeakable. At this time, the unspeakable thing is likely to be the clue to find the doll. However, the eldest son refused to say it, and it was useless to continue asking the third place winner. He had to think of other ways to check the eldest son's situation. Thinking of this, Zhao Sun asked about the other people in the mansion of the third prize winner. He didn't get any more useful information, so he kept quiet. During the rest of the dinner, Zhao Sun rarely spoke except for occasional politeness with others. He couldn't go out of his way to chat with people who were far away, because it would attract too much attention. The two people sitting next to him had finished talking about what they should talk about. And they couldn't talk about what they shouldn't talk about for the time being. It's better to eat quietly and observe the reactions of the next table. Other players can't be afraid of nothing. Although they can't hear the content of the conversation from a distance, they may gain something by watching the changes in their expressions. Unfortunately, the table of women is separated by a screen, so even the faces of the people can't be seen clearly, let alone their expressions. Through the introduction of Chun-Ao behind him, Zhao Sun recognized the faces of the people at the next table. 4 of them are the sons of Mr. Qian, all of whom are players. The remaining 2 are the children of Mr. Qian's cousins, both of whom are NPCs. Judging from their expressions, they were chatting happily. It was impossible to tell what useful information those players had probed for. It was more like a simple chat. Perhaps in order to avoid being questioned by NPCs and actively maintain their personalities, they did not have much energy to probe. After all, the situation of those 4 players was different from Zhao Sun. They played the role of Mr. Qian's sons and lived in this mansion for many years. Inadvertently, people might see something wrong. After a meal, there was no more gain. Mr. Qian said some polite words to each guest before letting them go. Zhao Sun was the last one to leave. He hurriedly walked towards his room while thinking about the next plan. According to the information collected so far, he wanted to monitor many people, but the time was very limited. So he had to find a few helpers. And Chun-Ao, the follower, must not be allowed to find anything wrong. Chun-Ao. Zhao Sun turned to look at Chun-Ao. I feel like I've eaten too much. Can you go to the kitchen and give me something to help me digest the food? How about hawthorn cake? Chun-Ao responded very positively. It tastes good and can help me digest the food. You decide. Zhao Sun nodded. As long as you can give it to me. It's fine. Okay. Sir, I'll take it to your room in a while. Chun-Ao bowed to Zhao Sun and then hurried to the kitchen. After sending Chun-Ao away, Zhao Sun was not in a hurry to return to his room. He wandered towards a secluded place, looking very happy. During this time, when no one was around, he released 4 small primates one after another and asked them to monitor Mr. Qian, Mrs. Qian, the eldest son, and Dr. Jin respectively. As for the eldest lady, he would go to investigate the situation tonight, and there was no need to call out another primate. After all, there were only a limited number of small primates, and the large ones were too conspicuous and easy to be discovered. After all this was done, Zhao Sun returned to his room. As soon as he walked to the door, he saw Chun-Ao peeking inside the door. Seeing Zhao Sun, Chun-Ao ran out in a hurry. Master, where have you been? I didn't see you when I came back, so I was worried. What's there to worry about? Zhao Sun smiled and walked in. I'm not a powerless person. Not to mention this isn't the mansion. Someone is kidnapping me. No. Chun-Ao paused, lowered her voice to the lowest, and then continued. That Wu Master doesn't seem to like you very much. I'm a little worried that he will cause trouble for you. If it was someone else who caused trouble for Zhao Sun, she wouldn't have to worry. But Master Wu was favored by Master Qian and became the master of the young masters, so he must be very capable. So Chun-Ao was worried that Zhao Sun was beaten by Master Wu. Zhao Sun sat down on the round stool beside the small table, and then said to Chun-Ao, Chun-Ao, why do you care about me so much? It is natural for a maid to care about the master she serves. But he and Chun-Ao have only known each other for a few hours. Even in the feudal society of the past, there is a running-in period between the master and the servant, and it is impossible for the servant to be loyal to the master right away. So Chun-Ao's concern is a bit abrupt. He would not narcissistically think that Chun-Ao cares about her because she likes him. He suspected that Chun-Ao had other purposes. Although he guessed so in his heart, he did not show it on his face, but smiled and was happy to be cared for. Chun-Ao did not doubt him, and said with a smile, The masters I served before were not as easy to talk to as you. I want to serve you for a long time, so I hope you can stay in the mansion well and don't get into trouble. Which masters did you serve before? Zhao Sun asked casually. I have served Madam, the second Miss, and Zhang and the third young master. At this point, Chun-Ao finally realized what she had said, and she hurried to make amends. I am not saying that they treat servants harshly, but they are not as kind to servants as you. Young master, you don't have to speak well of them. Zhao Sun waved his hand. I am not from the mansion, and I won't feel uncomfortable no matter who you say. Besides, you are so young, but you have been to 4 masters, which shows that these people are not easy to serve. He smiled and said with a teasing, "You were disliked by them for not serving you well, so they gave you to others." "Right." Chuntao lowered her head in embarrassment. "You were guessed by the young master." "How long have you served, madam?" Jiao Sun asked. Among the 4 people Chuntao served, Jiao Sun had met the second miss and the second young master today. They were all players, not puppets, so there was no need to ask more about these 2 people. As for Aunt Zhang, she had been eating at the table behind the screen, so she hadn't had time to meet him. However, Madame Qian, as the mistress of the house, did come out once at the dinner and toasted everyone. Jiao Sun saw Madame Qian in person and knew that she was an NPC, which increased his suspicion of her. Since Chuntao had served Madame Qian, it was a good opportunity to ask more about her. 3 months. Chuntao answered honestly. In the end, it was because I broke the madam's favorite teacup, and the madam disliked me and gave me to someone else. The madam seems to have a good temper? Jiao Sun asked tentatively. You broke her favorite teacup, and she just gave you to another master in the mansion. She didn't beat you with a stick, nor did she deduct your monthly salary, let alone sell you. Madam. Chuntao was a little entangled, stuttering for a while before she said a complete sentence. I was beaten with a stick that time, and my monthly salary was deducted. It was the eldest lady who begged for mercy, so the madam didn't sell me. So, the eldest lady is not a bad person. Jiao Sun commented. Yes, the eldest lady is a very good person. Chuntao smiled, and seemed to have a good impression of the eldest lady. Then do you think the lady has changed in this period of time compared to the lady you knew before? Jiao Sun coaxed. For example, has her temper become better or worse? Chuntao thought about it and replied. Speaking of which, the lady seems to have a much better temper than before. In the past 6 months, she has rarely punished people. What about the eldest lady? Has her temper become worse? Jiao Sun remembered that Chuntao had said before that the eldest lady now does not allow people to serve her closely, and is not close to the eldest young master. So her temper must have become worse. It's just a little cold, but it's not worse. Chuntao defended her favorite master. Jiao Sun didn't say anything else. He was more suspicious of the lady and the eldest lady. The 2 people changed at the same time, and their temperaments were completely opposite to their previous ones. What's the difference between this and changing a person? In other words, isn't it just replaced by a doll? On the contrary, Master Qian was very considerate in dealing with people, and did not find anything unusual. From what Chuntao heard, Master Qian's personality did not change significantly. The only thing that makes people suspicious is that he also started to have headaches half a year ago. Okay, Chuntao, I don't have anything for you to serve for the time being. You go down first. Jiao Sun said to Chuntao. I want to take a nap. Then, young master, remember to eat the hawthorn cake. Chuntao said. I'll stay in your room. If you have any instructions, I'll come immediately. Seeing Jiao Sun nodded, Chuntao left. As soon as Chuntao left, Jiao Sun quietly left the room. His movements were very light, and there was no sound when he opened and closed the door. He planned to find Master Wu's residence and test Master Wu's special abilities. The best case scenario is that he does not show up and uses long-range attacks to see how Master Wu defends and counterattacks. Of course, this cannot completely rule out the possibility of his exposure. However, it is worth taking a risk. It's a pity that he does not have special abilities and special items such as invisibility. Otherwise, tracking and monitoring would be much more convenient. Jiao Sun was thinking about this when he suddenly saw Master Wu coming towards him. The 2 looked at each other, and Master Wu showed an unfriendly smile. Do you know I'm looking for you? So you want to sneak away? Or do you want to turn the passive situation into the active one and come to find me? Jiao Sun's footsteps did not stop, and he continued to approach Master Wu. Yes, I guess you want to run away, Master Wu said directly without any thought process. After all, I know that you are a weak player among the old players. You are afraid of becoming my prey and being killed by me, so you want to hide somewhere else. Really? Jiao Sun stood in front of Master Wu with a faint smile on his face. Why do I feel that you said this on purpose to anger me and make me say something more real because of my unstable emotions? Come on, oh. Master Wu smiled. Why do you think so? It's all to test me. He paused deliberately, and then continued. You make a look that kills me. Even if I say nothing, as long as the expression is a little panicked, it is enough to prove that the news you have found is true. Shower his shoulders, and he looked easily. So, Do you still want to continue testing whether I am the weak of the old players? After that, he moved towards Master Wu, and the two were only across the distance between Master Wu. After only a few seconds of silence, he spoke. No need to test. I'll just test your strength. After saying that, he suddenly clenched his fist and hit Zhao Sun in the face. Almost at the same time, Zhao Sun also stretched out his right hand, and the dagger that appeared out of thin air in his right hand quickly stabbed Master Wu's chest. The distance between the two people was too close, and they were both within each other's attack range. Moreover, Zhao Sun had a blade, and it was clearly aimed at Master Wu's vitals, which was naturally more deadly than the fist that hit Zhao Sun's face. When Master Wu saw Zhao Sun take out his weapon, he knew that it would be disadvantageous for him to withstand this blow. He had to retract his fist and staggered back. When the tip of the sword had already pierced a little bit of Master Wu's chest skin and a faint blood oozed out, Zhao Sun suddenly felt the weight in his hand lighten. The dagger was gone. No, strictly speaking, the handle was still there, but the blade had completely disappeared. It was as if it was cut cleanly along the edge of the handle. The next second, there was a crisp sound of metal falling behind Master Wu. Zhao Sun quickly looked behind Master Wu. It was indeed his blade. Judging from the situation just now, Master Wu's reaction ability was average, and he had no time to make a timely counterattack and defense under such a close-range attack. But the blade was cut and appeared somewhere else, which was clearly the effect of space movement. Then there is only one possibility. This is a passive effect. When Master Wu is in danger and is about to be hurt, the passive effect will be triggered immediately. Even if Master Wu himself cannot react, it will not affect the special ability to passively protect Master Wu's safety. Chapter 169 Dog Collar. I just don't know if this passive effect has a time limit or a limit on the number of times. If there is no limit at all, and it can passively protect Master Wu endlessly, then any physical attack will never work against Master Wu. Thinking of this, a dagger suddenly appeared in Zhao Sun's hand. When Master Wu stared and retreated again to defend, Zhao Sun suddenly raised his hand again, and the blade behind Master Wu floated up out of thin air and stabbed behind Master Wu. The next second, the blade was cut into two halves and scattered on both sides behind Master Wu. When Master Wu heard the sound, he realized that he had been attacked again. He subconsciously turned his head to see what weapon it was and how it attacked him, but he didn't react at all. At this moment, Zhao Sun stabbed Master Wu with the dagger in his hand again. Once again, the blade of the dagger disappeared and fell behind Master Wu. Master Wu didn't have time to see what the weapon behind him was, nor did he have time to react to the attack in front of him. He was a little angry, but Zhao Sun didn't give Master Wu a chance to breathe. He almost immediately took out a machete and chopped towards Master Wu's neck. At the same time, Zhao Sun controlled the three blades behind Master Wu and attacked Master Wu's back. When he got the special ability Control Gold, it didn't have the effect of several times amplification. Therefore, his control now is similar to that of the cowboy man at the beginning. The more metals that need to be controlled and the heavier the weight, the more difficult it is to control accurately and freely. Fortunately, the weight of the three blades is very light. Although controlling three at the same time reduces the accuracy a lot, the blades are very close to Master Wu, so it is not difficult to attack Master Wu. Zhao Sun didn't expect to succeed in this sneak attack. The purpose was just to test whether the passive effect of Master Wu's special ability is limited. So, as long as he can attack Master Wu's back, it doesn't matter whether he is aiming at the vital point. This time, whether it was the blade of the machete in Zhao Sun's hand or the three blades behind Master Wu, they all shrank at the moment they were about to touch Master Wu's body. They still fell on both sides behind Master Wu. Two blades on each side. Almost at the moment when the blades disappeared, Zhao Sun dropped the handle in his hand. At the moment when the four blades fell to the ground, he held two machetes in his hands and chopped at Master Wu. At the same time, he controlled the four blades behind Master Wu again. The result this time was exactly the same as the last time. Zhao Sun lost his weapon again, and all the blades fell to both sides behind Master Wu. Where did you get so many knives? Master Wu was chopped so hard that he finally found time to curse. Zhao Sun did not respond, but took out a machete and a gold brick again. Like the previous times, he attacked from the front while controlling the blades that fell behind Master Wu to sneak attack. The blade of the machete in his hand, along with the several blades that had been cut off earlier, were instantly moved to both sides behind Master Wu. Only the gold brick hit Master Wu's forehead accurately. Master Wu groaned, his face becoming extremely gloomy. You are proud of hurting me with just a special ability to control objects. Right. He glared at Zhao Sun and suddenly raised a hand toward Zhao Sun, looking like he was going to get serious. He gestured twice in the air quickly, and when he saw Zhao Sun quickly retreating, he showed a rampant smile. It's too late for you to run now. The next second, Zhao Sun felt that his body had lost balance and fell to the ground in an instant. When he looked down, he saw that his left leg disappeared and fell behind Master Wu, and blood gushed out from the broken part of his left leg, which instantly made him feel dizzy. At this rate of blood loss, he would soon go into shock. But Master Wu did not let Zhao Sun go easily. He approached Zhao Sun and gestured with his hand again. I admit that your reaction speed is a little faster than mine, but no matter how fast you react, you can't avoid my attack. After saying that, Zhao Sun's head disappeared instantly and fell behind Master Wu. The last scene Zhao Sun saw was Master Wu's back. Then, he completely lost consciousness. Master Wu couldn't laugh out loud. He just felt a sharp pain in his back. It turned out that when Master Wu gestured with his hand for the second time, Zhao Sun once again controlled all the blades behind Master Wu and attacked Master Wu's back together. At the moment when Zhao Sun's head disappeared, those blades also pierced into Master Wu's back in unison. Because it was controlled at the moment of death, the force was not strong, and Master Wu only suffered some flesh injuries. But this was enough to make Master Wu furious. Hack! Master Wu walked over and kicked Zhao Sun's body. You still struggle before you die. You have so many thoughts. After letting out a breath, he used his special ability to move all the blades stabbed in his back to the ground. Then, he looked at Zhao Sun's body with a missing leg and head in front of him, his eyes full of contempt. Old players who participated in the platform game are really useless trash. You can only play tricks and pretend to be calm, wanting me to think that your strength is not weak. He squatted down and searched his body carefully, but was disappointed to find that there was no special item. TSK. There is not a special item. I thought I could get something. He turned around. His eyes fell on Zhao Sun's head not far away, and then he spit contemptuously. Waste my time. After that, he walked back the way he came, and when he passed Zhao Sun's head, he stepped over it directly. Just when he walked 5 steps away, he suddenly felt something hit his neck. He paused and was about to look back to check the situation when he found something on his neck. He quickly reached out and touched it, and immediately realized that it was a thing similar to a collar. He was a little panicked. What's going on? I'm just curious. Zhao Sun's voice suddenly came from behind Master Wu. Why did you kill the old player? Master Wu looked back in horror and saw Zhao Sun standing there intact. His eyes almost popped out in surprise. How is it possible? You were clearly dismembered. How could you still be alive? He subconsciously took 2 steps back. Did I kill your substitute before? Do you have any special items that can make you split? Or do you have any special items that can create illusions for me? If that's the case, Zhao Sun reached out and touched his neck. I don't have to feel the pain myself. It really hurt when my head was moved. Although it was only a few seconds of perception, it was very uncomfortable. In fact, he could try a spell attack to see if the passive effect of Master Wu's special ability is also effective against spell attacks. But trying too much is a waste of time. If he can get this special ability, then when he gets it, he will naturally know the specific details. If he can't get this special ability, he just needs to find the most convenient and time-saving way to deal with it. And he doesn't have to think about every detail of this special ability. After all, this is a survival game, and he still has game tasks to do. He can't waste all his time studying Master Wu's special ability. After those few attempts at attacking, Zhao Sun can already determine 2 points. First, the passive effect of Master Wu's special ability is limited to attacks that cause fatal damage to Master Wu. If the attack is not fatal, the passive effect will not be triggered. This is why his gold brick can hit Master Wu's head. Second, when Master Wu attacks actively, the passive effect will not be triggered. This is why he was able to hurt Master Wu with the blade at the moment his head was cut off. Combining the above 2 points, the most convenient solution he could think of was to use the special item Shackles of Cowardice. The dog tag on the dog collar is made of metal, which is naturally within the range that controlled gold can control, as long as it does not exceed the distance that the special ability can control. Using controlled gold can guarantee that the dog collar will be thrown accurately on Master Wu's neck. In addition, his death made Master Wu completely relaxed. Throwing the dog collar from behind Master Wu when Master Wu was unprepared was not a fatal attack, and would not trigger the passive effect of Master Wu's special ability. Wearing a dog collar is a natural thing. Doesn't this solve the problem very quickly? It can save a lot of time. You mean I really killed you? Master Wu panicked even more. Then how can you still live? Do you have any special items like resurrection armor? Zhao Sun did not answer. He tilted his head slightly and admired Master Wu's panic. Sure enough, after wearing this dog, oh no, after wearing this cowardly shackles, Master Wu, who was originally so brave and bad-tempered, also became timid. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is, why is this happening? Master Wu's voice trembled, and the whole person was in a panic. Why can't I use my special ability? This is normal, Zhao Sun said while approaching Master Wu. Otherwise, do you think I'd put a dog collar on you just for fun? Master Wu was stunned, and subconsciously raised his hand again to touch the collar on his neck. Is this a special item? The next second, he quickly fumbled with the collar, trying to find the buckle to open the collar. But after touching it for a while, he found that there was no buckle at all on this collar. It was a complete circle without any joints. There is only a metal pendant hanging in front. Master Wu took a deep breath. Then he grasped both sides of the collar tightly with both hands, and tried to pull it off with all his strength. In vain. Zhao Sun admired Master Wu's decadent appearance after many failed attempts, and he walked up to Master Wu. You should answer me. Why do you want to kill the old player? The effect of cowardly shackles will not only make the wearer lose courage and become timid, but also make the wearer obedient. From the perspective of flexible application, answering questions truthfully is also a kind of obedience. According to Zhao Sun's speculation, the degree of obedience may have something to do with the wearer's mental strength and willpower. But Master Wu is now very panicked, and both mental strength and willpower are very weak. It should not be difficult to make Master Wu obedient. Sure enough, after Master Wu tried to cut off the collar with scissors to no avail, he sat down on the ground. He finally spoke. I want to get the special items of the old players. You haven't got any special items until now? Zhao Sun looked down at Master Wu and asked. But if you think about it carefully, it is normal that Master Wu does not have special items. The probability of triggering hidden tasks is not high. Not to mention that new players can only participate in the platform game 3 times at most, which means they can only have 3 opportunities to trigger hidden tasks at most. After triggering the hidden task, it may not be completed. Therefore, the probability of getting special items is also low. Moreover, shackles of cowardice will only seal the player's special abilities, and special items can still be used. Master Wu did not take out a special item to attack or protect himself when he was controlled by others, so he obviously did not have any special items. I have never even seen the appearance of special items. Master Wu answered every question, and added a sentence by the way. If that person hadn't told me, I wouldn't even know the existence of special items. Who told you? Zhao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly. Is it the person who said that all old players who participated in the platform game are weak? It was him. Master Wu nodded. After thinking for a while, Zhao Sun asked again. So, your killing of old players is also related to this person? Master Wu seemed to be lost in memories, muttering. He told me that old players have special items in their hands. As long as you kill old players, you can take away the special items of old players. Who is he? Why do you tell you this? Zhao Sun asked. Since he can know so much information about old players, the other party should also be an old player. But the information this person revealed to Master Wu was not comprehensive. It was not wrong to say it was wrong, but many key points were not mentioned, which was too easy to mislead new players who were completely unaware. For example, most old players will indeed participate in the platform game because of insufficient survival time and points. Other old players, who can survive well through the dream game, are rarely willing to participate in the platform game. But it does not mean that there is no such thing. Su Tiantian and himself are special cases. But in that person's words, Master Wu seemed to think that only weak old players would participate in the platform game, which is a big information error. And the information error is even greater about special items. Even if every old player has special items, the items put into the storage compartment cannot be taken away by anyone. Even if the owner dies, the items will not drop like in online games. These 2 information errors led Master Wu to make a wrong judgment and rush to attack the old players. It is unknown whether the person who leaked the information to Master Wu did it intentionally or unintentionally. Chapter 170 Fake Whistle and Dr. Jin. Master Wu, who always answered questions, fell silent when faced with Zhao Sun's question. Zhao Sun didn't want to waste time, so he took out a machete and put it on Master Wu's neck. You can't use your special abilities now, and your passive effects can't take effect. Do you want to answer the questions after I cut you? Or answer them now? You actually know my passive effects. Master Wu glared. You've tried so many times, but you still can't find your passive effects. You're too stupid. Right. Zhao Sun looked at Master Wu with an inexplicable look. I didn't see that the dog collar has the effect of lowering the wearer's IQ. So why did Master Wu suddenly ask such a stupid question? Did he think that his previous attempts to chop and kill were just simple chopping and chopping? If you don't believe me, I can try it for you. After saying that, Zhao Sun directly cut a shallow cut on Master Wu's arm. Blood slowly flowed out, and Master Wu's face turned pale. He knew that Zhao Sun was not trying to scare him. He really couldn't use his special abilities at all. Not only the active effects, but also the passive effects disappeared. How could you have such a special item? Master Wu's eyes showed jealousy. It was too amazing that it could make the wearer lose his special abilities. Without special abilities, players would become ordinary people. No matter what, they would not be able to beat enemies with special abilities. Even though he was muscular and had the advantage of height, he didn't seem to have the courage to try to resist once. Zhao Sun didn't bother to talk nonsense. He raised his machete and pretended to chop Master Wu's arm again. Master Wu saw this and said quickly, I don't know who that person is. He told me these things because I bought his information. Zhao Sun took back the machete and asked, Haven't you met before? Yes, Master Wu answered truthfully. But he wore a cap and a mask the whole time, so I didn't have a chance to see his face. After thinking for a while, Zhao Sun asked again, How did you know this person? Where did you meet? Did he tell me his name or nickname? Master Wu answered one by one in order. I met him in an ordinary restaurant a week after I boarded the endless train. He said he was a specialist in selling information. As long as the price was right, he could find out any information he wanted. But he didn't tell me his name or nickname, so I never knew what his name was. Zhao Sun frowned slightly. The man deliberately covered his face, but said he was a specialist in selling information. It didn't seem like Xiaozi's character. Xiaozi even spent points to buy dragon fruit to dye his hair. He loved to touch his hair and guide others to appreciate his hair color. Obviously, he was a person who liked to attract attention. It is even more unlikely that he would be willing to wear a baseball cap to cover his hair. Therefore, the information dealer who met Master Wu was most likely a pretender. Then you could always describe the other person's general physical characteristics. Right. Zhao Sun asked Master Wu. Any physical characteristics of that person that you can recall? Tell me everything. While trying to recall, Master Wu said, He is a man, always wearing a black baseball cap and a black mask. Judging from the sound, he should be about the same age as you, neither fat nor thin, and about 1.75 meters tall. Are there any logos or graphics on the cap and mask? Zhao Sun prompted. Master Wu shook his head and said with certainty, No, they are solid colored caps and masks. Did he take the initiative to find you at first? Although Zhao Sun asked this, he was basically sure of this answer in his heart. As a new player, Master Wu didn't know any of the old players, and it was even more impossible for him to take the initiative to ask the other party if he could sell information. It is more likely that the other party took the initiative to find him. Yes, Master Wu nodded. He said that he saw that I was very powerful and had a future, so he was willing to befriend me and gave me some information for free. If I become successful in the future, don't forget to help him. Zhao Sun understood instantly. Those few pieces of information are all true, and you have indeed gained some benefits from these pieces of information. So you completely trust him. Yes. Master Wu's face was a little embarrassed. Later, I bought information twice, and there were no problems. So I didn't doubt that the information he gave me might be false. But now, he already knows that the information he bought the last time was false. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so miserable now. But he couldn't figure out why that person suddenly sold him fake news. If he kept giving him real news, he would be willing to keep buying news. For that person, this was a long-term business with no loss. Selling fake news, whether the result was his death or he found out that the news was false and stopped the loss in time, it meant that he would never patronize that person's business again. No matter how you think about it, this is a big loss, and he cut off his own way of making money. He couldn't figure it out. In fact, it was not just Master Wu who couldn't figure it out. Zhao Sun also didn't understand the purpose of the news dealer. But it was obvious that this news dealer didn't just want to improve his quality of life by selling intelligence. If it wasn't for enjoying the joy of new players being played around, then he really couldn't think of any other purpose for a while. Is it really such a coincidence that so many psychopaths gathered on the endless train? Or maybe it was to guide new players to target old players who participated in the platform game. But what's the point of doing this? Seeing that Zhao Sun didn't speak for a while, Master Wu panicked even more. He begged for mercy. I know I'm wrong now. Please forgive me. Zhao Sun came back to his senses and asked, how much did you spend on buying his news last time? Master Wu quickly replied, I used my points to buy 10 bags of instant noodles and 10 bottles of water, and the medicine box I robbed from other players, which contained all kinds of common medicines. Zhao Sun said, and said nothing else. Obviously, the medicine box was valuable, and the others were just incidental, using half-true and half-false news to get so many supplies. That person would make money anyway. I've said everything I should say. Can you let me go? Master Wu begged for mercy again. I didn't mean to go against you. I was just bewitched by others. Zhao Sun put away the machete, casually controlled one of the blades that fell on the ground, and cut off one of Master Wu's hair. I never said that I would let you go if you answered my questions. When Master Wu saw Zhao Sun put away his machete, he thought Zhao Sun was going to let him go, and he immediately felt relieved. But just as he was about to let go of his anger, Zhao Sun suddenly said that he didn't want to let him go at all. He immediately became anxious. I am willing to be your little brother to make up for it. Before he finished speaking, Zhao Sun controlled one of the blades of the machete and pierced his heart neatly. Master Wu stared unwillingly and soon died. Zhao Sun took off the dog collar and took back the storage compartment. He looked at Master Wu, who fell to the ground expressionlessly, then squatted down and wiped the little blood on his fingertips with Master Wu's clothes. Killing Master Wu was something that Master Wu had already decided when he attacked him. He and Master Wu were already enemies. Even if Master Wu knew that he was not his opponent now, it was hard to guarantee that Master Wu would not seek revenge on him in the future. After all, Master Wu's character was not a good-tempered person. He didn't have the reason to guard against thieves for 1,000 days. To put it another way, even if Master Wu gave up killing him and didn't dare to have the idea of revenge, once he returned to the endless train, the news dealer might learn about him from Master Wu. Before knowing the real purpose of the news dealer, Zhao Sun didn't want to expose himself. Let the news dealer know that other old players have noticed his actions and may destroy his plan. Then he will definitely find Zhao Sun and find a way to kill Zhao Sun. Although Zhao Sun is almost never going to die, it's uncomfortable to be secretly watched, and he doesn't need to put himself in such a situation. So, Master Wu can only die. After wiping the blood on his fingers, Zhao Sun's inner restlessness slowly calmed down, and he tried to hold Master Wu's hair in his mouth again. 3 seconds later, a pop-up window appeared. Unfortunately, the rarity of this special ability space movement LV3 is unique and cannot be swallowed. Zhao Sun threw away the hair casually, but he was not too disappointed. He had expected it. I just want to try it again. In theory, only one means that only one player can have this special ability. So if Master Wu, who originally had this special ability, died, he might get this special ability by using Devour. In this way, he became the only player with this special ability, which does not violate the restriction of only one. But since Devour failed, it can only prove one thing. At the moment of Master Wu's death, the special ability space movement returned to the reserve pool, and will wait for batches of new players to board the train in the future, and try their luck to become a new player's gift package. Therefore, space movement already exists in the reserve pool, and someone else will have it in the future. If he can devour this special ability, there will be 2 owners, which does not meet the restriction of only one. It's normal that he can't devour. This also means that for all special abilities with a rarity of only one, Zhao Sun cannot devour them, even if he kills the owner. It's really a pity. Zhao Sun stood up and left here directly, without any intention of dealing with the body. The conditions were limited, so if he had to deal with it, he could only control the fire and burn the body. Even if the Samadhi true fire can burn the body to slag, it takes time to burn the body, and that time is enough to attract the attention of people in various parts of the mansion. Before someone arrives, it is unlikely to destroy the body, so it is better to do nothing and leave the scene as soon as possible. Fortunately, This is just an ordinary mansion, not a royal family, so there is no guard patrol. In addition, the area around the west wing is where guests live, which is much quieter by comparison, and there are few maids and servants passing by. Of course, the time spent by Zhao Sun and Master Wu is not long, which gives Zhao Sun a chance to escape unscathed. If Master Wu's body is discovered by other players, it will definitely cause a commotion among other players. However, as long as they don't know that he killed him, there will be no unnecessary trouble and suspicion. If it can influence the judgment of other players and make them think that it was the puppet's hand, it would be even better. Whether it is misleading the players' thinking or stimulating the puppets to commit crimes, it is a good thing for him. Even if there are no consequences, it doesn't matter, as long as he is not suspected. Zhao Sun tiptoed back to the wing room, and only called out, "Chun Tao," when he sat down beside the bed. After a while, there was a sound in the side room, and Chun Tao ran over quickly. She bowed and asked, "Master, do you have any instructions? I'm thirsty. Help me get a pot of tea," Zhao Sun said. "Okay, I'll go right away." Chun Tao walked back to the side room quickly and boiled hot tea on the spot with a small stove. Zhao Sun saw Chun Tao's reaction and knew that Chun Tao didn't know he had left at all. He was relieved. In the afternoon, he didn't go out again, just eating salty snacks and drinking tea. He went out too frequently and refused to take Chun Tao with him, which made Chun Tao suspicious of him. But if he took Chun Tao with him, it would be inconvenient for him to ask other people about things. It's better to stay in the room first. Anyway, he has other ways to get information. In the evening, he received telepathic communication from primates one after another, and mastered the whereabouts of Mr. Qian, Mrs. Qian, the eldest son, and Dr. Jin in the afternoon. Mr. Qian spent the whole afternoon in the study. He met with several friends, talked about current affairs, drank wine, chatted about poetry, and finally talked about which brothel girl was the most interesting. He did not behave in a way that was different from ordinary people, and looked like a normal person. Mrs. Qian went to the eldest son's room to discuss the matter of marrying a wife. But the discussion did not go smoothly, and she finally returned to her courtyard angrily. When she got angry, Mrs. Qian had a headache for the rest of the afternoon. She did nothing else and just lay on the bed and let people massage her legs and head. It is common sense for a mother to be anxious about the marriage of her adult son, and it is also normal for her son to get a headache because he is disobedient. There is nothing wrong for the time being. The eldest son originally wanted to go out to relax in the afternoon, but was stopped by Mrs. Qian to discuss marriage, so he had to stay at home. But he did not agree with the marriage partner chosen by Mrs. Qian, and refused to give in, so they parted unhappily. The eldest son no longer had the mood to go out and relax, so he simply drank to relieve his sorrow. He could not drink much, so he got drunk after drinking one pot. After getting drunk, he kept sleeping on the table, not snoring or talking in his sleep, and there was nothing unusual about him. The only one who was a little unusual was Dr. Jin. Dr. Jin was obviously a doctor, but there were no medical supplies in his room. Doctors in ancient times all had standard medicine boxes, which contained pens, ink, paper, and ink stones to facilitate writing prescriptions. There were also some porcelain bottles for trauma medicine and emergency medicine to save patients in time. There were also a few medical books or notebooks to facilitate reading and recording their own treatment experience. It can be said that as long as they are doctors, they must have medicine boxes. But Dr. Jin did not have one. This was something Zhao Sun specifically asked the primates, who were monitoring Dr. Jin, to observe. In addition, he also asked the primates to find an opportunity to smell whether there was any medicinal fragrance on Dr. Jin. Any doctor who has been in contact with medicinal materials for many years will have some herbal smell on his body. However, there was no herbal smell on Dr. Jin at all. In addition, there was a large wooden box in Dr. Jin's room, which happened to be open when Dr. Jin returned to his room. There were all kinds of tools, big and small, which the primates had never seen before, and they had not gotten the answer from Zhao Sun's memory, so they could not tell what these tools were used for. But they were definitely not what a doctor should have. Dr. Jin took out the tools one by one, but did not do anything. He just wiped them carefully and put them back. Dr. Jin kept wiping the tools for the whole afternoon, and it was dark when he finished. Although Dr. Jin did not do much, he was already the most suspicious of the four people. At the same time, because he was suspected, the suspicion of Mr. Qian and Mrs. Qian also increased. Dr. Jin was obviously not a doctor, so he certainly did not have the ability to cure diseases and save lives. But he had to give Mr. Qian and Mrs. Qian acupuncture once a month. Mr. Qian and Mrs. Qian had always expressed satisfaction. Not only did they not drive Dr. Zhen away, but they also made him a private doctor who lived in the mansion for a long time. This matter was weird no matter how you think about it. But if these three people were puppets, it would make sense. Perhaps the dolls cannot always maintain their human appearance, and they must perform some kind of ritual every month to ensure that they always look like humans. Therefore, the three dolls came up with such a trick, letting one of them become a doctor and pretending to treat the other two every month, so that they can not only stay here all the time, but also complete the ritual without anyone noticing. After all, Chen Tao said that when Dr. Zhen treated Mr. Qian and Mrs. Qian, he never allowed anyone to enter the room. Thinking of this, Zhao Sun asked Chen Tao, "Did Dr. Zhen come to the mansion half a year ago?" Chen Tao, who was concentrating on making new tea, was stunned when she heard Zhao Sun's question. She recalled for a while before nodding. "Yes, he came half a year ago." Then she asked Zhao Sun in confusion, "Why do you suddenly ask this?" Zhao Sun did not answer, but asked again, "Did he come before Mr. Qian and Mrs. Qian had symptoms of headache? Or after?" This, Chen Tao tried to recall. "It should be before. Think about it carefully and confirm it." Zhao Sun wanted an accurate answer. Not maybe or probably. "Yes, it was before," Chen Tao said affirmatively. "At that time, Mr. Qian and Mrs. Qian were very uncomfortable, and Dr. Zhen happened to be there, so they didn't have to ask for a doctor, because Dr. Zhen's treatment was effective. Mr. Qian and Mrs. Qian never thought of asking for another doctor again." Chapter 171. What kind of strange play is this? Hearing Chen Tao's affirmative answer, Zhao Sun felt that this was not a simple coincidence. Dr. Zhen appeared earlier than Master Qian, and Madame Qian had a headache. He happened to be in the mansion. The two masters happened to have a headache, and he happened to be able to treat them. So he stayed. Even if these three people were not all dolls, they should have some relationship with dolls. It couldn't be just a pure coincidence. Zhao Sun asked the four primates to continue to monitor the four NPCs, and he was going to visit the eldest lady's courtyard at night. From Chen Tao's mouth, Zhao Sun already knew that the mansion would not prepare dinner. If you are hungry, you can cook something for yourself, or eat cakes and fruits to fill your stomach. In short, the principle of not eating after noon is followed here, and no dinner is eaten. Zhao Sun asked Chen Tao to take 2 more plates of salty cakes for dinner. Fortunately, he was a guest invited by Master Qian, and he could basically get whatever he wanted. Otherwise, I'll have to go hungry. When Chen Tao came back with the cakes, her face was full of fear. Zhao Sun saw this and knew what was going on, but he still pretended to know nothing and asked, "What's wrong? Your expression is not right." Chen Tao put the cakes on the table next to Zhao Sun, and then said anxiously, Master Wu is dead." "Dead?" Zhao Sun was surprised. "When did it happen? How did he die?" "I don't know." Chen Tao shook her head repeatedly. "On the way to the kitchen, I saw several people carrying something. I was curious and took a look, but I saw Master Wu's body. His chest was pierced. So scary. Then Master Qian should know about this." "Right." Zhao Sun picked up a piece of cake, took a bite, and then continued, "Where are you going to carry Master Wu's body to? I heard that the master asked the servants to carry Master Wu out and bury him in the suburbs." Chen Tao replied, "You didn't report it to the authorities?" Zhao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly. "You just buried it privately. Don't you plan to find the murderer?" "I don't know." Chen Tao shook her head repeatedly. "The master didn't announce his decision to everyone. I'm a servant, and it's not easy for me to ask the master how he plans to deal with this matter." "That's right." Zhao Sun took a sip of tea and said nothing more. It's a good thing for Master Qian not to report it to the authorities. The more NPCs there are, the more trouble there is. And with the constables around, the movement at night will also be restricted. However, according to common sense, he should report it to the authorities. Judging from Chen Tao's reaction, there should be government and constables in this game. Otherwise, when he asked just now, Chen Tao should have been confused about, "What is reporting to the authorities?" Or, "What to do with reporting to the authorities?" Since there is a procedure of reporting to the authorities, Master Qian did not report it, which added a few more suspicions. Chen Tao was quiet for a long time, and then asked Zhao Sun in a low voice, "Young master, aren't you afraid? People in the martial arts world often see all kinds of fighting and killing. There is nothing to be afraid of. Zhao Sun said naturally. His current identity is a swordsman. If he was startled by such a thing, it would be contrary to his character. Hearing this, Chun Ao shrank her neck subconsciously. Young master, you are so calm. It's amazing. I am very scared. Then why don't you go back early tonight and rest? Don't be busy, Zhao Sun said. No, Chun Ao refused subconsciously. I still have to help you wash and sleep. No, I can do this kind of thing myself. Zhao Sun waved his hand. I am a man of the world. I don't need such meticulous service. You do everything for me like this. But I am not used to it. Chun Ao hesitated for a moment and nodded. Okay, I will sleep in your room. You can call me if you have anything. Well, Zhao Sun responded. Go. Chun Ao walked a few steps towards the room, and suddenly turned back. Master, who do you think killed Master Wu? I heard that Master Wu's kung fu is very powerful, and he can be killed. So how powerful must the murderer be? Zhao Sun shook his head. I don't know about this. Then, Chun Ao insisted. After a while, she asked, will the murderer kill others? I'm a little scared. Don't worry. Since the murderer chose to kill a martial arts master like Master Wu, he either has a personal grudge and will run away after killing him, and will not stay in the mansion, or he wants to challenge the master and test his strength. The possibility that I am the next target is much higher than you. Zhao Sun laughed. You are a weak little girl. The murderer will not look for you. Then I'd better accompany you, Chun Ao said hurriedly. If the murderer comes to trouble you, I can also shout for help. Zhao Sun waved his hands repeatedly. Forget it. If the murderer really comes, you may be cut off without making a sound. Chun Ao shrank her neck in fear, fearing that her throat would be cut off in the next second. Go and rest. Don't worry about me. Zhao Sun's tone was gentle. Chun Ao left with some worry. The sky gradually darkened, and it became quieter outside, with only the occasional sound of insects. Zhao Sun opened the window beside the bed, turned into a small sparrow, and flew out directly. According to what he had asked Chun Ao during the day, he soon found the eldest lady's courtyard. The whole courtyard was very quiet. There was no maid in the courtyard, not even the old woman who was guarding the door. Zhao Sun landed on the roof, changed his right hand back to the shape of a human hand, gently lifted a tile, and checked the situation inside the house. There were no servants in the house. Only the eldest lady was sitting in the wooden barrel taking a bath. The water in the wooden barrel was not clear, with a faint green color, as if it was a medicinal bath. Under the swaying warm orange candlelight, the skin on the eldest lady's shoulders looked particularly white. However, Zhao Sun's sight did not stay on the beautiful body of the young woman. He observed the joints of the eldest lady's body. Within the range of vision, all joints were normal, without the common connection of dolls. Dolls are not real people after all. If you want to move your limbs, you have to connect the joints, such as using ball joints. But there is no ball joint on the young lady's body, just normal human skin. If she is covered with a layer of skin, will it completely cover the traces of the ball joint? Zhao Sun is not a puppeteer, and has little experience in this area, so he has no idea. However, it is not difficult to figure this out. A dagger blade cut in half appeared in Zhao Sun's hand. After killing Master Wu, he picked up all the blades on the ground. Although it was inconvenient to hold without the handle, he could control these metals remotely with control gold, and the lack of a handle did not affect the lethality. Naturally, he was reluctant to waste these weapons that he had spent money on. Just as Zhao Sun wanted to cut the skin of the eldest lady with a blade to confirm whether the eldest lady was a doll covered with human skin or a real person, the gate of the courtyard suddenly opened. He stopped his hand and turned to look at the courtyard. There was no moonlight tonight, and there was no candlelight in the courtyard, so it was difficult to see the appearance of the person coming. It was not until the other party walked into the house that Zhao Sun finally saw the other party's face. It turned out to be the eldest son, but the eldest son's state looked a little wrong. Although he opened his eyes, his expression was dull, and his eyes blinked very slowly and without any focus. It was like sleepwalking. The eldest son did not knock on the door, but pushed it open directly. The eldest daughter was not panicked at all, as if she had expected who would come at this time. The eldest daughter casually picked up a bath towel beside her and wrapped her body. Then she walked out of the bathtub directly, without wiping the water off her body. The eldest son stood still, staring at the eldest daughter blankly, and it seemed that he was just looking at the eldest daughter, but in fact his eyes were not focused at all. When the eldest daughter walked in front of the eldest son, The eldest son took off his shirt on his own initiative. The eldest daughter skillfully took out a delicate and small scimitar from the dressing table and casually cut one wound after another on the eldest son's body. The eldest son did not struggle at all, and did not even blink his eyes, as if he could not feel any pain at all. The eldest daughter used a palm-sized pottery jar to catch the blood flowing from the eldest son's body, and she put the pottery jar back into the dressing table until the blood on the eldest son's body gradually stopped flowing. The eldest son did not move at all during the whole process, and was as quiet as a puppet. After doing all this, the eldest lady sat on the stool, watching the eldest master put on her clothes, and then slowly left. She just watched the eldest master leave silently. No one spoke from beginning to end. It was very quiet. Zhao Sun, who was lying on the roof and watching the whole process. What a strange play. However, he at least figured out why the eldest master was always injured for no reason. It was not a fall or a bump as outsiders thought, but a cut. The eldest master himself may not know how he was injured, so naturally he can't explain it clearly to outsiders. Maybe he felt embarrassed, or maybe he felt it was too weird and didn't dare to speak out. So the eldest master was very secretive about his injury and didn't want others to know the details. However, the eldest master didn't look like an ordinary sleepwalker. Generally, sleepwalkers don't do the same thing every night. Not to mention that pain will wake up the sleepwalker. But the eldest master was cut with so many wounds, and there was no sign of awakening at all. It's more like hypnosis. The eldest daughter had obviously done this more than once or twice. She was so skilled that she might have been doing it for half a year. Chen Tao said that the eldest daughter and the eldest son had always had a good relationship. Moreover, they were siblings from the same mother and of different genders. So there was no conflict of interest or resource grabbing. The eldest lady had no reason to hurt her own brother. Such a sudden change made Zhao Sun feel that the eldest lady was replaced by a doll. When the eldest son walked out of the yard and closed the gate, Zhao Sun immediately controlled the blade to cut the eldest lady's shoulder. The eldest lady did not expect that she would be attacked at this time, and she did not see the blade attacking her from the back. In an instant, her skin was cut. It was not until a strange sound came from her skin that she finally found something wrong. At the same time, Zhao Sun clearly saw that under the layer of skin that was cut on the eldest lady's shoulder, it was not red flesh, but dark brown wood. The wood grain on it was very clear, and it flashed a faint luster in the candlelight, as if it had been carefully polished and very smooth. This eldest lady is indeed a doll. After confirming this, Zhao Sun immediately used control fire, and small balls of flames rushed towards the eldest lady. Since it is a puppet, it is highly unlikely that it has internal organs, and it may not be killed by a blade. But the fact that it is afraid of fire will not change. Burning will definitely kill it. After realizing that her skin was cut, the doll lady looked around, trying to find out who attacked her and where. Before she found anyone, she suddenly saw a group of flames rushing towards her. The flames were too dense, and she was unable to dodge and was instantly ignited. She felt no pain, but was panicked and frightened by the scorching temperature. She hurriedly got into the wooden barrel. Unfortunately, the Samadhi true fire could not be extinguished by ordinary water. The doll lady did not have time to breathe a sigh of relief, and she felt that the flames on her body did not weaken at all, but became more vigorous. She buried her whole body in the water, and the green liquid was rippling with fiery red flames. In the end, her futile struggle disappeared, and her whole body floated in the water. Zhao Sun saw the right time and took back the blazing flames to prevent the whole courtyard from being buried in the sea of fire. The barrel had been partially burned, and the body of the doll lady was even more shabby. The entire wooden body on the left side was burned clean, leaving only the stump on the right side. Her epidermis was completely burned, and the unique burnt smell of flesh could be faintly smelled. Zhao Sun instantly understood that it was the skin of a real person. The real lady was killed and skinned, and then covered on the doll, so that the doll could disguise itself as the lady without any flaws. No one had ever suspected that the doll was a fake lady based on its appearance. Only the original skin could prevent everyone from finding any flaws in its appearance. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for successfully killing a doll disguised as a human, and getting 30 points and 30 hours of survival time. Zhao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly, and was in a very good mood. Although this score is not much for an old player, it is better than nothing. The most important thing is that this can also add a survival time bonus. Another day and 6 hours of survival time. Great. The next second, a streamer like barrage suddenly floated in front of him. Public screen notification. Doll hunting progress. January 3rd. The rules of this game are that after killing 3 dolls, all surviving players can complete the game. So it is reasonable to notify the public screen of the doll hunting progress. The public screen notified the progress, but did not show which player killed the doll, which made Zhao Sun very satisfied. He flew back to his residence in a happy mood and slept very well all night. Asterisk. October 26th. Early morning. Zhao Sun just got up and heard the news of the death of the eldest lady. In addition, there was news that 4 servants were killed. Zhao Sun understood that the 4 servants must have been killed by the 2 dolls that had not been found yet. He simply wiped his face and rinsed his mouth, and walked quickly towards the crime scene. He was not very interested in the crime scene he created. He wanted to see the death scene of the 4 servants. Maybe he could find some common points from the death of the servants, and get clues pointing to the dolls. Chun'ao followed Zhao Sun closely, her face full of panic. Sir, didn't you say that the murderer must have a grudge against Master Wu? Or just wanted to challenge the master? But so many people died last night, and none of them knew Kung Fu. The eldest lady is a delicate woman. How could she be killed? That only means that my guess is wrong. Zhao Sun shrugged. After all, I am not the murderer. It is normal not to guess the murderer's mind. Before last night, he didn't know that one of his targets was the eldest lady. It can't be blamed that the reason was overturned so quickly. Chun'ao was worried. Then, this time, I may also become the target of the murderer. Maybe. Zhao Sun did not choose to comfort Chun'ao this time, and said truthfully, anyone may become the next victim. Hearing this, Chun'ao took a breath of cold air and felt unwell. Zhao Sun didn't say anything else and hurried on his way. On the way to the crime scene, he met several players. Obviously, everyone wanted to get some effective clues by observing the victim. Among them, some players chose to go to the eldest lady's room. After all, other players didn't know that the eldest lady was the puppet that was killed last night. So it was normal to want to go and see. Judging from the performance of other NPCs, even if the eldest lady's puppet body had been exposed, it seemed that in their eyes, the eldest lady was still the eldest lady, and did not cause any commotion. Zhao Sun also didn't hear that Mr. Qian wanted to find his real daughter, but instead buried the body of the puppet eldest lady. It is possible that in the game setting, there is no doll in the eyes of all NPCs. This is the truth that only players can see. Zhao Sun quickly rushed to the crime scene with several players. At this time, several players were already standing at the scene. The 4 servants lived in 2 rooms respectively. Both rooms were bunk beds, and each could sleep 10 people. Except for the 4 dead servants. Everyone else was unharmed. Others didn't hear any movement last night, nor did they notice anything unusual, and even didn't hear the cries for help from the 4 dead servants. But the death of these 4 servants was very miserable. Their expressions were very peaceful and calm, which was particularly strange compared to their tortured limbs. The most important thing was that their elbows and knees were folded in reverse, and their whole bodies were in an awkward posture that was completely inconsistent with ergonomics. It was obvious that the 4 servants did not die happily, but suffered a lot of torture. In this case, no one heard any movement. Either these 4 servants were caught and tortured to death, and then sent back, or they were hypnotized. Just like the eldest son, they would not react to pain at all, and they could be tortured to death directly on the spot. Zhao Sun was more inclined to the latter. This also explains why the facial expressions of the tortured servants were strangely peaceful. Chapter 172 Puppet Master and Hypnotist. More importantly, among the 4 dead servants, 2 were players. Even if these 2 players had not obtained special items, they had special abilities, so they were not completely powerless. But there was no sign of fierce resistance on these 2 players. This also made Zhao Sun more inclined to believe that they were hypnotized. Most special abilities do not have the ability to resist the effects of hypnosis. If one does not have very strong mental strength and willpower, after being hypnotized, one will naturally lose the consciousness of resistance. So the question is, who hypnotized them? If the dolls themselves have the ability to hypnotize, they will not be killed easily. When Zhao Sun attacked the doll lady last night, he did not spend much effort. If the doll lady had the ability to hypnotize, it would be impossible for her to do nothing under the threat of death. Since the doll lady cannot hypnotize, and has no other special abilities, it is more likely that the other 2 dolls are just ordinary dolls. None of the 3 dolls can hypnotize, but the eldest son was obviously hypnotized, and the 4 dead servants also looked like they were hypnotized. So there must be someone who knows hypnosis to cooperate with the three dolls to commit the crime. The most likely person who can commit the crime with the dolls is the puppet master. Dolls cannot make themselves from wood into human form by themselves, no matter how they generate intelligence. There must be a puppet master to make them into human form. At first, Zhao Sun did not think that the puppet master and the dolls acted together. He just thought that after the dolls had intelligence, they randomly selected a mansion to commit evil. It is even possible that the puppet master was killed by the dolls with intelligence. But now it seems that the actual situation is probably different from what he thought. If there is a puppet master, it is very likely that the puppet master instructed these dolls to commit crimes in the mansion. It is not difficult to see from the rules of the game that the purpose of the puppet's crimes is to destroy the family. Then the puppet master and the people in this mansion should have a deep hatred. Moreover, the probability that the object of hatred is a master of this mansion is very high. If he just had a grudge against a servant, he wouldn't have gone to such great lengths to wipe out the entire family. Next, he had two directions to explore. The first was to find out who had a deep grudge against the master's family. The second was to test who might be able to hypnotize. Hypnosis probably wouldn't be exposed to anyone. Maybe no one knew who could hypnotize. But as long as that person had used it, there would always be clues. The most suitable target for questioning was the eldest son. If the identity of the puppeteer could be determined, it would be much easier to find the puppet disguised as a human through the puppeteer. Zhao Sun carefully examined the four bodies and left without finding anything else worth noting. Chen Hao trotted after Zhao Sun, her voice trembling, and she seemed to be unable to speak clearly. Master, you still touch the corpse. Are you really not afraid at all? People in the martial arts world often fight and kill each other to the death, and it is normal to see corpses. Zhao Sun smiled and changed the subject naturally. Chen Hao, have you heard of anyone who has a grudge against the Qin family? Greed? Chen Hao repeated Zhao Sun's words blankly, and finally shook her head. I haven't heard of it. Zhao Sun took the initiative to explain. The murderer has killed several people in the Qin mansion, and has not spared the master and the servants. It seems that he has a deep hatred for the Qin mansion. If you know anything about this, you might as well tell me. Maybe we have a chance to find the murderer before he kills again. Chen Hao took a breath. Sir, do you want to find the murderer by yourself? Not by yourself, Zhao Sun corrected, but with your help. He looked at Chen Hao, his expression serious and his eyes gentle. Juantao's ears turned pink uncontrollably, and she lowered her head in panic, trying to hide her heartbeat that was instantly out of rhythm. She looked at her shoes and whispered, I know some people who have bad relations with the Qin family, but the grudges between them should not lead to murder. It doesn't matter. Tell me everything you know, and I'll make the judgment. Zhao Sun's voice was soft. Maybe you don't know the whole situation, or the other party may have an extreme personality. You think it won't lead to murder, but others may not think so. I know. Chen Hao tried to recall the people who had grudges with the Qin family, and told Zhao Sun one by one. They didn't finish until the two walked back to Zhao Sun's room. Zhao Sun listened carefully, didn't interrupt, and only made the most basic classification and elimination in his mind. After Chen Hao finished speaking, Zhao Sun stood up and said, Chen Hao, I have something to go out for. You don't have to follow me. Wait for me here. Seeing Zhao Sun's unquestionable attitude, Chen Hao didn't dare to refute and agreed obediently. Zhao Sun went straight to Dr. Zhen's residence. That's right. He chose to go to Dr. Zhen's room instead of looking for the eldest son, as he had originally planned. While listening to Juantao's story about the people who had grudges against the Qin family, the four primates in charge of surveillance reported to Zhao Sun what happened last night and this morning. They did not come back to find Zhao Sun, but just walked to the range of telepathy and passed on the message to Zhao Sun. The eldest son's behavior was normal. After knowing the death of his sister, he was heartbroken, drank to drown his sorrows, and got drunk again. Dr. Zhen did not have any special performance. As an outsider, it was normal for him not to have too many emotional fluctuations about the death of the eldest daughter. But the state of Mr. Qian and Mrs. Qian was very abnormal. They acted relatively calmly about the death of their eldest daughter, as if nothing big had happened. They arranged for someone to collect the body of the eldest daughter, got a coffin and carried it out to bury it hastily, without any plan to handle the funeral. Mr. Qian was still reading in the study, and Mrs. Qian was still selecting the candidate for the future wife of the eldest son. The degree of their indifference to their daughter was really a bit abnormal. If they knew that the dead daughter was not their real daughter but a doll, they should be surprised, angry or sad. and try to find their daughter even if it was a corpse. But they did not do so. If they could not see the real body of the doll lady in their eyes, and only thought that it was a real person, then their indifference to the eldest daughter was also abnormal. From Chuantao's previous descriptions, the eldest daughter was the first child of Mrs. Qian and Mr. Qian, and was very spoiled, and always had the best food, clothing and daily necessities. How could he not feel sad when such a beloved child suddenly died? The couple's behavior was too abnormal, and it was easy for people to think that they were replaced. But at this moment, he no longer doubted that the couple were puppets. After all, his primates had been monitoring the couple last night. They did not leave the bed all night and slept until dawn. Mr. Qian and Mrs. Qian had no time to commit the crime. They did not kill the servants last night, so they could not be puppets. Their completely opposite attitudes made Zhao Sun suspect that they were also hypnotized. It was just different from the hypnosis of the eldest son. They could still act and speak like normal people. Only in certain specific things, they would react completely differently from their usual selves. Even when they did something against their own will, they were sober. Unlike the eldest son, who had no self-awareness. The most suspicious person was Dr. Zhen. He was not a real doctor, and he stayed in the mansion under the pretext of acupuncture every month. Master Qian and Madame Qian always thought that his treatment was very effective, and they had no intention of looking for other doctors. All this was too much like the effect of him hypnotizing Master Qian and Madame Qian. Moreover, he stayed in the mansion as a doctor, and there were many opportunities to get close to the eldest lady, kill the eldest lady, and replace the eldest lady with a doll. But the problem was that Dr. Zhen did not leave his room last night. He slept until this morning, and he got up only when someone outside shouted that someone had died. Although it is possible that Dr. Zhen hypnotized the 4 servants during the day, and the hypnosis took effect when it was late at night. There was no definite evidence to prove this speculation, and Zhao Sun could not make a hasty conclusion, so he decided to go directly to Dr. Zhen's room to check. Since there was a definite suspect and the possibility was extremely high, he didn't have to go to the eldest son to test anything. It would be more efficient to go directly to Dr. Zhen. No, to be precise, he didn't go to Dr. Zhen, but to find evidence in Dr. Zhen's room. Zhao Sun went to Dr. Zhen's room only after the squirrel monkey, who was in charge of monitoring Dr. Zhen, said that Dr. Zhen had gone out. Dr. Zhen and Zhao Sun both lived in the West Wing, and their rooms were not far from each other. The squirrel monkey passed the message very timely. When Zhao Sun opened the door, he just saw the back of Dr. Zhen leaving the West Wing. He walked into Dr. Zhen's room, and there was really no one inside. He first went under the bed and took out the toolbox that the squirrel monkey had mentioned before. At that time, the squirrel monkey could not accurately describe what the tools in the toolbox looked like, which made Zhao Sun unsure of his guess. It was just right to see it with his own eyes now. Hammer, chisel, scissors, hemp rope, wool, polisher, and some other small tools that he couldn't name. This looked too much like tools for making dolls. Dr. Zhen was even more suspected of being a puppet maker. Zhao Sun put the tools back as they were, closed the toolbox, and stuffed it back under the bed. Then he sat at the head of the bed and waited quietly for a while. Half a minute later, there was a light knock on the window beside the bed. Zhao Sun opened the window, and a petite monkey quickly rushed in. It jumped onto Zhao Sun's shoulder, holding a long black hair in its hand. It handed the long black hair to Zhao Sun like offering a treasure. Zhao Sun touched the squirrel monkey's head. "Good job." Then he took the hair and said to the squirrel monkey, "Continue to monitor him." The squirrel monkey didn't say anything, but nodded vigorously. Then, it quickly jumped out of the window. Zhao Sun closed the window and sent the hair into his mouth. In fact, he had already seen several hairs by the pillow. But according to the time when Dr. Zhen got up, this hair had been away from Dr. Zhen's body for more than an hour. In the whole room, there was nothing that could be sure to stay on Dr. Zhen's body for more than 24 hours. But the time away from Dr. Zhen was basically more than an hour. So, when Dr. Zhen left, he asked the squirrel monkey to find an opportunity to pull a hair of Dr. Zhen and bring it back to him. His special ability can also be used on NPCs. If Dr. Zhen is the one who can hypnotize, then he should be able to see. 3 seconds later, a pop-up window popped up in front of Zhao Sun. Currently obtained 2 abilities. Please select the ability you want. Puppetry Hypnosis. Zhao Sun narrowed his eyes slightly. Sure enough, this time, Dr. Zhen's identity was completely confirmed. Just as he had guessed before, Dr. Zhen was both a puppeteer and a hypnotist. However, He initially thought that he would only get hypnosis from Dr. Jin. But he didn't expect that there was also puppetry. If it was just to make ordinary dolls, there would definitely be no mention of the 3 words puppetry. It seems that those dolls have intelligence, which is also the work of Dr. Jin. After thinking about it, Zhao Sun chose hypnosis. He could choose both, but he didn't think puppetry was worth replacing with one of the 6 abilities he currently had. But he must have hypnosis, which can be very useful in this game. Currently swallowing ability is level 4, and can have 6 abilities at the same time. Please choose the ability to cover. Control Gold Resurrection Rage Control Thunder Beast Transformation LV2 Snake Hair LV3 Fire Control LV3. Resurrection Rage is an ability that can only be obtained by luck. Zhao Sun will never replace it. Control Gold Control Thunder and Fire Control LV3 are special abilities he often uses, and he does not want to replace them for the time being. Although Control Gold is still at the initial level and has not been multiplied by several times, it is much more practical for him than Snake Hair LV3. Even though Snake Hair LV3 is at a higher level and has a 4-fold increase, the effect is really average. At that time, it was only obtained to test the special ability of that brainless player. After seeing the details of this special ability, he judged that the effect of this ability is similar to Control Thunder, but it is not as convenient to use as Control Thunder. So, Zhao Sun chose to replace Snake Hair LV3. The ability Hypnosis covers the special ability Snake Hair LV3. Due to the ability effect of Devouring, the effect of Hypnosis is quadrupled, but it cannot be upgraded. Please click for details. Zhao Sun quickly left Dr. Jin's room while checking the details. In general, he can use all kinds of hypnotic methods now. After the quadruple increase, there are 2 biggest differences. First, Dr. Jin, whose hypnotic ability is lower than his, cannot hypnotize him. Second, it takes a short time for him to hypnotize the other party, and it can be effective once. Dr. Jin needs multiple times for the complex deep hypnosis to be completely effective. In this way, he doesn't need to worry about how to wake himself up after being hypnotized by Dr. Jin. What he thought before, such as relying on willpower to resist being killed and resurrected, he should be able to recover his mind and take the opportunity to kill, etc. These complicated situations do not need to be considered. Even, he can choose to strike first. As Zhao Sun walked, he called the squirrel monkey in his heart, but there was no response. He knew that the squirrel monkey had walked out of the range of telepathy, but he didn't know where Dr. Jin went, so he could only walk out of the west wing, choose a direction at random, and keep calling the squirrel monkey in his heart while walking. When he and the squirrel monkey exchanged signals, he found himself outside the yard of the eldest lady. Zhao Sun asked the squirrel monkey in his heart, "Why did Dr. Jin come here?" He took out a can of blood from the dressing table and soaked some cakes in the blood. The squirrel monkey answered Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun immediately understood what was going on. That must be the blood that the eldest lady took from the eldest son last night. At that time, Zhao Sun didn't know what the eldest lady's purpose was in collecting the blood. He deliberately didn't take the can away, just to see if someone else would take the can of blood. At that time, he thought that the person who took the blood can might be another doll. As a result, someone really came to take the blood. But the other party was not a doll, but a puppeteer. That's not right. Zhao Sun suddenly remembered something and said in his heart, "Didn't I ask the golden monkey to guard here and notify me immediately if someone came to take the can of blood? Why didn't it move?" Originally, he didn't want to release the large primate, but one must be here to guard, so as not to miss the person who comes to get the blood jar. Among the remaining 6 primates, the golden monkey is the most stable and quiet, and can sit still, although it is a little big. As long as it can stay still and stay quietly on the beam, no one will notice it. So he put the golden monkey on the beam before leaving the eldest lady's courtyard last night. "I was just about to go find you, and I sensed that you were nearby, so I didn't leave." The voice of the golden monkey sounded. "Last time you told us not to talk at the same time, otherwise you would have a headache. You just kept calling the squirrel monkey, and I didn't say anything. So that's it." Zhao Sun smiled and admitted his mistake frankly. "I forgot what I said before. Dr. Jin is out." Squirrel monkey sighs Zhao Sun. He mumbled, "I couldn't hear clearly, but it felt like he was going to the study." Zhao Sun did not avoid, but pretended to just pass by and greeted him. When Dr. Jin opened the gate of the courtyard, he saw Zhao Sun passing by the gate. Zhao Sun stopped and looked at Dr. Jin in surprise. "Dr. Jin, why are you here?" Dr. Jin was stunned for a moment, then found an excuse. Master Qian asked me to come here to find something. Is that so? Zhao Sun nodded, but still asked in confusion. But this is the eldest lady's boudoir. Normally, the maid should be asked to find things. Right. Why would you? A foreign man. The mansion is in chaos, and there are not enough people. Dr. Zhen's right hand reached into the sleeve of his left arm. I happened to pass by, and Master Qian asked me to help. After speaking, he took out a crystal pendant from his sleeve and dangled it in front of Zhao Sun. Chapter 173 Revenge of a Bad Taste. Zhao Sun looked at the crystal pendant dangling in front of him, and his vision blurred for a moment. But he regained clarity in a second. After confirming that Dr. Zhen's hypnosis was indeed ineffective on him, he raised his hand and grabbed Dr. Zhen's wrist. Dr. Zhen was stunned. You, what are you? Before he finished speaking, he saw Zhao Sun shaking his fingers in front of him. And the next second, his eyes lost focus. Zhao Sun poked Dr. Zhen's face with his fingers, and Dr. Zhen did not react at all, standing still like a puppet. After the fourfold increase, it is indeed much more powerful than Dr. Zhen's hypnosis ability. Zhao Sun does not need to use props, and can hypnotize people directly with his fingers, and he can instantly make people fall into chaos of consciousness. Unlike Dr. Zhen, he has to shake the crystal pendant for more than 10 seconds before it works. If he met someone with strong mental strength and willpower, and was good at fighting, he could beat him to a pulp before Dr. Zhen succeeded in hypnotizing him. It can only be said that Dr. Zhen was lucky, and all the characters he met before were easy to deal with. Zhao Sun patted Dr. Zhen's head again, and seeing that Dr. Zhen still did not respond, he tentatively said, I ask you to answer, and you must answer me truthfully. Yes. Dr. Zhen responded expressionlessly. His eyes were still unfocused, and he looked like he didn't know what he said. Zhao Sun thought for a while and asked, You hypnotized the eldest son to come to the eldest daughter's yard often in the middle of the night, and let the doll pretending to be the eldest daughter take the eldest son's blood. Is that right? Yes. Dr. Zhen was like a robot, and when answering questions, he not only had no expression, but also no emotional ups and downs. What do you want the eldest son's blood for? Zhao Sun asked again. Dip it in cakes, and give it to Mr. Qian and Mrs. Qian. Dr. Zhen answered. Is it poison or something like that? Zhao Sun asked. Or is there any other effect? None of them. Dr. Zhen said word by word. I just want to see them forced to eat it, unwilling but unable to resist, and swallow it even if they feel sick. It's very satisfying. You have a bad taste. Zhao Sun chuckled, and then asked, Do you have a deep hatred between you and Mr. Qian and Mrs. Qian? If not, Dr. Zhen would not have to set up such a big scheme, let alone do something that is obviously torturing Mr. Qian and Mrs. Qian physically and mentally. Yes. Zhao Sun thought for a while. He had a lot of questions to ask next, and for a moment, he really didn't know which one to ask first. Just at this time, a woman's voice sounded not far away. Isn't this Dr. Zhen? Zhao Sun turned his head and saw the second lady, whom he had met before, running towards here quickly. The young woman with a ponytail swung her ponytail behind her when she ran, and she seemed very anxious. Zhao Sun said to Dr. Zhen very quickly, No matter what the second miss asked you to do, you refused on the grounds that you were busy with other things. I will snap my fingers, and you will wake up. After waking up, you will not remember our conversation just now. You will just think that you met me as soon as you went out. We didn't have time to say anything before the second miss came. But in your subconscious, you always remember that you have to follow me. After saying that, he snapped his fingers in front of Dr. Zhen. Dr. Zhen, who was originally distracted, quickly regained his focus. He turned to look at the second lady, who had already run to him, and asked, Second lady, what do you want to talk to me about? Zhao Sun saw this, and had some experience in using hypnosis. Although it was the first time to try, the effect was quite good. The only drawback is that there is a limit on the number of uses, and a maximum of 4 times a day can be hypnotized. Whether it is hypnotizing the same person or hypnotizing different people, the command can only be given 4 times. Of course, this is not difficult to understand. If there is no limit on the number of times hypnosis, then he can basically be invincible. Before the 4-fold increase, Dr. Zhen only had the ability to hypnotize once a day. In any case, Zhao Sun has several times the advantage of Dr. Zhen's hypnosis ability. Zhao Sun turned his head to look at the second lady. He had just used hypnosis commands on Dr. Zhen twice, and he would hypnotize Dr. Zhen again later. So he didn't want to waste the opportunity to use hypnosis on the second lady. It is most appropriate to let Dr. Jin send the second young lady away. The second young lady took a breath and said, Dr. Jin, I have something urgent to ask you. Can you come with me? It's not appropriate. Second young lady, Dr. Jin said with an embarrassed look. I am a foreign man. Without the order of Master Qian, I cannot enter the courtyard of the female family members at will. Even if you are unwell, you must first explain the situation to Master Qian. Only with Master Qian's approval can I take your pulse. I am not sick. I don't need you to take my pulse. The second young lady waved her hands repeatedly. I just want to confirm something with you. I hope you can help. What is it? Zhao Sun asked curiously. The second young lady glanced at Zhao Sun, with a hint of defensiveness in her eyes. But she didn't dare to offend the old player easily. So she had to say to Zhao Sun politely, It's just some private matters. Just a few words. After that, she subconsciously shifted her sight and didn't dare to look at Zhao Sun. Obviously, she herself knew that this reason was too lame. How could a player talk to an NPC just to chat and talk about personal matters? Besides, she just ran over in a hurry. Obviously not to chat. Zhao Sun did not ask further, but smiled and said, That's really unfortunate. I also have some personal matters to see Dr. Jin. First come first served. It must be my turn first. Then yours. Although he didn't know what the second lady wanted to ask Dr. Jin, he was sure that the second lady must have found some clues. After all players are looking for clues related to the doll. It is impossible that he is the only one who has found something. But he thinks that his progress is the fastest. Plus Dr. Jin is in his hands. He doesn't have to worry about being overtaken by other players. Yes, I'm very busy, and I don't have time to go to your place for the time being, Dr. Jin echoed. Second miss, why don't you wait until I'm done? Hearing what Zhao Sun and Dr. Jin said, the second lady bit her lip in embarrassment. After hesitating for a few seconds, the second young lady seemed to have made up her mind. She looked at Zhao Sun and said, Let's cooperate. No need. Zhao Sun interrupted the second young lady before she finished speaking. Why? The second young lady did not expect to be rejected before she even discussed the conditions. She could not help but ask. The players do not have much conflict of interest in this game. And if we work together, we can speed up the progress of the game. As long as we complete the task, everyone can pass the level. Zhao Sun didn't respond, but turned to Dr. Jin and said, Dr. Jin, let's go! Dr. Jin responded. He bowed slightly to the second lady and left behind Zhao Sun. The second lady clenched her fist unwillingly, but she didn't dare to attack after all, and could only watch the two people leave. Zhao Sun took Dr. Jin to the west wing. It was too easy to attract attention outside. It didn't matter if he was seen by NPCs, but if he was discovered by players, they would definitely guess that he was trying to find out something. If anyone has a special ability or special item to eavesdrop, then he will be making wedding clothes for others. It's better to go back to Dr. Jin's room and have a good chat. In fact, after he hypnotized Dr. Jin, he could directly ask the identities of the remaining two dolls. The reason why he didn't ask this question until now was mainly because he considered the number of points he would get after completing the task. Just like last night, after killing the eldest lady of the doll, he thought of a convenient way to find the other two dolls. Give each NPC a blow, and the doll covered with human skin will naturally reveal its wooden body. He didn't do this for two reasons. One reason is that this indiscriminate attack method may lead to points deduction. Although the game rules only say that killing the wrong NPC will deduct points, this is enough to prove that opportunistic methods will lead to counterproductive effects. So it is very likely that harming innocent NPCs will also deduct points. But the deduction is less than killing the wrong NPC. Even if there is no deduction of points, taking shortcuts to complete the game will get much fewer points in the end. After all, the points for completing the task are proportional to the difficulty of completing the task. If he wants to get more points, he must try not to take shortcuts to complete the task. Another reason is that doing so may collapse the character setting, causing the NPC to question his identity. Even if he passes the game, he will only get half the points. A big loss. Of course, after he hypnotizes Dr. Jin, he can ask Dr. Jin any questions. As long as he avoids other NPCs, he doesn't have to worry about being questioned about his identity. But getting the answer directly from Dr. Jin would definitely be considered a shortcut, and the points he would get would probably be reduced. These points are not just points, but also about the survival time he can get. It would definitely be better for him to get as much as possible. Moreover, This platform game ends at 12 o'clock at night on the 28th. And now it is the afternoon of the 26th. He still has 2 days to check on his own. At first, he didn't ask about the other 2 dolls because he thought of these. But after the second lady came over just now, he suddenly felt that although the progress of other players was not as fast as his, he might be overtaken if he continued to drag it out. At that time, he would not get the additional points for killing the dolls. Taking shortcuts equals points for killing dolls 3 plus points for completing the main task. Not taking shortcuts equals points for killing dolls plus points for completing the main task. As long as the main task points obtained by taking shortcuts are less than 60 points without taking shortcuts, this shortcut can be taken. Considering that he had already done so much before, and had not taken any shortcuts at the beginning, it shouldn't have resulted in a huge loss of points. Moreover, there was no reason for him to give up the points for killing the dolls. After weighing it in his mind, Zhao Sun decided to ask directly. So, after taking Dr. Jin back to the room, Zhao Sun immediately hypnotized Dr. Jin and went straight to the point. Who are the other 2 dolls disguised as? Dr. Jin frowned slightly, as if he had an instinctive rejection of this question. But he still couldn't resist the effect of hypnosis and answered intermittently. Mrs. Qian's cousin. Mr. Qian's personal maid. Mrs. Qian's cousin? Zhao Sun was stunned for a moment before asking. Tanhua Lang. Yes. Dr. Jin answered affirmatively. He is also your doll. Zhao Sun clicked his tongue twice. I really didn't see it at all. When he was having lunch yesterday, Tanhua Lang was sitting next to him. He also chatted with him for a long time. Whether it was his demeanor or his words and deeds, Tanhua Lang looked like a normal person. If it weren't for Dr. Jin, the puppeteer, saying it himself, Zhao Sun would have to spend some time to confirm that the 3rd place winner was one of the puppets. Master Qian has several personal maids. Right. Which one are you talking about? Zhao Sun asked again. The one called Ping Ping. Dr. Jin replied. Ping a floating duckweed. What hatred do you have with Master Qian and his wife? Zhao Sun simply asked all the questions he wanted to ask. Anyway, the identity of the puppet has been clarified, and the number of points that can be obtained in the main task will not be affected by other factors. So there are no questions that cannot be asked. Dr. Jin frowned tightly, and his expressionless face also fluctuated a little. Seeing this, Zhao Sun immediately shook his index finger in front of Dr. Jin again. Soon, Dr. Jin returned to calm, like a puppet again. It seems that this hatred is quite deep, and it actually makes you have an instinctive sense of resistance. Although Zhao Sun said so, he still asked the question again. This time, Dr. Jin answered without any struggle. But when he was caught up in such intense emotions, he would always stop and start talking, which took a lot of time. After listening, Zhao Sun summarized it. When Mr. Qian was young, he had a wife who made some money by washing and mending for others to subsidize Mr. Qian and let him concentrate on studying. But after Mr. Qian became a Juren, he was favored by Miss Sun, who wanted to marry Mr. Qian for his own future and money. Mr. Qian abandoned his wife and married Miss Sun. Miss Sun is now Mrs. Qian. At that time, Mr. Qian and his wife already had a half-year-old son. For his future career, Mr. Qian not only abandoned his wife, but also his son. His wife was heartbroken, but she gritted her teeth and lived for her son. She still made money by washing and mending, raised her son with great effort, and let him study hard. His son was also very competitive, and was always praised by the teacher for his talent in the private school. The mother and son lived a peaceful and happy life. But Mrs. Qian somehow found out about the existence of the first wife and son, and secretly sent someone to kill them. The first wife tried her best to protect her son, and he escaped. But she died. That year, the son was 8 years old. He lost his mother and his peaceful and warm life. He also knew the existence of his biological father, and witnessed the cruelty of Madame Qian. Dr. Jin was the son of Mr. Qian and his first wife. He came to the Qian mansion and did everything for revenge, for himself and his mother. After hearing this story, Zhao Sun understood why Dr. Jin made the eldest daughter, the first child of Mr. Qian and Madame Qian, into a doll. He also understood why Dr. Jin asked the eldest daughter to take blood from the eldest young master and dip it in cakes to give to Mr. Qian and Madame Qian to eat. It was not a bad taste, but just for revenge. Making the third place winner into a doll is also the same revenge. Madame Qian's cousin, the most promising one among the same age, became a doll. As long as Madame Qian knew about this, it would be enough to make her heartbroken. The only thing he didn't understand was the maid named Ping Ping. Why did you make Ping Ping into a doll? Zhao Sun asked directly the doubts in his heart. From the identities of the eldest lady and the third place winner, it can be seen that Dr. Jin chose those two people after careful consideration. It can inflict the greatest harm to Master Qian and Madame Qian, and achieve the best revenge effect. It is meaningless to choose Ping Ping. She looks like my mother. Dr. Jin's tone was filled with a hint of disgust, and even hypnosis could not completely calm him down. Master Qian thinks he is affectionate, but he is just disgusting people. So that's it. Zhao Sun nodded. Master Qian is now rich and powerful, and he began to miss the original pure feelings. The marriage between him and Madame Qian was an exchange of interests. So naturally, there was no true love. And Madame Qian's character and personality can be seen. And she is definitely not as good as Dr. Jin's mother. So, Master Qian, who had everything, began to miss his first wife, and happened to see a maid who looked very much like his first wife. So he kept her by his side. This was really disgusting for Dr. Jin. However, Zhao Sun still had a question. You made Ping Ping into a doll just because she looks like your mother? Do you dislike her? If Mr. Qian wants to pretend to be affectionate, I will help him. Dr. Jin sneered. He and Madame Qian killed my mother, and now I will design them to die at the hands of someone who looks like my mother, which is fair. Zhao Sun nodded in understanding. That's right. The first two dolls had their own purposes, all to cause harm to Mr. Qian and Madame Qian. If Ping Ping's purpose was just because Dr. Jin didn't like her, it would be a bit illogical. Let Mr. Qian and Madame Qian die at Ping Ping's hands, just like dying at the hands of Dr. Jin's mother. This is Dr. Jin's purpose. For revenge, Dr. Jin really did a lot of cruel things. Zhao Sun took out a dagger and gestured at Dr. Jin's chest. He said softly, I have listened to your revenge plan, and I think it is good. But unfortunately, in order to prevent you from causing trouble for me, I have to deal with you first. He can keep Dr. Jin in a hypnotic state and stay in the room. But who knows if there will be other changes. He still has to kill the two dolls quickly. To be on the safe side, kill Dr. Jin first. Once and for all. Zhao Sun raised the dagger. The moment the sharp blade was about to touch Dr. Jin's chest, a pop-up window suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Sun. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for triggering the hidden task. Help the puppet master to take revenge. Chapter 174. You're lucky. Zhao Sun paused, and the tip of the knife stopped just in front of Dr. Jin's chest. You're lucky. He retracted the blade, thought for a moment, and asked Dr. Jin, do you really want Mr. Qian and Mrs. Qian to die at Ping Ping's hands? Through what Dr. Jin had just said, Zhao Sun basically understood how deep Dr. Jin's hatred for Mr. Qian and Mrs. Qian was. And he also knew that letting these two people die at Ping Ping's hands was the most important part. So, to do this hidden mission, he had to ask this question clearly. Yes, only if they die at Ping Ping's hands. It will be the most meaningful, Dr. Jin replied. What is your plan? Zhao Sun asked. How do you plan to let them die at Ping Ping's hands? Ping Ping puts a slow-acting poison in their tea every day, and it will take half a year for the poison to take effect. Dr. Jin still answered every question. Calculating the date. It will be in the next few days. Zhao Sun thought for a few seconds and asked again. You waited for this half year so that they could witness their children and relatives hurting each other and the decline of the entire family. You want them to suffer physically and mentally, and then die. Right. Yes. Dr. Jin answered affirmatively. So you hypnotized Mr. Qian and Mrs. Qian. Zhao Sun's words were not an inquiry, but a statement. Let them live like ordinary people, and at the same time be aware of the various changes in the mansion. But they cannot stop or resist. Although Dr. Jin did not mention this, according to Zhao Sun's understanding, it should be almost like this. At least if it were Zhao Sun, he would do this. Being tortured while awake is more interesting than dying in a daze. Yes, Dr. Jin responded. Zhao Sun sat down on a stool nearby, propping his head with one hand, looking at Dr. Jin, whose eyes were out of focus. The requirement of the hidden task was to help the puppeteer to take revenge. If he did not take revenge according to the puppeteer's wishes, this help might be judged as a failure. Although he could hypnotize and change Dr. Jin's will to take revenge and method of revenge, the hidden task appeared before he changed Dr. Jin's mind. Dr. Jin's will to take revenge and method of revenge might have been said like that, and artificial changes would be judged as invalid. If he forced the change, the possibility of failure would be too high, and there would be no chance to do it again. Therefore, It would be more appropriate for him to do it according to Dr. Zhen's original wish. Then, if he wanted to complete this hidden task, he had to ensure that Pingping lived until he killed Master Qian and Madame Qian. Once other players discovered that Pingping was a puppet, he would have to become an enemy of other players. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Sun said to Dr. Zhen, "From now on, I am your revenge partner. You must trust me unconditionally, and you must inform me and discuss with me in advance any plans and actions. You will not question me for anything or anyone, and you will seriously consider my suggestions." Dr. Zhen murmured and repeated Zhao Sun's words, saying that he remembered them all. Zhao Sun said to Dr. Zhen again, "I will snap my fingers, and you will wake up. After waking up, you will not pay attention to the previous wrong places, nor will you think about what happened during the short period of time when your brain was blank. In your mind, I came to discuss the revenge plan with you." After that, he snapped his fingers in front of Dr. Zhen. Dr. Zhen's eyes refocused. Seeing Zhao Sun's face, Dr. Zhen immediately sat opposite Zhao Sun. "I can't wait to see the desperate and scared faces of the couple tonight. What are you going to do tonight?" Zhao Sun quickly got into the role. "You have to choose one day every month to be alone with them. You are definitely not really giving them acupuncture." "Right. Of course not." Dr. Zhen sighed, showing a regretful look. "My hypnosis can only last for a month at most. After the deadline, I must repeat the hypnosis deepening instructions. Otherwise, the hypnosis effect will gradually weaken until it disappears. Then I think you don't need to hypnotize them tonight," Zhao Sun suggested. "Your hypnosis effect on them will only weaken, not disappear all at once. They will die in these few days. Even if the hypnosis effect gradually weakens, it won't change anything." Dr. Zhen shook his head and refused. "No, I don't want any accidents. Let them die tonight, and there won't be any accidents," Zhao Sun said. Dr. Zhen was stunned for a moment. It was obvious that he did not expect Zhao Sun to say that. "Mrs. Qian and Mr. Qian were poisoned in the past few days. What does it matter if they were poisoned or stabbed to death?" Zhao Sun persuaded. "You want them to die at Pingping's hands, whether they are poisoned or stabbed. The result is no different." Dr. Zhen was silent for a long time, and then he said hesitantly, But I want to destroy the Qian mansion. After all, you don't have any hatred with the servants of the Qian mansion." Zhao Sun took a step back. "Don't kill those servants. Just speed up the progress and kill the most important people. Isn't it?" "Okay." Dr. Zhen was silent for a while, and after a while, he said, "Others can be spared, but I must kill all the children born to Mr. Qian and Mrs. Qian." "Okay, I'll help you." Zhao Sun agreed readily. "What plans do you have? Tell me quickly, and we will try to get rid of everyone tonight." The eldest lady died a long time ago, and the eldest and second young ladies were also the children of Mr. Qian and Mrs. Qian. Dr. Zhen's idea must be to kill the two children first, and then kill the Qian couple. Only by letting the Qian couple see their children all die, suffer, and then die, can Dr. Zhen feel relieved. Zhao Sun understood all this. But one night is enough to deal with all the enemies, and there is no need to waste time dragging it out for 2 or 3 days. "No." This time, Dr. Zhen directly refused. "I want them to feel the death of a child every day, so that they can torture their hearts to a greater extent. I understand what you mean. You want them to mourn the death of their children, and worry that the living children will also die. In this case, in addition to sadness, they will have more complex emotions. Pain, regret, prayer, fear, and a little bit of hope." Zhao Sun showed an understanding look. "But even if you want to enjoy this process, you don't have to drag it out for so long." Without waiting for Dr. Zhen to speak, Zhao Sun continued, "You don't want your revenge plan to fail, right? Compared to enjoying their painful process, you don't want a failure result, right?" "Yes, I don't want to fail." Dr. Zhen nodded, and at the end, he emphasized, "I have carefully planned everything, and I will definitely not fail. The problem is that many people in the mansion have already started looking for the murderer. The longer you delay, the easier it is to expose yourself." Zhao Sun stretched out a finger and pointed at Dr. Zhen's brain. "Do you remember that the second lady just looked for you?" Dr. Zhen tried to recall it and nodded. "Yes, I remember. She may have found some clues about the murderer and wanted to confront you." Zhao Sun made it up seriously. "If you don't take revenge quickly, and finally fail, then won't these 6 months be wasted?" Dr. Zhen hesitated again. Seeing that Dr. Zhen was unwilling, Zhao Sun made a new suggestion. Why don't we kill the eldest young master and the second young lady in the afternoon and evening respectively? This is enough to make Master Chien and Madame Chien feel anxious for several hours. When tomorrow daytime comes, we will let Ping Ping kill them both, and your revenge will be perfectly completed. Dr. Jin waited in his mind for a moment, and finally nodded. Okay, let's do as you say. Then I suggest killing the second young lady first, Zhao Sun said immediately. The second young lady has begun to suspect you. Killing her first can avoid a lot of trouble. The second young lady may not doubt Dr. Jin's identity now. Otherwise she would not be so polite at that time. However, the second young lady is a player and has some sensitivity. If the eldest young master is killed first, the second young lady may infer that she will be the next target from the fact that the masters who have died so far are all legitimate sons and daughters. For Zhao Sun, the second young lady will not be difficult to deal with. But if the second young lady tells other players about her suspicion, things will become much more troublesome. Killing the second young lady first can avoid all unnecessary troubles. That's fine, Dr. Jin thought for a moment and said. She happened to have something to ask me before, so I'll use this as an excuse to go find her. She will definitely not refuse to meet me. At this point, he suddenly showed a sinister smile. When the time comes, I will use my hypnosis, and she will have no choice but to be killed. Okay, I'll follow you from a distance. If there is any accident, I can help you as soon as possible. Zhao Sun stood up. There is no time to lose. Let's act now. Dr. Jin was a little surprised that Zhao Sun was so active in revenge. But his mind was full of excitement about revenge at the moment. And he didn't think about too many other things. He stood up and walked out, thinking about how to talk to the second lady later to let her relax her guard. People who are not wary are easier to hypnotize. Zhao Sun followed from a distance, only signaling the squirrel monkey hiding on the roof to catch up with Dr. Jin again, so that he could notify him in time when an unexpected situation occurred later. The courtyard of the second young lady was right next to the courtyard of the eldest young lady. Zhao Sun went to the courtyard of the eldest young lady and put the golden monkey back into the stone. Then, he stayed quietly in the courtyard of the eldest young lady, waiting for the result of the courtyard next door. Dr. Jin did not enter the courtyard of the second young lady alone. He called the puppet Tan Huolang. Tan Huolang and the second young lady were blood relatives, so it was easier for him to enter and leave the courtyard of the female family than an outsider. Dr. Jin's reason was, there are other people present, which can protect the second lady's innocence, and the second lady couldn't refuse, so she had to agree. About half an hour later, Dr. Jin and the third place winner came out. Zhao Sun heard the notice from the squirrel monkey and came out of the eldest lady's yard. When Dr. Jin came to him, Zhao Sun asked, How is it? Hypnosis is very successful. Dr. Jin wiped the sweat from his forehead. She will go to the pond in the back garden to feed the fish, and then fall into the water and drown. Zhao Sun nodded in understanding. It seems that the second lady has no ability to resist hypnosis. Then let's go back and wait for the result, Zhao Sun said, looking at the third place winner. Brother Feng, come to our place and sit down. The third place winner subconsciously looked at Dr. Jin. Dr. Jin didn't understand, and asked Zhao Sun, What do you want to say to him? Let's talk about it when we get back. Zhao Sun didn't answer. Dr. Jin thought for a few seconds and nodded to the third place winner. So, the two of them and the puppet returned to Dr. Jin's residence together. As soon as the door was closed, Zhao Sun suddenly took out a dagger and cut the third place winner's wrist. When he saw the wooden lining, he was 100% sure that the third place winner was a puppet. The third place winner almost immediately took a defensive posture and asked sternly, What are you going to do? Dr. Jin was also shocked. Brother Zhao, what are you going to do? Zhao Sun did not speak, but just raised his right index finger and shook it twice in front of the third place winner. The third place winner's eyes instantly became distracted. Sure enough, a puppet with intelligence can also be hypnotized. Zhao Sun had a satisfied smile on his face. Then, he turned to ask Dr. Jin, How did you give them intelligence? If this ability is very useful, he will consider replacing one of his existing abilities. It's not about giving intelligence. It's about turning real people into dolls, Dr. Jin corrected. Although the skeletons of these human-shaped dolls are made of wood, the skin, hair and eyeballs are all from the original body, and they must be skinned and digged out of their eyes while they are alive, and then soaked in special medicines to be effective. Zhao Sun recalled the medicinal bath that the doll lady took. So he asked, So, These dolls have to soak in medicinal baths every night to ensure that the real part of their bodies remains fresh? Yes. As for their ability to speak and act like real people, it is because of a kind of witchcraft, Dr. Jin said. They listen to me because of that witchcraft. When he heard the first half, Zhao Sun had already given up the idea of getting this ability. The way to make dolls is too time-consuming and laborious, and it might easily lead to his inner desire to kill. What's more, the dolls may have no special abilities or specialties. They can only disguise themselves as normal people, and are not as convenient and easy to use as those primates. I want to kill him, Zhao Sun said to Dr. Jin. Dr. Jin was stunned for a moment, then asked in disbelief, Who are you going to kill? I'm going to kill your doll, Zhao Sun repeated patiently. Are you crazy? Dr. Jin jumped up immediately. Without them, how can I complete my revenge plan? Don't worry. I will kill Ping Ping after she kills Mr. Qian and Mrs. Qian, Zhao Sun explained slowly. Tan Wulang is no longer of any use to you. If there are other troubles, I will be more useful than your doll. He can choose to hypnotize Dr. Jin and then kill Tan Wulang. But he has no chance to hypnotize him today. And he doesn't want to wait until tomorrow to deal with Tan Wulang. He doesn't want to let others get there first in this day. It just so happens that he plans to take this opportunity to test Dr. Jin's trust in him, and see how good his hypnotic effect on Dr. Jin is. After hearing what Zhao Sun said, Dr. Jin hesitated for a moment and asked uncertainly, Why did you kill my dolls? I have reasons why I have to kill them, Zhao Sun answered ambiguously. And then he assured, Don't worry. My killing of the dolls will never affect your revenge plan, and I will still help you if I should. Dr. Jin hesitated for a long time, but still nodded. Okay, then don't stay in my room. Otherwise people will suspect that I did it. Okay. Zhao Sun was very satisfied with Dr. Jin's reaction, and he signaled Tan Wulang to follow him. He avoided everyone's sight all the way, chose the quietest route, and took Tan Wulang to the eldest lady's yard. After the eldest lady's corpse was carried away, there was no one in the yard, and all the servants were arranged elsewhere. This became the most suitable place for Zhao Sun to start. He burned Tan Wulang to death in the same way he treated the eldest lady. The hypnotized Tan Wulang was engulfed by the flames without even a struggle. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for successfully killing a doll disguised as a human, and getting 30 points and 30 hours of survival time. Seeing the pop-up window appear, it is certain that the doll Tan Wulang is dead. Zhao Sun retracted the flame, and then he turned into a little sparrow and flew back to the west wing without any obstacles. He flew into his room, and then turned back into a human. Chun Tao should have cooked hot tea in the ear room, as he ordered, and waited for him to come back. He sat down at the table and called out, Chun Tao! Chun Tao ran over quickly, with a surprised look on her face. Master, when did you come back? I didn't hear any noise. Zhao Sun smiled and didn't answer the question, but just said, I'm hungry. Chun Tao's attention was immediately diverted. She said, The master has notified us today that there won't be a big banquet. Master wants to have lunch, so I'll go to the kitchen and get it for you. Go ahead. Zhao Sun paused and said, Bring me an extra serving of meat and vegetables. I got it. After saying that, Chun Tao ran quickly towards the kitchen. After waiting for about 40 minutes, Chun Tao hurried back with a food box. Sir, something terrible has happened. She put the food box on the dining table, the fear still on her face. The second young lady fell into the water and drowned. The third place winner was burned to death in the yard of the eldest young lady, and Aunt Lu was cut open. Now everyone in the mansion is saying that it is a ghost. Zhao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly, a little surprised. Aunt Lu? Sir, I saw her yesterday. In the back garden, Chun Tao reminded. Zhao Sun said, Oh. In this way, 2 more players died. Zhao Sun opened the food box and asked Chun Tao, When we found the 4 servants dead this morning, we were just discussing who the murderer was. Why do we suddenly suspect that it is a ghost now? Chapter 175 Ways to Relieve Fear. I heard from others that the second young lady's fall into the water was too strange, as if she had jumped in on her own initiative. Chun Tao couldn't help shivering when she said this, as if she was very scared. The servant nearby who could swim jumped in immediately to rescue the second young lady, but every time he tried to grab the second young lady, she would dodge and even swim to the bottom of the pool. She shivered again and hugged her arms subconsciously. Sir, don't you think it's too strange? It's as if some water ghost dragged the second young lady to the bottom of the water. It's really not normal. Zhao Sun echoed, and looked at Chun Tao with an encouraging look, motioning Chun Tao to continue. Chun Tao swallowed her saliva, and then she mustered up the courage to speak again. The death of the third scholar is also very strange. It seems that he was burned to death, but no one saw the fire, and nothing else was burned around. And Aunt Lu, she was cut open, but she still had a smile on her face, as if she didn't feel any pain at all. After saying this, Chun Tao shuddered again uncontrollably. She was obviously scared. Although the murderer is terrible, he is still a human being. Humans can always find a way to catch the other party. As long as the murderer is caught, everyone else will be safe. But ghosts are completely different. How can ordinary people resist? As long as she thought of this, Chun Tao felt that she might die in an unknown horror at any time. Zhao Sun said to Chun Tao while eating, Master Qian and Madam Qian should also know about these things. Right. How are they going to deal with these things? Chun Tao was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Zhao Sun to ask this suddenly. I didn't ask about this, she stammered. When I heard that someone died again, I was so scared that I ran back immediately and didn't dare to stay outside. Then go and find out for me. Zhao Sun comforted Chun Tao again. You don't have to be too scared. Whether it was the murderer or the ghost, it will be safe for at least 2 hours. How can you be sure? Sir? Chun Tao was surprised. The time when the 4 servants died was several hours apart from the time when the second lady and the other 2 died. Zhao Sun made up a lie. Isn't it obvious that it was the murderer or the ghost? Doesn't it require a period of time to prove that the murder was a crime? Chun Tao thought blankly for a while, and said hesitantly, Okay, it seems to make sense. So, you don't have to worry about your safety within 2 hours. Go and find out for me, Zhao Sun said with a smile. This kind of reason can't fool anyone with a good brain. But Chun Tao is easy to fool, so he doesn't have to spend too much time to make up a more reasonable lie. Although Chun Tao was still afraid, she followed Zhao Sun's instructions and went out to find out the news. Taking advantage of Chun Tao's departure, Zhao Sun quickly went to Dr. Zhen's room. In fact, he didn't care what would happen to Mr. Qian and Mrs. Qian, and Dr. Zhen would definitely take the initiative to let the Qian couple know the truth about the matter, and would not miss this good opportunity to make the Qian couple suffer. It was false that he asked Chun Tao to find out the news. His real purpose was to get Chun Tao out of the way. Dr. Zhen was about to go out when he saw Zhao Sun's surprised look. Why are you here at this time? He was about to go to Mr. Qian and tell him personally that the second young lady was actually killed by him. He was still holding the pottery jar in his hand. The pottery jar containing the blood of the eldest son. The purpose is self-evident. Was Aunt Lu's death done by Ping Ping? Zhao Sun went straight to the point. Yes. Dr. Zhen nodded affirmatively. I hypnotized Aunt Lu a long time ago. As long as Ping Ping took action, Aunt Lu would not resist. He could only use hypnosis once a day, but he wanted to wipe out the entire Qian family. So he naturally had to start the hypnosis plan in advance. And his hypnosis time was only valid for 1 month. So he started hypnotizing one person every day from a month ago. Since yesterday, he ordered the doll to kill those who were hypnotized first. Today happened to be Aunt Lu's turn, Dr. Zhen explained. Although you and I have an agreement, the order to let Ping Ping take action against Aunt Lu was issued last night, and I didn't have time to cancel it. That's fine, Zhao Sun said and turned to leave. Wait, Dr. Zhen stopped Zhao Sun. You came to me just to ask this. Of course, Zhao Sun replied. I have to make sure if there are other people who took action to avoid complications. If it was Ping Ping who did it, then there would be no problem. If it was someone else who did it, things would be a bit complicated. Since it was not a complicated situation, he didn't have to think about the possibility of complexity. Zhao Sun waved his hand to Dr. Zhen. You do what you want to do. Just don't expose yourself. I will act with you tonight. Okay, Dr. Zhen agreed. The two quickly separated. Zhao Sun returned to his room to continue eating lunch, while Dr. Zhen went to the study to find Master Qian. Zhao Sun did not take back the 3 primates that followed Master Qian, Madam Qian, and the eldest son. The purpose now is not to monitor their every move, but to ensure that they are still alive before being killed by Dr. Zhen. Otherwise, his hidden mission will be ruined. Zhao Sun quickly finished all the food and ate a few grapes. And Chun Tao finally came back. Sir, I have inquired. The master has asked people to bury the second young lady, Aunt Lu, and the 3rd place winner. And then, at this point, Chun Tao paused, with a bit of confusion in her tone. Then he asked the servants to carry these coffins to the most remote courtyard in the mansion. It seems that he is not going to hold a funeral for the time being. This is much better than the treatment of the eldest lady, Zhao Sun commented. They didn't just throw their coffins to the suburbs to bury them. Sir, what you said is really unpleasant. Chen Hao couldn't help but complain. It's your master who doesn't do things well. Zhao Sun ate 2 more grapes, and then continued. Don't you think your master's behavior is wrong? Chen Tao lowered her head quickly. I dare not talk about my master casually. Help me make a pot of tea. Zhao Sun didn't mean to discuss this matter in depth with Chen Tao. He directly changed the subject. I won't go out this afternoon. Drink tea in the house. Eat fruits and cakes. That's great. Chen Tao was immediately happy. I'll go and bring the small stove over. She was afraid of being alone. And she was not so afraid when someone was with her. In the afternoon, Zhao Sun really did not go out. He ate, drank, laid down to rest, and took a nap. As long as the primates did not come to report the situation, it proved that no accidents had happened. He slept peacefully. Only after he had rested enough energy, he would have enough energy to do things at night. In the evening, Zhao Sun asked Chen Hao to go to the kitchen to get 2 chicken legs and 2 plates of pastries. Seeing Zhao Sun eating with relish, Chen Hao couldn't help but sigh. Young master, you have a really good mentality. Now the whole mansion is in chaos, and you are the only one who is in the mood to eat. Did a servant run away? Zhao Sun asked suddenly. Chen Hao looked surprised. How did you know? Young master? It's human nature. Zhao Sun answered concisely. With so many deaths, everyone would be afraid. What's more, Mr. Qian's attitude was indifferent, and he didn't handle the problem properly, which made the servants feel even more flustered. Running away is normal. Chen Hao sighed, her face full of worry. Not only did a lot of servants run away, the cook was in no mood to cook. And these 2 chicken legs were left over from lunch today. She didn't dare to say the rest, for fear that Zhao Sun would not dare to eat after hearing it, because the 2 chicken legs were originally for the second lady and the 3rd place winner. They died before lunch, and the dishes were ready, but they didn't eat them. So there were 2 more chicken legs. Chen Hao didn't know that even if Zhao Sun understood this, it would not affect his eating at all. What could be better than being able to eat without spending points? After eating the chicken legs and pastries, Zhao Sun glanced at the sky outside the window. It was completely dark. The moon didn't come out tonight, and it was even darker outside. Zhao Sun said to Chen Tao, Stay in your room tonight, and don't run around. No matter what happens outside, don't go out. As long as you listen to me, you will be fine tonight. Chen Tao nodded obediently. I will definitely not go out at night. Then she showed a worried expression again. But Aunt Lu died in her room. The eldest lady and the 4 servants also died in their rooms last night. Am I really fine like this? It's useless to think so much. Zhao Sun stood up and stretched his body. As long as you think that you haven't killed anyone or offended the living, then whether it's a human or a ghost who kills people, it won't be so scary. Chen Hao pinched her hem. That's right. But then I also have a way to help you relieve your fear and let you sleep until dawn. Zhao Sun looked at Chen Hao and smiled warmly. Do you want to try it? What method? Chen Hao asked curiously. Zhao Sun waved to Chen Hao, motioning Chen Hao to come closer. Chen Hao obediently walked to Zhao Sun's side and said, Young master. As soon as Chen Hao uttered 2 words, Zhao Sun slashed her neck with a knife. Her eyes rolled back and she fainted. Zhao Sun dragged Chen Hao to the side room, put her on the bed in the side room, and covered her with a quilt. In case someone saw Chen Hao lying on the ground and thought there was an accident here, it would be easy to make things worse. Then, he made his bed and pretended that someone was sleeping inside, and then opened the door and went out. As soon as he walked out of the west wing, he ran into Dr. Zhen, who was already waiting in the corner. How was it? Zhao Sun asked Dr. Zhen. Did Mr. Qian and Mrs. Qian show the expression you expected? Of course. Dr. Zhen smiled happily. And I told them that tonight was the day the eldest son would die. And their expressions became even more desperate. And they even knelt down to beg me. That was so refreshing. He used hypnosis to control the Qian couple. And only when he was alone with them could they completely return to their original appearance. Once there were other people around, even if the Qian couple knew the news of their child's death, no matter how sad they were in their hearts, their expressions and words would only be cold. No matter how hard they tried, they could not tell others about the fear in their hearts. These 2 people can also experience the feeling of having no one to turn to for help. Let's go. It's time to take action against the eldest son, Zhao Sun said. walking towards the eldest son's yard. You do it yourself. I'll just watch from the side. I will only help unless you need my help. That's the best. Dr. Zhen's eyes were fierce. It's more meaningful to take revenge in person. The number of servants in the Qian mansion has decreased a lot. Those who have not left. When the night comes, also close the door tightly and don't go out, for fear that they will be the next person to die. At this time, the huge Qian mansion is particularly quiet. Zhao Sun and Dr. Zhen have not met anyone along the way. If we find any unexpected situation at the eldest son's place, we will wait until after midnight before we take action. Zhao Sun reminded Dr. Zhen. After midnight, you should have the ability to hypnotize again. Right. For him, the most troublesome accident is that all the living players have gathered in the eldest son's yard. Even if all the players are not as strong as him, there are too many of them, and it will take a lot of effort to deal with them. What's more, he has to ensure the safety of Dr. Zhen. Therefore, if they really run into a player at the eldest son's place, it is better to fool him and then find an opportunity to sneak attack than to fight right away. Dr. Zhen understood what Zhao Sun meant, and he nodded. Don't worry. I have been waiting for half a year, and I won't be in a hurry for a few hours. If there is really an accident, I can wait a little longer. The two of them soon came to the eldest son's yard. The gate was open, but there was no servant guarding the gate. There were vague voices coming from inside. Zhao Sun and Dr. Zhen looked at each other and walked quickly into the house. There were two servants guarding the gate outside the house. When they saw Zhao Sun and Dr. Zhen, they politely asked the two to wait, and one of them went in to report. After a while, the servant who went in came out and signaled Zhao Sun and Dr. Zhen that they could go in. As soon as the two went in, they saw the second and third young masters were also inside, drinking and chatting with the eldest young master. The eldest young master looked sad, as if he was immersed in the pain of losing two biological sisters in succession. He was still mumbling something, but his words were unclear, and it was hard to hear what he was saying. I didn't expect there was someone else here. Dr. Zhen lowered his voice and said to Zhao Sun. How did you guess it? Zhao Sun did not answer, but just looked at the second and third young masters. At this time, the two young masters also looked at Zhao Sun. In the eyes of Dr. Zhen, those two people were just the illegitimate sons of Master Qian. But in the eyes of Zhao Sun, these two people were players who played the illegitimate sons of Master Qian. Dr. Zhen just thought it was a bit unexpected that the two illegitimate young masters came to visit the yard of the legitimate young master so late at night. But Zhao Sun didn't think so. The fact that these two players could come here proved that they had found the pattern of the murderer's actions. Although the death of the servants and the third place winner blurred everyone's focus, the successive deaths of the eldest and second young ladies would still make someone notice something was wrong. All the dead were legitimate children, and maybe the next one to die was the only legitimate son left. Even if it was just a suspicion, it was worth testing. These two players obviously thought so. They came here, definitely not just to accompany the eldest son to drink alone, but to find out who would come back to see the eldest son tonight. So whoever came back could be the murderer. That is, the doll. Thinking of this, Zhao Sun mentally communicated with the pygmy marmoset, who was responsible for monitoring the eldest son. Make sure that there are no other players hiding nearby and spying secretly except these two players. If there are only two people, it won't be a big problem. Dr. Zhen. Hiccup young Master Zhao the eldest son looked at Dr. Zhen and Zhao Sun with his drunken eyes. You came to see me hiccup, what is the matter? Master Qian is not very worried about your health. So let me check your pulse. Dr. Zhen immediately gave the reason he had thought of a long time ago. Dr. Zhen and I live close to each other. I ran into him when I was about to go out to digest my food, so I came here to join in the fun. Zhao Sun made up a lie. The eldest son was drunk, and his head was so dizzy that he naturally couldn't react to whether there were loopholes in what Zhao Sun said. The second and third sons didn't care about the reason Zhao Sun found. What they wanted to know was something else. Brother, let Dr. Zhen feel your pulse first, and we will chat with Mr. Zhao for a while. The second son stood up and walked towards Zhao Sun. The third son followed closely behind the second son and walked towards Zhao Sun together. Zhao Sun turned his head and looked at Dr. Zhen, his eyes burning. Dr. Zhen understood what Zhao Sun meant when their eyes crossed. The second and third sons were all beside Zhao Sun, and only Dr. Zhen was close to the eldest son. This was a good opportunity to make a move. As for how he would escape after making the move, there were 4 people in and outside the house. Since Zhao Sun dared to hint to him like this, he should be fully confident that he could help him escape. Dr. Zhen hesitated for only a moment, And then he made up his mind. He walked in front of the eldest son and pretended to feel his pulse. The second and third sons only glanced at Dr. Jin. And seeing that Dr. Jin had already started to feel the pulse, they shifted their attention to Zhao Sun. "Did you come here because you suspected that the puppet was going to attack the legitimate children first?" the second son asked impatiently. "Yes." Zhao Sun nodded and asked, "How long have you been here? Did you see anything unusual?" "We came here at around 3 o'clock in the afternoon," the third son replied. "Except for a few maids coming in and out to deliver wine and food. No one else came, let alone anything unusual. Yes, until now. I only saw you and Dr. Jin coming." The second son moved closer and asked in a low voice, "This Dr. Jin, could he be a suspect?" "I don't know." Zhao Sun shrugged. "It was a coincidence that I ran into him." Without waiting for the two to ask, Zhao Sun changed the subject. "Why are you two here? Don't other players suspect that the murderer's next target is the eldest son? Some people think that the death of the eldest and second daughters is purely a coincidence, and don't believe our guess at all." The second son snorted. "There are 2 others who think that the doll will attack all of Mr. Qian's daughters first. So it went to the third daughter's yard. If you ask me, they are all stupid, and only the 3 of us are smart." The third son smiled and looked at Zhao Sun with a bit of flattery. "Since you, an old player, have come here to see the eldest son's situation, then we must have made the right choice. Sometimes making the right choice may not be a good thing." Zhao Sun moved his hand slightly while speaking. The 2 candlesticks behind the second and third young masters suddenly flew towards their backs. The flaming candles pierced into their clothes and were squeezed off by the strong pressure. The tips of the candlesticks were exposed and quickly pierced into the backs of the 2 men. Chapter 176. Just like that year. It was not until the spikes of the candlestick pierced their bodies that the second and third sons realized what had happened. They all showed a look of astonishment in their eyes. Obviously, they had never expected that Zhao Sun would suddenly attack them. In this game, there was no absolute conflict of interest or hostility between the players. The moment they saw Zhao Sun, they only thought that, even the old players came to the eldest son, they must have made the right choice. With the participation of the old players, even if they can't get the points for killing the dolls, at least they can guarantee the clearance of this platform game. They never thought that they would be stabbed in the back by Zhao Sun. When Zhao Sun heard the spikes of the candlestick piercing the bodies of the 2 players, he realized that something was wrong. Unlike the sound of the second son's skin being pierced, the sound of metal collision came from the third son's body. Zhao Sun reacted immediately. He had seen this special ability before. The third son's ability to respond was faster than the second son. At the critical moment, he instinctively used his special ability to protect himself. However, it only extended his life for a few seconds. The next second, Zhao Sun took a step back, and with his left hand, he controlled the candlestick to stab the second son's back in many vital points. And with his right hand, lightning flashed and chopped directly at the third son's body. The third son, who was about to counterattack, was still a beat slower than Zhao Sun in reaction speed. He was hit by lightning, and his whole body stiffened immediately, and then fell heavily to the ground like a fast iron plate. The second son had no chance to use his special ability at all, and was stabbed several times in a row. The severe bleeding of his internal organs made blood overflow from his mouth. "You? Why?" He didn't have time to finish the question he wanted to ask, and he died. The third son was still alive, but compared with the old player with the same special ability before, his condition was much worse. After only 3 electric shocks, he could no longer maintain his metal body and restored his soft flesh and skin tissue. "How is it possible?" he murmured in a low voice. "A player can only have one special ability. How can he control objects with one hand and release lightning with the other hand?" Zhao Sun naturally would not answer the third son's questions. He controlled the candlestick, aimed it at the third son's chest, and stabbed it hard. The third son groaned and died. Zhao Sun casually raised his hand and put the candlestick back to its original position. But the blood stains on the candlestick looked a bit creepy. It was not until this time that the drunken eldest son and Dr. Jin, who was thinking about when it would be more appropriate for him to take action, finally reacted to what had just happened. Dr. Jin stared at Zhao Sun with wide eyes, as if he couldn't believe what he saw. This man was more skillful than him. Could he also have a grudge against Master Qian? No. How could the candlestick fly? Could this man have magic? You are the murderer!" The eldest son stood up suddenly, and seemed to be a little sober. After hearing the eldest son shout, The two servants outside the door pushed the door open and came in to check the situation. The eldest son had previously instructed not to come in and disturb them. In addition, Zhao Sun killed the second and third sons so quickly that the noise was not loud. The servants thought that the sons were drunk and stumbled and caused bumps. As soon as they opened the door, they found that someone was dead in the room. They ran out in fear and tried to call for help. Unfortunately, they just took a step and opened their mouths. But before they could make a sound, Zhao Sun stabbed them in the back of their heads with a needle on the candlestick. The eldest son looked at the two servants falling to the ground in astonishment, and his heart beat fast due to tension and fear. He was about to open his mouth when Dr. Zhen covered his mouth. Opportunities are rare, and Dr. Zhen finally realized that this was the best time for him to take action. So he took out the dagger in his sleeve and stabbed the eldest son's waist. Zhao Sun stood there and watched Dr. Zhen's actions, with no expression on his face. When the eldest son finally fell to the ground, Zhao Sun took another look at the two players who had already died. Like now, Dr. Zhen can take action on the eldest son without any worries, and he doesn't even have to consider the issue of escaping. The reason why he chose to kill these two players first was because he knew that once Dr. Zhen attacked the eldest son, these two players would definitely attack Dr. Zhen. After all, from their perspective, the NPC who wanted to kill the eldest son must be a puppet. They were not aware of the existence of the puppet master. For the sake of points, the players would not show mercy to Dr. Zhen. Rather than making the scene more chaotic and troublesome, it is better to strike first when these two players are not prepared. Dr. Zhen wiped the blood off his cheek, and he looked at Zhao Sun. Seeing that Zhao Sun's face and body were clean, he couldn't help but feel a little envious. They both killed people, but he killed one and got himself dirty, while Zhao Sun killed 4 and was still clean. It's really annoying to compare yourself with others. You should change into clean clothes, Zhao Sun reminded Dr. Zhen. Although there are few people walking around tonight, it doesn't mean that no one will come out. Seeing you covered in blood, everyone will realize that you have killed someone. NPCs are basically unlikely to come out, but players are different. The more deaths there are in the mansion, the faster the murderer's actions will be. As long as the players realize this, they will not hide in their rooms at night, but will patrol everywhere to see if they can meet the murderer. Dr. Zhen also knew that it was inappropriate for him to go out like this. He pulled at his clothes and looked worried. But I didn't bring any clothes. Before, he always let his dolls kill people. But this was the first time he did it himself. Who knew he would end up like this? He never thought about bringing a set of clothes to change. The eldest son must have a lot of clothes to change into. Zhao Sun pointed at the door of the inner room. Why don't you just find a set to change into? At this point, he suddenly laughed. You wear the eldest son's clothes to meet Mr. Qian and Mrs. Qian. The shocking effect should be very good. Dr. Zhen instantly understood what Zhao Sun meant, and he also laughed. You are right. If I wear the eldest son's clothes, the couple will definitely guess that the eldest son was killed by me. But if they don't see it with their own eyes, they will still hold a glimmer of hope, which is enough to torture people. Finally, he looked Zhao Sun up and down. I didn't expect that you, a man in the world, know so much about the torture of people's hearts. Zhao Sun didn't respond to this, but urged Dr. Zhen. We shouldn't stay here for too long. Change clothes and leave quickly. In a short time, other players will not come. But in the second half of the night, if there is no public news that the doll has been killed, it is estimated that some players will go to the courtyards of the eldest son and the third lady to check the situation. They have to make sure whether the doll did not come to these two courtyards or has successfully killed the target. So, they have to leave as soon as possible. Dr. Zhen didn't know what Zhao Sun meant, but he was also afraid that someone would suddenly come in, and he didn't want others to see him like this. Leaving here quickly is definitely the best choice. He hurriedly walked into the inner room and picked a set of light and convenient clothes to change into. Then he and Zhao Sun walked quickly towards Madame Qian's courtyard. Mr. Qian will live in Madame Qian's courtyard tonight. This was arranged by Dr. Zhen early in the morning. Not far from Madame Qian's courtyard, Zhao Sun stopped and said to Dr. Zhen, Wait a minute. Dr. Zhen looked at Zhao Sun in confusion. What's wrong? Zhao Sun tilted his head slightly and looked at the black night sky. Dr. Zhen subconsciously looked in the same direction, but he didn't see anything. Of course he couldn't see anything, because Zhao Sun was not really looking at anything, but listening. While Dr. Zhen was changing clothes, he asked the pygmy marmoset to go to Madame Qian's yard to meet up with the other two primates, and the three of them dispersed in different directions to monitor nearby, in case someone else appeared. He could be notified as soon as possible. Just now, the pygmy marmoset suddenly said that a figure was approaching, and Zhao Sun asked Dr. Jin to stop. He had to first determine who the person was, and whether he needed to be dealt with before he could proceed to the next step. A few seconds later, the pygmy marmoset said that the person was just passing by and had gone far away. Zhao Sun did not take it lightly. He asked the pygmy marmoset to follow the person for a while, and confirmed that the other party was really walking away, rather than pretending to leave and turning back. And then, he signaled Dr. Jin to continue walking. Dr. Jin followed Zhao Sun's words, and walked quickly into Madame Qian's yard. However, he was a little confused, not knowing what Zhao Sun was doing just now. But he asked once. Zhao Sun did not mean to answer, so he stopped asking. Anyway, no matter what, Zhao Sun would help him get revenge. There is no doubt about that. He had absolute trust in Zhao Sun. Even if Zhao Sun did not tell him some things and some behaviors were beyond his understanding, he would not suspect that Zhao Sun had ill intentions. There was no servant in Mrs. Qian's yard, and they had been sent away by Mrs. Qian and Mr. Qian. At this time, the two were sitting on the chairs anxiously, looking at the closed door. The moment they saw the door open, they stood up subconsciously. Seeing the appearance of Dr. Jin, Mrs. Qian rushed over immediately. "Where is my son? What did you do to my son?" She saw at a glance that Dr. Jin was now wearing the robe of the eldest son. Dr. Jin must have gone to the eldest son to have the opportunity to change into the eldest son's clothes. But under what circumstances would Dr. Jin be asked to change into the eldest son's clothes? Mrs. Qian knew very well what Dr. Jin wanted to do, so she naturally would not be so naive as to think that Dr. Jin's clothes were stained by the tea. The only possibility she could think of was that her only son was killed, and Dr. Jin's body was stained with her son's blood, so he had to change his blood-stained clothes. When she thought of this situation, she couldn't help but feel cold all over. Her heart seemed to have fallen into an abyss, and she could never reach the bottom of the valley, and could only continue to fall in despair. Dr. Jin looked at the despair and pain on Mrs. Qian's face, and couldn't help laughing. "What do you think I will do to him, beast?" Master Qian pointed at Dr. Jin's nose and cursed. "That's your brother! How can you do such a thing as killing your sister and brother? What qualifications do you have to say me?" Dr. Jin snorted coldly. "You abandoned your wife and children, and clung to the powerful, which created the current grievances. This is the result of your greed and ruthlessness. Did you really kill my son?" Mrs. Qian's lips trembled. Her eyes were full of fear, but she still insisted on a clear result. "Of course." Dr. Jin kicked Mrs. Qian, his tone cold. "Just like you treated my mother back then." Mrs. Qian fell to the ground, and she lost her strength and couldn't get up at all. She lost 3 children in succession, and her only son, the only son with the right of inheritance, was also killed. All her hopes were gone. "Don't worry. It will be your turn to accompany them soon," Dr. Jin said, and suddenly clapped his hands. The small door of the next room opened, and a young woman with delicate features walked in. She had 2 buns and was dressed much better than ordinary servants, but it was still obvious that she was a maid. "Ping Ping!" Master Qian was stunned, and then he understood. He looked at Dr. Jin. "She is actually yours. Are you surprised?" Dr. Jin's eyes were full of undisguised sarcasm. "You hurt my mother so much at the beginning, and now you show care for someone who looks like my mother. You are really disgusting." He didn't intend to explain the details to Master Qian at all, and even in his heart he hoped that Master Qian would misunderstand like this. It would be so refreshing to let Master Qian think that the white flower in his heart was actually one of the people who caused him to such a situation. Master Qian held Ping Ping in his hands for several years. Although he had no status, he was particularly partial to her and took care of her. But she ended up dying in Ping Ping's hands. Isn't it just like Dr. Jin's mother back then, who worked hard to run the family business, allowing Master Qian to concentrate on studying and taking the imperial examinations, but was eventually abandoned and killed? Mrs. Qian, who was standing by, finally came back to her senses after hearing this. She glanced at Ping Ping, then at Master Qian, whose face was ashen, and then recalled what Dr. Jin had just said, and she felt sick. "You?" Mrs. Qian climbed up with her hands and feet, and pounced on Master Qian to beat him. "I said, why are you so good to this little bitch? And you give her rewards frequently? You are still in love with your old love." At the beginning, when she knew that Master Qian had a wife and a son, she sent people to get rid of these 2 burdens. At that time, she didn't take the mother and son seriously at all, and naturally she didn't meet them in person. Of course, She couldn't know that Ping Ping actually looked like Master Qian's ex-wife. This is also the reason why Master Qian dared to keep Ping Ping by his side all the time. What do you mean by lingering feelings? Don't listen to his nonsense. Master Qian pushed away Madame Qian, who kept rushing towards him, and explained in a somewhat embarrassed manner. He is trying to sow discord between us. Mrs. Qian, however, simply could not listen to what Mr. Qian said. The death of her children, her husband's betrayal, and the fear of having her life held in the hands of others all weighed on her, making her breathless. Her anger towards Mr. Qian was like an outlet for her emotions. She just wanted to fight fiercely, and didn't care about anything else. Dr. Zhen watched the fight between Mrs. Qian and Mr. Qian for a long time, as if he was watching a play, until both of them were tired and sat on the chairs to catch their breath. Dr. Zhen continued. Half a year ago, Ping Ping began to poison the tea you drank. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole room became extremely quiet, as if the sound of a needle falling could be heard. The Qian couple seemed to have forgotten to breathe, and just stared at Dr. Zhen in a daze. Dr. Zhen's smile gradually grew bigger, with a bit of pride. Every day, every cup of tea you drink contains trace amounts of toxins, which have accumulated for about half a year. It's almost time for you to go to H.L. As he said that, he took out a bag of powder from his arms and handed it to Ping Ping. Drink this last cup of poison, and let Ping Ping send you off for the last time. Are you really going to kill me? Mr. Qian's eyes widened, as if he had only just realized that Dr. Zhen wanted to kill him. I'm your biological father. The day you abandoned me and my mother, I no longer had you as a father. Dr. Zhen's eyes showed disgust. Besides, even without this last cup of poison, you are already hopeless. But you can only survive for a few days. Seeing that Mr. Qian opened his mouth to say something, Dr. Zhen turned around and ordered Ping Ping. Hurry up. He just wanted to watch the couple die now, and didn't want to listen to Mr. Qian's nonsense. Ping Ping obediently brought the small stove in the ear room over. There was a pot of boiling hot water in the stove. It was obvious that she had prepared it before. While Ping Ping was pouring water into the cup, Zhao Sun, who had been standing at the door without saying a word, took out his mobile phone to check the time. There was still an hour until midnight. If everything went well, he could pass this platform game before the 27th. The more this time, the more he could not take it lightly. Zhao Sun kept in touch with the three primates outside at all times to grasp the movements outside in time. Mr. Qian and Mrs. Qian did not want to sit and wait for death. But no matter how much they resisted in their hearts, their bodies could not resist. The only thing they could do was not to take the cup of water when Ping Ping brought it to them. Dr. Zhen sneered. Ping Ping! Just drink it. There was no need to tie them up with ropes. Mr. Qian and Mrs. Qian seemed to be bound by invisible things, and even the action of tilting their heads to avoid became very difficult. They were forced to drink a cup of boiling poison. The pain in their throats was far less profound than the fear of impending death. Dr. Zhen looked down at the two people lying on the ground in a mess. He saw them desperately scratching their throats and trying to spit it out, but they failed no matter how they tried. He felt extremely happy. The effect of the poison took effect very quickly. Soon, the Qian couple began to twitch, and then blood flowed from their 7 orifices. They died in extreme pain. Ha ha! Dr. Zhen raised his head and laughed wildly. Mother, I finally avenged you. These two bitches are finally dead. And they died in pain. Ha ha ha! Accompanied by Dr. Zhen's crazy laughter, the long-awaited pop-up window popped up in front of Zhao Sun. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for completing the hidden task, getting 50 points, 50 hours of survival time, and obtaining the special item doll that is good at imitation. The next second, Zhao Sun raised his right hand, and a ball of fire accurately pounced on the defenseless Ping Ping. Ping Ping screamed, then fell to the ground and rolled continuously. She tried to put out the flames on her body, but found that the fire was getting bigger and bigger, and there was no sign of extinguishing at all. Dr. Zhen's laughter was stuck, and he subconsciously questioned Zhao Sun. What are you doing? Chapter 177 Competing with you is my new pleasure. Amidst the questioning of Dr. Zhen, Ping Ping gradually stopped moving, and most of her body was burned to ashes. Zhao Sun retracted the flames and said to Dr. Zhen calmly, I told you before that I would kill all the dolls, but in order to help you get revenge, I will wait until Ping Ping helps you get revenge before killing her. Dr. Zhen was stunned, and finally remembered that Zhao Sun had said this before. He was overwhelmed by the joy of revenge and forgot about it for a while. He looked at the charcoal lying on the ground, feeling a little distressed. It's not easy to make these human-shaped dolls. And you didn't leave any for me. You have already succeeded in revenge. And it doesn't affect anything without them. Zhao Sun casually perfunctorily said, his eyes resting on the pop-up window in front of him. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for successfully killing a doll disguised as a human. And getting 30 points and 30 hours of survival time. Immediately afterwards, a streamer-like barrage slowly slid in front of Zhao Sun. Public screen notification, doll hunting progress, March 3rd. The next second, a new pop-up window appeared in front of Zhao Sun. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for successfully surviving until the 3 dolls died. Clearing this round of the game. And obtaining 100 points and 100 hours of survival time. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for unlocking all the plots in the game Deep House Old Dreams. And obtaining a reward of 20% of your total points in this round of the game. Which is 48 points. When Zhao Sun saw the last line of words, he suddenly remembered that there was indeed an extra point reward in the platform game after unlocking all the plots. He had not completed the tasks of the platform game perfectly for too long. And he almost forgot that there was a 20% point reward. Although this extra reward did not increase the survival time, it was not bad to get nearly 50 extra points. The pop-up window disappeared, and Zhao Sun's eyes blurred. When his vision recovered, he was already standing next to the endless train. The night was like water, and the moonlight was dim. Only a few people standing by the train could be vaguely seen. Zhao Sun counted and found that there were 15 players, including himself, who had completed the game. In theory, Master Wu was killed by him. And then 2 players with the status of servants. Aunt Lu and the second lady. The second son and the third son died. 18 out of 25 people should be able to complete the game. But in fact only 15 people completed the game. That can only mean that in addition to Zhao Sun, there were conflicts between individual players. Excluding Zhao Sun himself, there were 14 new players alive in this wave. In addition to the players who had completed the 3-wheel platform game mentioned by Ajay before. The number of players who could successfully become old players in October should be more than that in September. After these thoughts flashed through Zhao Sun's mind, he immediately boarded the endless train. After becoming an old player, he had no daily personal tasks. So naturally he didn't need to worry about the problem of getting on the train at a certain point. He didn't want to communicate with new players in depth. So there was no need to stay here. Going back to sleep in bed is certainly much more comfortable than lying on the cement road outside and blowing the cold wind. It was almost midnight. When Zhao Sun returned to the carriage, he saw that all the compartment doors were closed. He opened the door of box number 2 and saw 3 volunteers lying on the bed. Wu Wei and Qianqian had come out of the dream game and were chatting about something. Ajay was lying motionless, obviously still in the dream game. When Zhao Sun opened the door of the box, he heard Wu Wei asked in surprise, "Which old volunteer died?" Hearing the sound of the door opening, Wu Wei and Qianqian looked at the door of the box in unison. Seeing Zhao Sun coming back, both of them greeted him. Zhao Sun also responded politely. Then he sat on his bed, took off his shoes and clothes. Qianqian did not mean to avoid Zhao Sun and continued the previous topic. "The one nicknamed Silk Scarf. Did he die in the dream game?" Wu Wei asked. "Yes." Qianqian nodded. "This evening in the restaurant, I accidentally heard someone mention it. So I asked a few more questions. Before the 3 days of Scarf in the dream game were up, her proxy body suddenly dissipated. According to other old players, this is what happens when a player dies in the dream game." Wu Wei was silent for a while, and then sighed for a long time. Qianqian also sighed. When she first heard the news, her mood became very heavy. Although the 3 old volunteers on the train were not close to their batch of volunteers, she still felt a little sad when she heard the news that some of them had died. The fewer the number of volunteers, the more she felt a sense of sympathy. It was as if one day, she would die before she could get off the train. Zhao Sun opened his personal panel amid the size of the 2 volunteers. He looked at his total points and survival time. The total points were already 1426. After deducting the 1000 points for upgrading special abilities, the remaining more than 400 points would definitely be enough for him to survive until the end of the next platform game. The remaining survival time is 40 days and 18 hours. In this remaining time statistics, it only shows the hours. But in fact there should be dozens of minutes left. After all, it is not yet midnight on the 27th. The survival time is more than enough. And he does not have to worry about the problem of insufficient time. However, he is not in a hurry to upgrade his special ability now. He wants to wait until the ranking is counted at midnight on October 31st to see what rank he can get with such points. It is not too late to upgrade the special ability later. Anyway, there will be no more platform games in the last few days of October. He completed the platform game ahead of time this time, causing all participating players to exit the game ahead of time. It seems that it is 2 days early, but the train will only depart on the originally scheduled day. That is, at 12 o'clock on the 28th. The 28th is too close to the last day of the month, and it is impossible for a new platform game to appear. Therefore, the next platform game must be in early November. Zhao Sun can completely wait until the ranking is released in late October before upgrading his special ability. It didn't delay the participation in the next platform game at all. Finally, Zhao Sun took another look at the details of his new special item. This is a palm-sized puppet. Each joint can move flexibly, small and delicate. However, the face of the puppet is a flat surface without facial features. Puppet that is good at imitating. Put the puppet in a position where the target can be seen for 5 minutes, and the puppet can vividly imitate the target's appearance, expression, tone and style of doing things. Even the height, figure and body shape are exactly the same as the original, whether it is used as a scapegoat, a substitute, or to deceive the people around the target. It is a very useful product. PS1, it can only imitate humans. PS2, it cannot imitate the target's special abilities. PS3, after this product is damaged, it can still be used as long as it can be repaired. Zhao Sun put away the little puppet and had a basic concept of the purpose of this special item. Although this special item cannot use the special abilities of the person being imitated, fortunately it is not a disposable item. It is not completely useless. Maybe at a critical moment, it will rely on it to reverse the situation. At this time, Wu Wei suddenly said, Shui, why do you want to participate in the platform game? You should not lack survival time. Right? Of course not. Zhao Sun pulled open the quilt and covered himself. I do this, of course, to get more points. He did not intend to hide his purpose. There are 2 possibilities. Either the survival time is not enough, and he has to participate in the platform game, or he actively participates in the platform game to accumulate more points. If he doesn't say it, others can guess it. So it's better to say it directly. Even if you know his purpose, it won't affect him. Wu Wei was not surprised to hear Zhao Sun's answer. Wu Wei actually guessed it, but he still wanted to ask and get a positive answer. He also considered not being satisfied with just passing every dream game. Only by actively participating in more survival games can you accumulate more points faster and have the opportunity to become a train conductor earlier. He understands the truth, but this is too risky. He is a person who tends to take steady steps, and he will become hesitant when faced with overly risky behavior. He didn't expect that Zhao Sun had already taken action while he was still considering whether to do so. Perhaps he should take a risk. Otherwise, where would the opportunity come from? Zhao Sun didn't hear Wu Wei talking again, so he stopped talking, turned over, wrapped himself in the quilt, and fell asleep soon. The box was very quiet, and Wu Wei and Qianqian fell asleep soon. Asterisk. In the next few days, Zhao Sun ate all the buns, hand-grabbed pancakes and other things that he had bought before and put in the storage compartment. The storage compartment does not have a time-stopping function, so these foods that cannot be stored for a long time must be eaten as soon as possible and cannot be kept in it all the time. Fortunately, it is cold now, so it is okay to keep it for half a month. If it is summer, it is best to bring only fast food. Zhao Sun only eats 2 meals a day, and by October 31st, he had just finished eating all the buns and hand-grabbed pancakes. Even the 5 bottles of mineral water he bought were drunk up. October 31st, 11:30 at night. A familiar electronic sound rang out from the train horn. The endless train will arrive at the departure station in half an hour, and a new batch of passengers will board the train. All old players will be rearranged to the corresponding berths according to their points ranking. Please check your tickets carefully and take seats according to the updated berths on the tickets. A new batch of players will board the endless train at the end of the month. On this day, the time for calculating the points ranking and changing the accommodation will be advanced by half an hour. All the old players are used to this. Therefore, everyone packed up their things early and prepared to move. Zhao Sun first took a look at his personal panel. Player, Zhao Sun. Points, 1,426. Ranking, 128. Survival time, 35 days and 18 hours. Special ability, Devouring LV4. Currently devouring special abilities Control of Gold. Ability Resurrection Frenzy. Special ability Control of Thunder. Special Ability Beast Transformation LV2. Special Ability Control of Fire LV3. Ability Hypnosis. Special Items: Lively Long Rope, Scorching Blood, Wings of the Goddess, Princess's Prince Pendant, Primate Blessing, Cowardly Shackles, Fiery Red Seal, Puppet Good at Imitation. Compared with the last ranking of 165, this ranking has improved a lot. However, he remembered that when he was still a new player, he once ranked 130 with more than 700 points. Now, he has more than 1,400 points, twice as many as before. But his ranking has only improved by 2 places. He can only think of 2 reasons. First, when he ranked 130th with more than 700 points, some old players had just upgraded their special abilities, which consumed a lot of points and left him with few points. This gave him the opportunity to squeeze in. Later, he deducted points to upgrade his special abilities, which naturally allowed those old players to catch up again. Second, the higher the ranking, the greater the gap in points, and it is difficult to move up 1 place. When he ranked 130th, there might be a gap of several hundred points between him and the 129th. If he wanted to surpass the latecomers, jump 2 places, and squeeze out the player who was originally ranked 128th, he might need double the points when he was ranked 130th. In any case, this time he really entered the range of old players. Unlike before, his ranking was always hovering between the players of the same period in September. Zhao Sun took out his ticket and looked at it. Zhao Sun. Number 2. Compartment 2. Carriage 06. He stood up and was about to leave the compartment when Wu Wei asked, "Ashui, which compartment did you go to this time?" "Number 2. Zhao Sun answered. "Number 2? Ajay looked surprised. "So, you don't need to move? Isn't this compartment 2? Before Zhao Sun could speak, Ajay said, "You also went to the platform game, but it seems that you didn't get many points. The 3 of us went to compartment 1. I went to compartment 6. Zhao Sun looked at Ajay and smiled. "Did you go to compartment 6 too?" Ajay, a little embarrassed, and embarrassed to be stubborn. "It seems that participating in more survival games is good. The ranking gap between you and us has widened a lot." Wu Wei couldn't help but sigh. "You should have a lot more points than us." "Probably." Zhao Sun shrugged, opened the door, and walked out. Wu Wei and the other 2 followed him out. When Zhao Sun was about to cross the range of carriage 07, Wu Wei suddenly asked Zhao Sun, "Ashui, do you know that 3 players in the same group as us have died this month?" "I don't know." Zhao Sun answered very straightforwardly. "You don't look curious or surprised." Qian asked curiously, "Have you inquired about this news privately?" "Of course not." Zhao Sun smiled. "It is normal for players to die. There is nothing to be surprised about. Their deaths have nothing to do with me, so there is nothing to be curious about." After saying that, he waved to Wu Wei and the other 2 and turned away. Wu Wei looked at Zhao Sun's back as he left, and sighed for a long while. "Sometimes I envy him a little." "What do you envy him for?" Ajay complained. "Look at his ruthless appearance. Not surprised or curious. Isn't it because he doesn't care about others at all?" "You are right to say that." Wu Wei paused for a few seconds before continuing. "But from another perspective, he is also very free and easy." This is a free and easy attitude that he will never have in his life. So he will envy. But envy is envy. He will not forget his responsibilities and ideals because of this. He still has to do what he should do. "Let's go!" Wu Wei quickly adjusted his mood and entered the number 1 compartment of the 07 compartment with Ajay and Qian. When Zhao Sun walked into the number 2 compartment of the 06 compartment, he saw Su Tiantian sitting on the lower bunk and shaking her legs. When Su Tiantian saw Zhao Sun coming in, her eyes lit up, and she immediately smiled sweetly. "Not bad. You came to me so soon." There was no surprise in her eyes, as if she had expected Zhao Sun to catch up. It was just a little earlier than she expected. "Your ranking is not much different from last time," Zhao Sun said as he climbed to Su Tiantian's upper bunk. Su Tiantian's compartment did not change. Only the position of the bed changed. Last time she was in bunk 3. This time it was bunk 1. But both were lower bunks. Su Tiantian saw Zhao Sun went to her upper bunk, and she understood. "Your ranking has improved a lot. Only 1 place lower than mine." Zhao Sun sat on the bed and looked at Su Tiantian standing below. "Maybe I will be ahead of you in the next ranking." Su Tiantian laughed. "Since you said so, I have to work hard and can't let you, a newcomer, Beat me. Zhao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly. Aren't you not chasing the ranking? I remember you said that you think it's good to live on the endless train. And you don't plan to get off the train. Nor do you plan to accumulate points to become a train conductor. I said so. But I suddenly changed my mind now. Su Tian blinked at Zhao Sun. Competing with you is my new fun. Zhao Sun was too lazy to say anything more. Pulled up the quilt and prepared to lie down. Just then, two other players walked in. One man and one woman. Zhao Sun didn't know either of them. And the other party had no intention of introducing themselves. They found their own beds, laid down and fell asleep. He didn't even say hello to Su Tian and Zhao Sun. Su Tian was used to it and didn't take the initiative to speak. Although Zhao Sun had always lived with Wu Wei and his group of three, and their relationship was quite harmonious. He also adapted well to the cold scene of the old players. It can even be said that not disturbing each other is the ideal state he wants. The box was completely quiet, and Zhao Sun simply opened his personal panel again and clicked on his special ability. The ranking has been determined, and he should use his points. You can use 1,000 points to upgrade the special ability Devouring LV4. Do you want to upgrade? Yes, no. Zhao Sun chose yes without hesitation. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for successfully upgrading the special ability Devouring to LV5. Please click on details to view detailed information. Chapter 178 Upgrade and Evil Spirit. Zhao Sun clicked on the special ability details. Swallow LV5. Rarity, only 1. Ability details. After selecting the target, bite any item belonging to the target for 3 seconds to obtain the opponent's ability. The current level can increase the opponent's ability by 5 times. You can have 10 abilities at the same time. If you swallow the 11th ability, you need to choose to cover one of the 10 abilities you already have. In most cases, the acquired ability will not disappear until it is overwritten by the new ability. PS1. You can swallow special abilities with the same rarity of only 1. But you can only use it 5 times after swallowing. If the number is exhausted, the ability will automatically disappear. And you cannot swallow the same player's only 1 special ability repeatedly. Swallowing the only 1 special ability, no matter what the target's ability level is, it will be directly increased to LV5 after swallowing. PS2. The selected item must be on the target for more than 24 hours. If you take the item from the target for more than 1 hour, it can no longer be used as a swallowed item. Friendly reminder, due to current environmental restrictions, the special ability has been upgraded to the highest level. After reading all the content, Zhao Sun was still a little surprised. What surprised him most was that the special ability was capped at level 5. However, the words, "Current environment limit," were added in front, which proved that the special ability could still be upgraded. But it could not be upgraded under the current circumstances. It is just not clear whether this environmental limit means that there is a possibility of changing the environment in the future, or like online games. The level of the current map needs to be upgraded before the special ability can be upgraded. For now, the cap on special abilities is not a bad thing. No need to spend points on upgrading special abilities. He can concentrate on accumulating 10,000 points to exchange for becoming a train conductor. Then again, since the current level limit can only upgrade special abilities to level 5, the old player who has stayed on the endless train the longest has not accumulated 10,000 points, which is really a bit strange. According to Zhao Sun's calculation, on average, one survival game gets 300 points, and one must participate in a dream game 3 times a month, which is 900 points. Taking advantage of the opportunity to participate in the platform game twice, it is 600 points. Then you can get a total of 1,500 points a month. The points needed for eating and drinking every day. The points for exchanging safety barrier when entering the dream game, plus the points that may be spent extra. It is assumed that a total of 500 points are consumed each month. There are still 1,000 points left. After accumulating for 10 months, you can get 10,000 points. Zhao Sun didn't know how long the others had been there, but the old volunteer called Death God had been there for 13 months so far. Even if there was a situation where the task was not completed in the dream game, and the points were deducted after the game came out, it would take longer to accumulate 10,000 points. And that year should be enough. Death God can live for such a long time. He is definitely not an ordinary person, which means that he is not likely to fail to complete the task and repeatedly deduct points. Unless Death God never participates in the platform game and only completes the 3 fixed dream games every month. After deducting the monthly living expenses, He may not have accumulated 10,000 points until now. Otherwise, he should have become the train conductor long ago. But Zhao Sun had not heard the news that the Grim Reaper became the train conductor. Logically, such a major change of identity should be announced to the entire train, even if becoming the train conductor only notifies the player who redeemed the points. And no public news is released. With the ability of the whistle, he should be able to get the first-hand information quickly. The last time Wu Wei bought the news about the old volunteer from the whistle, the whistle did not mention it. Later, the whistle did not mention it. The whistle would not provide information for free for no reason. But such fresh and important information must be willing to buy it. He slightly leaked the wind and let others take the initiative to find him to buy the news. For him, it is a sure win. Since the whistle did not mention it, it proved that the Grim Reaper did not become the train conductor. This old volunteer named Grim Reaper did not plan to leave the endless train like Su Tiantian. Or did some unexpected situation occur that required a large amount of points to be consumed? Unfortunately, Zhao Sun can only guess now, and there is not enough information to judge the real situation. He quickly put aside this idea and focused on the details of the special ability that had just been upgraded. This time, the ability increase and the number of abilities possessed did not double as before. But there is one more special ability that can devour the only one rarity, which can be regarded as a considerable breakthrough. Even if he cannot permanently possess only one, special abilities, using it 5 times is also very good. Moreover, the only one, special ability of the same player cannot be devoured repeatedly. If he understands this sentence correctly, it should mean that if the original user dies, the special ability will re-enter the gift pack pool and be obtained by a new player, and he can devour the same ability again through the new player. Although it depends on luck, at least it is not impossible to use it again after using it 5 times. Zhao Sun decided to find an opportunity tomorrow to take a hair from Su Tiantian. The experimental target is right in front of him, and he will not miss it. Just thinking about this, an electronic sound suddenly sounded from the train horn. Today is 1:52 a.m. on November 1st, 3033. The train will arrive at the first stop at 11:41 a.m. on November 2nd. Passengers who need to get off, please prepare in advance. It seems that the new players have completed their initial trials, and the train has finally notified the time for the first platform game. Zhao Sun calculated in his mind. The platform game starting on the 2nd is still quite early. Generally, the first platform game should not take too long. Even if there are 5 days, he can only return to the endless train at midnight on the 6th. And he can enter the dream game from the 7th in time. After confirming that there is enough time, Zhao Sun decided to participate in this platform game. Asterisk. November 1st. When Zhao Sun got out of bed at 8 o'clock, the 2 old players, who were completely unfamiliar to him, had disappeared. Only Su Tiantian was still wrapped in the quilt and sleeping soundly. Hearing the movement, Su Tiantian opened her hazy eyes and looked at Zhao Sun, who came down from the ladder. She muttered dissatisfiedly, "Keep your voice down. Don't disturb me." After that, she turned her back to Zhao Sun, and continued to sleep. Zhao Sun walked lightly to Su Tiantian's bed. As he was looking around, Su Tiantian suddenly turned around again. "Why are you standing behind me?" Su Tiantian stared, and the sleepiness in her eyes faded a little. "If I hadn't known that it was you who was coming over, I would have taken action long ago." Zhao Sun was not at all flustered. He sat down directly beside the bed and asked calmly, "What time do you plan to sleep until? Do you have something to talk to me about?" Su Tiantian simply sat up wrapped in the quilt. "Can't you wait until I wake up to talk about it? You have to talk now. Now that those 2 people are not here, it's more convenient to talk." Zhao Sun replied. "Okay." Su Tiantian yawned. "What do you want to say? Do you know that there is an old player who has been fooling new players?" Zhao Sun said while looking at the pillow behind Su Tiantian. He saw several long hairs on the pillow. It was exactly where Su Tiantian's head was resting. No matter when these hairs fell, as long as Su Tiantian's head just left, they must meet the conditions for devouring. Any random hair would be better than pulling her hair out. "Fool?" Su Tiantian was not interested. "How do you trick me? Tell the new players that the old players who participate in the platform game are weak, and as long as they kill the old players, they can get special items, and encourage the new players to attack the old players." Zhao Sun moved naturally and sat at the head of the bed. "There is such a thing?" Su Tiantian showed some interest. "The new player actually believed it? The old player should have locked on the new players, who are more easily brainwashed after observation. Zhao Sun leaned on the railing beside the bed and said his inference. And he would first reveal some useful information to the new players. After a few times, the new players will trust him and no longer doubt the information he sells. Selling information? Su Tiantian was more interested. This person wants to steal the job from Xiaozi. The next second, she shook her head again. No. Judging from his behavior, the purpose should not be to steal Xiaozi's job. It will always be exposed if the false information is leaked for a long time. Unless the person only sells the information to the new players, who are easy to deceive. But in this way, there is little to earn, which goes against the original intention of the information dealer. What's more, the false information leaked by this person is to let the new players deal with the old players. It's quite interesting. Why did this old player do this? Su Tiantian asked curiously. That's what I want to find out. Zhao Sun looked at Su Tiantian. I don't know who this person is yet. If you have time, ask around. Since returning to the endless train, he has been paying attention to the players coming and going every time he goes to a regular restaurant to eat. Unfortunately, he has not yet met a person who matches the clothing characteristics described by Master Wu. Nor has he seen anyone with strange whereabouts, who takes the initiative to talk to new players. The fake whistle may have felt that there was no one to fool at the end of October, so he didn't take any action. Now that November has just begun, it's normal that he hasn't found a suitable person to fool. Since the other party didn't take action, it was naturally difficult for him to tell who the fake whistle was. So he could only wait and see. This should be left to the whistle to investigate. Su Tiantian yawned and began to feel sleepy again. He wants to charge, Zhao Sun said honestly. I don't think it's necessary to buy information for this matter. He was interested in this matter only because this person's actions affected his mission. If it is a potential threat, it is better to find it out and get rid of it as soon as possible. But this potential threat is far from being serious enough to buy information to catch it. He doesn't want to spend his points or materials on this matter. I said someone wants to steal his job and destroy his reputation. He must want to find out who this person is more than you and me. Su Tiantian winked at Zhao Sun. Not only will he not charge, he will also thank us. That's the best. You go and tell Xiaozi. Zhao Sun also yawned. And when he put his hand down, he took a hair from Su Tiantian's pillow. He moved quickly, and did it behind Su Tiantian, and didn't attract Su Tiantian's attention at all. He quickly put the hair into the storage compartment, and then casually described the physical characteristics of the old player mentioned by Master Wu. Finally, he said, he should be looking for a suitable candidate in an ordinary restaurant. After all, everyone has to go to eat. After observing for a week, he should be able to see who is easier to deceive. After listening to this, Su Tiantian suddenly asked, why don't you handle this matter yourself? But tell me instead. I will participate in the platform game tomorrow and will miss the best observation time. Zhao Sun said the reason he had thought of long ago. In fact, of course, he just wanted to get close to Su Tiantian's bed and take away Su Tiantian's hair. Telling Su Tiantian about this was just an excuse. Is that so? Su Tiantian laughed. Her cat pupils slightly curved, and she looked very happy. It seems that you realize that we are the same kind of people. At any time, you should trust me more than others. Zhao Sun automatically ignored Su Tiantian's words and said, you continue to sleep. I'm going to have breakfast. After that, he left the box. Su Tiantian didn't care about Zhao Sun's attitude. She laid down again, wrapped herself in the quilt, and fell asleep soon. After Zhao Sun left the box, he did not go to the restaurant, but entered the nearest toilet. After locking the door, he took out the hair that belonged to Su Tiantian and put it in his mouth. Congratulations on obtaining this special ability Evil Spirit LV5. The current swallowing ability level is LV5, and you can have 10 abilities at the same time. Due to the rarity of the special ability Evil Spirit LV5, it cannot get the 5-fold amplification effect and can only be upgraded to the current highest level LV5. The current Evil Spirit LV5 can be used 5 times, confirming that he can really get a special ability with the same rarity of only 1. Zhao Sun is in a very good mood. He clicked on the details of this special ability. Evil Spirit LV5. Rarity, only. Ability details. The souls of all people killed by the owner of this special ability will become ghost servants for the ability owner to drive until their souls are scattered. Ghost servants are absolutely loyal to their masters, will not be manipulated by others in any form, and will not harm their masters. Ghost servants with special abilities or powers can use their abilities in their lifetime. However, each ghost servant can only use its ability once a month. So please choose the right time to use it. PS1. When the ghost servant dies, the special ability or ability is at the same level as the ghost servant after becoming a ghost servant. PS2. People killed before having this ability will also become ghost servants. After reading the details, Zhao Sun couldn't help but smile. It is indeed a special ability with a rarity of only 1. Su Tian is equivalent to possessing countless special abilities of other players in disguise. The biggest difference from his Devour effect is that he can multiply most of the abilities he gets by 5 times, while Su Tian's evil spirit can only keep the ghost servant at the ability level when he died. This is the disadvantage of Su Tian's special ability compared with his special ability. But Su Tian's special ability also has advantages. Her special ability does not limit the number of ghost servants killed. In other words, as long as she kills enough players, she can release hundreds of ghost servants with various special abilities at the same time and attack at the same time. Although Zhao Sun's Devour can also use different special abilities at the same time. A person's energy is limited, and it is impossible to release all special abilities at the same time. Besides, the number of special abilities he can get is also limited. Only 10. In general, the difference between his special abilities and Su Tian's is mainly the quantity and quality. Now he can also use Evil Spirit, which has advantages in both quantity and quality. However, each ghost servant can only use the ability once a month. With this restriction, he can only use Evil Spirit 5 times in total. If he only releases 1 or 2 ghost servants at a time, he will use up the opportunity to use it, which will be a big loss. So in order to make the most of this special ability, he will definitely release all the ghost servants at once. This means that he can only use this special ability once a month at most. He has to choose the time to use it more carefully and reasonably than Su Tian. In any case, this is a pretty good harvest. For the rest of the first, Zhao Sun did not go anywhere else, except for eating. He rested in the box. At 10 o'clock in the morning on the 2nd, he went to an ordinary restaurant for a full meal, and bought enough buns, steamed buns, hand-grabbed pancakes and mineral water for 3 days, and put them in the storage compartment, deducting a total of 30 points. Then, he quietly waited for the time to come. When the train was about to stop in 5 minutes, a familiar electronic sound sounded from the speaker. The endless train will stop at the haunted house platform at 11:41. Passengers who want to get off, please be prepared. Zhao Sun stood up and prepared to go out. He saw that Su Tian did not move, and was a little surprised. "You are not leaving." The night before yesterday, he heard Su Tian say that she wanted to compete with him. He thought that the subtext was that Su Tian would also participate in all the platform games at the right time in the future. But Su Tian was sitting on the bed now, with no intention of standing up at all. "I won't go." Su Tian waved her hand. "I wish you a good time." After hearing Su Tian's words, the other 2 players in the box cast a surprised look at Su Tian. "Have fun. It sounds like going to an amusement park. Where is the tension of participating in a survival game? Is this not to annoy others in a weird way?" The 2 players subconsciously looked at Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun did not show the anger they imagined, but asked Su Tian calmly, "Didn't you say you wanted to compete with me? How can you compete without participating in the platform game? I have to enter the dream game first." Su Tian blinked her eyes, showing an innocent and pitiful look. "I'll compete with you next time. Okay, I'll be more relaxed without you." Zhao Sun waved his hand and walked out of the box. Chapter 179 Haunted House. Zhao Sun walked to the door of the carriage and waited quietly. Soon the train stopped. This train will stop for 3 days, and will depart on time at 12 o'clock on the night of November 4th. All passengers who are getting off the train, please be sure to get on the train before 12 o'clock on the night of November 4th. As soon as the words fell, the carriage door opened instantly. Zhao Sun got off the train with a relaxed mood. Very good. When he comes back from the platform game, there is still enough time to enter the dream game. Nothing will be delayed. Passing through the familiar thick white fog, Zhao Sun stood in the open space and listened to the footsteps approaching in the distance. Soon, everyone arrived, including Zhao Sun. There are a total of 12 players. 3 of them are very recognizable. One is a monk with a scar on his bald head. One is a Taoist wearing a Taoist robe, and the other is a Christian with a cross necklace around his neck. Zhao Sun had reason to suspect that these 3 people chose to get off the bus temporarily after hearing the name of this game. Haunted House, this name is too easy to understand. It is either related to fake ghosts or real ghosts. Anyway, it is inseparable from the word ghost. These three people may think that they are just professionally matched, and they may have a higher chance of passing the level than others. However, it is also interesting that the new players can just gather these three types this time. Zhao Sun only glanced at the other 11 players, and then turned to look at the dark house in the distance. The house has 3 floors. I don't know if the exterior of the building has been painted or something. The whole looks dark, so that even the position of the windows and doors cannot be seen clearly. Zhao Sun was taciturn, but not aggressive, and did not attract other people's attention. This is the first platform game for new players in November. As long as he does not take the initiative to show his proficiency in the game and his contempt for new players, no one will realize that he is an old player. He does not need to deliberately show himself at this time. A huge public screen appeared above everyone. Welcome to the Haunted House platform game. Players need to find all the ghosts in the haunted house and kill them to pass the game. The number of ghosts is unknown, and players need to find clues to confirm it. The method of killing ghosts is unknown, and players need to try it themselves. In addition to players trying various methods on their own, there are weapons in the haunted house that can definitely kill ghosts. But there are only 5. Please try your best to find them. Players cannot leave the haunted house before finding all the ghosts in the haunted house. Otherwise, the game will be directly judged as failed. If all ghosts are not killed before the game time ends, the game will be judged as failed. Wish all players a happy game. After reading the rules of the game, Zhao Sun understood. The difficulty of this game lies in 2 aspects. One is to determine how many ghosts there are, and the other is how to kill ghosts. If you don't know the number of ghosts, once you miss one, you can pass the game. If you are not sure about the method of killing ghosts, every action may be futile. What if the ghost can disguise itself and make the player think that they have killed it, but in fact it is not dead at all and is hiding? That would be the end of it. In fact, there is another invisible rule. In this process, the ghost cannot just passively take the beatings. That would be too safe for the players. The ghost can certainly attack the players. The players must ensure their own safety while finding enough clues to determine the number of ghosts and ways to kill them. This is quite difficult for new players who have no experience and whose special abilities are at the primary stage. Zhao Sun's thoughts just turned, and his eyes blurred. When his vision returned to normal, he could only vaguely see the outlines of various objects in the darkness. Behind him, a man suddenly asked tentatively, "Hey, are you a player?" Zhao Sun turned his head and saw a big head standing in the corner. The other party's clothes and appearance could not be seen clearly in the dark, but the popcorn-like head was very conspicuous. Zhao Sun had an impression of this player. The hairstyle was unique among the 12 people and very eye-catching. However, he did not take it lightly. The possibility that something deliberately disguised itself as a player cannot be ruled out. According to the current situation, after entering the haunted house, the players dispersed. There may be 2 or 3 players in one room, but it is also possible that each player is scattered in different rooms. Zhao Sun took out a strong flashlight, and the whole room suddenly became as bright as day. He was finally able to see the other person's appearance. It was a normal face and limbs, without any strange patchwork traces. After the light appeared, the afro's originally uneasy expression relaxed a little. "Great! You actually have such a bright flashlight!" The afro approached Zhao Sun happily. "I'm so lucky to be with you. Otherwise, I don't know how to walk in the dark. Don't get too close," Zhao Sun warned. The afro paused, and he asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Zhao Sun thought about it, and shot a sesame-sized flame at the afro's hair. Before the afro could react, a hole was burned in the middle of the afro. After Zhao Sun quickly retracted the flame, the afro could vaguely smell a burnt smell. "What was that flew out and came back in your hand just now? It was too small for me to see clearly." The afro looked up and looked around, but he really couldn't figure out what the small light spot that just came and went was. Then he sniffed. "Why do I feel like something is burned? Did I smell it wrong?" Zhao Sun looked at the faint smoke coming out of the afro's hair, waited for a few seconds, and made sure that it would not burn again. So he directly changed the subject. "Search this room first to see if there are any weapons that can kill ghosts, or clues about the number of ghosts. Since the rules of the game say that there are ghosts in the haunted house, the possibility of people pretending to be ghosts is directly ruled out. Ghosts are not necessarily afraid of fire, but if the other party is really a ghost, the fire should not burn the other party's hair. So this must be a person. Since it is a person, it is a player." After confirming that the other party is a player, Zhao Sun does not have to worry about anything. The first thing is to seize the time to start the task progress. Oh, right. The Afro's attention was immediately diverted. He hurriedly began to look for something nearby. At the same time, he did not forget to explain to Zhao Sun. I am a little afraid of the dark. I didn't expect to be in such a dark place as soon as I came in. Maybe I was a little too excited just now. Don't mind it. Zhao Sun said, casually, walked to the other end of the room, and began to carefully search for everything. The light of the strong flashlight was very bright. Even if the two people were scattered in the two farthest corners of the room, the light in Zhao Sun's hand could make the Afro see the things around him clearly. This place looks like a children's toy room, with children's toys everywhere. There are even slides and trampolines in the playground. There is even a small ocean ball pool. Wow! I feel like the owner of this house should be quite rich. The Afro seemed not to be used to the overly quiet atmosphere, and took the initiative to speak again. Even if ordinary people have a children's room, they just put some simple toys. How can it be so luxurious? The area of this toy room is larger than the total area of many people's 3-bedroom and 1 living room. Zhao Sun did not find it annoying. While opening the toy boxes piled against the wall and checking all the toys one by one, he said, this alone shows that the owner is rich. That's true. The Afro sighed. It's a pity that this is a haunted house. Otherwise, I really want to take a good look at every detail of such a luxurious house to satisfy my curiosity. Now, he can only pray that a ghost will not suddenly appear to scare him to death, because he is not that curious at all. This time, Zhao Sun did not respond to the Afro. He looked at the toys in his hand and found that they all had some numbers or letters on them. Some had numbers such as, and some had a series of letters such as ABC. But the dolls with the same number or the same letter did not have obvious similarities. They are not divided by size or color. And even the materials and styles of the toys are different. Take the toys with the same mark for example. The materials are plastic, metal, and velvet, and the sizes and colors are different. There is really no way to see the rationality of classifying them all as. Could they have been bought at the same time? Thinking of this, Zhao Sun opened the second toy box. There was still a full box of toys inside. And there were still a series of numbers, and a series of letters ABC. This is strange, since the toys are divided and marked. It stands to reason that when storing them, the toys with the same number should be placed in the same box, instead of putting them all together in a mess like this, and then scattered in different boxes. What is the meaning of the marking? It doesn't seem to be to mark that these toys were bought at the same time, because Zhao Sun saw 2 different toy cars with the same mark, one of which was obviously old and worn, while the other was still brand new. Hey, I suddenly remembered that we should first find other players, reunite with everyone, and then collect clues together. Right? Afro asked belatedly. Everyone works together and helps each other, which is conducive to clearing the game. Reunion may not be smooth, but it will waste time. Zhao Sun answered briefly. It is more appropriate to meet other players in the process of searching for clues and exchange current progress with each other. Since the game disperses players to various places, it is to increase the difficulty of players' reunion. There are 3 floors here. If you just walk out of the room and reunite, it is easy. But in this process, encountering unknown obstacles or ghosts will affect the progress of the reunion. Holding the idea of starting the task after the reunion will waste too much time. Afro thought about Zhao Sun's words carefully and finally understood what Zhao Sun meant. He nodded. That's right. Do you have a toy box over there? Zhao Sun didn't want to listen to Afro's nonsense anymore, so he simply started to assign tasks. See if the toys inside are marked with numbers or letters. Afro, who was flipping through picture books one by one, heard Zhao Sun's words, looked around him, and sure enough, he saw neatly stacked plastic boxes by the wall. He opened a box at random, and it was indeed full of toys. After he took out the toys and looked at them one by one, he was surprised. All of them. Each toy has a number or letter on it. Zhao Sun thought for a while and asked, Look at the toys on your side. What is the largest number or letter? And then look for other suspicious things in the toy box. At present, it is impossible to infer more information from the numbers on the toys, so we can only collect relevant data as much as possible and then look for other clues. Maybe it will come in handy later. In fact, Zhao Sun has guessed whether these numbers and letters are the number of ghosts in this haunted house. After all, this is the only clue that can be linked to quantity so far. If his guess is correct, then he thinks the meaning of marking toys may be that toys marked with the same number or letter belong to the same ghost. But this is just his guess, without sufficient evidence to support it. He has to look for other clues. While thinking, Zhao Sun quickly checked all the toy boxes on his side. He did not see any other useful clues or strange things. And the largest number and letter he saw was Z. If he really guessed right, there would be too many ghosts. The meaning of this children's toy room is completely different from the conventional understanding, and it has become very strange. But for a haunted house, it is normal to be a little weird. After Zhao Sun checked all the toy boxes, there was finally movement from the afro. I've checked. The largest number here is the letter Z. It's the same here, Zhao Sun responded, and then asked, Did you see anything strange over there? I didn't see anything strange in the toy box, the afro replied, but I found in one of the picture books. It should be blood. He took out one of the colored picture books and opened it to a certain page. Zhao Sun walked quickly to the side of the afro, picked up the picture book, and sure enough, he saw a deep red mark in one corner. It didn't look like a brush graffiti, nor did it look like paint, but it looked like blood, because the paper had obvious signs of hardening after blood coagulation. It's not spurting blood, nor is it dripping blood. It looks like blood has flowed over here and stained this place, Zhao Sun said as he looked at the other pages. Sure enough, half of the pages of the picture book were stained with blood. It's just that the page that the afro opened had the most blood. In other words, the picture book was open to this page at that time, and the footer was soaked with blood. When you say that, I can already imagine the picture. The afro scratched his head, looking a little uneasy. Could it be that someone was beaten to death here? Almost, Zhao Sun said calmly. You have to die to become a ghost, and it's normal to be beaten to death here. Afro, don't say such things in a tone like you ate an apple tonight. It's scary. The afro looked down and looked around. The body is not here. Where is the ghost? The body may have been disposed of long ago. Zhao Sun shrugged. As for the ghost, before he finished speaking, the blood-stained picture book suddenly turned the page automatically. The afro was so scared that he stepped back again and again, his eyes fixed on the picture book that was turning pages faster and faster. And he was so nervous that he couldn't say a word. Zhao Sun subconsciously raised his finger, and a ball of fire the size of a ping-pong ball immediately pounced on the picture book. The picture book quickly caught fire, followed by a sharp and piercing cry from inside. The afro felt a stinging pain in his eardrums and quickly covered his ears. After a while, the flames burned the picture book clean, and the screams disappeared. Zhao Sun retracted the flames, leaving only black ash on the table and a hole in the wooden table. At the same time, a pop-up window appeared in front of him. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for successfully killing a ghost, earning 10 points and 10 hours of survival time. Zhao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly. He originally wanted to burn the picture book before the ghost came out of the picture book. Without the picture book as a host, the ghost might die. Even if the ghost doesn't die, at least it will be exposed, which is better than letting the ghost keep turning pages here to scare people. I didn't expect that the ghost and the picture book would be burned to death. If you think about it carefully, ordinary flame should not have this effect. The fact that it can reach this level should be related to the fact that fire control LD3 was amplified 4 times and turned into Samadhi True Fire. Samadhi True Fire can burn evil spirits to death, which is in line with the setting. In this way, he does not need to look for weapons that can kill ghosts in the haunted house. He can kill those ghosts directly with Samadhi True Fire. He can spend all his time looking for ghosts without having to distract himself to find weapons, saving a lot of time and energy. Zhao Sun was very satisfied with this. He walked to the side and began to flip through picture books, comic books, and fairy tale books page by page. Maybe there are other ghosts hiding in a book. It was not until this time that the afro came back to his senses. He looked at the pile of black ash carefully and whispered, There is no movement now. It's obvious, Zhao Sun said concisely. He looked up at the afro and reminded, Don't hold back. Otherwise I will leave you behind. In this game, there is indeed no conflict of interest between players. Besides, the haunted house is so big, and it is indeed faster to find clues with someone than alone. In addition, Afro was cooperative and did not cause any trouble, so Zhao Sun did not drive him away. But if Afro behaved inappropriately, Zhao Sun would kick him away immediately. This time, Afro reacted quickly. He immediately understood what Zhao Sun meant and hurried to another bookshelf and began to turn the pages. He was afraid that he would be lazy and make Zhao Sun think he was a burden. He was now at least sure that Zhao Sun could kill ghosts without looking for other weapons. If he stayed with such a player, his chances of surviving to the end would be higher. He couldn't miss this die. Chapter 180. Are you blind? Zhao Sun and Afro found 2 more books with blood in them among the numerous children's books. There was indeed a ghost hidden in each of them. The ghosts in these 2 books had the same fate as the first one. They had not had time to run out. They were burned clean by Zhao Sun after just turning a few pages. The prelude was too long, and there was no chance for the true face to be revealed. 3 hours had passed at this time, and Afro sat on the ground with his buttocks. I never knew that just turning a book could make people so tired. I don't know if it's because he has been worried that a ghost will suddenly appear. He feels that he is more tired than usual. In addition, there are a few screams from time to time outside, which makes him nervous and even more tired. Zhao Sun ignored Afro, and he had already started to check the swings, slides and other play equipment to see if there are any residual blood stains on them. Seeing this, Afro did not dare to rest for too long, and immediately got up and checked with Zhao Sun. As soon as he calmed down, Afro felt uncomfortable and started to talk. Speaking of which, the ghosts that died in this toy room are not all children. Right. This is a children's toy room, and there are so many toys prepared. It is more than enough to open a kindergarten. It is enough to attract many children to play here. So the possibility that the ones who died here are children is very high. Although he doesn't know why there are so many children here. Zhao Sun glanced at Afro. If you are so curious, I won't burn it if you encounter a ghost later. I will wait for it to come out and let you see the whole picture. No. 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 Forget it. Afro waved his hands repeatedly. What if the ghost can pass through the wall after it comes out, and he can't catch it? Or if it can perform tricks, then he will be finished. His special ability is useless in dealing with ghosts. Afro smiled awkwardly, pulled up the swing board, and looked at it casually. It was just a casual look, but he didn't expect to find something. There seems to be blood here. He pointed to the back of the board and said to Zhao Sun, Boss, come and take a look. He didn't know Zhao Sun's name, and he wanted to rely on him to pass the game. So of course, he had to call him nicer. Zhao Sun walked quickly to the side of the Afro, and sure enough, he saw a deep red mark on the back of the swing board. It was old blood at first glance. Before Zhao Sun could speak, the swing suddenly swayed without warning. The Afro immediately let go and took 2 steps back. Although he had seen similar scenes 3 times, he was still shocked when he saw something suddenly moving again. Zhao Sun raised his right hand skillfully, and a ball of fire the size of a ping-pong ball appeared instantly. The swing swayed even more violently, accompanied by a few crisp laughs. The Afro felt goosebumps all over his body. He stared at the swing, fearing that if he didn't pay attention, a ghost would suddenly appear in it and pounce on him directly. Zhao Sun threw the fireball without changing his expression, and the swing board instantly caught fire. The crisp laughter immediately turned into a shrill scream. The next second, a head emerged from the flames, and the swing shook more violently, as if it was about to fall off the swing frame. It was a child who looked about 10 years old, with a face full of pain, and screams coming out of his mouth one after another. Zhao Sun immediately added a ball of fire. In an instant, the child's exposed head and the swing board were engulfed by the flames. The little ghost made a short and sharp bang, and then there was no movement at all. The swing swung back and forth a few times and gradually stopped. When the fire was about to spread to the swing frame, Zhao Sun took back the 2 balls of fire. The Afro swallowed his saliva and muttered, Still, it's really a child, screaming so miserably. It made me panic. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for successfully killing a ghost, getting 10 points, and 10 hours of survival time. Zhao Sun glanced at the pop-up window in front of him, and then asked the Afro, Have you softened your heart? No. The Afro shook his head repeatedly. I'm not a saint. How can I sympathize with a ghost? Then keep looking. Zhao Sun returned to his previous position and checked each piece of equipment in order. After searching this room, we can rest for 10 minutes before going out. Hearing this, the Afro immediately became energetic, and he carefully checked the remaining equipment. The whole room has been searched almost, and he is now working hard, so he can rest in a while. A quarter of an hour later, the whole room has been searched. Zhao Sun sat on the ground, and the Afro also sat down. Before the 2 had time to catch their breath, the door of the room was suddenly opened from the outside. Standing outside the door were the Christian and 2 other young women. Seeing that there were people in the room, the 3 people outside the door were not surprised, and they walked into the house without saying H. Lo. The Christian looked at Zhao Sun and Afro and asked, "Did you find any useful clues?" Zhao Sun didn't even look at the Christian, but just said to Afro, "You tell them. In this game, it is still necessary to share information. To determine how many ghosts there are, you must combine all the clues found by all the players. If you rely on one person alone, there will inevitably be omissions, and there is not enough time." Afro said, "Oh," and told them that he found numbers or letters on each toy. After listening to this, the three Christians immediately searched the toy box nearby. After searching 3 boxes, they found that the situation was consistent with what Afro said, so they did not continue to search other toy boxes. "What do these numbers and letters mean?" the Christian asked Afro. Afro looked innocent. "I really don't know." The Christian looked at Afro suspiciously for a few seconds, then turned to look at Zhao Sun. "Then you tell me." "I don't know," Zhao Sun said concisely. The Christian showed a skeptical look and suddenly emphasized, "We should work together. If you have any discoveries, you should tell them. It's not appropriate to hide it from everyone." "Yes. Yes." One of the women with pearl earrings echoed. "The priest is right. We should share information. And hiding it will not do you any good." "Father." "Xiaolan, why are you so polite to them?" Another short-haired woman rolled her eyes. "I think they deserve to be scolded." "Xiaoqing, don't be so impatient." The priest advised the short-haired woman. "We are all teammates. We shouldn't have conflicts." Xiaoqing curled her lips, but didn't say anything else. But she rolled her eyes at the Afro and Zhao Sun again. The Afro was a little angry at Xiaoqing's attitude. He stood up and pointed at the 3 people opposite. "What's your attitude? You asked us if we had any clues without even saying H. Lo. I told you the truth. But you didn't believe it and thought we were hiding something. Don't you think you are suspicious? Why are you being so weird here? Don't think we don't know." Xiaoqing immediately retorted, "We saw it when we were outside. The door of this room has never been opened. In other words, you two have been staying in this room for more than 3 hours. If there were no important clues inside, you could have stayed so long? Are you blind?" The Afro cursed unceremoniously. "Don't you need time to find clues? This room is so big, and there are so many things inside. It will take more than 3 hours to find them all." He pointed to the ground under his feet. "We just searched the whole room and just sat down to rest for a while. And you suddenly opened the door and came in. I suspected that you calculated the time to open the door and break in." After that, he looked at Zhao Sun, trying to find his support. "You have been staying outside?" Zhao Sun suddenly said. He looked at the priest. "In more than 3 hours. You didn't go into a room to collect clues? We want to wait for everyone to gather, and then act together." The priest said, as a matter of course, "It's safer for everyone to act together." "Then you obviously didn't gather everyone." Zhao Sun glanced at Xiaoqing and Xiaolan behind the priest. "But there shouldn't be so few people." The priest's face was embarrassed for a moment. But he tried to show calmness and said, "Originally, there were 7 people gathered. But after waiting a little longer, they didn't want to wait any longer. They said they wanted to find clues first. So they separated from us. In other words, you 3 are the only group of people who have done nothing so far." Zhao Sun chuckled, with undisguised sarcasm in his tone. "But you have the nerve to judge us, who have worked hard to find clues for 3 hours. The priest's face suddenly became a little ugly. Being exposed in public made him a little embarrassed. Xiaoqing jumped up and said, "You are not allowed to say that about the priest. He only wears a cross-chest chain. He doesn't hold a Bible. He doesn't wear a dalaris. And he doesn't use any common words of a priest. How can he look like a priest?" Zhao Sun looked at the priest with a playful look. "I think he is just a Christian." The priest went from being embarrassed to being angry. "Watch your words, or God will punish you," he warned Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun couldn't help laughing, as if he heard something very funny, and he couldn't help laughing. Such a reaction made the priest blush instantly, embarrassed and angry. Zhao Sun's attitude hurt the priest's self-esteem more than any words. Perhaps because he was so angry. The priest opened and closed his mouth several times, but he still couldn't make a sound. He seemed to have a lot to say, but he didn't know how to say it to be effective. Just when the priest was about to say something, Zhao Sun spoke up. "If you have nothing to say, just go away. I don't welcome people who don't work hard but just want to take advantage and have a bad attitude. Yes, you are not welcome here." The Afro immediately raised his hand to drive them away. "Go away! Go away! Don't go too far!" Xiaoqing exploded again. This is not your home. What qualifications do you have to let us go? Zhao Sun stood up and straightened the wrinkles on his clothes. Okay. Then you stay here. We'll go. As he said, he walked towards the door. There was nothing to find in this room, and he was going to change to the next room. Now it's just a few minutes earlier than planned. Instead of wasting time arguing with these three people, it's better to leave on his own and look for new clues somewhere else. Anyway, there is no useful information from these three people. They didn't do anything for more than 3 hours. To put it bluntly, they were just being lazy. Seeing this, the Afro hurriedly followed Zhao Sun. When they reached the door, Zhao Sun and the priest passed by. The priest suddenly said, "You despise God, and you will be punished." Zhao Sun did not even look at the priest, and walked out while saying, "The fact that you can become a player of endless train proves that your God cannot protect you at all. Why should I worry about God's retribution?" The priest choked and could not say a word. The Afro praised Zhao Sun crazily in his heart, and at the same time showed a smug smile to the priest. When Xiaolan and Xiaoqing saw this, they were both surprised, but Xiaolan said nothing, while Xiaoqing cursed. Zhao Sun and the Afro pretended not to hear it, and quickly walked into the next room. This is a children's room, which is only half the size of a toy room. Compared with the rooms of ordinary people, it is still much more spacious. There were 3 1.5-meter beds side by side inside, with messy bedding and several stuffed dolls scattered on the floor. That should be blood. Right. Afro pointed at the nearest bed and asked Zhao Sun in a low voice. On the light blue quilt, there was a large dark brown mark, which was really conspicuous, and this color and texture made Afro, who already had a lot of experience, recognize it as blood at a glance. Almost at the moment when Afro's voice fell, the quilt suddenly stood up, and the outline of a human figure could be vaguely seen. Joyful laughter came from the quilt, as if there was a child hiding in the quilt, waiting for someone to lift the quilt to see him. Zhao Sun closed the door casually, and at the same time, a ball of basketball-sized flames rushed towards the blood-stained blue quilt. He had no feelings for the three priests outside, so he would not give them the opportunity to peek into his special abilities, nor would he let them easily find ways to find and kill ghosts. The moment the flame was about to touch the quilt suddenly floated to the roof. The speed was so fast that it was almost teleportation, perfectly avoiding the attack of the flames. Zhao Sun narrowed his eyes slightly. Starting from the ghost in the swing, he felt that it was stronger than the ghost in the picture book. The pre-swing time is much shorter, and it can resist the same size of Samadhi True Fire. Because of this, when he saw the ghost in the quilt, he made a bigger flame to avoid the situation when he burned the swing ghost before. Unexpectedly, this quilt ghost is flexible and dodges easily, unlike the picture book ghost and the swing ghost. Except for turning pages and shaking, it basically does not dodge. It seems that different ghosts have different characteristics and strengths. Not every ghost is as easy to deal with as the picture book ghost. I just don't know how strong the strongest ghost is. The Afro widened his eyes. Heck! It actually dodged it. He asked Zhao Sun with a worried face. Boss, what should I do? My special ability can't deal with ghosts. What is your special ability? Zhao Sun asked casually, but he didn't expect the Afro to be willing to answer. Unexpectedly, the Afro said it without hesitation. My special ability is strengthening. After speaking, he sighed heavily. This special ability is somewhat useful against people, but against ghosts, his fists can't even hit ghosts. What's the use? Zhao Sun didn't say anything else. He raised his hands and quickly shot 6 or 7 basketball-sized fireballs at the quilt ghost. The quilt ghost dodged and moved in the air, barely avoiding a round of attacks, and even moved closer to Zhao Sun. The joyful laughter became louder, as if celebrating his successful avoidance of the attack. But the next second, the laughter stopped abruptly and turned into a shrill scream. It turned out that all the avoided flames turned a corner and pounced on the back of the quilt ghost, instantly burning the quilt ghost clean. Obviously, the quilt ghost was careless. It thought that Zhao Sun could only shoot out the flames and could never recover them, so it didn't guard against the flames that fell behind it. Looking at the blackish falling from the sky, the Afro breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he thought he was going to be unlucky this time, but he didn't expect that the thigh he hugged was more powerful than he thought. That flame is really useful. I envy others for having such strong special abilities, unlike him, who only has a power enhancement. If he hadn't been lucky enough to get a big help, He felt that he would not survive more than 10 minutes in the first round of the game. Thinking of this, the Afro couldn't help but worry about his future. I always felt that I would die soon in the survival game. However, this emotion did not last too long, because the next second, he was directed by Zhao Sun to look for the other two beds. And Zhao Sun himself went to the glass display window on one side. All the figures were placed inside. He opened the display window and picked them up one by one to see that there were no numbers or letters on these figures, nor any bloodstains. They were all well preserved, without a trace of dust. It was obvious that the owner loved them very much. Zhao Sun picked up the few plush dolls scattered on the ground and checked them. There were no numbers or letters, let alone bloodstains. He threw the dolls aside and was about to check if there were any clues in the closet, when he suddenly felt a dangerous breath approaching behind him. His muscles tensed instantly, and he reacted quickly and rolled to the side. The next second, a small axe chopped a deep crack on the floor where he was standing. The armored sculpture holding the axe slowly turned its head in the direction of Zhao Sun with a crackling sound. There was no face under the helmet, just a black hole. But Zhao Sun felt that something was looking at him. Chapter 181. Don't be too sentimental. It was a bronze sculpture placed next to the glass cabinet, about 1.6 meters high. The armor and axe looked small, and the sculpture was light pink, which was in line with the tone of the children's room. In addition, when Zhao Sun first saw the sculpture, he didn't see any blood, so he naturally didn't think there was anything wrong. Now it seems that ghosts with low abilities can only stay in objects stained with their own blood. Ghosts with high abilities can choose to hide in other more preferred and more suitable objects, and can actively attack, without waiting for the player to find blood before coming out to scare people. It was expected that ghosts would actively attack. If all ghosts could only passively take a beating, then this game would have no life and death crisis for the players. The only thing to consider was whether they could find all the ghosts. This would reduce the difficulty a lot. So, when Zhao Sun saw clearly that it was a moving armor sculpture chopping him with an axe, he didn't have any emotional fluctuations. The Afro not far away was frightened, and a series of words poured out like beans. Hack! Hack! How can this thing move by itself? Is this also a ghost? No, there is no blood on the armor. This ghost looks more powerful than the previous ones. Zhao Sun quickly stood up and calmly said two words to the Afro. Shut up! The Afro immediately closed his chattering mouth and was very obedient. At this time, the armor sculpture had raised its axe and walked towards Zhao Sun step by step. Its heavy body slowed down its speed, and every step looked like slow motion. Seeing this, the Afro couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Anyway, it is easy to dodge and attack the opponent if it is slow. It's just that this sculpture is made of copper, and copper has a high melting point. I'm afraid the flame can't burn it. Just when the Afro was thinking this, Zhao Sun released a ball of fire at the armor sculpture. The fireball instantly hit the armored sculpture and immediately covered the upper body of the armored sculpture like a thin film. The armored sculpture didn't take it seriously at first and continued to approach Zhao Sun. Just after taking 2 steps, its body melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. It paused, looked down at its body, and then screamed, extremely shrill. The Afro quickly covered his ears. His eyes were full of shock. This flame was so powerful that it could burn copper products in just a few seconds. This special ability is amazing. Why didn't he have such good luck to get such an awesome special ability? Envy and jealousy make people unrecognizable. The armored sculpture screamed and threw the axe in his hand towards Zhao Sun. Such a futile counterattack would naturally fail. Zhao Sun easily dodged it and immediately gave the armored sculpture a new flame. Amid a series of screams, the upper body of the armored sculpture completely melted, and the entire body fell down. Even the wooden board was burned with a large hole. Zhao Sun retracted the flames and threw a ball of flame the size of a ping-pong ball into the empty face of the armored sculpture. Another scream sounded, but this time, the sound was much weaker than before. Sure enough, it's not dead yet, Zhao Sun said as he threw 2 more small fireballs in. Finally, a pop-up window popped up in front of him. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for successfully killing a ghost, getting 10 points, and 10 hours of survival time. This is the only correct information to confirm the ghost's death. Before this pop-up window appeared, no matter how much the ghost looked like it was dead, it was definitely not dead. Finishing off is a must. Zhao Sun had just collected those small fireballs when the door was suddenly kicked open with great force. The priest, Xiao Lan and Xiao Qing appeared outside the door again. We heard screams, Xiao Lan explained kindly. We were afraid you were in danger, so we came to check. What could happen to us? Afro snorted. You guys are not here to take advantage of us. Are you? Why do you talk like that? Xiaoqing questioned dissatisfiedly. We are kind enough to help you. But you think we are so vicious? We have been screaming here for a while. You are so close. Why did you come so late? Afro directly exposed. It's obvious that you want to wait until the fight is almost over before coming over to see if there are any fishermen who can benefit from it. The priest's face was embarrassed for a moment, but he was still reluctant to give up the possible benefits that were right in front of him. He took a step into the room and said at the same time, We are just worried. So we came to check the situation. I will only say this once. Zhao Sun tilted his head slightly and showed a very kind smile to the priest. If you don't leave, you will die. What Afro could see clearly, Zhao Sun certainly knew long ago. The priest has ulterior motives. Xiaoqing worships without thinking. Although Xiaolan is quiet and gentle, she should know the priest's purpose. These three people came together. Naturally, they didn't have any friendly intentions. In the whole haunted house, screams were heard from time to time. These three people did not take any action for 3 hours. The first step was to choose the toy room where they were. It couldn't be a coincidence. When walking out of the toy room, Zhao Sun took a look at the layout of the haunted house. The toy room is on the 3rd floor, and is a room in the middle. If the priest and the other two just want to find clues, they should choose a room nearby to enter. And they will not open the door of the toy room first, unless the gathering place of all players is outside the door of the toy room. But this is absolutely impossible. Most people want to gather in such a big house, and the first thing they think of is to go to the living room on the 1st floor. So, they must have a purpose for choosing the toy room. Zhao Sun suspected that they did not take no action in the first 3 hours. But after the other players were dispersed, they hid outside the door of each room and eavesdropped on the movements inside. The toy room was chosen because it was the quietest and seemed the safest. Either the dangerous NPC was eliminated or the player died. But in any case, after a fight, the living party should have been injured. No matter who was injured between the player and the NPC, the three priests could reap the benefits. It was much better than facing the unscathed ghost NPC. Just like now, the three priests came to kick the door after the screams disappeared. The intention couldn't be more obvious. How could Zhao Sun give such a cunning person a chance to get close to him? The priest's face froze, and his raised leg paused. Xiaolan behind him subconsciously shrank his neck, and Xiaoqing shivered uncontrollably. I don't know what happened. Zhao Sun's smile looked so friendly, and his tone was not fierce. But people could hear a sense of danger. It was not Zhao Sun's words that made them feel threatened, but an indescribable aura that made them feel that if they took another step, they would die on the spot. The priest hesitated for a second, but finally retracted his legs. Seeing the priest's actions, Xiaolan and Xiaoqing did not dare to speak, and they took 2 steps back and left the room, perhaps not wanting to lose face in front of his believers. The priest looked at Zhao Sun and advised, We should cooperate for mutual benefit. It is not good for you to exclude us like this. Zhao Sun chuckled and said bluntly, There is no possibility of win-win cooperation with hypocrites. The priest's face suddenly became extremely ugly. He was really angry. But when he touched Zhao Sun's calm eyes, he instantly stopped. He didn't know what kind of special ability Zhao Sun had, but Zhao Sun's aura and attitude made him instinctively dare not offend easily. He wanted to do something, but he didn't want to risk his life. So, he held back his temper and slowly retreated to the door without saying a word. Just when the priest and the other two walked out of the door and were about to leave, a huge dark figure suddenly jumped out from behind them, as if it could swallow the three of them in an instant. The Afro took a breath of cold air. Although he didn't say anything, his reaction and the look behind the priest and the other two made the priest and the other two immediately realize something was wrong. Xiaoqing instinctively turned her head to look behind her and saw a blurry dark figure almost jumping on her. She screamed in fear and stepped back repeatedly, but was instantly grabbed by the neck by the shadow. She felt suffocated and struggled violently to get rid of the restraints. At this moment, she saw from the corner of her eye that Xiaolan and the priest had already stepped back into the room, and took the opportunity of the shadow to catch her. And the two had already run away. Xiuqing's heart was cold, and she calmed down a little in despair. She didn't struggle with her hands and feet like before, but began to try to use her special ability to attack the shadow. A small ball of flame the size of a mung bean was thrown into the body of the shadow. The Afro not far away saw it, and couldn't help but sigh that Xiuqing's luck was so good. He had seen Zhao Sun burn those ghosts to death with fire many times. Xiaoqing actually got such a useful special ability. When he thought about his own, it was really annoying to compare with others. Just when the afro was full of envy, he saw that the flame that had been injected into the Black Shadow's body was completely silent. It did not burn from the inside out as he imagined. He immediately showed a puzzled look. According to what he saw from Zhao Sun's attack, the fire should have started in 1 second. How come 2 or 3 seconds had passed and the Black Shadow hadn't screamed yet? How could the afro know that Zhao Sun's fire control was no longer at the primary level, but at level 3 and amplified 4 times? Xiaoqing's level 1 ordinary little flame could not reach the level of burning ghosts, like the Samadhi true fire. Xiaoqing threw more than a dozen small fireballs into the Black Shadow's body one after another. But the Black Shadow seemed to have no feeling. He just stretched out his other hand and twisted Xiaoqing's right arm directly. Xiaoqing screamed and then cast a look of help to the priest. "Father! Save me!" The priest held a cross on his chest and showed a look of pity to Xiaoqing. "Xiaoqing, I will pray for you. God will bless you and help you relieve your pain." After that, he began to mutter some lengthy lyrics. Xiaoqing's face turned pale in an instant. What's the use of praying? Isn't this just watching her die? But Xiaoqing didn't have time to speak, and couldn't even make a sound to call for help again, because the Black Shadow strangled her throat more forcefully. She even had difficulty breathing, let alone making a sound. Just when Xiaoqing was desperate and thought she was going to die here, a ball of fire the size of a ping-pong ball suddenly flew over and hit the Black Shadow's body directly. The next second, the Black Shadow let out a sharp and piercing scream, and the hand that was pinching Xiaoqing loosened. Xiaoqing fell to the ground and rolled and crawled into the house. She didn't look back until she felt safer. I saw that the Black Shadow's body was actually emitting black smoke, and the fiery red flames were shadowy in the Black Shadow's body. And it seemed that the fire was getting bigger. The Black Shadow shrank in midair, rolling and struggling, but did not rush into the house. Xiaoqing breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at Zhao Sun, who was standing not far from her. It seemed that Zhao Sun had saved her just now. She didn't understand why her flame had no effect on the Black Shadow, while Zhao Sun's was so useful. Since they both used fire, Zhao Sun didn't care about Xiaoqing's gaze. He shot several fireballs at the Black Shadow and walked to the door. Seeing Zhao Sun approaching, the Black Shadow screamed and rushed towards Zhao Sun, but stopped abruptly outside the door. "Sure enough," Zhao Sun smiled. "You can't enter this room at all. The ghosts here are restricted by their own conditions. It's also true that if every ghost can move and attack at will, the number will be enough to crush the players. And then this group of new players will basically die. With restrictions, ghosts can't all gather together. Those ghosts hiding an item stained with their own blood will only be activated when the player discovers the existence of blood. Ghosts hiding in other items that are not stained with blood can move and attack independently, but they must wait until the player enters a certain range. Moreover, the two types of ghosts above cannot move without objects, and will be restricted by the objects themselves. For example, the sculpture is heavy. Ghosts like the Black Shadow that can move without objects are definitely stronger than the previous two, and can attack more freely, but they are limited to the activity area. Zhao Sun is not sure how large the activity range is, but this Black Shadow ghost cannot enter this child's bedroom. That's for sure. While Zhao Sun was talking, he was still attacking the Black Shadow with fireballs. When the distance got closer, he fired a bigger fireball, instantly setting the Black Shadow on fire. Amid the twisted screams of the Black Shadow, it was finally burned clean, leaving nothing behind. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for successfully killing a ghost, earning 10 points and 10 hours of survival time. Zhao Sun turned his head and looked at the priest and the other two. "It's time for you to go." The priest and Xiaolon came back to their senses from their astonishment. They were not fools, so they could naturally see the difference between Zhao Sun's fire and Xiaoqing's fire, but they didn't understand. They were both fire. Why was there such a big difference? Is there a more detailed division of the special abilities of fire? Is Zhao Sun's fire specifically for restraining ghosts? If so, then Zhao Sun's luck is too good. In this game full of ghosts, it's like a fish in water. "Hey! The boss is talking to you. Didn't you hear me?" Seeing that the priest and the other two hadn't moved, the Afro waved his hand to drive them away. "Go away! Don't stay here!" This time, the priest really didn't dare to say anything else and left in disgrace. Xiaolon seemed a little hesitant. She looked at Zhao Sun, then at the priest, and after much hesitation, she chose to follow the priest. Xiaoqing didn't leave. but asked Zhao Sun unconvincedly. Why do you use fire so well? Aren't your special abilities and mine both using fire? Zhao Sun didn't bother to pay attention to Xiao Qing. He walked to the closet, opened it, and checked the things inside. Hey, I'm talking to you, Xiao Qing said unhappily. Don't think that I will thank you for saving me. I didn't ask you to save me, so I won't be servile to you. Zhao Sun checked the clothes in the closet and said without looking back. I just want to kill the ghost, not to save you. Don't be so self-indulgent. Xiao Qing choked for a moment, and all the words she had prepared to attack people suddenly stopped. If you are tired of living, I don't mind sending you to see your god. Zhao Sun finished speaking and glanced at Xiao Qing. Get out. His tone was calm, but with an unquestionable command tone. Xiao Qing subconsciously took a step back, feeling scared. She ran out quickly. After Xiao Qing left, the Afro closed the door and finally couldn't help complaining to Zhao Sun. I saw that the priest recruited 2 believers, thinking that he had some strength. I didn't expect that in the situation just now. He just wanted to run and didn't do anything. Whether you can save people is one thing, and not doing anything at all is another. Moreover, that was the most loyal believer of the priest. But the priest had no intention to help him. Normally, even if it was to show off in front of his believers and gain more trust and admiration from them, he should have helped. But the priest only knew how to hide. That only showed that the priest was really weak. Zhao Sun took out every piece of clothing and checked it carefully. After the priest entered the game, he was able to stay still for more than 3 hours. And then he kept thinking about taking advantage of the situation and picking up the ready-made bargains. It can be seen that his special ability is not very useful in this game. He could not conclude that the priest's special ability must be very poor. But at least it must not be very useful in dealing with ghosts in this game. Otherwise the priest would not have been talking all the time. Maybe the priest did not think that the NPCs in the game Haunted House were real ghosts at first, but just thought that they were ghosts pretending to be people like in the real world. After all, this priest did not look like a truly devout Christian believer, and he did not have a high IQ. It is normal to make some wrong judgments. Chapter 182 Flying Ashes. That's true. The Afro scratched his fluffy hair. The priest was talking all the time, but he didn't do anything. It's enough to prove that his ability is not good enough. Then he didn't say anything else. He took the initiative to walk to Zhao Sun's side, dragged out the drawer in the closet, and squatted beside to check the things in the drawer one by one. For a while, the room became quiet again, with only the sound of rummaging. 2 minutes later, the Afro handed the thing in his hand to Zhao Sun. Boss, take a look at this. Zhao Sun lowered his eyes and looked at it. It was a diary. He opened it and looked at the contents. This was obviously a diary written by a child. There were not many regular words in it. In addition to various typos, there were also pinyin and simple drawings. It is not much easier to understand the specific words than to read the cipher text. After all, the cipher text is not difficult to understand as long as the pattern is understood. But there are not many patterns to speak of when a child writes something. You check the remaining things, Zhao Sun said to the Afro. Then sat cross-legged on the ground and began to carefully read the contents of the diary page by page. The Afro had no objection and carefully checked every item, trying to make sure nothing was missed. Zhao Sun only finished reading half of the contents after the Afro checked all the remaining things. The Afro came over and asked, Boss, how is it? Is there any useful information? Not yet. Zhao Sun responded briefly. The half of the contents he read recorded the child's daily account. What he ate, was hungry, was beaten, wanted to go home, etc. From these contents, it can be seen that the child was kidnapped and had a bad life here, and he was unable to go home for a long time. The kidnappers just kidnapped the child and locked him up here. They neither asked for a ransom from the child's parents nor sold him to others. He was not a kidnapper or a human trafficker. But this information was of no help in understanding the number of ghosts in the haunted house and finding weapons that could kill ghosts. The only use, probably, is that after understanding the story background of the whole game, you can get an extra 20% points reward. This is also the reason why Zhao Sun can read it patiently. The Afro had nothing else to do, so he could only sit next to Zhao Sun and lean over to read the contents of the diary. But after reading it for a while, he felt a headache. There were too many typos on it, and some of them were completely non-existent typos. He felt it was difficult to figure out what the owner of the diary really wanted to express. Not to mention that there were all kinds of graffiti and abstract stick drawings in it. It took several minutes to correctly understand the meaning of a sentence. After reading it for only a while, he felt unbearable. I really admire Zhao Sun for being able to keep reading and reading half of the content. Sure enough, the gap between the big guy and him is not only reflected in special abilities. He can't compare with him in other aspects. Just thinking about this, a gurgling sound suddenly came from the Afro's stomach. He scratched his head awkwardly. That, I seem to be hungry. After that, he took out a bag of biscuits and asked Zhao Sun, Boss, do you want to eat? You eat yours. Zhao Sun waved his hand and motioned to Afro to go aside. Seeing that Zhao Sun did not object to him eating, Afro hurriedly walked away, fearing that the sound of his chewing biscuits would disturb Zhao Sun and cause Zhao Sun's dissatisfaction. It was already past 5 in the afternoon, and Zhao Sun felt a little hungry. He took out a meat bun and a bottle of mineral water from the storage compartment and had a dinner. While eating, he did not forget to continue reading the contents of the diary. After he finished dinner, he finally saw a useful piece of information in the diary. He carefully checked the remaining contents of the diary, and then said to Afro, The toys in the toy room, the numbers and letters marked, should correspond to each ghost. It was written clearly in the diary that although the kidnappers often beat the children or did not give them food, they were particularly persistent in buying toys for the children. The criminals kidnapped too many children, although some of them died from time to time. The number of children alive in the haunted house would basically remain at 6 or 7. But each child would have a lot of toys during their lifetime. There were too many toys. So in order to clearly distinguish their toys, the criminals wrote marks on each toy. At first, it was letters. And later, when letters were not enough, numbers were used. The Afro was stunned for a moment. And then he understood what Zhao Sun meant. You mean, the total number of numbers and letters is the total number of ghosts? It's not 100% sure yet, Zhao Sun answered cautiously. But the total number of ghosts will only be greater than or equal to this number. Not less than this. The number of toys can only prove the number of children who have existed here. But he only explored 2 rooms in the haunted house, both of which were children's rooms, and he couldn't be sure whether there were any kidnapped adults in the haunted house. At least the shadow in the corridor before didn't look like a child ghost, but more like an adult ghost. Since there are adult ghosts, the total number of ghosts in the haunted house should be greater than the number of toys. Hearing Zhao Sun's analysis, Afro's eyes widened. Hack. This is the home of a serial killer. Children alone have died. Afro counted on his fingers, and then continued. 38 children alone have died. This is too cruel. Zhao Sun did not express any opinion on this. He was just thinking that he had only killed 7 ghosts so far. Only a fraction of the total number. There is a long way to go. However, it has been daytime before, and perhaps most ghosts are not active, and can only be triggered and found by players. When it comes to night, there may be more ghosts that appear on their own. After all, according to common sense, night is the home of ghosts. He can look forward to whether there will be more harvests at night. Zhao Sun dropped the diary in his hand and said to Afro, Go to the next room. Afro came back to his senses from the shock and followed Zhao Sun to the next room. From time to time, there were still a few screams from outside. Sometimes the screams of players, and sometimes the sharp howls of ghosts. It's pretty easy to tell them apart. I don't know what the other players are up to, Afro said as he looked downstairs in the corridor. Should we meet up with them and share the information we have? Let's talk about it after we find the 3rd room, Zhao Sun said, and he had already opened the door of the 3rd room. The Afro said, Oh, but he didn't object, and followed Zhao Sun into the 3rd room. As soon as he entered, the Afro's face changed. Then, he bent down and vomited. Zhao Sun's face was normal, but his brows were slightly frowned. This is a studio, and all kinds of paintings are hung on the 4 walls and the roof. Although the contents of those paintings are different, they are all full of killing and bloodthirstiness. In addition to the finished paintings, the draft drawing papers scattered on the ground are all in the same weird and bloody style. The main colors of all the paintings are black and red. Standing in such a room, it's as if you have been wrapped up by these paintings, and a sense of oppression and suffocation comes down. It makes people feel nauseous and dizzy in an instant. Just looking at such a picture is enough to stimulate people's eyes. Not to mention that there is a strong and indissoluble bloody smell in the whole room, which constantly invades people's sense of smell. Even Zhao Sun felt a little uncomfortable. Not to mention Afro, who had never seen such a bloody scene in his life. Afro vomited out all the biscuits he had just eaten. After he recovered, His face was full of heartache. The biscuits he exchanged with points. This is not food to vomit. This is his few points. It's his fault that he couldn't hold it back. This time he was mentally prepared. He must be able to. Thinking of this, Afro smelled a strong bloody smell again. He couldn't control himself and bent down again to vomit. Amid the sound of Afro vomiting, Jowson picked up a piece of drawing paper on the ground and looked at it carefully, and then got close to smell it. Although the room was full of bloody smell, it was still clear that the smell came from the drawing paper. Jowson walked to an easel, and there were several palettes on the ground next to it. The colors mixed on them were all red and black. In front of these palettes, 6 100 milliliters transparent glass jars were placed side by side. The glass jars were full of red liquid. You could guess what was inside without opening it and smelling it, based on all the clues observed so far. In summary, the murderer should be a painter. It's just that the pigments used by ordinary painters are completely different. The murderer chose human blood. These human blood should have been specially processed. Otherwise, they would not have kept their fresh red color. When used, they should have been mixed with pigments. Otherwise, they would not be so easy to color. To be able to draw so many finished paintings, and so many drafts and scraps on the ground, it does require a considerable number of victims. In other words, every painting here is painted with blood, according to the previous situation. Should the paintings be? As soon as Jowson's thought came up, he saw that all the paintings in the room were shaking slightly. Even the drawing papers on the ground were trembling. The Afro who had just recovered heard the strange movement. He wiped his mouth and turned to look. Then his eyes widened. He subconsciously wanted to take a breath, but halfway through, he was choked by the smell of blood. In order to avoid vomiting again, he quickly covered his mouth and nose and retreated to the door. "Boss!" While retreating, he did not forget to call Jowson. "Come out!" His voice was covered in his hands, and it sounded a little unclear. However, regardless of whether Jowson heard what the Afro said clearly, he was planning to leave the room. The moment Jowson left the door, he immediately released several super-large fireballs in succession into the room. Each fireball was larger than the stone pier on the roadside, and was aimed at the paintings on the 4 walls, roof and ground. In an instant, at least half of the paintings were burned, and countless shrill screams sounded, echoing in the studio, making people feel cold in their backs. The Afro quickly covered his ears and held his breath, trying not to be stimulated by the thick bloody smell. He didn't want to vomit at such a critical moment. If a ghost could run out and he was vomiting, he would have no time to react, and he would have to become a ghost. Jowson added a ball of fire to each painting that had not yet burned. There were more and more sharp screams, causing the entire studio to shake. Players in various parts of the haunted house ran out to check the situation. Even the 3 priests in the toy room couldn't help but come out to take a look. Seeing Jowson and the Afro standing outside, the screens in the studio were about to overturn the roof. Even a fool knew that there must be a lot of ghosts hidden inside. The priest wanted to get closer to find out, but when he thought of the harsh words Jowson had said to him before, he hesitated. Although he wanted to take advantage of the situation, what he wanted most was to be able to return to the endless train alive. If he died here for that little bit of advantage, it would not be worth it. In the end, the idea of cherishing his life overcame the mentality of taking advantage, and he did not dare to get close to Jowson and the Afro. At this time, the whole studio was engulfed in a sea of fire, but Jowson still threw fireballs in all directions of the studio to avoid missing anything. In just 30 seconds, the piercing scream gradually disappeared. Congratulations to player Jowson for successfully killing 20 ghosts, earning 280 points, and 280 hours of survival time. Seeing the pop-up window appear, Jowson quickly retracted the flame. Although the burning time was not long, the entire studio was burned to ruins. Even the drawing board, the palette, and the 6 glass bottles filled with blood were burned. The blood in the glass bottles was scattered all over the floor and burned dry. Countless black ashes rose and fell in the house, as if the souls trapped here were dancing for the last time before leaving. Perhaps because the noise was too loud this time, the players all came out to check the situation. After they calmed down, they looked at each other and simply called each other to gather. Everyone walked to the door of the studio together. As everyone looked into the studio, Jowson counted the heads. Then he said, "There are 9 players left." The others realized the problem of the number of people and counted them again, and found that there were indeed only 9 people left. 3 died. Everyone's expression became a little solemn. It was only the first day of the game. and 3 players had already died. There were still 2 days left. It was difficult to think about it. The atmosphere suddenly became a little depressed, and everyone fell silent. Zhao Sun didn't want to waste time, so he took the initiative to say, "Let's share the clues we have collected." Everyone came back to their senses. "You are too calm." Zhao Qing couldn't help but mutter, "Have you never thought about mourning for the dead players?" Zhao Sun ignored Zhao Qing and just looked at the other players. "This donor?" The man dressed as a monk met Zhao Sun's gaze and asked politely, "I don't know what happened in this studio. Can you tell us all?" His attitude was sincere, and no one would feel disgusted. Zhao Sun pointed at the afro. "You tell me." The afro honestly told everything he knew. After hearing what the afro said, the other players were all shocked. "So, there is a ghost in every painting in the studio?" The player dressed as a Taoist priest asked Zhao Sun. "And you burned all the ghosts to death at once?" Zhao Sun didn't say anything, just nodded. "Damn, you're so awesome." A young man with gray hair gave Zhao Sun a thumbs up. "Thanks to you for entering the studio first. If it was someone else, there might be no trace left." "Yes, yes." The woman holding the gray-haired man's arm showed a look of relief. "Fortunately, I didn't meet him first. Otherwise, I would be scared to death. You should have got a lot of points." "Right." The gray-haired man looked at Zhao Sun with some envy. "Killing a ghost can get you 10 points." "What? Killing a ghost can get you points?" The priest was stunned. He had never killed a ghost so far, so he naturally didn't know that killing ghosts could get extra points. When he heard the news, he was surprised and a little jealous. Although the studio is not large and there are not many paintings in it, killing a ghost can get you 10 points. And killing 10 ghosts will get you 100 points. That's 100 points. He couldn't imagine how happy he would be if he could get 100 points. Otherwise, how can you say that strength limits imagination? For Zhao Sun now, 100 points is just ordinary. But for the current priest, it is already a huge sum of money. The gray-haired man showed a surprised look, and he asked the priest, "You haven't killed a ghost yet?" He thought that everyone had killed ghosts, so they would directly say that killing ghosts can get points. Anyway, everyone knows it, so it doesn't matter if you say it. Unexpectedly, there is a player who still doesn't know that killing ghosts can get points, which makes him feel very surprised. The priest looked a little embarrassed, and didn't know how to make up for himself for a while. "At least we are sure that in the absence of weapons specifically designed to kill ghosts, we can use fire to burn ghosts to death." The Taoist changed the subject. "This is good news. You are too happy too early." Zhao Qing ruthlessly broke the Taoist's fantasy. She pointed at Zhao Sun and said, "Only his fire can burn ghosts to death. Other fires can't do it at all." Without waiting for the Taoist to refute, Zhao Qing said again, "My special ability is fire control. I have also tried to burn ghosts, but it's useless. Not to mention burning ghosts to death. I can't even cause a little damage to ghosts." Then, she looked at the priest and Xiaolan, and pointed at the afro. "They were all there at the time and witnessed the completely different results after I and that man used fire attacks." "Yes, Xiaoqing is right." Xiaolan nodded, confirming Xiuqing's statement. "Xiaoqing was caught by a ghost at the time. At such a close distance, the fireball was shot into the ghost's body, but it didn't work at all." Hearing this, everyone cast inquiring eyes on Zhao Sun. Chapter 183 only, hack. Finally, the monk asked Zhao Sun, "Have you found a weapon that can kill ghosts?" Since the results are completely opposite when using fire, the problem must be with the fire. The possibility of 2 very different special abilities using fire is not high. So he is more inclined to think that Zhao Sun found a weapon that can kill ghosts in the game. After all, the rules of the game do not say what the weapon will look like. It can be tangible or intangible, physical or magical. "No." Zhao Sun hadn't spoken yet, and the afro shook his head repeatedly. "The boss and I have always been together, and we have never found any weapons. This is the boss's special ability. I just want to know." Zhao Qing was the most excited. She widened her eyes and looked unconvinced. "They are all special abilities using fire. Why is there such a big difference? The reason why the boss is the boss must be different from others," the afro said as a matter of course. "There may be several special abilities related to fire. The boss's is more powerful than yours. What's so strange about this?" Xiuqing's face turned red, and she was obviously very angry. Others didn't care about Xiuqing's mood, but they had their own understanding of what the afro said. But no one discussed this issue more. After all, it was about other people's special abilities, which was privacy. and the parties had the right not to disclose the details. The gray-haired man looked at Zhao Sun. I have a good idea. You have such a powerful fire. You can just burn the haunted house down, so that we don't need to take the trouble to find clues, and we can burn all the ghosts to death. No. Zhao Sun immediately refused. Don't forget the rules of the game. I don't think this method is good either. The monk nodded aside. The rules of the game stipulate that you cannot leave the haunted house before finding all the ghosts in the haunted house. Otherwise, it will be directly judged as a game failure. If we don't leave the haunted house, we will burn the house directly, and everyone will be burned to death. That's right. The Taoist priest also agreed. If we burn the haunted house indiscriminately, all the ghosts will be burned to death. But we won't survive. If we carefully burn only part of the haunted house to save our own lives, there will be ghosts missed 100%. Although Zhao Sun didn't say anything, his expression clearly recognized the monk and the Taoist priest's statement. He has burned so many ghosts to death, so he has the most say. Although most of the ghosts encountered so far are attached to a certain object, there are also ghosts that do not need to be attached to objects. This kind of ghost must either be burned or the entire haunted house must be burned down. Otherwise, it will always have a chance to run away. But he couldn't burn the haunted house directly, so the gray-haired man's proposal would not work. Seeing that his proposal was rejected, the gray-haired man curled his lips and didn't say much. Zhao Sun glanced at the others and asked, Do you have any clues? Do you know how many ghosts there are in this haunted house? After saying that, he looked at the Afro. The Afro understood and took the initiative to tell the clues he and Zhao Sun had obtained. After hearing this, everyone looked unhappy. There are so many ghosts. The priest's eyes were filled with worry. He originally wanted to survive to the end, even though he was a little envious and jealous when he knew that killing ghosts could get extra points. But he still wanted to survive. Unless he could find a weapon to kill ghosts, he would never take risks. As long as he could survive, he could pass the game. So why should he make himself so tired? This kind of thing should be left to others. But after hearing that there were so many ghosts, the priest began to worry whether he could spend the next 2 days safely. He didn't take the initiative to provoke ghosts. But it didn't mean that ghosts wouldn't come to provoke him. If he encountered a ghost like the Black Shadow ghost that could appear freely and attack actively, wouldn't he be finished? No. He had to find someone to block in front and ensure his safety. Thinking of this, the priest looked at Zhao Sun, the monk and the Taoist priest. He had already offended Zhao Sun, and it might be difficult to show goodwill. So he could only work hard on the monk and the Taoist priest. The priest was thinking of all kinds of twists and turns in his mind. And the monk and Taoist priest, who were calculated, didn't know yet. The monk said, The number of ghosts should be more than this. I found a customer list here. As he said this, he took out a piece of paper from his pocket. He first handed it to Zhao Sun and said, This records the basic information of all the guests who came to appreciate the paintings. I found it in the master bedroom. Zhao Sun glanced at it and counted the number of people on it. There were more than 200 people. Then, he gave the list to the Afro next to him. While the Afro was looking at the list, the monk continued, I also found some other fragmentary information in the master bedroom. In summary, these paintings are never sold, but only appreciated. So every once in a while, the murderer will hold an exhibition in his villa and charge a fee. I thought it was free. The gray-haired man complained. You have enough money to live in a villa. So why do you care about this little ticket fee? Not a little. The monk corrected. I checked the financial records, and the ticket fee is 500,000 per person. Hearing this, the gray-haired man, the priest, Xiaoqing and the Afro all widened their eyes and shouted, Hack, together. What kind of painting is so valuable? The gray-haired man looked curious. How could there be more than 200 people willing to spend 500,000 yuan to see such a perverted painting? The Afro had a constipated expression on his face. Whenever he thought of those bloody paintings, he seemed to be able to smell the strong smell of blood. The feeling of nausea came over him instantly, and his stomach was churning. He had to quickly divert his attention to avoid vomiting. So he couldn't figure out why someone was willing to appreciate such paintings. 500,000 yuan. You can only see it, but you can't own it. So you have to spend 500,000 yuan. He didn't even want to look at $5. Hearing what the Afro said, the gray-haired man became more curious. What kind of paintings are they? Just some very bloody and dark paintings. The Afro didn't dare to think about it, and could only say briefly, They are all painted with blood, and the blood smell in the studio is so strong that it's pungent. Now that the studio has been burned down and the blood smell has dissipated, the players who came later have no way to experience the strong and pungent smell of blood described by the afro. But looking at the guy with the afro hair, who looked like he was about to vomit, everyone could guess that he felt very bad. So, those children were all taken to paint with their blood? The Taoist half guessed and half asked. This can also explain why there is a ghost in each painting. That should be the case, Zhao Sun replied. Then, he looked at the monk. You should not have finished what you just said. The monk nodded, but he was not unhappy about being interrupted. He continued. In addition to ticket revenue, the murderer has additional invisible income. Among those customers who appreciate the paintings, a small number of people transferred 10 million to the murderer several times. After a pause, he chanted, Amitabha, and then said, These should be abuse fees. Abuse? Zhao Sun thought of it almost instantly. The murderer provided a place for those customers to abuse the kidnapped children? Yes. The monk sighed and chanted a few scriptures in a low voice. Hack! This murderer is not only cruel, but also good at making money. The gray-haired man complained in a long and complicated way. Before killing those children to take their blood, he let customers with sadistic tendencies abuse them. And he could make a lot of money. He maximized all the value of the children. It's so vicious. The afro was angry. This murderer is definitely a super pervert. Although it's a game, there may not be such real events. But being in the game, everything he personally felt was so real that it was hard for him to regard it as a purely made-up game. The monk sighed again, and then said, Not only that, all customers who participated in the abuse will die after transferring money to the murderer 3 times, without waiting for others to ask. The monk continued, There is a secret compartment in the closet of the master bedroom, which contains some items with the corresponding customer names written on the labels. I compared the customer list and can confirm that those items are often worn by customers with sadistic tendencies. So those customers should have been killed by the murderer. The afro was left with, hack, again and again, and couldn't say a word. He was really shocked by the murderer's perversion. He killed people, allowed others to abuse others, and then killed the abuser. Zhao Sun snorted. He is enjoying the pleasure of being at the top of the food chain. Boss, stop talking. The afro rubbed his arms. I have goosebumps. How many souvenirs are hidden in this secret compartment? Zhao Sun asked the monk. The monk replied, 17 people. It seems that the number of customers who became ghosts is 17. Zhao Sun murmured. I wonder if there are other victims. Why don't you go to the study with me first? The Taoist priest said. I found a painting in the study, which looks quite creepy. Although I don't understand what the painting means. I always feel that it has something to do with the victims. There are paintings in the study? The afro showed a surprised look. I thought all the paintings were in the studio. There is only one painting in the study, painted on an entire wall. The Taoist priest explained. Go and have a look, Zhao Sun suggested. The Taoist nodded and led the way, and the others followed behind. The afro walked up to the Taoist priest and asked curiously, Is there a ghost in that mural? Of course. The Taoist priest raised 3 fingers. There are 3 ghosts in total, and I killed them all. Great! Great! The afro gave the Taoist priest a thumbs up. You're pretty awesome for killing 3 at once. Lucky. I found the weapon to kill ghosts hidden in the haunted house. The Taoist priest said truthfully. Otherwise, I'm afraid I can't kill 3 ghosts at once. The afro asked curiously. What kind of weapon? The Taoist priest didn't hide it. He took out the weapon directly. After seeing it, the afro was stunned for a moment, and then his face was speechless. He didn't doubt that the Taoist priest took out a fake weapon, but he didn't expect the weapon to be so cute. It's similar to the magic wand of a beautiful girl, with a heart-shaped shape on the top, and the whole thing is pink. This is too embarrassing. The Taoist priest still has a good mentality, and he can take it out and use it calmly. If it were him, he wouldn't dare to let others see it. The priest who was walking at the back stretched his neck, but couldn't see what the weapon in the Taoist's hand looked like. But when he heard that the Taoist had a weapon, he wanted to get close to the Taoist. Unfortunately, there were people in front of him, so he couldn't squeeze through and could only watch. Everyone quickly walked to the study on the 2nd floor. The study and the studio were about the same size. One of the walls was not blocked by any bookshelves, and you could clearly see that there was a huge painting on the entire wall, like the style of the paintings in the studio. This mural also revealed blood and weirdness. There were many characters in the painting, and each of them was punished differently. It was like a picture of being tortured in H.L. Zhao Sun carefully checked the torture scenes of all the tasks and said, "This should be equivalent to the record of the murderer killing all the victims. Many of the torture methods on it match the description in the diary I saw." The diary mostly describes the child's own torture process, rarely mentioning others. But there are only a few tricks. Since the murderer drew such a picture in the study, it is most likely to record his achievements. Speaking of which, when he read the diary, he always felt that the child's description of the perpetrator in the second half was a bit strange. And it didn't seem to be the same person compared to the description in the early stage. It turned out that it was because there was only the torture of the murderer in the early stage, and the murderer's customers were added in the later stage. So, all the characters in this painting are all the victims killed by the murderer? The Taoist priest understood instantly. That is, the total number of ghosts in the haunted house. If no other clues are found, it can be temporarily assumed that this is the case. Zhao Sun replied. No one questioned Zhao Sun's inference, and counted the number of people on the mural together. 38 children and 17 adults. The number of ghost children identified by Zhao Sun in the toy room and the number of ghost customers identified by the monk in the master bedroom are the same. It seems that these are the ghosts. The gray-haired man was a little excited. The clues you found can all match. There must be no problem. Although the number of ghosts is a bit large. Confirming the number gives people a sense of security. So he is happy. I killed 34 child ghosts and 1 adult ghost. Zhao Sun took the initiative to tell the number of his hunting, and then looked at other players. Let's count how many ghosts are left to kill. You killed so many. The priest, who had been silent all this time, finally couldn't help but exclaimed. He had expected that Zhao Sun would get 100 points for killing 10 ghosts, which made him jealous. Now that he knew that the number of ghosts killed by Zhao Sun was 3.5 times more than he thought, he was simply envious and jealous. That's 350 points. He couldn't imagine how long it would take him to accumulate so many points. But others had already gotten them easily. Zhao Sun didn't even look at the priest, and was too lazy to pay attention to him. He only signaled the Taoist priest and the monk to speak. The two cooperated and told their own situations one after another, and then the others told their own situations truthfully. The Taoist priest killed 5 adult ghosts, and the monk killed 2 adult ghosts. The gray-haired man and the woman who had been staying with him killed an adult ghost each. The Afro, Xiaolan, Xiaoqing, and the priest had not killed any. There were still 4 child ghosts and 7 adult ghosts left to deal with. There are not many ghosts left. The Afro breathed a sigh of relief. We still have 2 days, which is definitely enough. The gray-haired man nodded in agreement. Indeed. After calculating this, I feel a lot less pressure. After saying that, he looked at Zhao Sun. Among them, Zhao Sun killed the most ghosts. He became more and more curious about what Zhao Sun's special ability was. He could deal with ghosts directly, and it was not difficult to deal with them. I'm afraid no one present did not envy Zhao Sun for having such an outstanding special ability. Let's count the weapons we found, the priest suddenly said, so that everyone can have an idea. Zhao Sun glanced at the priest and said nothing. But the priest felt uncomfortable that his little thoughts were seen through. Seeing that Zhao Sun did not speak to stop him, the priest thought it might be his illusion. The priest didn't want to miss such an opportunity, so he continued to look at others with expectation. The Taoist priest and the monk looked at each other inadvertently, and they saw the same information from each other's eyes. They all understood that the priest's purpose of asking this was not pure. The priest himself might not know that he had no ability to hide his thoughts at all. Just looking at his eyes, you can guess what he is thinking. However, if you want to rob, you must have strength. I have said my situation before. The Taoist priest shrugged, and he didn't mean to say more. And he didn't intend to take out his weapon again for people to see. Xiao Lian and I each found a weapon. The gray-haired man took the initiative to explain the situation on his side. The woman named Xiao Lian nodded, indicating that what the gray-haired man said was true. But they didn't take out their weapons. Xiao Lan and Xiao Qing, who were with the priest, shook their heads, indicating that they didn't get the weapons. The Afro also waved his hand hurriedly. I didn't find the weapon either. He didn't have any high pursuits, and didn't have too many thoughts about whether there were weapons or not. He only knew that as long as he kept following the boss, he would definitely be able to survive the game. That was enough. Only the monk remained silent. So everyone turned their attention to the monk. The monk put his hands together, chanted Amitabha, and said, I didn't find any weapons. Several people showed surprised expressions. Only the Afro muttered quietly, Fortunately, You didn't call yourself poor monk. Otherwise, I would have thought you were acting. The monk heard what the Afro said. But he didn't care. Facing everyone's surprised eyes, he explained, My special ability is effective against ghosts. Chapter 184 I hope you have some brains. Zhao Sun was not surprised by this. It is impossible that all the special abilities of the dozen players are ineffective against ghosts. Although the special nature of ghosts will make many special abilities useless. The game has arranged weapons that can kill ghosts, but there will always be exceptions. Zhao Sun never thought that he would be the only exception among these dozen people. The monk only said that his special ability is effective against ghosts, and did not elaborate on what his special ability is. Others did not ask. Zhao Sun continued to play the role of promoting the progress of the game. Let's count which rooms are left to find, and then continue to act. Since everyone has gathered together, I suggest not to act separately. The monk took the initiative to propose. It can not only ensure everyone's safety as much as possible, but also speed up the search of the room, and share information in time. I agree. The priest was the first to jump out and agree. He wished that everyone would act together, whether from the perspective of protecting his own safety, or from the perspective of information sharing. Acting together is beneficial to him. Moreover, if everyone is together, he will have more opportunities to steal other people's weapons. Although he has no confidence in killing ghosts, he is confident in stealing things from others. After all, his special ability is called searching for things. As long as he has seen something with his own eyes, and is sure of its location, and then approaches to a suitable distance, he can take the item quietly without the other party noticing. Therefore, acting together is beneficial to him. No one said anything about the priest's positive response, and others did not object to the proposal to act together. Although acting together may lead to the situation of snatching ghosts, it is fair to kill whoever kills first. The most important thing is that it is safer for everyone to act together. So, after everyone counted the remaining rooms that needed to be explored, they acted together. They happened to be on the 3rd floor, so they chose the room on the 3rd floor nearby. First is the gym. The fitness equipment inside is quite complete, and the area is as large as a fitness studio. The 9 players are responsible for an area each, and it is indeed much faster to search, and they can finish all the places in an hour. A total of 3 adult ghosts were found, 2 of which were killed by the Taoist priest, and 1 was killed by the gray-haired man. Then, everyone went to the only room on the 3rd floor that had not been visited yet, the sun room. The sun room was connected to the large terrace outside, and there were large parasols and lounge chairs on the terrace. Just like on the beach, everyone went to the terrace and searched carefully, and asked the Taoist priest to kill 2 child ghosts. Then they returned to the sun room and continued to search. While searching, Xiaoqing couldn't help complaining. Why haven't we found the 4th weapon that can kill ghosts yet? Could it be that someone has hidden it and deliberately didn't tell me? The Afro has always disliked Xiaoqing. When he heard Xiaoqing's words, he was the first to jump out. You are really dark-minded and think that everyone is as dark as you. Is it necessary to hide weapons? Don't you have to take them out to kill ghosts when you encounter them? Wouldn't that be exposed? Maybe someone got 2 weapons and didn't want to share them with others, fearing that others would snatch the ghost head and points. So he pretended to have only 1 weapon, Xiaoqing said confidently. This will not affect his own killing of ghosts at all. If that is the case, it is also someone else's luck and ability. Zhao Sun sneered, but did not look at Xiaoqing, just checking the clothes in the drying area. You should be grateful for the opportunity to complete the game, instead of talking nonsense here. You actually said that. Is it you who hid the weapon? Xiaoqing snorted as if she had caught the handle. I said you. Before she finished her words, a fruit knife suddenly appeared in Zhao Sun's hand and swung it straight at Xiaoqing's chest. Xiaoqing was so scared that she retreated again and again, and she had no time to talk. Her reaction ability was very poor, and she barely avoided the fatal blow. But her cheek was cut by the blade. She felt a pain on her cheek, and before she could reach out to touch her face, the fruit knife that should have fallen to the ground suddenly seemed to come alive, turned around, and stabbed at her again. She screamed in fear, and while fleeing in panic, she questioned Zhao Sun. What are you doing? I just reasonably suspect you. Do you want to kill me? Zhao Sun's fingers moved slightly, and the fruit knife suddenly accelerated and stabbed straight at Xiaoqing's chest. Everyone could see that Zhao Sun really wanted to kill her, not just to warn her. For a moment, the whole sunroom was silent, and everyone looked at Zhao Sun and then at Xiaoqing, not knowing what to say. They didn't like Xiaoqing's words and deeds, so it would be a good thing for someone to teach her a lesson. But Zhao Sun had a murderous intention towards Xiaoqing, which made them a little surprised. There is no reason for players to fight to the death in this game. Normally, everyone will maintain an appropriate bottom line. Even if conflicts and quarrels arise, they will not kill each other. Most of these new players know very well that as players in a survival game, they will sooner or later face mutual killing among players. But before experiencing the cruel reality in person, human nature and conscience still have the upper hand. And no one wants to easily break the bottom line of killing. Everyone was a little uncomfortable when facing Zhao Sun, who broke the bottom line without any pressure. Xiaoqing no longer had time to distract herself and talk, and could only stumble and hide. After dodging several times with great difficulty, she was tripped by the mop placed by the wall because she was too anxious, and fell to the ground in embarrassment. The fruit knife broke suddenly, fell vertically, and pierced Xiaoqing's heart steadily and accurately. Xiaoqing's face turned pale with pain. She opened her mouth, as if she wanted to scream, but the huge pain made her unable to make a sound. The next second, the fruit knife was pulled out neatly, and a large amount of blood splashed on the ground. Xiaoqing twisted and struggled on the ground for a few times. And then, there was no movement. The moment the fruit knife pierced Xiaoqing's heart, everyone except Zhao Sun subconsciously held their breath. When Xiaoqing died, everyone seemed to finally come to their senses. The priest could no longer bear it. "You actually killed someone! Are you going crazy?" After he finished speaking, he raised his head and glared at Zhao Sun. When he met Zhao Sun's cold eyes, it was as if a basin of ice water was poured over his head. His anger suddenly disappeared completely. Only the chill that ran into his heart remained. "I don't like people who stir up trouble." Zhao Sun's voice was calm, and he even showed a relatively warm smile. "Especially those who stir up trouble for me." Without the constraints of his adoptive parents, he relaxed his requirements for himself a lot. But in order not to become a bloodthirsty maniac who lost his mind, he also set rules for himself. If there is no conflict of interest, or it does not endanger his life, he will not kill casually. However, for someone like Xiaoqing, although there is no conflict of interest, and it does not endanger his life, she has no self-knowledge and likes to provoke. So he will only give her 1 or 2 chances to live at most. Whether it is 1 or 2 depends entirely on his mood. For example, if he thinks Xiaoqing is very noisy now, then Xiaoqing will not have a second chance. You didn't kill someone because you were so angry and embarrassed?" Xiaolan's voice became smaller and smaller. She seemed to be very afraid of Zhao Sun, but she still insisted on finishing her words. Zhao Sun turned his head to look at Xiaolan, showing a sympathetic look. "I hope you have some brains, instead of treating the thing on your neck as a decoration." "Xiaolan, is he saying she is stupid?" Zhao Sun smiled slightly and added, "Of course. If you are deliberately provoking, I don't mind sending you to accompany Xiaoqing." Xiaolan shivered with fear and didn't dare to speak again. Xiaoqing's fate was imminent. She would not be so forgetful. "I'll only say this once." Zhao Sun glanced at everyone. "With my strength, there's no need to do this kind of trick. If you doubt me on this matter, I will assume that you are provoking me. Yes, the boss will definitely not do this kind of trick." The Afro was the first to stand up and express his opinion. "The boss and I have been together throughout the whole process, and I know best whether he has found a weapon. Besides, he can easily kill those ghosts without weapons. The number of ghosts he has killed now is several times that of all of us combined. He has no need to hide weapons." Although the others did not speak, they also agreed with the Afro's words. None of them doubted Zhao Sun, but they were just surprised that Zhao Sun killed a player so easily, as if he had no psychological pressure at all. Everyone was silent for a while. "Amit Ba." The monk came out to smooth things over. "Let's continue looking for ghosts." Zhao Sun took a closer look at the monk. This monk did not talk about benevolence, morality, and compassion like those common monks. It was quite pleasing to the eye. With the steps, the others changed the topic and continued to look for clues or ghosts in the sunroom. But when they walked, they tried to avoid Xiaoqing's body. In the end, no ghost was found in the sunroom. But Xiaolan found a weapon that could kill ghosts. It was a piece of sulfur soap that looked very ordinary. But when Xiaolan touched the sulfur soap, a pop-up window appeared, and she realized that this was one of the weapons that could kill ghosts. She was so happy at the time. And she was so happy that the priest standing next to her immediately discovered the clue. She knew she couldn't hide it, so she had to tell the truth. However, she didn't tell the priest secretly, but let everyone know that she found a weapon. After that, she followed the Taoist priest all the time, and was wary of the priest's intentions not to be too obvious. Xiaolan was not as noisy as Xiaoqing, so she was naturally a little smarter than Xiaoqing. Before, the priest didn't care about Xiaoqing's life at all, and only thought about his own escape. She already knew that the priest was unreliable. Moreover, she just saw from the priest's eyes that the priest wanted to take the weapon she found for himself. That was the weapon she found herself. Why should she give it to others? In order to protect her own things, she must choose someone she can rely on. Follow the other person, and try not to give the priest a chance to attack. She was afraid of Zhao Sun, and she didn't like monks very much. Only the Taoist priest, who also had a weapon, was the most suitable candidate for her. The Taoist priest was a little surprised when he saw Xiaolan following him at first glance. But when he saw the gloomy face of the priest not far away, he immediately understood what was going on. He didn't say anything, nor did he drive Xiaolan away, letting Xiaolan follow him out of the sunroom. Zhao Sun was the last one to walk out of the sunroom. When he was about to leave, he subconsciously turned his head to look at Xiaoqing's body. He just looked at it quietly for several seconds without moving. The Afro noticed that Zhao Sun didn't follow everyone to the stairs, so he hurriedly approached Zhao Sun and asked, "What's wrong, boss?" Zhao Sun didn't say anything, and his eyes were still looking in Xiaoqing's direction. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he always felt that Xiaoqing's body seemed to have moved. There was not much difference from the initial fall posture, but it seemed that the angle of the head had changed. He didn't pay special attention to Xiaoqing's body, so he couldn't be 100% sure if he saw it wrong. "Boss?" Seeing that Zhao Sun didn't speak, the Afro asked again. Zhao Sun still didn't respond, but walked back to Xiaoqing's body. The Afro was puzzled, but he didn't bother him anymore, but stood quietly outside the door waiting. Zhao Sun touched Xiaoqing's neck. Her body was cold, without any temperature or pulse. She was indeed dead. But, from the bloodstains sprayed out, there was a line at the position of Xiaoqing's neck that was obviously not aligned. Xiaoqing's head seemed to have moved. Zhao Sun suddenly had an idea. Players who died in the haunted house might also become ghosts. Then, the players who became ghosts were also one of the ghosts that needed to be killed by the living players. This also explained why the game rules said, "The number of ghosts is unknown," because the total number of ghosts is not fixed. It will change depending on the number of dead players. It is not difficult to determine whether his guess is correct. Zhao Sun raised his hand, and a ball of fire appeared in his palm. He threw the fire directly on Xiaoqing's body without any hesitation. The Afro outside the door saw this, and his eyes widened instantly. People were killed. Why didn't they even leave the body? This a bit cruel. Before the Afro could finish his thoughts, he suddenly heard a shrill scream. He had heard this voice several times before, and it was very familiar. This is not a human cry at all, but a ghost's. Wait! Ghost? The Afro stared at the corpse on the ground in astonishment, and found that the corpse seemed to come alive again, rolling and struggling in the flames. He was immediately frightened. Damn! Dead players can also become ghosts. The next second, Zhao Sun added another ball of fire, and Xiaoqing's body suddenly stopped moving. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for successfully killing a ghost, getting 10 points, and 10 hours of survival time. It's true. The guess was confirmed. Zhao Sun quickly retracted the flames, and walked downstairs quickly. He didn't see the bodies of other players on the third floor, so the 3 players who died before should be scattered on the second and first floors. While there is still time, maybe the player's soul has not left the body yet, and burning the corpse directly can burn the player ghost. If it takes too long, I don't know what the player will attach to, or he may become a wandering soul. Once that happens, it will take a lot of time and energy to find their ghosts again, and you may even have to search the entire haunted house again. So, it would be much easier to burn the bodies of those players before that. The other players were standing at the stairs waiting for Afro and Zhao Sun, and suddenly saw Zhao Sun running downstairs in a hurry, and everyone was stunned. The Taoist asked Afro, who was following closely, "What happened?" While chasing Zhao Sun quickly, Afro took the time to answer, "A player named Xiaoqing has become a ghost." Hearing this, everyone's face changed. The Taoist and the monk realized at the same time what Zhao Sun wanted to do when he hurried downstairs, and they immediately chased him. When they saw Zhao Sun searching one room after another on the second floor, the Taoist and the monk almost ran to the first floor at the same time. Seeing this, Xiaolan quickly followed the Taoist's pace and went downstairs together. The priest hesitated for a few seconds and also chose to go to the first floor. The gray-haired man and Xiaolian were left looking at each other. The two men hadn't figured out what Zhao Sun, the Taoist priest, and the monk were doing, so they simply stood at the stairs on the second floor and watched. Zhao Sun soon found a player's body, and he burned it directly. Another scream was heard, and soon a new pop-up window appeared. After dealing with this player ghost, Zhao Sun retracted the flame, walked to the corridor, and looked downstairs. He didn't rush to the first floor. Anyway, the Taoist priest and the monk had already gone, so he didn't need to go again. In the corner of the living room on the first floor, a player's body was lying. The Taoist priest took out his magic wand and tapped the player's head a few times, and a sharp scream rang out. At the same time, a shrill scream was heard from the invisible kitchen. Obviously, the monk also succeeded. At this time, the gray-haired man already understood what they were doing. He couldn't help but ask Zhao Sun, who was standing not far away, "How do you know that players will become ghosts after they die?" "The body moved," Zhao Sun said concisely. "So I tried it." The gray-haired man recalled carefully and found that he didn't notice whether Xuqing's body moved at all. He had to admit that there was a gap between him and Zhao Sun. No wonder the Afro kept calling Zhao Sun Big Brother. The four Taoist priests quickly returned to the second floor and joined Zhao Sun and his four companions. The priest's expression was the ugliest of all. He was afraid of Zhao Sun and did not dare to show a bad attitude. But he still said in a veiled way, "You won't abandon the rest of us just to grab these points? If we encounter wandering ghosts, we might die. People with small minds think about small minds." The Taoist priest snorted and retorted unceremoniously, "The reason why we are in a hurry to deal with these corpses is to kill the ghosts before they leave the corpses to prevent them from running away and being more difficult to catch." Chapter 185. I'll light it. You guys look for it. The priest didn't expect that the one who would confront him would be the Taoist priest. He had prepared himself to be refuted by Zhao Sun or the Afro. But he was surprised that the Taoist priest was the first to speak. This Taoist priest seemed to have a good temper before, and it was hard to imagine that he would be so confrontational now. Before the priest could speak, Zhao Sun also spoke. "If you really die, you should reflect on why you are so weak, instead of blaming others for not protecting you." He spoke more directly and impolitely than the Taoist priest. This short sentence made the priest have a hard time breathing. Not only could he not beat Zhao Sun, he couldn't even talk to Zhao Sun, so he could only stare blankly and sulk. In the face of absolute power suppression, he would not be blinded by anger no matter what. And he didn't dare to say anything to Zhao Sun casually. Because of this, when he was being sarcastic just now, he only dared to say, "You guys," instead of specifically referring to Zhao Sun. The consequences of targeting Zhao Sun specifically. Xuqing's fate is the best example. Seeing that the atmosphere was not good, the monk spoke again to ease the situation. "The 4 dead players have been dealt with. There are 2 child ghosts left, and 4 adult ghosts left. I suggest that we take a break before continuing." "I agree." The Taoist took over the topic. "I haven't eaten since entering the game. I'm really hungry." No one else objected. So everyone sat down on the spot and rested and ate in the corridor on the second floor. Zhao Sun had eaten before, and he was not hungry now. So he just sat and rested. Although the explosive head had eaten before, he vomited it all and was starving at this time. Although he was reluctant, he still took out a bag of biscuits and ate it in small bites. He only ate half of it and put it away. There was nothing to eat in this haunted house. And even if there was, he didn't dare to eat it. So he could only rely on the food on the cart he bought with his points to survive these days. But he didn't buy much food. If the previous situation happened again, he would be heartbroken. So he didn't dare to be greedy and let himself eat enough. Just make sure he wasn't too hungry. Everyone finished the simple dinner quickly. Xiaolian rubbed her eyes. At this time, I'm getting sleepy after eating something. It was already past 9 o'clock. And according to her usual habit, she would have a beauty sleep at 10 o'clock. But she hadn't had a good sleep in the past 2 days on the endless train. Now that she finally felt a little safe, she suddenly felt particularly sleepy. The gray-haired man also yawned. "How about we take a nap and then get up to search the remaining rooms?" "No." Zhao Sun immediately refused. "Once we rest, the ghosts may quietly change their positions while we are asleep. Then we have to search the entire haunted house again tomorrow." "I think so too," the monk echoed. Immediately afterwards, the Taoist priest nodded. "That's right. We can't relax at this time. We should search the entire haunted house in one go." After searching, if there are still ghosts missing, we can rest first and check again the next day. If there are still ghosts missing after searching the entire house, it is definitely not easy to find. At this time, it doesn't matter if you rest first. You can have enough energy before proceeding to the next step. Seeing that all three people said so, the gray-haired man shrugged. Okay, I'll listen to you. Xiao Lan did not object, but rubbed his temples in distress, secretly warning himself not to doze off. After another 10 minutes of rest, everyone got up and searched the 2 secondary bedrooms on the second floor that had not been searched before. This time, 2 adult ghosts were found in the 2 secondary bedrooms, killed by the gray-haired man and Xiao Lan respectively. The priest was very jealous. He couldn't figure it out. He had been searching so hard and carefully. Why hadn't he found the last weapon yet? The Taoist priest, the gray-haired man, Xiao Lian, and Xiao Lan all got a weapon. The monk and Zhao Sun didn't need weapons to kill ghosts. The Afro looked silly and happy, as if he didn't realize the importance of weapons at all. Among all the people, only the priest wanted to get the weapon so urgently. But he didn't get it. He didn't find an opportunity to steal other players' weapons. Nor did he find the last weapon hidden in the haunted house. It's so unfair. Seeing that the number of ghosts was decreasing, he could not find weapons, and the ghosts would be killed by other players. Others could get some extra points, but he didn't. Thinking about it made his eyes red with jealousy. He couldn't help complaining in his heart that other players had obviously got a lot of points for killing ghosts. Why didn't anyone think of giving him weapons and the remaining ghost heads so that he could also get some points? This is fair. Although he felt unfair, the priest had already seen clearly that no one would stand on his side. Even Xiao Lan abandoned him and followed the Taoist priest. No matter how angry he was, he could only suppress his temper and curse in his heart. But he didn't dare to say a word. After all, he could tell which one he should give up between not getting extra points and not being able to pass the game and dying here. The group walked towards the first floor again. The kitchen, bathroom, dining room, and living room on the first floor had been carefully searched, leaving only the yard outside. In addition to the flower bed, there was also a swimming pool and a small tennis court in the yard. Although the area is large, there are few obstructions, so it is much easier to find than in a room. The biggest problem is that the light outside is very poor at night. There are only dim atmosphere lights by the swimming pool, and the lights on the tennis court are broken. Although there are many beautiful hanging lights around the yard, they are all for creating an atmosphere. The light can only cover a small area and the visibility is limited. If there is a key little thing in the yard, it is easy to miss it in this light. After turning on all the lights in the yard, everyone found that the light was insufficient. So they began to discuss whether to wait until tomorrow morning to search the yard. At this moment, a beam of light as bright as daylight instantly illuminated the flower bed in front of everyone. Even the small insects on the leaves on the flower bed can be seen clearly. Everyone turned back and saw the strong flashlight in Zhao Sun's hand. Look! Only the boss has such a flashlight! The Afro immediately flattered him. As expected of a boss, you are so well prepared. The Taoist asked curiously. Did you have this flashlight in your hand before boarding the endless train? He didn't see this kind of flashlight being sold on the endless train, so it must be Zhao Sun himself. Zhao Sun didn't answer, but just said, I'll light it. You guys look for it. There were very few ghosts next, so there was no need for him to compete with them. He didn't trust anyone with a strong flashlight, so he had to hold it in his own hands. So he might as well give up the next few ghosts and be responsible for lighting. Seeing that Zhao Sun was unwilling to say more, the Taoist didn't ask any more questions. Everyone agreed with Zhao Sun's proposal, and the others walked towards the area where Zhao Sun was lighting, quickly looking through every plant in the flower bed, carefully checking every stone to ensure that there were no omissions. After looking at one area, Zhao Sun lit another nearby area, and the others followed the light source to search. They drained all the water from the swimming pool and found 2 bodies tied together in it. The bodies were surrounded by a circle of stones, and the bodies had already shown very serious giantism. As the bodies were exposed, 2 ghosts immediately emerged from the bodies, which happened to be the remaining 2 adult ghosts. The Taoist priest and the gray-haired man killed one each. Zhao Sun stood not far away and watched, his eyes lingering on the monk for a moment. It was normal that the priest and the Afro had no weapons to kill ghosts, and that Xiaolan and Xiaolian could not compete with the Taoist priest and the gray-haired man. However, the monk had never taken action in front of everyone since they started working together. If you say that the monk did not deliberately want to conceal his special ability, I am afraid no one would believe it. This made Zhao Sun even more curious about what the monk's special ability was. It would be nice to confirm it when there was a chance. It was a pity that the monk had no hair, and lost the most convenient way to devour. Zhao Sun's eyes wandered around the monk for a moment, and then he withdrew his eyes calmly. He could only wait and see if there were other opportunities. The monk noticed the gaze that was looking at him, but when he turned around, he didn't find anyone looking at him. He didn't care too much and continued to look for other clues in the yard. He could basically guess that the people looking at him should be curious about his special ability. As long as he doesn't come out, it's useless for others to be curious. After searching for another half an hour, he finally found the fifth weapon. It was a tennis racket, which the priest found himself. But the priest was no longer happy to find the weapon at this time. There were only 2 ghosts left, and he might not be able to snatch the ghost head before others took action. This weapon was no longer of any use to him. Although he complained a lot in his heart, the priest did not show it. He also held the tennis racket in his hand, ready to attack the ghosts that appeared at any time. Unfortunately, his expectations were dashed. After searching all the corners of the yard, he didn't find the remaining 2 child ghosts. It was already 12:22 midnight. Xiaolan yawned many times in a row, and was really tired. "Can we go to bed now?" she asked weakly. Although it was a pity that the remaining 2 ghosts were not found. There were only 2 ghosts left in total, and there were still 2 days left. She was very calm and not as anxious as at the beginning. So, she wanted to sleep more now instead of continuing to look for ghosts. "It's time to rest," the monk agreed. "Let's continue looking tomorrow." No one objected, so they all walked towards the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. On the way, the Afro smiled and said, "I thought there would be a lot of ghosts coming out at night to scare people, affecting the progress of our mission, and even killing some of us. I didn't expect that this would happen throughout the whole process. Of course it won't happen." The Taoist looked at Zhao Sun. "He killed all the ghosts in the studio. Where are there so many ghosts to come out and make trouble?" The Afro suddenly realized. That's right. The ghosts in the studio may be the ghosts responsible for making trouble at night. As a result, they were killed by the boss. So naturally, there was no chance to make trouble at night. So, they can be so relaxed now. And they have to thank the boss. Thinking of this, the Afro cast a grateful look at Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun did not respond to this. He stepped into the master bedroom. The master bedroom is the largest of all the bedrooms. And there is a thick velvet carpet on the floor, so it won't be cold to sleep directly on the floor. For safety reasons, everyone slept in a room and arranged a night watcher. Xiaolin and Xiaoyan slept on the bed, and everyone else slept on the blanket. Zhao Sun and the monk were responsible for the night watch. The 2 of them kept watch together, one sitting at the door and the other sitting at the window, so that if there was anything outside, they could find it in time and notify others. Zhao Sun glanced at the monk who was separated from him by a large bed. The distance was too far, and if he went directly over, it would easily arouse suspicion and make people wary. The plan to devour the monk's special ability could only be put aside for the time being. The room soon became quiet. It was also a strenuous job to search the whole room for things. Everyone was very tired and fell asleep easily. Zhao Sun used the warm orange light at the head of the bed to casually flip through a magazine to pass the time. This magazine was originally placed on the bedside table, and it was all about painting. Interviews with various painters, exhibitions of famous paintings, notices of exhibitions, and some paintings by new painters. One of the paintings was very consistent with the murderer's painting style, full of darkness and blood. However, Zhao Sun had never seen this painting in the studio. He basically read all the words in the studio at that time, although he could not guarantee that he had a deep impression of every painting. If this painting existed, he would definitely not forget it, because the impact and presence of this painting are very strong. The painting shows a bloodthirsty demon who is slaughtering, but there are thick iron chains and shackles on the demon's legs, and at the same time, there is a sky-high flame behind the demon. It makes sense to say that the demon burned his own evidence after the slaughter. It also makes sense to say that the demon was engulfed by the flames while enjoying the slaughter. There are also comments on this painting in the magazine. The reason why this painting won the award, in addition to its excellent technical level of light and shadow, is that the implicit meaning is thought-provoking. Different people will have different understandings of this painting. As for what the painter himself wants to express, no one knows, because the painter is very secretive about it. Zhao Sun was not interested in those artistic comments. He was only interested in where this painting was. This was the only painting that had not appeared so far. If this painting was also in the haunted house, maybe the two ghosts were hiding in this painting? But they searched everywhere in the haunted house, and did not find any other places with the painting. Where else could this painting be hidden? Or was it that this painting was not in the haunted house at all, and had nothing to do with their game mission? Chapter 186 There Are Still Ghosts. Zhao Sun casually flipped through other paintings in the magazine, and at the same time thought that when he searched the room tomorrow, he should pay attention to whether there are secret compartments or dark rooms in the house. Maybe this painting is hidden in the secret compartment. This is the painting that won the murderer an award. The murderer should be very satisfied with this painting. It is impossible to discard it, and there is no reason not to put it in this haunted house. The possibility of storing it separately is higher. Zhao Sun quickly flipped through the entire magazine. With nothing to do, he turned his head and looked at Xiaolan sleeping on the bed. It is okay to be idle, so why not take a look at the special abilities of these players? Anyway, he still has 4 empty slots now, which will not occupy the abilities he originally wanted to keep. Thinking of this, Zhao Sun stretched out his hand to Xiaolan. Before he could do anything, he suddenly felt a gloomy breath rushing from behind. Zhao Sun quickly withdrew his hand, turned around, and unfolded a thin wall of fire in front of him. When the fire control level reaches LV3, it is naturally impossible to use only the fireball form. Moreover, it is fire control LV3 that has been amplified 4 times. It is just that Zhao Sun likes the fireball form very much, and this is the one he uses most often, if he wants to change into other forms. As long as it is not more than 4 times the size of his own body, there is no problem at all. Obviously, the opponent did not know this. So at the moment when the fire wall was formed, the opponent accidentally pounced on him, and then a sharp scream rang out. Everyone in the room was awakened. The headlights were turned on, and everyone saw the child ghost who quickly cut off one of his arms. The few people who were still a little sleepy suddenly became particularly awake. The child ghost had a puzzled look on his face, and looked at the thin fire wall in front of Zhao Sun with fear. It secretly saw every attack of Zhao Sun in the dark, and it knew the power of the fireball, and how big the fireball could be. But it thought that with so many people in the room, Zhao Sun would definitely not dare to use a particularly large fireball. As long as it uses a small fireball, it can counterattack Zhao Sun's lower body at the moment of Zhao Sun's attack, which must not be covered by the fireball. Who knew that Zhao Sun used not a fireball this time, but a firewall, firmly blocking all the gaps in front of him. And it didn't have time to retract its hand, and it hit the firewall all at once. The feeling of being burned by the flames made its soul tremble. It had to choose to cut off its arm to survive. Fortunately, it was different from other ghosts. Only the arm was burned, not the center of the body. Otherwise it would not survive. "It's convenient for you to come out on your own initiative," Zhao Sun said, while extending the index finger of his right hand. A very thin line of fire quickly pierced the child ghost's body. The child ghost hurriedly dodged. The next second, Zhao Sun stretched out his hands, and 10 thin lines of fire attacked the child ghost in different directions. The fire wires did not attack the ghost's body directly like a fireball, but instead coiled around it like a thread. In addition, the fire wires were extremely thin and coiled quickly, so the child ghost was unable to dodge, and was entangled by 2 of the fire wires. The moment the fire wires touched the child ghost's body, the flame suddenly surged and rose above the child ghost's body. There was another short and miserable cry. The child ghost struggled for a moment, but was finally burned into a wisp of green smoke. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for successfully killing a ghost, earning 10 points and 10 hours of survival time. Zhao Sun quickly retracted all the flames. It was not until this time that the Afro murmured, "I didn't expect the boss's flames to be so powerful that they could turn into this form." Zhao Sun did not respond to the Afro's sigh, but just said, "In this way, there is only one ghost left. I guess with so many precedents, it dare not attack us, so we have to find it ourselves." "I think so too." The monk nodded in agreement. "There is only one left. It is not dominant, and there is an example of a failed sneak attack here. It should choose to hide. I want to sleep for a while. Who will take my shift?" Zhao Sun said, and his eyes swept around the crowd. Since everyone is awake, there is no need for him to guard all night. It's just right to find someone to replace him, so that he can also sleep for a few hours. I'll switch with the boss." The Afro raised his hand. "Thank you." Zhao Sun thanked him politely, and laid down on the spot. The Afro showed an excited look. The boss thanked him. He was so happy. He stood up and walked to Zhao Sun's side and sat down, his eyes wide open, as if he wanted to protect the sleeping Zhao Sun. On the other side, the Taoist asked the monk, "Do you want to rest for a while? I can switch with you." The monk did not refuse. "Thank you then." So, for the rest of the time, the Afro and the Taoist were the ones keeping watch. The others fell asleep again. November 3rd, 9:30 in the morning. Everyone started from the first floor, not letting go of every detail, and looking for traces of ghosts again. When Zhao Sun was rummaging through the kitchen cabinets, the Taoist came over. "There is something I have always wanted to ask." The Taoist leaned close to Zhao Sun and lowered his voice. Zhao Sun glanced at the Taoist priest and said casually, "You ask, although I may not answer." The Taoist priest did not care about the second half of Zhao Sun's words. He asked, "Are you an old player?" Zhao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly, but did not speak, and did not even give the Taoist priest a look. He knocked in the cabinet to confirm whether there was a secret compartment. The Taoist priest did not care about Zhao Sun's cold reaction. He continued, "The fruit knife you used to kill Shao Qin can be controlled from a distance. It should not be an ordinary thing." "Right. No new players can have such a thing. Only old players can have it." For example, after old players open the mall, they can buy some props and the like. Although he is a Taoist priest, he still reads novels occasionally. This is very common in novels. Zhao Sun did not answer. Although the Taoist priest guessed all the processes wrong, the result was right. However, Zhao Sun did not deliberately conceal the fact that he was an old player. Otherwise, he would not choose to use control gold to kill Shao Qin. He was not surprised that the Taoist priest guessed that he was an old player. If no one had guessed this, he would have doubted the overall IQ of this group of new players. However, guessing was guessing. But it did not mean that he had to give the other party a clear answer. Seeing that Zhao Sun had not spoken, the Taoist priest raised his voice slightly. "I am sure you are right. You are an old player." Then, he lowered his voice and asked, "Is your fruit knife an item? How can I get this item? Can I open the mall after meeting certain conditions?" The Afro was rummaging around on the other side of the kitchen. Hearing the Taoist priest's voice, he stopped what he was doing and looked at the Taoist priest. "What's wrong?" he asked curiously. "What are you talking about? If you don't want your secret to be exposed, just give me some information." The Taoist priest's tone did not threaten, but more like a negotiation. "This is no loss for you." It was a good opportunity to meet an old player. He must take the opportunity to find out some information about the platform game and the old players. He didn't really want to threaten anyone, but just didn't want to miss the opportunity. In order to avoid being misunderstood by Zhao Sun, he tried to slow down his tone. Zhao Sun should know that he had no ill intentions. Zhao Sun stood up and looked at the Taoist priest. "Do I look like I'm afraid that others will know that I'm an old player?" The Taoist priest was stunned. "If I want to hide it, you won't have a chance to see it at all." Zhao Sun smiled. "You can see it only because I don't have the intention to hide it deliberately." The Taoist priest was silent. Zhao Sun said again, "If you want to get some information, either give equivalent materials or exchange it with equivalent information. If you want to get it for free, there's no way." Hearing this, the Taoist priest immediately understood that Zhao Sun was not completely unwilling to reveal the information, but just unwilling to tell him the information for nothing. Understanding this, his eyes suddenly brightened. He took the initiative to say, "Whatever you want, as long as it's suitable. I'm willing to exchange it with you." "I'm sorry, you don't have what I want." Zhao Sun shrugged. "You just enter the game, and obviously you don't have much supplies to exchange." The Taoist priest, after talking for so long, he still didn't want to tell him anything. This is a bit infuriating. Seeing that Zhao Sun and the Taoist priest were whispering, Afro couldn't help but come over. "What are you two talking about?" Afro looked at Zhao Sun, then at the Taoist priest. "Let me join in. You need to search the place you just searched again." Zhao Sun said to Afro, "I said before that the main purpose today is to find secret compartments and secret doors." Although he did not supervise Afro's actions, he could tell from his ears that Afro only turned over the things in the cabinet and did not knock around to see if there were any mechanisms. Afro was immediately diverted, and he scratched his fluffy head awkwardly. "I'll go now." After saying that, he returned to the previous place, bent his index finger, and knocked around with his joints to listen for sounds. The first floor was quickly searched, and nothing was found. So everyone went to the second floor. Everyone tacitly chose to search the master bedroom first. The master bedroom is the murderer's bedroom. If there are secret compartments and secret doors, the master bedroom is most likely to be there. Although the monk had found a secret compartment in the master bedroom closet before, no one said that there could only be one secret compartment in a room. Everyone searched very carefully, even lifting the carpet on the floor and carefully knocking on every floor. Zhao Sun was responsible for searching the bathroom in the master bedroom. He even lifted up the metal ceiling piece by piece, but didn't see anything special. He didn't rush, turned on the faucet of the wash basin, and washed his hands that were covered with dust. When he turned off the faucet, he suddenly noticed that there seemed to be a small unnatural bulge on the tile behind the faucet. The color was exactly the same as the tile, and the bulge was about the same size as the round jack on the mobile phone. If it wasn't at a specific angle, it would be difficult to notice the existence of this bulge. Zhao Sun noticed that the light over there was a little unnaturally crooked, and then he noticed the existence of this bulge. He reached out and touched it, and then pressed the bulge. With a crisp click sound, the makeup mirror above slowly moved to the left, revealing the secret compartment inside. The secret compartment was smaller than the makeup mirror, and it was not deep inside. There were few things in the secret compartment. Only 2 tablets and a framed photo. The photo showed 3 little boys who looked exactly the same. That appearance was clearly the child ghost who attacked Zhao Sun last night. Zhao Sun directly released 3 fireballs, burning the 2 tablets and the photo. There was no movement in the photo and the tablet on the left, and a painful scream came from the tablet on the right. Other players heard the movement and rushed over. As soon as they walked to the bathroom door, they saw the open secret compartment and a pile of unknown things that had been burned to ashes. The screams also disappeared. In front of Zhao Sun, there appeared a prompt to get points and survival time. "What did you find?" The Taoist couldn't help but ask curiously. "What was burned?" "2 tablets and a photo." Zhao Sun answered truthfully. "One of the tablets didn't respond. It should be the ghost of the child who attacked me last night. And screams came from the other tablet. There must be something special about these 2 children. Otherwise, how could they be the only 2 with tablets? And hidden in such a secret place?" The monk expressed his opinion. "And it was placed in the master bedroom. The photo shows triplets, but there are only 2 tablets." Zhao Sun expressed his guess. "The murderer may be one of the 3 brothers. The 2 brothers were killed by the murderer. But because of the relationship between brothers, the murderer's heart is special for these 2 people. So he set up a tablet and placed it in the secret compartment of the master bedroom." "Oh?" The Afro was shocked. "The murderer even killed his own brother?" Although he already knew that the murderer was a mentally abnormal pervert, but killing his own brother, in his heart, this level of perversion has reached a new level. "This is just your guess. Not necessarily the truth," the priest retorted. "Maybe the murderer became a psychopath after watching his brother being killed by others. If that's the case, the murderer wouldn't have to hide his brother's ranking." Zhao Sun glanced at the priest and said calmly, "Besides, the murderer is so obsessed with torturing and killing children. If he saw his brother being killed when he was a child, he probably wouldn't do this." "I think so too." The monk nodded. The priest was silent. "I think it's meaningless to discuss whether these 2 people were killed by the murderer. I only care about one thing," Xiaolan said in a low voice. "This should be the last ghost. Have we cleared the game now?" "It must be cleared," the gray-haired man said, as a matter of course. "The next step should be to wait for the time to come, and we can return to the endless train." "No," Zhao Sun retorted. "The game rules do not say that after finding all the ghosts, you have to wait until the game time is over before you can leave. From the content of the rules, there is no hint that you must wait until the game time is over." According to his experience, most platform games do not have to wait until the game time is over before you can leave, unless the game rules explicitly stipulate, or the game task must wait until the game time is over before it can be completed. But this game did not have these 2 situations. "What do you mean?" The Taoist frowned. "Are you saying that if we complete the task, we should leave the game now?" If this was said by someone else, he might not take it seriously. But this was said by Zhao Sun. He was now certain that Zhao Sun was an old player. Old players definitely understood the rules of the game more deeply than new players. Since Zhao Sun said so, there must be a problem now. "We haven't found all the ghosts yet," Zhao Sun said his guess very calmly. After he killed the ghost in the tablet, the pop-up window only showed the prompts of getting points and survival time, but not the prompts of completing the task. At that moment, he had this guess. When other players heard this, their faces changed slightly. How is it possible? The priest looked incredulous. We have searched the entire haunted house and found all the clues. Everyone was present when we saw the mural. Everyone counted them. There are 34 child ghosts and 17 adult ghosts. Not only in the painting, but other clues also correspond to this data. How could there be other missing ghosts? It's not impossible. The monk accepted this fact the fastest. The dead players will also become ghosts in the haunted house and become part of the task we need to complete. This is not shown in the clues of the haunted house. So, it is possible that there are other ghosts that are not included in the clues. What should we do now? The Afro was a little panicked. Without clues, it will be difficult to find it if we just search aimlessly. The haunted house has been turned upside down by them. Unless there are dark rooms and secret compartments. He can't imagine how to find the ghosts. But will there really be secret compartments or dark rooms? The same moves will be used so many times? Although his brain is not particularly smart. He has played many games, and he knows very well that the same design will not be used repeatedly in the same scene. If the remaining ghosts can float around and fight guerrilla warfare with them, it will be too difficult for them to find and kill them. The Taoist priest quickly calmed down. He thought about it and asked, could it be that the players who played this game before us died in the game and became ghosts? And we also need to find them? No, Zhao Sun said with certainty. We are the first to experience this game. Why are you so sure? The priest asked. Don't think you are the strongest among us, and you can talk nonsense. Facing the priest's appearance of finally finding an attack point and holding on tightly, Zhao Sun chuckled. Because I am an old player, and I am very sure that all the players have never repeated the platform game so far. This time, not only the priest, but also the players except the Taoist priest and the monk, all widened their eyes in surprise. Zhao Sun noticed that the monk's expression did not fluctuate too much. Just as he expected, the monk should have guessed that he should be an old player when he killed Shao Qing. However, the monk was obviously more patient than the Taoist priest, and he has not come to him to ask about the situation until now. You are actually an old player? The gray-haired man asked in shock. No wonder the boss is so powerful. Afro was very surprised. I thought your strength was not on the same level as ours before. It turns out that the boss is an old player. After hearing Afro's words, the players who were originally shocked came back to their senses. Indeed, it is understandable that the old players have such strength. The fact that Zhao Sun's fire and Xu Qing's fire are so different when they both use fire has a reasonable explanation. Let's get back to the point. Zhao Sun went straight to the point. I think there is only one ghost left, and that is the murderer himself. Without waiting for others to ask, Zhao Sun continued, even if there are no obvious clues, the existence of these ghosts has its rationality and can be inferred. So there are no ghosts in this haunted house that appear for no reason and without logic. Just like the dead players will become ghosts. This is logical and can be inferred. I understand what you mean. The monk took over the conversation. Currently, the only character that can generate a logical chain and is related to the clues we have collected is the owner of this haunted house. He may indeed become a ghost. He looked at Zhao Sun and asked, then where do you think he will be? Zhao Sun walked out of the bathroom, picked up the magazine on the bedside table, and unfolded one of the pages. I think it will be in this painting. Everyone came together to look at the painting. Zhao Sun continued, I didn't see this painting in the studio. The Taoist's eyes lit up. So this painting may have been hidden by the murderer, and finally became the object that the murderer possessed. That's right. Zhao Sun nodded, paused, and added, but our fundamental goal is to find the murderer ghost, not the painting. So I suggest that we should make 2 preparations. What 2 preparations? Afro asked. Zhao Sun did not answer this question immediately, but looked at the monk. The ghost in the painting should be able to move out of the painting. The monk nodded. Indeed. The few I met were like this. Then, if we only find the painting, and the murderer ghost is not in it, even if the painting is destroyed, the murderer ghost may still change to other objects to possess. Then it will be more difficult for us to find him. Zhao Sun suggested. So I suggest that everyone act separately, so that the murderer ghost feels that there is an opportunity to attack, and he will be more likely to take the initiative to appear. Everyone looked at each other, and did not speak for a while. Zhao Sun added, our goal is to find this painting. If he never shows up, we will have a high chance of killing him if we find the painting. But if he shows up for a sneak attack, we can kill him even if we don't find the painting. Chapter 187 Grouping. Zhao Sun was more inclined to kill the murderer ghost when he attacked. Finding the painting does not necessarily mean finding the ghost, which means that it is not 100% certain that the ghost can be killed. That is why he proposed a plan for everyone to act separately. Deliberately reveal a flaw so that the murderer ghost will feel that there is an opportunity and take the initiative to appear. This is the way to ensure that the ghost is killed. Finding the painting is just a second choice just in case. I think this is a good idea. The Taoist glanced at the Afro. Except for you. Other players either have weapons that can kill ghosts, or their own special abilities can kill ghosts. Even if they act separately, they have the ability to fight ghosts. The Afro scratched his cheek awkwardly. This made him seem like he was just paddling the whole time. I don't object to acting separately, but it's best not to act alone, so that if the murderer ghost really appears, you can provide timely support. The monk said. Wait. He said he was an old player. So you all believed him? The priest raised his voice. What if he lied? Are you okay? The Afro started to retort. What benefit can he get from lying to us? That's right. The gray-haired man also echoed. There must be a purpose for lying. Right? He lied to us that he was an old player, and that no other player had played this game before. What benefit can he get? Of course, he can get the points of the remaining ghosts alone. The priest said, as a matter of course. Your words make me feel that you have only straw in your head. Xiao Sun was not angry at all, but laughed out loud, as if he had heard a very funny joke. If the situation you said really exists, then how can I find the ghosts of the first few batches of players who died in the game by myself? Before the priest could speak, Xiao Sun took a fruit knife in his hand. The priest subconsciously took 2 steps back, trying to keep a safe distance. I just questioned it, he explained stutteringly. You can't kill me just because I questioned you? You're not afraid. You're not afraid that others will suspect you of trying to silence me? Anyone with a brain knows that I can only kill you because you're annoying, not for anything else. Xiao Sun's smile deepened, but his eyes were cold. Besides, I reminded you that if you want to please everyone and pass the game together, you have to be more obedient. But you don't know how to do it. Before he finished speaking, the fruit knife in his hand had already flown out. Although the priest had been prepared and ran out as soon as he saw that the situation was not right. His speed was no match for the speed of the fruit knife. He only dodged in vain a few times before he was pierced in the chest. For a moment, the room was so quiet that only the dull sound of the priest falling to the ground could be heard. After the priest died, Xiao Sun burned the priest's body clean with fire. He was rewarded with an additional 10 points and 10 hours of survival time. You won't kill us all just to get more points. Right. The gray-haired man looked at Xiao Sun with some caution. He hadn't thought of this before. But after Xiao Sun killed the priest, he had to think so. Xiao Sun had already killed 2 players, and he burned their bodies. It's hard not to worry about this. One head is only 10 points. It won't attract me to do it. Xiao Sun waved his hand without interest. He hasn't become a murderer yet, and he still has his sanity. As long as you don't offend him, you won't become his dead soul. Unless there is a great benefit temptation. But 10 points. Too little. Gray-haired man. I feel like I'm being disliked. Suddenly I don't know whether to be thankful or angry. Where did you get this knife from? Shilian, who rarely speaks, asked weakly. It seems to appear suddenly every time. In fact, everyone wanted to ask this question. But after Xiao Sun killed 2 players in succession, they basically gave up the idea of finding out the news. However, no matter what the fruit knife is, whether it can be controlled remotely or appear out of thin air, these make them very clear that new players definitely don't have such a thing. This also indirectly proves the fact that Xiao Sun is an old player. Except for the priest. No one questioned Xiao Sun's identity as an old player. Xiao Sun naturally would not answer Shilian's questions. He just said, if you agree with my suggestion, start the action as soon as possible. What if there are other ghosts? The Taoist priest put forward his own opinion. Even if the murderer ghost does exist, you can't be sure that there is only one murderer ghost? Once you find the murderer ghost and kill it, you will know if there are other ghosts. Xiao Sun said calmly. If there are other ghosts, then continue to look for possible logical chains. No matter if there are other ghosts, it is always right to find the murderer ghost first. You can't just ignore the things that have been determined in the front because of the uncertainty in the back. Everyone else understood what Xiao Sun meant. Everyone looked at each other and nodded in agreement. So everyone quickly divided into 4 groups. Because the priest died, there were only 7 players left out of the original 8. There must be one person left alone when divided into 4 groups. Zhao Sun chose to act alone. Among the other 6 people, the gray-haired man and Xiaoyan had always acted together. So they took the initiative to divide into a group to be responsible for the first floor. Xiaolan had been following the Taoist priest since he left the priest. So he was assigned to a group responsible for the second floor. The remaining monks and the Afro naturally formed a group responsible for the third floor. After the priest died, the tennis racket in his hand was taken away by the Afro. With the guarantee of the weapon, the Afro had more confidence in himself. He felt that he finally didn't have to be the one who dragged his feet. Besides, there was a powerful monk by his side, so he didn't worry about his safety at all. After the 4 groups dispersed, Zhao Sun went to the garden on the first floor alone. The other 3 groups were responsible for the indoor part, and Zhao Sun was fully responsible for the outdoor part. Zhao Sun stood by the swimming pool, looking at the 2 bodies tied together and swollen in the swimming pool. Their souls had been killed, leaving only 2 empty LS, which could no longer cause any harm. Zhao Sun's attention was not on the 2 bodies, but on the bottom of the swimming pool. He was thinking whether to dig up the swimming pool to see if there was anything hidden under the ground. In his opinion, the entire haunted house had been searched twice, so there might not be any secret compartment that had not been found. In the entire game map, there are only 2 places that are missing: underground or the roof. The underground area is too large, and it is not so convenient to dig. So Zhao Sun decided to take a look at the roof first. Unlike those purely indoor game maps, this game map has a garden, and players can go outside, so the roof is not an unexplorable range. He took the initiative to take charge of the outdoor part. And there was a reason. In the entire game map, the missed parts are all outdoors. Since there is a chance to get extra points, he has no reason to give it up. After all, the identity of the murderer ghost is special, different from other ghosts. Maybe the murderer ghost has higher points than other ghosts? Zhao Sun chose a suitable angle to make sure that no one in the room was looking at him. Then, he quickly used his special ability Beast Transformation LD2 to turn himself into a sparrow. He quickly flew to the roof. At a glance, he saw a large metal box like a safe. The moment he landed on the roof, he turned back into human form. Almost at the moment when he regained his human form, a ball of black stuff immediately emerged from the metal box. It was not until the stuff came out completely that the human form was revealed. Although the ghost was dark, the face could be vaguely seen, and it had obvious similarities with the triplets in the photo in the secret compartment of the master bedroom bathroom. It was just that this was obviously an adult ghost, unlike the other 2, which were still child ghosts. Zhao Sun didn't even say hello, and directly rushed towards the black ghost with a huge fireball. The ghost dodged very flexibly and flew towards Zhao Sun quickly. Zhao Sun did not dodge, but stretched his hands forward with his 10 fingers open. The ghost that was rushing towards Zhao Sun suddenly felt a burning breath approaching from behind him. Its body paused, and it turned its head to look, only to find that the original fireball had turned into a densely woven net, covering it like the sky and the sun. It quickly dodged to the side and hid before the net tightened. Just when it thought it had escaped successfully, it suddenly felt a pain in its chest. It looked down and found a flame in the shape of a long arrow piercing its heart. It turned out that the fire net behind it was just a bait. After attracting all its attention, Zhao Sun used fire to create an arrow, and attacked it from behind at the moment when it was most relaxed. Its chest gradually cracked, and was stained with a burning red by the flames. The severe pain made it twist its body uncontrollably. It gritted its teeth and persisted for 3 seconds, but still wailed in pain. Soon, various noises were heard in the house. Obviously, everyone heard the sound on the roof and wanted to come out to check the situation. Zhao Sun controlled the fire net and quickly wrapped the ghost tightly. The ghost's screams became more and more sharp, and finally there was no movement. The next second, a pop-up window appeared. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for successfully killing a ghost, getting 10 points and 10 hours of survival time. Zhao Sun said, "Tisk. The murderer ghost is only worth 10 points. It's really worthless." Immediately afterwards, another pop-up window appeared. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for finding all the ghosts in the haunted house and killing all the ghosts before the game time ends, earning 100 points and 100 hours of survival time. Then, the pop-up window disappeared, and Zhao Sun's vision was dazed for a moment. After recovering, he was already standing outside the endless train. Other players also came back at the same time. The Afro ran to Zhao Sun first and asked, Boss, did you kill the last ghost? Zhao Sun nodded. It was the murderer ghost. I didn't expect that after completing the task. I can really leave the game early. Xiaoyan looked at the endless train on the side and hesitated. Then should we get on the train now? Of course, the gray-haired man said, walking towards the door of the carriage. Don't get on the train. Stay outside and blow the cold wind? As he said that, he got on the train directly, regardless of what other players thought. But after getting on the train, he saw the sudden appearance of personal task on November 3rd. And he felt bad. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. And it was hard to say whether he could complete today's personal task. It was not until this time that he realized how unwise it was for him to rush back to the train. But he had no chance to regret it. So he could only bite the bullet and start his personal task. Xiaoyan followed the gray-haired man and got on the train. Xiaolan hesitated for a moment and got on the train as well. The monk and the Taoist priest were already sitting on the ground, looking like they were not going to return to the endless train for the time being. The Afro didn't understand why, but seeing that Zhao Sun was still here, he didn't want to leave and kept standing next to Zhao Sun. At this time, Zhao Sun was checking his points. 891 points. Very good, thanks to the extra points for killing ghosts in this game. Although each ghost head only has 10 points. He killed a total of 41 ghosts, and got 410 points just for this. Adding the 100 points he got for clearing the game, he got a total of 510 points this time. He also got 17 days and 22 hours of survival time. A great harvest. The only regret is that this time, after repeatedly searching the entire haunted house, he didn't trigger the hidden task. He could only guess that the trigger point of the hidden task might be related to a painting or a ghost in the studio. He burned it all with fire, so naturally there was no chance of triggering it. Failure to trigger the hidden mission also resulted in the loss of the 20% points reward after unlocking all the plots in the game. What a pity. After seeing his gains, Zhao Sun closed his personal panel and walked towards the number 6 carriage. Afro followed Zhao Sun all the time until he found the carriage number. Then he stopped awkwardly. He didn't dare to go to the territory of the old players casually. After thinking about it, he said to Zhao Sun, "Goodbye, boss. I hope there will be a chance to hug thighs next time." Zhao Sun looked back at Afro. This guy is not very strong, but his attitude is quite upright and his self-awareness is very clear, which makes people not annoying. Zhao Sun didn't say anything, just waved to Afro. Then, he didn't care about Afro's reaction and got on the car directly. Back to the number 2 compartment. Zhao Sun saw Su Tiantian lying motionless on the bed, obviously still in the dream game. He tried to reach out and touch, but before he touched Su Tiantian's body, he was blocked by an invisible layer of something. When your fingers touch the barrier, you can vaguely see a faint halo, but it disappears very quickly. This is the safety barrier. This barrier only has a protective function, which can prevent others from touching the protected person, but it has no lethality. This is the first time Zhao Sun has touched the barrier. The touch is very similar to the bubble of bubble gum, soft and thin, as if it will be punctured at any time. But this barrier is not as fragile as bubble gum. Zhao Sun turned his head and looked at the other 2 beds. The 2 players, a man and a woman, were in the same state as Su Tiantian, and were obviously in the dream game. This is good. He can have a good sleep, and no one will wake him up before they come back from the dream game. Since he came back a day early, Zhao Sun decided to go to the dream game tomorrow. He took out the hand-grabbed pancake he bought before from the storage compartment, ate it in a hurry, and gulped down half a bottle of water, and then went to sleep. This sleep lasted until 11 a.m. on the 4th. He simply washed up to make himself more awake. Then he went to an ordinary restaurant to eat a chicken drumstick rice, bought 30 points of spare food and water, went back to his bed and lay down, and began to make the preliminary preparations for entering the dream game. Chapter 188 Zombie Rising. Zhao Sun took the ticket out of the storage compartment, put it in his coat pocket, and then opened his personal panel. Will player Zhao Sun start the preliminary preparations for entering the dream game? Yes, no. Zhao Sun chooses yes. Will player Zhao Sun choose to purchase safety barrier? Yes, no. Zhao Sun chooses yes. How many days will I buy safety barrier? __ days. Zhao Sun enters the number 3. Safety barrier has been purchased. 30 points will be deducted. During the 72-hour protection period, player Zhao Sun's proxy body will not be harmed in any way, and the ticket will never leave the proxy body. Will player Zhao Sun enter the dream game immediately? Yes, no. This time, Zhao Sun did not choose immediately, but deliberately waited for a while. He chose to enter the dream game at 12:02, considering that he chose an hourly time last time and merged his dreams with other players. He thought that most players would subconsciously choose a relatively hourly time, such as 12 o'clock or 12:30, in order to avoid running into other players again this time. He chose a rather scattered time. Soon, 12:02 arrived, and Zhao Sun immediately chose yes. After a while of spinning, Zhao Sun stood in a messy room. There was no prompt when he entered the game this time, and he finally did not run into other players. Zhao Sun quickly looked around at the environment he was in. From the layout, this was obviously a single ward. It was just that the bed in the ward was messy, and the items were scattered all over the floor, as if the person who had lived here had left in a hurry. The next second, a pop-up window popped up in front of Zhao Sun. Main quest: successfully escape from the hospital surrounded by zombies. After seeing the content of the quest clearly, Zhao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly. Zombies. Interesting. In his past life, he did dream about zombies from time to time. In his dreams, he was either killing zombies or running away. It is indeed a dream game tailored for players. Now the dream has really become a game. Zhao Sun did not rush out, but first looked through the window and door to see the situation outside. The main tasks of the dream game and the platform game are very different. According to the 3 dream games he had experienced before, the main tasks of the dream game are all staged. Once the current dilemma is broken, the main tasks are over. Unlike the main tasks of the platform game, most of them will run through the entire game. So the main tasks of the dream game are often more direct. It is just that special abilities cannot be used during this period, which increases the difficulty of the main tasks. But as long as the zombies in this hospital have no superpowers, he has the confidence to complete the main tasks even if he does not use special abilities. Zhao Sun could only see the mess in the corridor through the glass on the ward door. The walls and the ground were covered with blood, in addition to various scattered papers and plastic bags. There were also some broken limbs and arms. But he didn't see a single moving zombie. Zhao Sun walked to the window and looked out again. He was on the highest floor of the hospital. According to the number of floors on the opposite side, he should be on the 10th floor. There were many zombies moving slowly downstairs, probably because they didn't find any living creatures. Each zombie was wandering aimlessly. Zhao Sun took out the goddess's wings and put them on, opened the window, and flew out. Although special abilities cannot be used during the main mission, special items are not restricted. With the goddess's wings, as long as there are no superpowers among the zombies, it will only take a few seconds for him to escape from the hospital. But he couldn't be sure for the time being whether there were superpower zombies. He had to try it out. When he opened the window, a squeaking sound was made, which was particularly harsh in the quiet hospital. Almost instantly, all the zombies on the ground looked up at the source of the sound. The moment they saw Zhao Sun appear, the zombies roared. And it was obvious that they were very greedy for this food that suddenly appeared. It was a pity that Zhao Sun flew very high, and the zombies on the ground couldn't reach him at all. The zombie in the ward very close to Zhao Sun stretched most of its body out of the window, making a woohoo sound from its mouth, and drooling from the corners of its mouth. But no matter how it waved its hands, it couldn't reach Zhao Sun's trouser legs. Zhao Sun flew a little closer, holding a big machete in his hand, and chopped at the zombie's neck. The zombie's head was immediately separated from the body, and the head fell to the ground first, breaking into slag. After shaking a few times, the body lost balance and fell to the ground, turning into a pool of mincemeat. The zombies on the ground gathered towards the place where the noise came from, but soon realized that it was just a pool of rotten meat. They were not interested in the rotten meat, so they looked up stiffly at Zhao Sun flying in the sky. Zhao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly. This zombie is much more fragile than he thought. The machete looked effortless. I don't know if all zombies are like this, or just this one. However, so far, he has made such a big noise, and the zombies are obviously coveting him. But none of them has used their superpowers. It is unknown whether there are really no superpowered zombies, or whether the superpowered zombies have hidden themselves. No matter which possibility it is a good opportunity for him to escape now. Zhao Sun randomly chose a direction, used the highest flight altitude and the fastest flight speed of Goddess's wings, and almost instantly rushed out of the hospital. Complete the main task. Successfully escape from the hospital under the heavy siege of zombies. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for getting 20 points and 20 hours of survival time. Oh! This time the main task was completed too easily. And the points were indeed much less. Zhao Sun had guessed this result a long time ago. And now, he didn't feel anything special. The only regret he felt was that he couldn't get extra head points by killing zombies. Otherwise, he would try his best to kill all the zombies in this dream game. Maybe he could get 10,000 points in one go. Zhao Sun's regretful mood only lasted for a second. Because the next second, a pop-up window with a lot of text popped up in front of him. Side Quest 1, according to the map prompt. Go to the marked location and enter the laboratory to take a hard drive containing all the experimental data. And give the hard drive to the designated person. When the hard drive is obtained, the designated person's information will be announced. Side Quest 2, find the surviving humans in the city. Save at least 3 people. And ensure they are alive before leaving the game. Side Quest 3, kill the zombie king. You can choose multiple side quests or reject all of them. Please make your choice. Player Zhao Sun. Side Quest 1, Side Quest 2, Side Quest 3, reject all. There are quite a lot of side quests this time. Side Quest 1 looks the most complicated. It is not clear where the hard drive is. And it is not said whether the map marks the location or can be navigated throughout the journey. After entering the laboratory, do you need to explore on your own or have a map to indicate the direction? If it is the former, the difficulty of this task is average. If it is the latter, the difficulty of this task increases several times. In addition, the specific person who will be given the hard drive and where it is will not be known until the hard drive is obtained. The uncertainty and risk are very high. But there is a higher return with risk. And uncertainty also adds some fun. He is willing to take this side quest. Side Quest 3, there is no doubt that he will definitely take it. He had killed countless zombies in his dreams. But he had never dreamed of the Zombie King. This time he could fulfill his dream. As for Side Mission 2, saving people is really not in line with his style. But from what he has seen so far, the city should have been completely occupied. And it is very difficult to find survivors. This means that completing Side Mission 2 should get a lot of points. In order to accumulate 10,000 points faster. Just take it. Thinking of this, Zhao Sun took all 3 side missions. Then, an electronic map appeared in front of him, covering the entire city. In one of the locations, there was a flashing red light spot, which was obviously the location of the marked laboratory. There was no navigation, only a location mark. But this did not bother Zhao Sun. He quickly flew towards the mark point. If you can't fly, it will be a lot of trouble to find the way to the laboratory on the ground. Encountering zombies, being blocked by various cars and corpses on the road, being unfamiliar with the route and taking the wrong way or taking a detour, etc. But he can fly directly over, perfectly avoiding such troubles. After a while, Zhao Sun arrived near the laboratory. He saw the flashing red light on the map turned into a red arrow. He tried to zoom in on the map of this part of the laboratory and found it feasible. And the location pointed by the red arrow was an entrance. It seems that after entering the laboratory, there will be route guidance. Zhao Sun glanced at the dozen zombies watering at the entrance. And a huge fireball hit them, instantly burning all the zombies into charcoal. He landed, retracted the goddess's wings, and was about to open the entrance door when he found that he had to enter the password and fingerprint verification. He used lightning control to destroy the instrument and open the door easily. As the heavy door opened, countless zombies rushed out in a swarm. Zhao Sun instantly turned into a fly and quickly shuttled in among the zombie army. The zombies vaguely smelled the breath of humans, and their steps that rushed out stopped one after another. But they didn't see humans, and the human breath was fleeting and soon faded. Their rotten brains couldn't give them any ability to think, so they could only freeze in place blankly and start wandering. Zhao Sun followed the arrows on the map and came to the elevator. The laboratory seemed to have its own power supply system. The whole city looked dilapidated, and the hospital was completely out of power. But the elevator was still usable here. Zhao Sun turned into a sparrow and turned on the elevator with his mouth. After flying into the elevator, he selected the -2 floor and quickly turned back into a fly. Who knows what he will face later? It is safest not to let others discover his existence. Although sparrows are small, they are still conspicuous, and flies are less likely to attract attention. The elevator went down and soon stopped at the -2 floor. After the elevator door opened, there was no scene of zombies rotting towards the elevator. Zhao Sun flew out of the elevator and found that the corridor was empty and quiet, without a single zombie. Compared to the outside, This place is even very clean and tidy. And it doesn't look like it has been invaded by zombies. Could it be that the zombies didn't have time to reach this floor? That shouldn't be the case. The elevator doesn't seem to have any special treatment. And there is no permission set for the next -2 floor. When the zombies invade, everyone will choose any place to hide in order to escape. Once there are people who are bitten, they will soon become zombies. And no place will be spared. It doesn't make sense that there is no zombie on the -2 floor. Zhao Sun's thoughts flashed through his mind. And he quickly turned his attention back to the map in front of him. No matter what the reason for this situation is, he will complete the task first. If he has a chance, he will always find the reason. Zhao Sun followed the arrow on the map and flew to the end of the corridor on the left. Soon he came to the door at the end. It was a password lock again, and he needed to swipe his card and fingerprint. Zhao Sun flew around the room and found that there were no windows and no gaps in the door. Trying to get in was not feasible. So he skillfully used lightning control to burn the combination lock black. And it was so easy to open the door. He flew in with the body of a fly. And before he could do anything, he saw a woman with a terrified face. She stared at the open door with wide eyes, her expression puzzled and scared. Anyone who found that the door lock was broken. The door was opened, but no one came in would feel terrified. There was actually a living person here. Zhao Sun thought for 2 seconds, flew back outside, and after turning back into human form, he opened the half-closed door and revealed his figure. The woman was startled when she saw Zhao Sun, but compared with her previous terrified expression, there was even a hint of relief in her eyes. "Who are you? How did you get here?" The woman did not lose her vigilance. She held a stun gun in her hand and kept a distance from Zhao Sun. "Have you been bitten by zombies?" Zhao Sun showed the woman his intact clothes to prove that he had not been bitten by zombies, and replied, "I am here to save you. Are you from the rescue team?" The woman's eyes lit up. But then she showed a defensive look. "I heard that several groups of rescue teams were coming, but each time they failed to reach me and were wiped out. How did you get here?" Zhao Sun glanced at the map on his upper left. According to the arrow, the hard drive was in the window behind the woman. It was easy to kill the woman and take the hard drive. But he had the task of saving 3 survivors. This was the first survivor he met. If he killed them, it would not be good. If there were only 3 survivors in the whole city, he would not be able to complete side mission 2. So Zhao Sun restrained his attitude, showing his usual gentlemanly appearance, and said politely to the woman, "I broke in by strength, and I am the only one who came in. No matter what, I am the only human you can meet now. If you want to leave here, you can only rely on my help." Chapter 189 From Defense to Admiration. The woman was stunned for a moment, then retorted, I didn't say I was going to leave here." It's a pity that she lacked the momentum, and it was obvious that she was just pretending. "The food and water here can't last you a lifetime." Zhao Sun smiled, and his eyes swept across the instant noodle bags, empty boxes of self-heating rice, and empty mineral water bottles on the ground. "Are you sure you don't plan to leave here?" The woman's face showed hesitation. Zhao Sun was indeed the first human she met after being trapped here. If she missed this opportunity, she didn't know if she would have the chance to meet other people again. She knew very well that she had no way to escape by herself. Otherwise, she wouldn't have trapped herself here for half a month. If she never met anyone else, and Zhao Sun left, she would have to stay here until she ran out of food and drink and starved to death. Seeing the woman's hesitation and worry, Zhao Sun added, "Besides, I broke the door lock. You can't hide here any longer." The woman then remembered the strange noise she heard before. She looked at the door lock and finally noticed that it was a little dark there. "Woman, the door lock was broken. So even if she wanted to stay here, it wouldn't work." She looked at Zhao Sun again and asked with some concern, Are you really a good person? How many bad guys would take the initiative to say they are bad guys?" Zhao Sun raised his eyebrows and asked back, You make me even more worried when you say that." The woman looked like she was about to cry. She actually wanted to go out, and it was only a matter of time before she starved to death here. More importantly, as humans are also social animals, she was a little broken after staying alone for a long time. But in a zombie apocalypse full of dangers, once she followed a bad guy, she didn't dare to think about how miserable her fate would be. This was the main reason for her hesitation. Zhao Sun saw the woman's thoughts, and softened his tone. "It doesn't matter whether I am a good person or not. What's important is that I can promise you that as long as you follow me, I will do my best to protect your safety within 3 days." The woman showed a surprised look. and her focus was shifted. Why only 3 days? Because my mission is to protect you for 3 days, Zhao Sun said as a matter of course. You can't follow me for the rest of your life. Right. You have to find a way out yourself. The woman was silent for a while, and then asked, Your mission? Who sent you here to save people? Almost, Zhao Sun responded, although it was different from what the woman understood. The side mission required him to save people, which meant that the system sent him here. Right? It was almost the same. The woman pursed her lips, and after a while, she nodded. I know. She still held the electric baton in her hand, and mustered up the courage to take 2 steps toward Zhao Sun. I'll go with you. She couldn't be sure whether what Zhao Sun said was true, nor could she guarantee that her choice was correct. But she didn't have much choice, so she could only follow her feelings. Before that, I have another thing to do, Zhao Sun said. Walked past the woman, walked to the window, and opened it. What are you going to do? The woman didn't move, but asked with some concern. Zhao Sun did not answer. He followed the arrow on the map and took one of the hard drives in the window accurately. The next second, a new pop-up window popped up in front of him. There were photos of people and some basic information. Do you want to take this hard drive away? The woman asked again. She had just started working on the second floor below ground and didn't know much about the things here. But this hard drive was handed over by the leader at that time, so she knew that it contained the most core experimental data of the test base. Yes, Zhao Sun finally responded. Give it to Professor Bai Qi. Hearing this, the woman breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that you are the one sent by the higher-ups to rescue. She looked at Zhao Sun with less guarded eyes. Only people who are trusted by the higher-ups can know so comprehensively if they know Professor Bai, his full name, and the location of the information. After confirming this, the woman believed that Zhao Sun was a good person. My name is Zhou Xiaoxiao. The woman introduced herself to Zhao Sun a little embarrassedly, and said, I'll leave you to take care of me for the next few days. Zhao Sun was checking the map, looking for the location recorded in Professor Bai's personal information. There was no positioning marked this time, so he had to find it by himself. It was not difficult to find the address, but it would take some time. The trouble was that he had to take Zhou Xiaoxiao with him. It was impossible for him to leave Zhou Xiaoxiao here, even if he could find another relatively safe room in the test base. There was no 100% guarantee that Zhou Xiaoxiao could wait until he came back alive. If something unexpected happened and Zhou Xiaoxiao ran away by herself, it would be troublesome. This is a survival game, and you can't think too simply. Occasional disasters may become inevitable here. Perhaps the moment he found Zhou Xiaoxiao, some subsequent events that led to Zhou Xiaoxiao's death would be triggered. Only by leaving Zhou Xiaoxiao here could he feel at ease. But goddesses' wings cannot carry people to fly, and walking on the ground is easy to be surrounded by zombies. So he could only use Beast transformation to turn himself into a flying animal and fly with Zhou Xiaoxiao. The problem is that for most ordinary animals with the ability to fly, the wingspan and weight are about 1:2 in numerical terms. In other words, a 2-kilogram weight requires a 1-meter wingspan. Therefore, all the birds in this world do not have the ability to carry people to fly. Even if Beast Transformation LV2 after 4 times amplification can choose one of the characteristics of the animal to be quadrupled, it still cannot meet the conditions for carrying people to fly. The largest flying animal in the world is the broad-winged bird, with a wingspan of up to 4 meters. After 4 times amplification, it is 16 meters, which is still far from enough compared to the weight of humans. However, it is not completely impossible. Although he is not sure whether it is feasible, it is always right to try. Even if it doesn't work, he can still walk on the ground with Zhou Xiaoxiao. But the speed is a bit slower. It takes more time, and kills more zombies. From another perspective, if he kills too many zombies, he might alert the Zombie King, which would be helpful in completing side mission 3. No matter what plan he chooses, he will gain something. Thinking of this, Zhao Sun said to Zhou Xiaoxiao, In the next few days, you follow me and must listen to my arrangements. No matter what ideas you have, you must tell me first, and you cannot act on your own. Zhou Xiaoxiao nodded. Oh, I see. Let's go. Zhao Sun put the hard drive into his pocket and was about to go out. Wait, Zhou Xiaoxiao said as she hurriedly ran to a table inside. There are still some food here. I want to take them all away. Fearing that Zhao Sun would be impatient, she moved quickly. But she was too anxious, and she was unsteady, and several bags of instant noodles she had just taken out fell to the ground. Just when she was about to pick them up in a panic, Zhao Sun came over to help her pick up all the food. Do you have a backpack? Zhao Sun asked Zhou Xiaoxiao. Or a plastic bag will do. Pack them all together for easy carrying. Yes, I have a backpack. Zhou Xiaoxiao responded quickly. Then she took out a backpack from the cabinet next to her and stuffed all the food into it. After filling a backpack, there was still some left. So she found a large paper bag and put the rest in. How long have you been here? Zhao Sun asked as he put the backpack and paper bag into his storage compartment. Zhou Xiaoxiao watched two such big things disappear out of thin air in Zhao Sun's hands. Her eyes widened. The next second, she seemed to think of something, and looked at Zhao Sun with admiration. Are you a space superpower? That's what it says in novels. Zhao Sun did not answer Zhou Xixia's question. He walked out directly. Zhou Xiaoxiao did not ask any more questions, but answered Zhao Sun's question just now. I have been here for half a month. This is a superpower. She must perform well. Let the other party feel that although she is not very useful, she will not cause trouble, and is quite cooperative. Only in this way will the other party be willing to protect her, and she can leave here alive. So, without waiting for Zhao Sun to ask, Zhou Xiaoxiao took the initiative to tell her all about her situation. I have just been working in this experimental base for half a year. Half a month ago, I changed my position for the first time and moved from the upper floor to the underground second floor, responsible for sorting out data. I didn't expect that the zombie crisis would break out just after I arrived at the underground second floor. And then I have been trapped here. Are you the only one on the entire underground second floor? Zhao Sun asked. No. Zhou Xiaoxiao shook her head. Everyone else has turned into zombies. Speaking of this, she pointed to the end of the corridor on the other side. On the third day, I threw out a little white mouse used for the experiment. The little white mouse was controlled by the chip and entered the innermost room over there. The zombies followed it. And then I locked the door of that room. Zhao Sun showed a look of understanding. No wonder the underground second floor is so quiet. Why is the corridor so clean? After thinking about it, Zhao Sun asked again. Is it cleaned by robots? Yes. Zhou Xiaoxiao nodded. Robots will clean at fixed times. But after the power supply system has problems, robots will not work. The backup power supply system can only power some important electrical appliances, and cleaning robots are not included. As the two talked, they had already walked to the elevator. Zhao Sun pressed the elevator button. Zhou Xiaoxiao swallowed nervously. Are there still zombies up there? She asked in a low voice. There will be some. Zhao Sun answered truthfully. At that time, all the zombies on the first floor rushed out. But most of them did not go far, and were still wandering outside the door of the experimental base. During the time he and Zhou Xiaoxiao were talking, a few zombies returned to the first floor, which was normal. Hearing this, Zhou Xiaoxiao became even more nervous. Then, what if we encounter zombies as soon as the elevator door opens? She asked stutteringly. Zhao Sun gave Zhou Xiaoxiao a warm smile. Just hide well. I'll be responsible for killing them. As soon as he finished speaking, the elevator light came on, and the elevator door opened. Zhou Xiaoxiao hurriedly moved closer to Zhao Sun's back, hiding herself behind Zhao Sun, only sticking her head out and looking carefully at the elevator. There was nothing inside. Zhou Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief. As Zhao Sun walked into the elevator, he said to Zhou Xiaoxiao, There's something I forgot to tell you. Zhou Xiaoxiao followed Zhao Sun into the elevator and asked, What's the matter? I don't like being touched. If you want to touch me, you'd better tell me in advance so that I can be mentally prepared. Zhao Sun's tone was still gentle, and no one could hear any dissatisfaction or annoyance. But deep in Zhao Sun's heart, he had already struggled with himself. An unprepared touch would instantly make him feel an uncontrollable desire to kill. Just like just now. Although Zhou Xiaoxiao didn't touch him, she was very close. He could even feel Zhou Xixiao's breathing. At that moment, he almost took action. Fortunately, the self-control he had developed over the years played a role. Otherwise he would have lost the living person he had just obtained. Zhou Xiaoxiao was a little embarrassed, and she apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I will definitely pay attention next time. Zhao Sun didn't say much, and watched the elevator go up little by little in silence. Zhou Xixiao's attention quickly shifted. She was more worried that zombies would rush over after reaching the first floor. The elevator stopped soon. As the elevator door opened, two zombies not far away slowly turned their heads. Zhou Xiaoxiao took a breath and quickly covered her mouth, fearing that she would scream out loud. Now only 2 zombies have discovered them. Once the noise is loud, it will easily attract more zombies. She absolutely must not scream. Zhou Xiaoxiao warned herself in her heart, and then followed Zhao Sun step by step. She just noticed that Zhao Sun had a machete in his hand. Her eyes showed envy. It's convenient to have space abilities. The 2 zombies made a low, huffing sound and slowly approached Zhao Sun and Zhou Xiaoxiao. Zhou Xiaoxiao felt relieved when she found that the 2 zombies were very slow. Zhao Sun chopped off the heads of the 2 zombies with a neat move. After thinking for a while, he cut open the heads and chests of the 2 zombies. He did not find anything similar to a crystal core. So far, he is still not sure whether the zombies in this game have superpowers. Now it seems that at least the most common zombies do not have superpowers. This is good news. In this way, even if he needs to take Zhou Xiaoxiao on the ground later, killing zombies will not be so difficult.
Shall we go out directly from the gate?
Zhou Xiaoxiao asked Zhao Sun in a low voice.
Yes,
Zhao Sun replied.
there is no need to take a detour. The gate is the closest, but there are zombies outside.
Zhou Xiaoxiao has good eyesight, and she has seen the zombies wandering in the distance.
You don't need to worry about this.
Zhao Sun walked towards the door.
You just need to follow me closely.
As Zhao Sun approached, the zombies in the distance smelled the human scent, gathered towards the door, and walked slowly into the house. Zhou Xiaoxiao didn't understand why Zhao Sun didn't take action, and didn't know whether Zhao Sun could break through the siege with the machete in the face of so many zombies. But she didn't dare to urge him or ask. She was so nervous that it became difficult to breathe. She could only cover her mouth hard to avoid screaming in fear. It was the first time she had such a close contact with zombies. And there were so many zombies. She was so scared that her legs were shaking. Although many of these zombies were colleagues she knew, she didn't feel any intimacy at all when she saw them in zombie form, but only felt fear. Just as the zombies were getting closer and closer, and Zhou Xiaoxiao felt that she was about to collapse to the ground. A huge ball of hot flames suddenly rushed towards the zombies. In just a few seconds, the zombies were all turned into charcoal. Zhou Xiaoxiao blinked hard in disbelief, fearing that she had seen it wrong. But the smell of burning in the air reminded her clearly. She was not wrong. So many zombies were burned to death in an instant. Zhou Xiaoxiao looked at Zhao Sun with admiration. This is too powerful. Not only does he have space power, but he also has fire power. This fire power can burn so many zombies to death in an instant, which is much more powerful than what is described in the novel. Zhou Xiaoxiao suddenly felt that her breathing was smooth, and even her legs stopped shaking. Soon, Zhao Sun burned all the zombies on the first floor and at the door of the experimental base. He stood in the open space outside the door and measured the area of the open space.
Should we go find Professor Bai next?
Zhou Xiaoxiao didn't ask again until this time.
Do you know where Professor Bai is?
I know. Zhao Sun simply responded with 2 words and didn't say anything else. He closed his eyes, carefully recalled the details in his mind, and then used B's transformation LV2. The next second, his body expanded and changed rapidly. In Zhou Xiaoxiao's stunned expression, he finally became what he wanted. Zhou Xiaoxiao patted her cheek, and the slight pain made her know that she was not dreaming. She murmured,
You are not a human.
Right. Otherwise, how could this person suddenly become a golden dragon? Zhao Sun looked at his body, which was half the size of what he expected. He knew that he couldn't become a giant dragon that covered the sky. So in his imagination, he wanted to become a dragon about 50 meters long. But now, he was only about 20 meters long. It should be the limitation of special abilities. The maximum size he can currently become is only this.
Come up and try. I'll see if I can take you flying.
Zhao Sun said to Zhou Xiaoxiao.
Move quickly.
Zhou Xiaoxiao understood what Zhao Sun meant. When Zhao Sun transformed just now, he broke several street lamps. Although the noise was not too loud, it was enough to attract zombies. Every second she wasted now was giving the zombies a chance to come. Zhou Xiaoxiao suppressed all the doubts and nervousness in her heart, and quickly climbed onto Zhao Sun's body with her hands and feet. She grabbed one of the slightly raised scales and said to Zhao Sun,
I'm sitting well.
Chapter 190 just to let him find out. Zhao Sun took off and flew into the air very smoothly. However, he was not used to such a huge body, and the flying method was not the conventional bird mode. At the beginning, his body was unstable, and he almost fell down. He rose and fell several times, and finally stabilized his body. Many zombies had gathered on the ground below, all looking up at the golden dragon in the sky. These zombies had no way to deal with Zhao Sun except to roar. Zhou Xiaoxiao lay on Zhao Sun's body, holding the scales tightly with both hands. She didn't breathe a sigh of relief until Zhao Sun's body stabilized. She was really scared just now. She thought she would fall down several times, especially after the zombies appeared. She was really afraid that she would be thrown down and fall into the pile of zombies. Then she would really die. After Zhao Sun stabilized his body, he tried to increase the altitude again. After making sure that he had adapted to this flying situation, he flew towards his destination. In fact, he had this idea before. Beast transformation is not limited to animals that exist in reality. So perhaps animals that only exist in mythology can also be transformed. Even if this special ability does not have such conditions originally, it may be possible after quadruple amplification. The only thing to note is that he has to think carefully about the details of the transformation before he transforms. For animals that exist in reality, if there is a name and a general appearance in the mind, it can be transformed smoothly. But for animals that do not exist in reality, if the picture in the mind is too vague or rough, either it cannot be transformed or the effect of the transformation is not good. In any case, this attempt was very successful. Zhou Xiaoxiao bravely opened her eyes and looked around, looking at the ground and the sky in the distance. She could even touch the water vapor on the clouds, which was a magical feeling. The fear in her heart gradually receded, and her eyes were full of the novelty of accepting new things. After a while, Zhao Sun stopped above a villa area. There was no clear location this time, so he first found the villa area according to the information on the map. After stopping in the air, he zoomed in on the map, carefully checked the numbers marked on each villa, determined the location of Villa 15, and then flew towards that villa. He slowly lowered his altitude. Zhou Xiaoxiao immediately understood.
Is this Professor Bai's home?
She didn't dare to raise her voice too high, for fear of attracting the attention of the zombies on the ground. However, she was sitting very close to Zhao Sun's head, and Zhao Sun heard her words.
Yeah,
Zhao Sun responded. The zombies in the villa area are much fewer than those outside. On the one hand, it is the credit of the advanced security facilities, and on the other hand, it is the benefit of the villa area being vast and sparsely populated. Zhao Sun came quietly, and there was no sound during the flight, until he slowly landed on the roof of Villa 15. He did not attract the attention of anyone or zombies. The design of Villa 15 is obviously different from other villas. There is no terrace, no swimming pool, no sky garden, and all the ways for thieves to enter the house directly are eliminated. So Zhao Sun can only land on the roof. Zhou Xiaoxiao slid down from Zhao Sun's body, and as soon as she stood firm, Zhao Sun turned back into human form. Until this time, Zhou Xiaoxiao finally couldn't help but ask again the doubt in her heart.
Are you the dragon god?
If it was just the space power and fire power at first, she would only think that Zhao Sun was a very powerful superpower, but turning into a golden dragon. Anyway, she had never seen a human with such a superpower in the novel she read, not to mention a human with 3 superpowers at the same time. When she thought that Zhao Sun might not be human, Zhou Xiaoxiao was a little scared. Although she felt that even if Zhao Sun was not human, he should not hurt her. But this fear of unknown creatures that were not of my kind was engraved in her genes, and she couldn't control it herself. Zhao Sun looked Zhou Xiaoxiao up and down, thinking whether being a dragon god would make Zhou Xiaoxiao more obedient to his arrangements, or being a human would be more convenient for communication. Recalling Zhou Xiaoxiao's various reactions and expressions, he finally concluded that the identity of human was more appropriate. Before, Zhou Xiaoxiao thought he was a powerful superpower, and she admired him. She did not doubt his identity and obeyed his orders. But now, she thought he might not be human, and there was obviously more fear in her eyes. Fear is very useful to deter others in many cases, but it is very troublesome at this time. She might obey what he said on the surface, but the fear in her heart would make her subconsciously want to stay away. If she encounters an environment or person that makes her feel safer, she may not be willing to follow him. Once she does not cooperate, he will force her to stay by his side, which will cause a lot of trouble. It will even increase her mortality rate invisibly. He must ensure that Zhou Xiaoxiao will always follow him willingly during these 3 days. So, Zhao Sun said to Zhou Xiaoxiao,
You should read less novels. There are no dragons in this world.
Zhou Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment, and felt that what Zhao Sun said made some sense. But she still asked with some concern.
But it's just a transformation.
Zhao Sun's expression was very sincere.
A kind of superpower. I have never seen a doomsday novel where a superpower can transform.
Zhou Xiaoxiao raised her doubts.
That only shows that you haven't read enough novels.
Zhao Sun smiled, without any impatience.
Besides, this is not a novel. How can it be completely set according to the novel? That's true.
Zhou Xiaoxiao smiled embarrassedly.
Sorry. I think too much. It doesn't matter,
Zhao Sun said sympathetically.
You just experienced the doomsday zombies. It's normal to be wary of everything.
Seeing Zhao Sun so considerate of her, Zhou Xiaoxiao felt guilty. The other party saved her, took her out of the siege, and promised to protect her for 3 days. But she didn't thank him in action, and she doubted him twice. Zhou Xiaoxiao couldn't help but spit on herself in her heart. Zhao Sun saw the change in Zhou Xiaoxiao's expression, and knew that he had successfully dispelled Zhou Xiaoxiao's suspicion. He walked towards the door on the roof.
Let's go. Let's go find Professor Bai. Okay.
Zhou Xiaoxiao followed Zhao Sun obediently. Zhao Sun tried it, and found that the door on the roof was not locked and opened easily. He frowned slightly. Was it a mistake? Although zombies are unlikely to enter the house from the roof, it is easy to be attacked by someone if the door is not locked. As a professor, this is common sense. It's okay to forget it at other times. But when zombies invade and human nature can no longer be bound by the law, will such a mistake really happen? According to what Zhou Xiaoxiao said before, the zombie outbreak has been going on for half a month. Even if you don't realize the severity of the situation at the beginning, you should know that people's hearts are unpredictable, and you must protect yourself half a month later. Zhao Sun carefully pushed the door open wider to see the situation in the house more clearly. There is an attic below, where many plastic storage boxes are stacked. The opaque boxes can't see clearly what is in them. There are 2 metal buckles on both sides of the lower door of the roof, which can be used to hang ladders. But there are no ladders in this place now. If you want to enter the attic from here, you can only jump down. People will definitely be fine if they jump down from this height. But the sound is enough to attract the attention of people in the house.
How do we get down?
Zhou Xiaoxiao subconsciously lowered her voice and asked Zhao Sun. It would be nice if I could make a phone call. If they communicated well in advance, they wouldn't have to worry about being mistaken for bad guys. Unfortunately, there was no signal now, and she didn't know Professor Bai's phone number, so there was no way to communicate in advance. Zhao Sun didn't answer Zhou Xiaoxiao's question immediately. He turned around and looked around the roof. He didn't see anything particularly handy, so he simply picked up 2 tiles nearby and threw them into the attic. The tiles made a crisp sound when they fell to the ground, but they didn't break.
Such a big noise will definitely be discovered by Professor Bai.
Zhou Xiaoxiao looked anxious.
We wanted him to find out.
Zhao Sun shrugged.
We are not thieves. Sneaking in will make the other party suspect that our purpose is not pure.
Throwing something down can not only test whether there are any alarm devices or sneak attack mechanisms in the attic, but also attract the attention of Professor Bai in the villa. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It is much better to let the other party show up on their own initiative than to sneak in and look for it aimlessly. Zhou Xiaoxiao finally realized this, and she smiled awkwardly.
That's right.
She didn't know why, but she subconsciously felt that she should go in quietly. Now that she thought about it, there was really no need for this. The tiles falling to the ground did not cause any alarms, nor did any mechanisms appear. However, more than 10 seconds after the tiles fell to the ground, footsteps were heard in the distance. It was not the footsteps of one person. Zhao Sun listened carefully. It should be 2 people. One of them had steady and powerful steps, and the other had a slight stagger. Soon, the door of the attic was opened, and 2 men appeared outside the attic. One looked about 25 years old, 2 meters tall, muscular, and a strong bodyguard at first glance. The other looked to be in his 60s, with gray hair, glasses, and dressed like an old scholar.
Hello, Professor Bai Chibai.
Zhao Sun smiled politely and took the initiative to greet him.
I'm here to give this to you.
As he said, he took out the hard drive from his pocket. There was a label on the hard drive with a special code written on it. Bai Chi only took a glance at it and determined that it was important experimental data in the test base. As soon as Bai Chi took a step towards the attic, he was stopped by the young man beside him.
Professor Bai.
The man looked at Zhao Sun warily.
Be careful of fraud. Xiao Jiang. I'm sure this is a hard drive in the test base. It can't be fake.
Bai Chi patiently explained to Xiao Jiang.
The mark on it is absolutely impossible for outsiders to know. It's not easy to fake. Even so, it doesn't mean that this person has no bad intentions.
Xiao Jiang was still worried.
The hard drive is real, but he may want to take the opportunity to get close to you and harm you. If I really want to harm Professor Bai, I can just sneak in. Why bother to deliberately make a noise?
Zhao Sun didn't get annoyed, just smiled and asked back,
Don't you think I don't have the ability to sneak in quietly?
After that, he pointed to Zhou Xiaoxiao beside him.
Or do you think that someone who wants to harm Professor Bai will bring a powerless woman around?
Zhou Xiaoxiao looked up and greeted Bai Qi.
Professor Bai, I'm Zhou Xiaoxiao who works at the test base, and I've met you twice.
This is a good opportunity for her to show off. She had to try to dispel the suspicion of Professor Bai and the bodyguard named Xiao Jiang, which could be regarded as helping Zhao Sun. Professor Bai raised his glasses, looked at Zhou Xiaoxiao carefully for a while, and then showed a look of realization.
I have some impression of you.
He looked at Zhou Xiaoxiao with a kind look.
You are responsible for sorting out the data. Right. Yes, that's me.
Zhou Xiaoxiao was a little excited.
Professor Bai actually still remembers me. I'm so honored.
Professor Bai turned his head and looked at Xiao Jiang.
Look, I know that little girl. She must not be a bad person. And what this young man said is right. If he really wants to harm me, isn't it a burden to bring an incompetent girl?
Zhou Xiaoxiao, don't say she is a burden. It's too bad. It's her own good hearing that she heard it. Xiao Jiang still didn't let down his guard. But seeing that Bai Qi was very sure that Zhao Sun was not a bad person, and wanted to get the hard drive, he had to compromise.
I'll get the hard drive to you,
he said to Bai Qi. In any case, he couldn't let Bai Qi take risks. Bai Qi turned to look at Zhao Sun.
Young man, do you agree? Of course.
Zhao Sun smiled.
As long as the hard drive can be handed over to you.
Side Quest 1 did not say that he had to hand the hard drive to Bai Qi in person. As long as it was really given to Bai Qi, it would be fine. Seeing Zhao Sun's straightforward agreement, Bai Qi looked at Zhao Sun with a kinder look. This further proved that Zhao Sun was not a bad guy with impure intentions. Only Xiao Jiang was still on guard. Xiao Jiang raised his hand and pressed a button at the door, and some clicking sounds came from the attic. Zhao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly. This attic really has a mechanism. He said that the door on the roof was not locked. It couldn't be a mistake. This was a trap set deliberately. After all the sounds disappeared, Xiao Jiang walked into the attic. As he approached Zhao Sun, he asked,
How did you get on the roof? I didn't climb up. I flew down.
Zhao Sun answered truthfully. Xiao Jiang was stunned. He didn't expect to hear such an answer. Zhou Xiaoxiao, who was standing by, had already started to explain to Zhao Sun.
He is a superpower. In order to take me out of the test base, he turned into a golden dragon. Thanks to him. Otherwise, I would not have been able to escape from the zombie pile alone. You are a superpower?
Bai Qi showed a surprised look. There was a hint of inquiry in his eyes when he looked at Zhao Sun. This was the look of a researcher who showed a desire to explore new things. Zhao Sun did not answer but asked,
You have not seen other superpowers?
Bai Qi shook his head.
I never thought that there would be superpowers.
Xiao Jiang had already walked under Zhao Sun, and he stretched out his hand.
Give me the hard drive.
Zhao Sun threw the hard drive directly down. Xiao Jiang caught it steadily, quickly walked back to Bai Qi's side, and handed the hard drive to Bai Qi. Bai Qi looked at the hard drive in his hand, and looked up at Zhao Sun again.
To thank you for sending such important data. Why don't you stay here with me?
At this time, Xiao Jiang, who was the most cautious, did not say anything against it. He knew very well that if Zhao Sun really wanted to attack Bai Qi as a superpower, he could completely crush ordinary people, and there was no need to talk to them in a friendly tone here. After all, Zhao Sun could turn into a dragon, which was amazing just to think about. Since Zhao Sun did nothing, he should have no ill intentions.
Okay,
Zhao Sun agreed readily.
I just want to find a suitable place to stay, and it would be great if I could stay here.
Including Bai Qi and Xiao Jiang, he just found 3 surviving humans. As long as he ensured that these 3 people were alive before he left the game, he could complete Side Quest 2. This villa looked like it had been strengthened and renovated. I guess a lot of measures have been taken to ensure the safety of Bai Qi. The professor. Zombies certainly couldn't easily break through the defenses here. He could also feel more at ease if Zhou Xiaoxiao and Bai Qi and Xiao Jiang stayed here. Of course, he knew that Bai Qi had other purposes in keeping him. Bai Qi looked at him with a blunt look. He almost dissected him with his scalpel. The reason is very simple. Since the zombies appeared, no one with superpowers has been found. He became an exception. He is the best research material. Although Bai Qi looks kind, the researchers who can research the zombie virus should be a little crazy. Although there is no conclusive evidence to prove that Bai Qi is the one who studies the zombie virus. The laboratory in the zombie world. The precious experimental data that must be brought out of the laboratory. And the hard drive that must be handed over to Bai Qi. These are too easy to associate. Zhao Sun was not surprised that Bai Qi wanted to study Zhao Sun. No matter what the reason is. Stay first. Anyway, he is not someone Bai Qi can study whatever he wants. Seeing Zhao Sun agreed so readily, Bai Qi was very happy. He said to Xiao Jiang,
"Hurry up and put up the ladder and let them come down."
Xiao Jiang didn't say anything. He took out a metal ladder from the corner of the attic neatly. The top of the ladder had 2 hooks, which could just be hung on the metal buckles on both sides of the door. Zhao Sun and Zhou Xiaoxiao entered Professor Bai Qi's villa together. Before coming down, Zhao Sun closed the door on the roof and locked it. Since he and his 3 protected objects were here, there was no need to leave any loopholes deliberately. Trying to avoid accidents is the result he wants. Seeing this, Bai Qi and Xiao Jiang did not say anything to stop him.
"Xiao Jiang, you take the 2 guests to choose the bedroom first."
"I'll go to see my treasure information,"
Bai Qi said, and walked away happily with the hard drive. His steps were a little staggering, and he looked like he had been injured.
"Follow me. Both of you."
Xiao Jiang took Zhao Sun and Zhou Xiaoxiao to the other side.
"Where is Professor Bai going?"
Zhou Xiaoxiao asked curiously.
"To the laboratory."
Xiao Jiang explained concisely. Zhou Xiaoxiao said,
"Oh,"
and didn't say anything else. As a scientific researcher, it is normal to have a small laboratory in the villa.
"Do you think Professor Bai can find a solution to the zombie virus?"
Zhao Sun suddenly asked Xiao Jiang. Xiao Jiang paused. He glanced at Zhao Sun, and then continued to move forward.
"I'm just a bodyguard. I don't know anything about experiments," he replied, "but I hope to be able to research it."
"Then," he asked Zhao Sun,
"is your ability related to the zombie virus?" Chapter 191, I need you to do me a favor.
"I'm just a courier. I don't know anything about viruses,"
Zhao Sun replied in Xiao Jiang's words.
"So I don't know if it's related to the zombie virus."
How could he not be considered a courier, since he was responsible for delivering the hard drive to Bai Qi? Xiao Jiang didn't say anything else, and took Zhao Sun and Zhou Xiaoxiao to see several rooms. Taking advantage of this time, Zhao Sun took a look at the pop-up window that appeared before. Complete side mission 1, according to the map prompt. Go to the marked location. Enter the laboratory to get a hard drive containing all the experimental data. And hand the hard drive to the designated person. The information of the designated person will be announced when the hard drive is obtained. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for getting 100 points and 100 hours of survival time. 100 points? Not bad. Much more valuable than the main mission. In the end, Zhao Sun and Zhou Xiaoxiao chose 2 adjacent guest bedrooms on the 2nd floor. After arranging the accommodation, Xiao Jiang asked Zhao Sun and Zhou Xiaoxiao to rest for a while, and he was ready to leave. Before leaving, he looked at Zhao Sun, hesitant to speak. Zhao Sun smiled friendly.
"If you have anything to say, just say it. Professor Bai is not a bad person."
Zhao Jiang hesitated for a long time before spitting out a sentence.
"But you better not let him draw your blood. And don't drink the drink he gives you."
After that, he walked away very quickly, as if he was afraid that Zhao Sun would ask him something. Zhao Sun looked at Xiao Jiang's back and raised his eyebrows slightly. This man looks unkind. But he was unexpectedly kind and careful. It is obvious that Xiao Jiang knows a lot about Bai Qi. Out of duty, he has to protect Bai Qi, but from his own conscience, he does not agree with many of Bai Qi's practices. He can't abandon Bai Qi, but he can't stand by and watch what is about to happen. So he chooses to remind him, but does not explain the details. Zhou Xiaoxiao, who was standing by, also heard Xiao Jiang's words. She carefully looked at Zhao Sun's face and lowered her voice and said,
"I think Xiao Jiang's reminder to you is kind. Professor Bai is a little obsessed with scientific research. Sometimes he may,
She tried hard to think about the wording before continuing.
Sometimes he may have the idea of sacrificing everything for research."
Although she had only worked at the test base for half a year, she had the opportunity to work on the -2nd floor half a month ago and was able to access core-level information. As a result, the zombie crisis broke out, causing her to not know what was being studied in the test base. However, Professor Bai Qi's reputation was still very big in the test base. She heard many people talking about Professor Bai Qi, saying that he was a mad scientist. People like mad scientists may be of great benefit to the progress and development of academic research. But for the experimental subjects, it often means cruelty and ruthlessness. Just now, Bai Qi took the initiative to stay with them. She didn't think too much, just thinking that Bai Qi was kind and she finally had a place to stay. But after hearing Xiao Zhang's reminder, she couldn't help but think of those rumors. Then he thought that Zhao Sun was a person with special abilities, so Bai Qi must be very interested in doing research. Thinking of this, Zhou Xiaoxiao said to Zhao Sun,
"Why don't we run? Don't stay here. Find another safe place. Don't you like it here?"
Zhao Sun asked Zhou Xiaoxiao.
"I'm worried about you,"
Zhou Xiaoxiao said very seriously.
"I'm sure it's fine here. At most, Professor Bai might ask me to help him. But your situation is different."
She looked around, as if she was guilty, and said in a very low voice,
"Professor Bai might use you as a test subject and do experiments on you."
After that, she looked around again, fearing that her words would be heard by others. She didn't dare to offend Bai Qi.
"I know,"
Zhao Sun smiled.
"It's not a big problem."
Zhou Xiaoxiao was a little surprised to see Zhao Sun calm and composed, as if he had guessed Bai Qi's intentions long ago and had no intention of leaving. Even if Zhao Sun was very powerful and had 3 superpowers, it was not so easy to be on guard against others attacking him all the time. Even tigers take naps. If Professor Bai Qi really wanted to use Zhao Sun for research, he would always find an opportunity. Is Zhao Sun not worried at all? Zhao Sun knew what Zhou Xiaoxiao was thinking by looking at her expression, and he patiently explained a few more sentences.
"This should be the safest place in the whole city. The probability of zombies coming here is low. And even if they come, the number is small. The defense of the villa should be sufficient. Moreover, Bai Qi's identity is special, and there will definitely be rescue. You are safer here than anywhere else, and there is hope of escaping."
Zhou Xiaoxiao was stunned. She had never expected that Zhao Sun was willing to stay here for her safety. She finally realized that Zhao Sun's promise to do his best to protect her safety was not just talk, but real action. She was immediately moved.
"Then, what will you do?"
she asked Zhao Sun with some concern.
"I will only protect you for 3 days, and I will leave after 3 days."
Zhao Sun shrugged.
"It's only 3 days, and it's not too tiring to be vigilant all the time.
Besides, he didn't stay in the villa all the time during these 3 days."
However,
Zhao Sun looked at Zhou Xiaoxiao.
"I need you to do me a favor." "What favor?"
Zhou Xiaoxiao asked very actively. She was willing to do it if she could repay a favor.
"I need you to help me find the information about the zombie virus in the hard drive. I don't want to know the details. I just want to know if there are any surviving experimental subjects. And if so, where they are."
Zhao Sun stated his needs. According to his understanding, the zombie king may be the patient 0 who was studied. That is, the first infected person. If this is the case, it is necessary to first understand the information about patient 0 and his final whereabouts, which will help find the zombie king. Another possibility is that the zombie king is generated in the competition among many zombies. This kind of zombie king must be outside, so he needs to kill a large number of zombies everywhere to lure the snake out of the hole. He couldn't be sure of which possibility it was, so it was always right to make preparations for both. In fact, when he was at the test base, he thought about checking the information in the hard drive, and that hard drive must have information about patient 0. Unfortunately, the power supply system at that time was only used as basic power supply. The elevators, a small number of electric lights, and refrigeration and insulation equipment were still in operation, but the computer circuits had no power at all. So he didn't stay there, and quickly left with Zhou Xiaoxiao. This villa obviously has an independent power supply system, and Bai Qi just left with the hard drive, which is enough to prove that the computer here can be used. Of course, he can secretly use the computer to check the contents of the hard drive, but he is an outsider and does not understand professional terms, so it takes a lot of time to find information about patient 0. As a staff member of the experimental base, Zhou Xiaoxiao knows better than outsiders how to quickly find the information he wants.
"Hard drive."
Zhou Xiaoxiao widened her eyes.
"Professor Bai may not agree to let outsiders see the information in it. You are also a staff member of the experimental base, not an outsider,"
Zhao Sun said meaningfully.
"Now Professor Bai is the only one doing experiments, and he is in short supply of assistants. Among all of us, only you are the most suitable to be an assistant."
Zhou Xiaoxiao immediately understood what Zhao Sun meant. She is indeed the person who has the best chance of accessing the hard drive. Professor Bai may even take the initiative to ask her to check the information in the hard drive. Moreover, if Professor Bai takes the initiative to ask her for help, he will not suspect that she has other purposes. She can indeed help Zhao Sun. Thinking of this, Zhou Xiaoxiao nodded.
Okay, I'll try my best. If you don't have the opportunity to access the hard drive, then I'll go get the hard drive. And then, you can help me check the information inside.
Zhao Sun added. It's easy for him to steal the hard drive. This is also the reason why he handed the hard drive to Bai Qi so readily at that time. He was not worried that he would not be able to get the hard drive back. So he chose to complete side mission 1 first. Zhou Xiaoxiao naturally understood what Zhao Sun meant by get. She did not dissuade him, but just said,
I will try my best to get access to the hard drive.
Since she decided to help, she had to do it well. You can't let Zhao Sun do everything. Zhao Sun said, and said,
Then I'll trouble you. I'll rest first.
After that, he went back to his room, laid down and fell asleep. It's still early, only 3:15 in the afternoon, but he plans to go out tonight, so he can sleep first and stay up late at night. It would be better if Zhou Xiaoxiao could confirm the information in the hard drive during his rest time. In this way, he can also determine whether he needs to kill zombies everywhere to lure out the zombie king, or go somewhere to find the locked-up patient Zero. He will be more purposeful when he acts tonight. Asterisk. In the evening, Xiao Jiang knocked on Zhao Sun's door. Zhao Sun opened the door with sleepy eyes.
What's the matter? Go downstairs for dinner.
Xiao Jiang said to Zhao Sun.
The food supplies are limited. You won't be given food after dinner. It doesn't matter. I'm not hungry today. You don't need to bring me dinner.
Zhao Sun waved his hand and closed the door again. He continued to lie back and sleep. Who knows if Bai Qi will put some medicine in his food? Anyway, he doesn't plan to eat anything in the villa. He brought 2 bags of food from the experimental base before, and he also has spare food, so he doesn't worry about starving to death. Xiao Jiang looked at the closed door, without any dissatisfaction in his eyes, but relieved. Then, he knocked on Zhou Xiaoxiao's door again. Zhou Xiaoxiao and Xiao Jiang went downstairs to the restaurant and saw Bai Qi sitting at the dining table. Bai Qi saw that only Zhou Xiaoxiao and Xiao Jiang came down together. So he asked,
Where is the young man? He said he was too tired and just wanted to rest, not eat.
Xiao Jiang replied. Bai Qi showed a disappointed look.
Did you tell him? You won't give him anything to eat after dinner. I told him, but he still doesn't want to eat.
Xiao Jiang replied. Bai Qi sighed. Then he turned to look at Zhou Xiaoxiao.
Come to think of it, I don't know what your and that guy's names are. My name is Zhou Xiaoxiao.
Zhou Xiaoxiao introduced herself politely. Then she scratched her head embarrassedly.
I don't know his name either. He and I just met today and haven't had time to exchange names. Is that so?
Bai Qi was silent for a moment, and then said to Zhou Xiaoxiao,
I'm doing an experiment right now, and I just need an assistant. Come and help me.
Zhou Xiaoxiao's heart moved. She suppressed her excitement and showed gratitude.
That's great. You can agree to let me live in. I'm just worried about how to repay you. As long as I can be of use, I will try my best to help.
The opportunity to get close to the hard drive has come.
Well, after dinner, you will go to the laboratory with me,
Bai Qi said, and started to eat dinner. During this period, he didn't speak again. It's called dinner, but it's actually a self-heating rice. Conditions are limited. Ingredients are in short supply, and it's even more impossible to cook every day under such circumstances. So everyone ate fast food. If Bai Qi hadn't asked Zhou Xiaoxiao and Zhao Sun for something, he wouldn't have come to the restaurant to eat, and would have asked Xiao Jiang to heat up the food and send it to the laboratory. Unfortunately, he came, but Zhao Sun didn't come down. While eating, Zhou Xiaoxiao subconsciously glanced in the direction of the second floor. Her food was in Zhao Sun's space, so it didn't matter if Zhao Sun didn't come down to eat. It was better not to come down. It would be safer for Zhao Sun. Well, no matter what, she must not let it slip, and must not let Bai Qi know that Zhao Sun has more than one ability. Otherwise, if Bai Qi knew, he would be more eager to study Zhao Sun. She didn't dare to think how crazy Bai Qi would be. She couldn't hurt her savior. After a silent dinner, Xiao Jiang cleaned up the table, and Zhou Xiaoxiao followed Bai Qi to the laboratory. Asterisk. Around 7:30 in the evening, Zhao Sun finally sat up from the bed. He sat on the bed and finished his simple dinner. then got out of bed, opened the curtains, and looked at the situation outside. The power supply system was paralyzed, and the street lights outside were not on. The villa area was sparsely populated, and there were very few zombies. From this position, he didn't see a single zombie. There was no trace of chaos outside, as if this place still existed before the zombie disaster broke out.
Knock, knock, knock.
Zhao Sun's bedroom door was knocked again. He closed the curtains again and walked over to open the door. This time, Zhou Xiaoxiao was standing outside the door. She looked a little nervous, and the moment Zhao Sun opened the door, she rushed in.
What's wrong?
Zhao Sun carefully observed Zhou Xishi's eyes and asked.
Bai Qi asked you to find a chance to drug me and then tie me to the test bench?
Zhou Xiaoxiao was stunned, and then asked in surprise.
How did you guess it? You can't be so nervous for no reason. So someone must have told you something.
Zhao Sun sat down casually on the bed.
There are only a few people in the villa. Although Xiao Jiang is not close to others, he doesn't take the initiative to cause trouble. I expected Bai Qi to ask you to be his assistant. Then, when you become his assistant, there is a certain probability that he will directly ask you to drug me.
Crazy scientists are so enthusiastic about research that it is difficult to think about problems with conventional thinking patterns. Directly proposing such a condition would be abrupt and unreasonable for most people. But Bai Qi himself would not think so. Bai Qi even felt that everyone had the same idea as him, and felt that any sacrifice for scientific research was justified. With this idea in mind, Bai Qi thought that Zhou Xiaoxiao would not refuse. So he directly made such a request.
Oh, you guessed it right.
Zhou Xiaoxiao sat on the ground without caring about her image.
What should I do? If I reject him directly, I'm afraid I will offend him, and I will be in trouble. But I don't want to drug you, and I don't want you to be a test subject. Have you found the information about the test subjects in the hard drive?
Zhao Sun suddenly asked an irrelevant question.
Oh, yes, I found this.
Zhou Xiaoxiao hurriedly replied.
All the test subjects died, and the one who lived the longest died 3 days before the zombie outbreak. You are quite fast.
Zhao Sun smiled and stood up.
You can delay the white chess first, and say that I am very vigilant, and you haven't found a chance to drug me for the time being. Okay.
Zhou Xiaoxiao nodded, and said worriedly,
but this can only delay for a while. If you keep using this as an excuse, he will definitely think of other ways. It's okay if he doesn't vent his anger on you.
Zhao Sun said indifferently.
I only need to delay for a while.
If he vents his anger on Zhou Xiaoxiao, he may not be able to guarantee Zhou Xishio's life safety. He had to keep Zhou Xiaoxiao alive. So delaying was more appropriate than refusing. If Bai Qi was really anxious and it would affect his next plan, then he had other ways to solve this problem.
Okay.
You don't need to worry about other things.
Zhao Sun walked to the window and opened it.
I have something to go out for, and I should be back before dawn. You're going out now?
Zhou Xiaoxiao was shocked. She subconsciously wanted to ask Zhao Sun where he was going and what he was going to do. But after thinking about it, she shut up. Zhao Sun had made it very clear that she didn't need to worry about other things, and she shouldn't ask too much. After thinking for a while, she asked again.
What if Xiao Jiang or Professor Bai finds out that you are not in the room? Just answer truthfully.
Zhao Sun looked back at Zhou Xiaoxiao and said,
Lock the window after I leave. When I come back, I will knock on your window.
Zhou Xiaoxiao nodded repeatedly.
Okay, I know.
The next moment, Zhao Sun turned into a small bat and flew out quickly. Zhou Xiaoxiao stared blankly for a few seconds before walking over to lock the window. Although she had known that Zhao Sun could transform, this time the transformation into a bat was far less shocking than when he turned into a golden dragon. But she still couldn't help but marvel. This ability is too good. Zhao Sun quickly flew out of the villa area and flew towards the place where there were many zombies. Since the experimental subjects were all dead, there was no patient zero. The zombie king had to find it among the many zombies. The reason why he chose to act at night was because the zombies were more active at night. The more zombies gathered together, the easier it would be for him to kill them. Chapter 192. He still has to support this man. Zhao Sun, who turned into a bat, has extremely sharp vision at night, and with ultrasound, his perception ability has become very good.
From a long distance, he can detect how many zombies there are in the distance, and how many zombies are gathering in one place. According to the description in the novel, the zombie king should have absolute hierarchical suppression and irresistible attraction to other ordinary zombies. All zombies will approach the zombie king uncontrollably, waiting for the zombie king's order. This is also the reason for the formation of zombie tides. During the day, zombies are afraid of sunlight, and most of them will stay indoors, or under the shade of trees. They will become very slow when walking under the light, and it is naturally difficult to gather together. But at night, the various body functions of zombies will become more active, and their perception of the zombie king will become more acute. Without the obstruction of sunlight, they can rush to the zombie king from thousands of miles away. Although this is just a description in the novel, it is hard to say what the situation is in this survival game, but at least it has some reference value. If he was lucky, he might be able to find the zombie king by following the place where the zombies gathered most densely. If he was unlucky, he could attract the attention of the zombie king by choosing the place where the zombies gathered most densely. After all, if a large number of zombies were lost, the zombie king would lose the meaning of being a king and could no longer raise a zombie tide. It was impossible for the zombie king to watch all the zombies being killed by him and ignore it. Zhao Sun quickly found the final gathering place of the zombies. It was a cemetery. A cemetery on the mountain. The zombies gathered outside the gate of the cemetery, which was at the foot of the mountain. They did not go in any further, but stood very quietly, neither roaring nor wandering, as if they were sculptures. When Zhao Sun flew over the zombies and into the cemetery, all the zombies looked up in the direction of Zhao Sun. The edible smell made them eager to move for a moment. After discovering that it was just a bat, their restlessness became much milder. As the bat flew away, the zombies lowered their heads again. The desire for food was suppressed by a stronger force. Zhao Sun also noticed the situation of the zombies, and he immediately became interested. He couldn't think of any other possibility besides the zombie king to suppress the instinctive desire of so many zombies at once. If that was the case, then his trip today would not be in vain. The problem is, Zhao Sun hovered over the cemetery and explored around. The problem is that he didn't see the figure of the zombie king. Not to mention the zombie king. He didn't even see a humanoid object. Judging from the performance of those zombies, there couldn't be nothing in the cemetery. But now, all Zhao Sun saw were rows of tombstones and faint trees. There was only the occasional rustling of leaves in the wind. Other than that, nothing could be heard. Not even the sound of insects. Zhao Sun explored around and confirmed that he didn't find any humanoid creatures, or even moving objects. His eyes swept over the rows of tombstones. Zombie king. Could he be in a grave? Logically speaking, those ordinary zombies gathered here and could suppress their instinct to eat living things and stay quietly in place. Even if there was no zombie king, there must be an abnormality. But now, there is nothing. Zhao Sun didn't believe that there was really nothing. Then the only possibility is that the abnormality is underground. To explore the situation underground, the bat's ultrasonic perception ability, vision and sense of smell are useless. Zhao Sun thought for a few seconds. This cemetery is too big and occupies the entire mountain. He explored it inch by inch, and it might not be finished in one night. Even if he could quadruple the detection ability of the animal he transformed into, it would still consume a lot of mental power. It's better to make some big noise and let the other party come out on their own initiative. So Zhao Sun flew back again. The zombies who were originally standing like wooden stakes smelled a familiar breath again, and they raised their heads again. Then, they saw the black bat hovering over their heads again. Unfortunately, these zombies have no ability to think, so they naturally don't realize that there is any problem. They just stared blankly. Zhao Sun waved his claws downwards a few times, and several small fireballs fell like raindrops. Soon, roars came from the zombies, and there was the smell of flames burning flesh. Although the zombies have no thinking ability, they will still avoid the flames out of instinct. After a brief chaos, most of the zombies that were not affected scattered around to avoid being burned by the flames. But how could Zhao Sun let them go? Another string of fire rain fell, and a larger range of zombies were burned by the flames. The roars of the zombies came one after another, lingering back and forth in the mountains. More and more zombies fell, and Zhao Sun would only retract the flames when the flames might burn the grass or trees on the side, and then continue to rain a small piece of fire. Soon, the whole air was filled with the smell of burnt flesh. Seeing that the number of zombies had been reduced by half, a faint vibration finally came from the cemetery. Zhao Sun sensed it and found that the source of the earthquake was on the top of the mountain, under a very luxurious tombstone. He immediately retracted all the flames and flew quickly towards the tombstone. I don't know if it noticed Zhao Sun's approach. The vibration under the tombstone stopped again. Zhao Sun quickly flew above the luxurious tombstone. He listened for a while, and really couldn't he feel any vibration. After thinking about it, Zhao Sun turned back to human form and put on goddess wings at the moment of his fall. There will be a lot of places to operate later, and the baddest body is too small, which is inconvenient. It is better to return to human form. As Zhao Sun turned back to human form, the zombies in the distance quickly became agitated. The smell of humans is the most delicious to them, and they suddenly couldn't control their instinctive desire. A small number of zombies even stepped on the charred corpses, crossed the gate of the cemetery, and walked into the cemetery, as if they did not sense the intention of being blocked. More zombies walked into the cemetery and approached Zhao Sun's position. Zhao Sun guessed that the thing underground must have sensed the danger and wanted the zombies to come over to protect it. He took out one of his safes from the storage compartment without any panic, opened it with one hand, and took out a grenade from it. He did not hesitate, pulled the ring, and threw it behind the tombstone. He immediately flew higher and kept a safe distance. The next second, an explosion sounded. The tombstone was blown to pieces, and even a big pit was blown out of the cemetery. Inside was not the kind of urn commonly seen in modern times, but a coffin. The coffin was also blown to pieces, revealing the dusty corpse inside. Zombie? As the diffused smoke and dust gradually fell, Zhao Sun finally saw the person lying in the coffin clearly. It was a man who looked very young. The man's skin was intact, and he did not look like the rotten and decayed appearance of other zombies. His body was also quite complete, without any damage or missing. It was just that his skin was pale, and there were faint corpse spots, which showed that he had been dead for some time. Just as Zhao Sun was looking at the person in the coffin, the other party suddenly opened his eyes. Zhao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly, not frightened.
I thought you were going to play dead all the time.
This man was hit by a grenade at such a close distance, but he was unharmed. He must not be just a simple corpse. The man's eyes locked onto Zhao Sun accurately through the thin smoke and dust. There was a dead air in his eyes, and he seemed to have no focus when looking at people, and he looked very dull. Zhao Sun casually raised his hand towards the distance, forming a thin wall of fire in front of the tombstone, isolating those ordinary zombies who wanted to approach. Then he lowered his flying altitude, stood above the coffin, and looked down at the man. During this process, the man kept staring at Zhao Sun, not speaking, not running away, not begging for mercy, and even without any expression change, looking very dull.
It shouldn't be.
Zhao Sun touched his chin and muttered to himself.
No matter how powerful the zombie king is, at least he should be more flexible than ordinary zombies. How come this guy is more like a wooden stake than ordinary zombies?
But this man's deterrence against ordinary zombies and his ability to control the actions of ordinary zombies are real. No matter how you think about it, this man can't be an ordinary zombie. Zhao Sun took out a metal stick and stretched it out to poke the man's arm. The man's skin didn't have much elasticity, but it wasn't as hard as a corpse. Zhao Sun took out a machete and pierced the man's arm with the tip. The man didn't raise his hand to stop him, but let Zhao Sun stab him. The wound flowed with dark red blood, sticky and slightly flowing. Zhao Sun pulled out the machete. The man's wound immediately healed slowly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhao Sun narrowed his eyes slightly. On the whole, this man was like a state between a corpse and a living person, more complete and alive than zombies, but stiffer and more dead than living people. Zhao Sun paused. He suddenly thought of a possibility. This man has not really grown into a zombie king. In this way, everything can be explained. This man has a deterrent effect on ordinary zombies, can control the actions of ordinary zombies, and has a good self-healing ability, which is enough to prove that he has the potential to become a zombie king. But his current state is not up to the level of a zombie king. He can't even stand up to resist the attack and looks very weak. Before blowing up the tomb, Zhao Sun noticed that the soil on the tomb had obvious signs of renovation. It was buried a few days ago at most, but the zombie outbreak has been going on for half a month, so it can't be done by humans. Then it can only be done by zombies. But ordinary zombies don't have independent thinking ability, and they can only do this under the command of this man. Although Zhao Sun didn't know the specific principle of the man burying himself in the coffin, this should be a step for the man to become a real zombie king. Thinking of this, Zhao Sun asked the man,
How long do you have to be buried here to become a real zombie king?
For the first time, a trace of surprise appeared in the man's eyes full of death. Seeing that the man didn't speak, Zhao Sun asked again,
If you can't speak, just gesture a number with your hands.
The man still didn't move or speak. Zhao Sun patiently changed his plan.
You need a few days. Just blink a few times.
After thinking for a while, he added,
I am a curious person. When I saw the zombies gathered here, I couldn't help but want to find out. Don't worry. I will help you become the Zombie King.
He wanted to kill the Zombie King. But this one has not reached the level of the Zombie King. He can't complete Side Quest 3 even if he kills it. Damn it. I didn't expect that the mission target was found. But I couldn't do it at this time. He still had to support this man. It seemed that the last sentence touched the man. And the man blinked twice. Although he had a lot of confusion in his heart, and didn't completely trust Zhao Sun. He didn't have too many choices now. He wanted to complete his self-evolution. So he had to tell the truth. When he succeeded in evolving, no matter what Zhao Sun's purpose was, he would not succeed.
From now on, will it take another 48 hours?
Zhao Sun asked, and then said,
If so, blink your left eye.
The man blinked his left eye quickly.
Then let the zombies bury you again,
Zhao Sun said, flying higher, and raised his hand to retract the fire wall. The zombies circling outside the fire wall rushed to the man. They moved in an orderly manner. Some were responsible for cleaning the coffin debris in the grave, and some dug up the grave next door, opened the coffin, and threw the bones inside into the grave. After both sides were done, several zombies worked together to carefully put the man into the coffin, and then put the coffin back into the luxurious grave. Then fill the soil. Even the dug grave next door was filled with soil again. It's just that the bones next door lost the coffin, and could only be buried directly in the soil, until the zombies finished their work, and put the grave mound back together. Zhao Sun took out his mobile phone, and looked at the time. 10:10 p.m. Very good. At 10:10 p.m. on the 6th, he will come to kill the Zombie King again, having determined the location of the Zombie King, but unable to take action immediately. Zhao Sun no longer had the mind to wander around. He quickly flew away from the cemetery, and landed on a random roof. He put away Goddess's wings, and used Beast Transformation LV2 again, to transform himself into a bat. Then, he quickly flew in the direction of the villa area. Zhao Sun flew to Zhou Xiaoxiao's bedroom window, and gently flapped the window with his wings a few times. Soon, the window was opened. Zhao Sun quickly flew into the house, and Zhou Xiaoxiao immediately closed the window and locked it. Before Zhao Sun could return to human form, Zhou Xiaoxiao couldn't wait to say,
I told Professor by what you said. He didn't blame me for not being able to drug you. But
Zhao Sun turned back into a human, looked at Zhou Xiaoxiao, and asked,
But did he have a more perverted idea? It's not a perverted idea,
Zhou Xiaoxiao said in a low voice.
It's already preparing for action.
She looked at Zhao Sun with a worried face.
He should be afraid that I will tell you. So he drove me out. I don't know what he is going to do. Anyway, you should be careful. Well, I know.
Zhao Sun didn't say much. He opened the bedroom door, walked out, and returned to his room. He lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling, thinking in his heart. It seems that Bai Qi is not only a person obsessed with scientific research, but also has no patience. It's only a few hours, and he can't wait any longer. Then he can't just leave it alone. It's better to take the initiative. Zhao Sun took out the small stone that looked like a millstone, summoned the smallest pygmy marmoset, and asked the pygmy marmoset to monitor Bai Qi's every move. It doesn't matter if he can't get into the laboratory. As long as Bai Qi comes out of the laboratory, he will notify him immediately. He won't take the initiative to enter a place like the laboratory, which may be full of traps, which will give Bai Qi a chance to attack him. So, he will wait until Bai Qi comes here to find him before taking action. After making preparations, Zhao Sun went to the bathroom to take a shower. This room is equipped with a bathroom, which is very convenient for washing. Speaking of which, he hasn't taken a good shower for a while. This time, he took a comfortable hot bath, and his whole body relaxed. When he lay back on the bed, he fell asleep quickly. November 5th, 3:30 in the morning. Zhao Sun was awakened by the noisy voice in his head. He opened his eyes immediately, and he woke up from his deep sleep in a few seconds. That was the voice of the pygmy marmoset. Bai Qi went upstairs, and was standing outside the door of Zhao Sun's room at this moment. Zhao Sun quickly got up and stuffed the pillow into the quilt, pretending that someone was sleeping inside. Then he turned into a gecko, and lay on the ceiling. In his mind, the pygmy marmoset was still reporting Bai Qi's situation in real time.
He took out a bunch of keys, and opened the door. He opened the door. He went in.
The doors of the villa are all high-quality products with excellent soundproofing. Bai Qi just pushed the door open normally without making any sound at all. Zhao Sun lay on top and looked at Bai Qi. But Bai Qi didn't notice the existence of a gecko on the ceiling in the dark. His eyes were fixed on the raised quilt on the bed. With a faint excitement in his eyes, he tiptoed to the bedside and took something out of his pocket. When Zhao Sun saw the item clearly, the voice of the pygmy marmoset sounded in his mind.
He held a syringe in his hand, and the green liquid inside looked unpalatable.
The next second, Bai Qi suddenly lifted the quilt, aimed at the bulge and stabbed it with a needle. It was not until the needle felt abnormal that he realized something was wrong. He hurriedly turned on the light. And then he found that there was no trace of Zhao Sun in the quilt at all. Only a pillow.
Where is he?
Bai Qi frowned, looking very unhappy.
Where did he go?
Just when he bent down to check under the bed, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm. He cried out in pain and fell to the ground. And then he saw Zhao Sun standing behind him with a machete. And one of his arms had been chopped off by Zhao Sun. Chapter 193 Hypnosis. Bai Qi's right arm was chopped off and fell to the ground. And the syringe in his hand also fell on the carpet, without making any sound or breaking. His whole face wrinkled in pain. But he held back and didn't make any sound. Zhao Sun's eyes stayed on the broken part of Bai Qi's arm, and his eyes narrowed slightly.
You use yourself as an experiment?
He asked Bai Qi. Although it was a question, he was basically sure of this guess in his heart, because Bai Qi's blood is dark red, sticky, and flows out slightly. Compared with normal people, the color is darker, and the texture is stickier. Moreover, when his arm was chopped off, there was no spurting bleeding, but only a slow and small amount of bleeding. This situation looks too similar to the quasi-zombie king in the cemetery. Combined with Bai Qi's personality, it is not uncommon for him to be crazy enough to experiment on himself. Bai Qi frowned, and it seemed that he had not recovered from the pain. He just stared at Zhao Sun with burning eyes, as if he was afraid that Zhao Sun would run away again. But he didn't speak or make any movements. Zhao Sun looked uneasy, and when he was thinking about how to make Bai Qi listen and answer questions, he patted his head. Yes, listen. He is now a hypnotist. It's not easy to make people listen. Damn. I haven't used my new ability much yet, so I always forget it easily. Zhao Sun raised a finger and shook it gently in front of Bai Qi's eyes. In an instant, Bai Qi's eyes became blank.
You must answer all the questions I ask you next truthfully, and you can't hide anything.
After saying this, Zhao Sun snapped his fingers. Bai Qi's eyes refocused and returned to normal, looking no different from usual.
Did you inject yourself with a zombie virus?
Zhao Sun asked.
Yes,
Bai Qi replied.
Then how did you manage to maintain your human appearance and thinking and not completely mutate into a zombie?
Zhao Sun asked again.
I made an inhibitor. As long as I inject it once a day, it can keep me awake.
Bai Qi's state is like a robot that answers questions, but his voice and tone have more natural ups and downs than a robot. Zhao Sun fell silent. His eyes looked at Bai Qi's arm. His expression was not very good. The blood no longer flowed out of the broken part of Bai Qi's arm, and the broken limb began to heal slowly. Although it was very slow, Zhao Sun had been observing Bai Qi. He was sure that he was not wrong. The broken part was gradually getting closer and formed a hand-like shape. But at present, this hand is still very small, only as thick as a normal person's finger. Bai Qi's current situation is probably not considered human. Zhao Sun weighed the machete in his hand and felt itchy. Originally, he just wanted to cut off Bai Qi's hands and feet, so that even if Bai Qi coveted him, he could not do anything. Anyway, Side Quest 2 requires him to ensure that 3 humans are alive before leaving the game, and there is no requirement to live healthily or live completely, just alive. Even if the hands and feet are cut off, they will not die if they are handled properly. But the situation is completely different now. Bai Qi is not considered a human being, so he still needs a living person to complete Side Mission 2. At this time, Zhao Sun was somewhat glad that he forgot to use hypnosis at the beginning. Otherwise, he used hypnosis to control Bai Qi to give up the idea of treating him as a test subject, and he would no longer care about Bai Qi's situation, and it would be difficult for him to find that Bai Qi was no longer a human being. Then, he could not complete Side Mission 2, and his points would be deducted after leaving the game. The next time he entered the dream game, he would have to repeat the task. It was a coincidence. Now there are 2 things he needs to solve. First, he has to go out and find another living person. Second, is Bai Qi still useful to him? There is no need to say more about the first point. He will go out and look for it at dawn tomorrow. The second point is mainly, Baichi's current state also looks like he is about to become a zombie king. Is it possible that there is more than one zombie king? After all, the content of side mission 3 is only 5 simple words such as,
Kill the zombie king.
And it does not say that there is only one zombie king. However, this task did not require
killing all zombie kings.
Perhaps killing one would complete the task. But if you kill more than one, you might get more points. After thinking about it, Zhao Sun asked Baichi again,
Do you think you have a chance to become a zombie king? According to my current physical condition, it is very likely to become a zombie king.
Baichi answered truthfully,
I can now command the actions of ordinary zombies.
Zhao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly. Although there are not many zombies in the villa area, there are none at all. But no zombies have been seen around this villa. Before, he thought it was because of the defense and attack mechanisms around the villa. Now it seems that it is mainly because of Baichi's order. However, there was no zombie worship here in Baichi, and most zombies gathered towards the cemetery.
Your inhibitors have reduced the perception of ordinary zombies to you. Right?
Zhao Sun asked his guess.
Yes.
Baichi nodded.
I don't want to expose myself for the time being. And they are wandering around me, which will affect my experiment. How long do you think it will take for you to become a zombie king?
Zhao Sun asked again.
According to my recent research, it will probably take about 3 days.
Baichi's face was full of pride, and he seemed to have no fear or rejection of becoming a zombie.
I will become the greatest milestone in human history.
After getting all the answers he wanted to know, Zhao Sun stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Baichi again. Baichi's eyes became unfocused again. You can only give one instruction or multiple instructions at a time during hypnosis. But he can only give 4 instructions at most per day. These 4 instructions can be the result of hypnosis on 4 different people, or they can be given at one time after hypnosis on the same person. The refinement of this instruction is included in one instruction. But if it is about something completely different, it will be regarded as another instruction. So Zhao Sun now gave Baichi a second instruction.
You have completely given up the idea of using me as an experimental subject, and you will not bother me again.
Baichi murmured and repeated Zhao Sun's words. After confirming that this instruction was a success, Zhao Sun began to say the third instruction.
You will immerse yourself in the experiment without sleep, and be determined to turn yourself into a qualified zombie king within 2 days.
Zhao Sun gave Baichi the third instruction.
When you become the zombie king, you will be the first to tell me the good news.
Baichi murmured and repeated Zhao Sun's words again, indicating that he had taken note. After thinking for a few seconds, Zhao Sun said the fourth instruction.
No matter what kind of ability you have after becoming the zombie king, you will never use it on me, let alone hurt me. Even if I hurt you, you will not resist.
Confirming that the hypnosis was successful, Zhao Sun snapped his fingers again to wake up Baichi. Baichi was stunned for a moment, and then picked up the broken arm and the syringe on the ground. He stood up and smiled awkwardly at Zhao Sun.
I'm sorry. I seemed to be a little confused before. No matter what I did to you, I hope you don't mind it. It doesn't matter. You are busy with experiments, so it is inevitable that you will be tired. It is normal to make mistakes occasionally.
Zhao Sun showed an understanding look. Baichi was very relieved.
Then I will go back first. I hope you can keep my coming here and the condition of my arm confidential and don't let others know. Well, don't worry. I won't tell,
Zhao Sun promised. Then, he pointed to the bed and reminded,
but I have to change this quilt.
When he cut off Baichi's arm, although the blood did not splash out, a small part of it was still stained on the quilt.
There is a spare quilt in the closet. Change it yourself.
After saying that, Baichi left without looking back. He didn't know what happened to him, but he felt very eager to continue the experiment. He wanted to become the zombie king faster. This is his biggest goal so far. In order to achieve this goal, it doesn't matter if you don't eat, drink or sleep, and other experiments can be suspended. Zhao Sun looked at Baichi's hurried steps and was very satisfied. He closed the door, took out a new set of 4-piece bedding from the closet, and replaced the old one. He stuffed the blood-stained quilt directly into the closet. Then, he slept comfortably on the bed again. He did not take back the pygmy marmoset, and still let the pygmy marmoset monitor Baichi's situation. The main thing is to determine whether his hypnosis is always effective for Baichi. After the 4-fold amplification of hypnosis, general hypnosis instructions are permanently effective, and only very complex hypnosis instructions will shorten the time. This is under normal circumstances. But Baichi's current identity is special. He is no longer a human being. It is hard to say whether the hypnosis effect is the same as that of humans. Zhao Sun cannot take it lightly. So he asked the pygmy marmoset to monitor him just in case. Asterisk. November 5th. 9 o'clock in the morning. Zhao Sun washed up in the room, had breakfast, said something to Zhou Xiaoxiao, and flew out again. Zhou Xiaoxiao saw Zhao Sun turned into a sparrow and felt that she had gotten used to it. She locked the window and prepared to go to the laboratory to help Bai Qi. To her surprise, Bai Qi actually said that he didn't need her help for the time being. He needed to conduct experiments alone quietly, and didn't want to be disturbed by anyone. Although Zhou Xiaoxiao didn't know why Bai Qi suddenly changed after one night, she was relieved that she was not asked to help. To be honest, she was quite nervous staying by Bai Qi's side. She couldn't tell what it felt like. It might be a woman's intuition. She was a little afraid of being alone in a room with Bai Qi. It was not the awe of her boss, nor the fear of the scientific madman, but a feeling that she couldn't explain. Like the fear of the prey against the predator. She had never had this feeling when she saw Bai Qi before, and she herself felt very strange. But she chose to believe in her intuition. As long as conditions allowed, she would try to stay away from Bai Qi. On the other hand, after Zhao Sun flew out of the villa area, he turned from a sparrow into a snake, and performed a fourfold increase in the snake's thermal sensing ability. Except for the zombie king. Other zombies have no body temperature. In addition, after the end of the world, there will be no other non-biological heat sources without power supply. As long as he can sense a warm humanoid object, it must be a living person. In order to improve efficiency, he changed his body into a big snake that was 10 meters long and 1.5 meters thick, and wandered on various roads. According to his previous transformation into a dragon, his longest body after beast transformation should be 20 meters. But considering that it would take more time for him to find someone today, he couldn't change himself to the largest size, which would consume his mental power too quickly, and might affect the time he could maintain the animal form. Zombies didn't seem to have any interest in cold-blooded animals like snakes. Even though Zhao Sun was so big after he turned into a snake, no one wanted to pounce on him and bite him when he passed by zombies. This saved Zhao Sun a lot of trouble. Zhao Sun wandered from community to community, including shopping malls, hospitals, and schools. His current thermal perception ability is very strong. Through thick walls, he can clearly sense whether there are living things in a building from dozens of meters away. Therefore, he doesn't need to search room by room. Just stand outside the building and observe, which saves a lot of time. After wandering around for about an hour and a half, Zhao Sun finally sensed the presence of a living person. It was in a shopping mall, and the other person seemed to have a very fast heartbeat, and the heat was radiating very quickly. Zhao Sun was sure that he had not sensed it wrong. So he immediately shrunk half of his snake size, and swam quickly towards the heat source. Soon he came to the 3rd floor. There was a supermarket here, and the heat source was inside the supermarket. After Zhao Sun determined the specific location of the heat source, he changed back to human form. At the moment he changed back to human form, he heard the low roar of zombies, and the loud cry of babies. Zhao Sun, when he sensed the heat source, he found that it was a pregnant adult, because he could clearly sense that there was a small human-shaped object in the other person's belly. And the accelerated heartbeat and the half-lying posture made it easy for him to guess that the woman should be giving birth. At this time, it is easy to attract zombies, so he accelerated his speed to come. When he was a snake, he could not hear the sound coming from the air, but could only sense the vibration of the ground. When he reached the 3rd floor, he felt some abnormal vibrations, so he guessed that zombies had appeared. Zombies should be attracted by the smell of blood, so he was not surprised. What surprised him was that he had been paying attention to the woman's situation the whole time, and she had never given birth. As soon as he turned back into human form, he heard the cry of a child. Giving birth so quickly? Although he was confused, Zhao Sun did not stop. He quickly rushed to the innermost part of the supermarket and burned the 3 zombies to death with a few balls of fire. In the corner, the dirty woman was covered in a dazzling red. Her face was extremely pale, and her breathing became very weak. But her eyes looking at the baby were extremely gentle and full of love. Seeing that she was rescued, the woman had no time to rest, and she crawled toward Zhao Sun in a panic.
Please, save my child.
Her face was full of pleading.
I was just bitten by a zombie, and I can't survive.
She had no choice. If she didn't ask the man in front of her, her child would have no chance of survival. When she turns into a zombie, She will definitely lose control and bite her child to death. Zhao Sun glanced at the baby who gradually stopped crying. If he gave up the child now, then the child would definitely die. But he couldn't guarantee that he could find other living people later. If he looked around and found that there were no other living people, when he looked back, the child would have been eaten by zombies. Given that this is a survival game, from the perspective of creating difficulty, the possibility that no other living people will appear is quite high. Asking him to protect the safety of a baby also increases the difficulty of side mission 2. A crying child who can't control his crying is a trouble, and he may attract zombies anytime and anywhere. But if he stays in Baichi's villa, this problem will not exist. The only problem left is that the baby needs milk powder. But this is a supermarket, and there is plenty of milk powder.
I will take him to a more suitable person to raise him. As for how long he can live, it depends on his own luck.
Zhao Sun told his plan truthfully.
I can't promise you anything more. Thank you. Thank you.
The woman kowtowed to Zhao Sun with tears in her eyes.
It's enough that you are willing to save him.
She looked at her newborn child reluctantly, with a sad expression.
Please give me a quick death. I don't want to see myself become a zombie.
She made the last request to Zhao Sun. After saying that, she closed her eyes without any regrets.
Okay.
Zhao Sun agreed. He took out a machete and chopped off the woman's head without any hesitation. Compared to being burned to death, this method is less painful. Zhao Sun took away some diapers, milk powder, and bottles in the supermarket, and found some baby clothes, shoes, and some soft blankets, all of which he put into the storage compartment. Finally, he took another down jacket, wrapped the child, and then left the supermarket. He opened 3 storage compartments in total, each with 1 cubic meter of space. His own stuff only took up less than 1 compartment, so he had no intention of opening more. This time, he filled all 3 compartments. In fact, there are still many baby necessities in the supermarket, but he doesn't want to spend extra points to open a storage grid for a baby NPC. Opening the 4 storage grid requires deducting 40 points, which is not a small amount. Although he has enough points now, 40 points are not a big deal for him, but he wants to save up 10,000 points. And these 40 points are very important. Unless he doesn't have enough space for his own items, he will consider opening a 4 storage grid. So, he filled up the 2 storage grids and didn't plan to put more things in. As for how the child will live later, that is a problem that Zhou Xiaoxiao and Xiao Jiang should consider. He only takes care of the child for 2 days. With the child, he can't use the goddess's wings to fly, and he can't turn into a dragon like when he took Zhou Xiaoxiao. How can a baby hold on to people like an adult to ensure that he doesn't fall? But walking on the ground, he will waste a lot of time along the way. As long as the child cries, zombies will gather in large numbers, and killing zombies will take more time. After thinking about it, Zhao Sun tried to turn into a phoenix. The result was naturally successful. After a few test flights and feeling that the baby had adapted, Zhao Sun stretched out his huge claws, grabbed the baby's petite body, and flew back to the villa area with the baby. Chapter 194. Why do you suddenly ask this? When Zhou Xiaoxiao saw the beautiful fiery red phoenix, she felt like she was dreaming. It was not until Zhao Sun came to her window and patted the window with his wings that she realized that the other person was Zhao Sun. Yes, the phoenix is not a real animal. Only Zhao Sun can make it. Zhou Xiaoxiao opened the window and noticed that there was a baby in the phoenix's claws. She widened her eyes in astonishment.
Where did you find a child?
She asked stutteringly.
His parents are gone? His mother died, and I don't know who his father is.
Zhao Sun changed back to human form the moment he came in. He handed the baby to Zhou Xiaoxiao.
I don't know how to take care of a child. I'll give it to you.
Zhou Xiaoxiao looked embarrassed.
But I don't know how to do it either. You can ask Xiao Jiang for advice. He seems to be very good at taking care of people.
Zhao Sun took out all the milk powder, diapers, baby clothes, etc. from the space.
These are all for him.
Zhou Xiaoxiao. The things are quite complete, with all the basic needs. No, she is a virgin. She can't take care of a child.
I'm a little tired. Don't look for me before the evening,
Zhao Sun said, then walked out of Zhou Shishi's room and returned to his own room. He closed the door, locked it, and summoned the golden monkey to guard the bed. Then took off his coat and lay on the bed. He was really a little tired, since his special ability was upgraded to level 5. He felt that his mental power had increased by dozens of times compared to the initial level. In addition, He could solve problems quickly in many cases. So he had never exhausted his mental power. But this morning, he was in the state of beast transformation. And he turned into a huge animal for almost 2 hours. Especially when he used the heat-sensing ability to search for living people all over the map, which consumed a lot of mental power. Now he didn't feel hollowed out. But he was indeed tired. He could recover to normal after about an hour of rest. Anyway, he didn't have any urgent matters to deal with in the next period of time. So he might as well take a good rest. The reason why the golden monkey was released was to be on the safe side. He was not normally tired now. And he might not be able to hear the call of the pygmy marmoset in his mind in time after falling asleep. With the golden monkey around, he could be pushed awake immediately. The golden monkey was chosen because it was the most docile and quiet among the 10 primates and could stay put. After making all the preparations, Zhao Sun fell asleep with peace of mind. Asterisk. It was 5 o'clock in the evening. Zhao Sun woke up on time. He stretched and ate something. And he felt that he was in good condition. Sure enough, the fatigue that did not hurt the root was easily recovered. He washed up again, took back the golden monkey, and then went out. The soundproofing effect of the room was very good. It was not until he opened the door that he finally heard the baby crying. The sound came from the living room downstairs. In addition to the baby's crying, there was also Zhou Shixiao's random coaxing sound. Zhao Sun went downstairs and saw Xiao Jiang and Zhou Xiaoxiao surrounding the baby. Xiao Jiang held the bottle close to the baby's mouth, wanting to see if the baby was crying because he was hungry. Zhou Xiaoxiao was checking the baby's diaper to see if he had defecated. I don't know if it was because Xiao Jiang looked fierce, but as soon as he got close, the baby cried even louder. Xiao Jiang's expression was a little embarrassed, and he handed the bottle in his hand to Zhou Xiaoxiao.
Why don't you try it? He seems to be quite afraid of me.
Zhou Xiaoxiao had no choice but to quickly put pants on the baby and continue to coax the baby with the bottle. At this time, Xiao Sun walked into the living room. Xiao Jiang saw Xiao Sun, walked over quickly, and asked.
Zhou Xiaoxiao said, "Did you bring this child back?" "Yeah."
Xiao Sun responded and chose a single sofa to sit down. Xiao Jiang stood beside Xiao Sun and continued to ask.
"When did you go out?" "I stayed downstairs the whole time and didn't hear any noise or see anything unusual outside. I can come here quietly, so I can leave quietly."
Xiao Sun shrugged.
"I won't cause trouble to the villa and you. Just make sure of this."
When he said you, he looked at Xiao Jiang and Zhou Xiaoxiao.
"I'm not doubting you,"
Xiao Jiang explained unnaturally. He remembered his initial suspicion of Zhao Sun, thinking that Zhao Sun was minding this. But in fact, after he discovered the gap between Zhao Sun and ordinary people, he no longer doubted Zhao Sun. If Zhao Sun really wanted to do something, he could just do it directly. No one here is his opponent at all. And he doesn't need to pretend or show weakness at all, unless he wants to have fun. What's more, Zhao Sun took the initiative to save a baby today. He can have such a kind heart. So he doesn't think Xiao Sun is a bad person with ulterior motives. This time, Xiao Sun didn't expect that Xiao Jiang had such thoughts in his mind. In Xiao Jiang's perspective, he actually became a good person. However, he could see that Xiao Jiang did not have any rejection of him. So he smiled.
"Well, do you have anything else to ask me? It shouldn't be just to ask when I went out." "Right. I admire your kindness in saving people, but we are not very good at taking care of children."
Xiao Jiang's expression became a little embarrassed again.
"Well, if you are going out again later, can you find some parenting books for me? If it's on the way." "Yes."
Zhao Sun did not refuse directly. Xiao Jiang breathed a sigh of relief.
"Then thank you first."
Zhao Sun looked at Xiao Jiang for a few times and laughed.
"You're welcome."
This Xiao Jiang is really kind. Not only did he adapt to the existence of the baby so quickly, but he also began to make long-term plans. He did not complain about the burden of the baby, nor did he dislike the trouble of taking care of the baby. Xiao Jiang's kindness and carefulness are completely different from his rough and fierce appearance. Zhao Sun thought that if he gave the baby to Xiao Jiang, he might be able to raise it. If this was a real world. Unfortunately, Zhao Sun was always sober. No matter how real the NPCs here were, he always knew that they were just NPCs. Always remembering this, he would never have any emotional outbursts when facing most characters. The baby finally stopped crying and drank the milk in the bottle in big gulps. Zhou Xiaoxiao sat on the sofa, holding the baby in her arms, and she breathed a sigh of relief as if she had been rescued. Then she looked up at Zhao Sun, who was sitting on the single sofa next to her.
"How about you give the child a name?" "I give it?"
Zhao Sun showed a surprised look.
Yes, you saved him, which is equivalent to giving him a second life. So you should give him a name.
Zhou Xiaoxiao said very seriously.
I don't care about this.
Zhao Sun waved his hand casually.
And I don't have the talent for naming. Just give him a name.
Zhou Xiaoxiao pondered for a while and said,
Why not call him Pingyan? I hope he can grow up safely and survive safely in the end times. It's a good name.
Xiao Jian on the side nodded in agreement.
The meaning is also very good.
Xiao Sun did not join the topic, but looked at Xiao Jiang.
At this time, shouldn't you prepare dinner for Professor Bai?
Xiao Jiang looked up at the clock in the living room. It was already past 5 o'clock. He shook his head.
Professor Bai told me before that he had no appetite for the time being and wanted to concentrate on the experiment. So I should not disturb him.
Hearing this answer, Zhao Sun was very satisfied. At least for now. The effect of hypnosis is perfect. Bai Qi is fully committed to the experiment as he expected.
Ah, then he has not eaten for a long time. Is he okay?
Zhou Xiaoxiao asked with concern.
Or you should prepare something and put it at the door of the laboratory. He can see it when he is hungry and eat it immediately. It's okay to skip 1 or 2 meals occasionally.
Xiao Jiang explained.
Professor Bai used to do this often. If you disturb him at this time, he will be very unhappy.
At this point, he paused for a while before continuing.
In short, it's better to do it according to Professor Bai's instructions.
Zhao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly. It seems that Xiao Jiang had disobeyed Bai Qi's arrangements before, and the result should be that he was taught a bad lesson. In fact, with Xiao Jiang's physique and strength, Bai Qi, as an ordinary person, is definitely not Xiao Jiang's opponent. Either Xiao Jiang was blindly loyal and tolerated Bai Qi in various ways, or Bai Qi had already injected himself with the zombie virus at that time, and Xiao Jiang was no match for Bai Qi. However, judging from Xiao Jiang's various performances, he should not know that Bai Qi had already become half a zombie. The reason why Xiao Jiang was suppressed by Bai Qi, the former is more likely. Zhao Sun thought casually, and suddenly asked Xiao Jiang,
By the way,
have you prepared hot weapons in the villa?
Xiao Jiang was stunned.
Why do you suddenly ask this? When I went out, I found that many zombies would gather in one place.
Zhao Sun quickly thought of a reason.
Maybe there will be a zombie tide. If the defense of the villa cannot withstand the siege of a large number of zombies, weapons can also counterattack in time.
This reason is very reasonable and sufficient. And it also reflects Zhao Sun's concern for the safety of the villa. Xiao Jiang has no doubts.
He answered truthfully. There are a small number of weapons placed in the basement, and the key to the basement is in Professor Bai's hand. Professor Bai said before that he didn't want to use those hot weapons unless it was a critical moment. I want some hot weapons.
Zhao Sun put forward his request without any beating around the bush, and found a very appropriate reason.
This way, if I meet someone asking for help when I go out, it will be easier to rescue them with weapons.
Finally, he looked at the baby in Zhou Shishi's hand.
It took me a lot of effort to save him.
Xiao Jiang thought for a moment before speaking.
I'll find a chance to talk to Professor Bai, but I'm not sure he will agree.
He was in favor of saving people, and if possible, he wanted to help Zhao Sun as much as possible. But those weapons belonged to Professor Bai, and only Professor Bai could open the door to the basement. He couldn't decide whether he was willing to give Zhao Sun some weapons.
It doesn't matter. Just try it, and forget it if he doesn't agree.
Zhao Sun shrugged, looking like he was letting things take their own course. Of course, he didn't go out to save people again, but to replenish his hot weapons arsenal. Unfortunately, the weapons obtained by hypnosis were not considered items that NPCs willingly gave to players, so they could not be brought back to the endless train. He had to go to the trouble of asking Xiao Jiang or Bai Qi for consent. Having said everything he wanted to say, Zhao Sun stood up and prepared to go upstairs.
Wait, Xiao Jiang said. It's time for dinner. You can stay with us. These are all instant foods that can be prepared quickly. No need.
Zhao Sun waved his hand and made up a story.
I collected some food outside and just ate upstairs.
Okay. Xiao Jiang turned to Zhou Xiaoxiao.
Then I'll go prepare some food for you. Yes. Thank you.
Zhou Xiaoxiao nodded politely to Xiao Jiang. Neither Xiao Jiang nor Zhou Xiaoxiao doubted Zhao Sun's words, so they did not force Zhao Sun to stay and have dinner with him. Zhao Sun returned to his room. While he was in the living room, he communicated with the pygmy marmoset in his mind. The pygmy marmoset, who had been hiding outside the laboratory, kept an eye on Bai Chi's situation in the laboratory. It couldn't see clearly what Bai Chi was doing, but it saw Bai Chi injecting his arm several times, all of which were strange liquids of different colors. This further confirmed that Bai Chi was following Zhao Sun's instructions and doing his best to make himself the zombie king as soon as possible. Next, he only needed to wait for good news. No matter who became the zombie king first, his side quest 3 would be guaranteed. Zhao Sun, who had nothing to do, soon fell asleep again. He had developed the habit of catching up on sleep whenever he had time, so as to avoid being exhausted when he couldn't sleep. Asterisk. November 6th. 6 o'clock in the morning. Zhao Sun was awakened by the noisy noise of the pygmy marmoset in his mind. He rubbed his hair and sat up.
This old man is going crazy. A little scary.
The pygmy marmoset's voice was puzzled.
Is he in a bad temper because he didn't sleep? He smashed a lot of things. Does his appearance look different?
Zhao Sun asked the pygmy marmoset in his heart.
No. It's still the same as before.
The pygmy marmoset thought for a moment and said,
but his severed arm has grown back, just like a normal person's arm. Then he must be irritable because the experiments have failed.
Zhao Sun said to the pygmy marmoset,
you don't have to worry about it.
According to the zombies in the cemetery, there will be some obvious changes in appearance during the process of becoming a zombie king, such as the color and elasticity of the skin. Although the way Bai Chi became the zombie king was completely different from the zombie in the cemetery, the change in appearance should be the same.
Since Bai Chi's appearance did not change at all, his irritability was not caused by zombie transformation. If it was not caused by zombie transformation, Zhao Sun would not care.
That tall and strong man is coming,
the pygmy marmoset suddenly said to Zhao Sun.
Wow! He is so brave that he actually knocked on the door of the laboratory. I feel that the old man can hit people with a table now.
Hearing this, Zhao Sun became interested. Xiao Jiang went there at this time, probably because he heard unusual movements in the laboratory and wanted to see if Bai Chi was safe. Since he went there, maybe Xiao Jiang would ask Bai Chi for the key to the basement. Whether he can get hot weapons depends on this time. Thinking of this, Xiao Sun got up, put on his clothes, and began to wash slowly. After he finished washing up, the pygmy marmoset spoke again in his mind.
The tall and strong man left, and the old man didn't beat him. I'm really surprised. Did he go upstairs?
Zhao Sun asked.
Tall and strong man.
The other end was quiet for a while, and then the pygmy marmoset's voice came.
Yeah, he went upstairs.
After a while, someone knocked on Zhao Sun's bedroom door. Zhao Sun opened the door and saw Xiao Jiang standing outside.
You got up so early?
Xiao Jiang was a little surprised. Zhao Sun opened the door quickly and dressed neatly. It was obvious that he had been up for a while.
Well, I slept a lot yesterday.
Zhao Sun made way and motioned Xiao Jiang to come in. Xiao Jiang waved his hand.
I won't go in. I came here to tell you that Professor Bai agreed to give you a pistol and 2 magazines. If you run out of bullets, you can ask for more. But I can only give you this much at one time.
Zhao Sun was not disappointed.
Okay.
It's better to have something than nothing. And he doesn't mind having less. Seeing Zhao Sun agreed, Xiao Jiang smiled.
Then you go to Professor Bai at around 7 o'clock, and he will give you what you need.
Zhao Sun showed a funny look.
He has to sneak to the basement?
Xiao Jiang. Although Professor Bai's behavior can be explained by this word, why does Zhao Sun say that Professor Bai feels like a thief? After thinking about it, Xiao Jiang explained.
The basement here is just a very small secret room. Only Professor Bai knows where it is. It's normal for him not to want others to find the secret room in his own house. Yeah.
Zhao Sun nodded in accordance with Xiao Jiang's meaning.
Okay. I'll go to Professor Bai at 7 o'clock.
Xiao Jiang left with peace of mind. At 7 o'clock, Zhao Sun went to the laboratory to find Bai Chi on time. During this period, he had confirmed that the secret room was in the laboratory through the pygmy marmoset. Because Bai Chi did not come out of the laboratory throughout the whole process, he disappeared completely in the laboratory for about 10 minutes. The pygmy marmoset bravely lay at the door to see if anyone was there. Then it could only be that he entered the secret room. With Xiao Jiang explaining the situation in advance, Zhao Sun got a pistol and 2 magazines from Bai Chi very smoothly. Bai Chi looked at Zhao Sun and said,
Giving you weapons is not for free. You have to go to the test base to get me some medicine. I don't have enough here.
As he said that, he handed Zhao Sun a list with the names and pictures of the medicines clearly listed. Zhao Sun was not surprised at all. Bai Chi is not a traditional scientist with morals and conscience. He was so willing to give him weapons. It is unlikely that he was eager to save people. but more likely that he had other purposes. Chapter 195, Taking Advantage of the Fire. Bai Qi has failed many experiments and is going crazy. He will definitely want to try new experimental methods. New experiments are likely to lack some uncommon medicines. In addition, Xiao Jiang came to Bai Qi to talk about hot weapons at around 5 o'clock. Bai Qi could get them in 10 minutes. But he insisted that Zhao Sun go there 2 hours later. During this time, Bai Qi should be sorting out the medicines he lacked. Look, even the list has been printed out.
These medicines can be found on the second floor below ground.
Bai Qi stared at Zhao Sun closely.
Can you hand them over to me before noon? Not easy,
Zhao Sun said in a difficult manner.
There are thousands of zombies in the experimental base. You only give me these bullets. I'm lucky if I can escape unscathed. You also want me to find so many medicines and hand them over to you before noon.
Zhao Sun didn't say the rest, but his eyes clearly expressed.
You are dreaming.
Bai Qi's face was not looking good. After hesitating for a moment, he said to Zhao Sun,
I can give you a few more grenades. How many can you give me?
Zhao Sun interrupted Bai Qi.
Or how many do you have in total? You want all?
Bai Qi's face sank.
Don't be too greedy. Or you can consider going to the experimental base by yourself?
Zhao Sun smiled warmly and made a very friendly suggestion. The opportunity to take advantage of the fire was in front of him, and he didn't ask for too much. But he looked like a good person. In fact, Bai Qi's current situation, there is no problem for him to go to the experimental base by himself. And all ordinary zombies will not hurt him. But he is now obsessed with studying himself. And he is definitely unwilling to waste time going out to find medicine. Therefore, Zhao Sun is not worried at all that Bai Qi will go to the experimental base by himself in a rage. Sure enough, Bai Qi choked. His brows were tightly knitted, and he was caught in a struggle between heaven and man. After a while, he asked Zhao Sun,
when you rescued Zhou Xiaoxiao from the experimental base, didn't you have any hot weapons in your hand? There were no zombies on the second floor at that time, and I could escape quickly if I dragged people and ran.
Zhao Sun said as a matter of course.
But I have to spend time looking for potions this time, and I will definitely face zombies. Several door locks on the second floor are broken, and they can't stop zombies.
Speaking of this, he spread his hands, looking helpless.
I will probably encounter zombies along the way when I go to the second floor this time. It's hard to enter the room where the potion is placed. Isn't it normal to ask for more weapons for self-protection?
Bai Qi said reluctantly.
I don't have many weapons reserves here, and I can't give you all the grenades. In case of any situation, I have to keep some for self-protection. Then how much can you give me?
Zhao Sun asked. He didn't expect Bai Qi to really be willing to give him all the weapons, and he made high demands just to facilitate bargaining. If he asked for less at the beginning, the upper limit of the weapons he could get would be low.
10. The most I can give you is a grenade.
Bai Qi gritted his teeth, looking like he was bleeding profusely.
Too little,
Zhao Sun said before Bai Qi opened his mouth to speak.
Why not give me some more magazines? After all, when we get indoors, I can definitely use a pistol instead of a grenade.
Bai Qi's originally somewhat angry expression gradually eased. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded.
Okay, then I'll give you 5 more magazines.
Zhao Sun observed Bai Qi's expression and could see that this was the maximum amount Bai Qi was willing to give. So he nodded in agreement. Then, he said,
I also need a silencer.
This time Bai Qi agreed readily.
Wait here for a while,
Bai Qi said to Zhao Sun.
I'll give it to you right away.
After that, he closed the door of the laboratory. That's right. Zhao Sun came to find Bai Qi and only stood outside the door of the laboratory, but did not go in, except for Zhou Xiaoxiao, who was helping him. Even Xiao Jiang did not have the privilege of entering the laboratory. After Bai Qi closed the door, he also pulled up the curtain beside the door to block the view from outside. Zhao Sun couldn't help but smile. He was quite cautious. However, if he could take out weapons from the laboratory, any fool would know that the entrance to the basement where the weapons were hidden was inside the laboratory. But he just didn't know the exact location. Even if the entrance is very secret, you can still find it if you really want to. 10 minutes later, Bai Qi opened the door of the laboratory and handed Zhao Sun 2 small safes. 1 box of grenades, and the other box of magazines and silencers. Zhao Sun reached out and took the 2 safes. But Bai Qi did not let go immediately. Bai Qi looked at Zhao Sun.
You must come back before noon. I will mix other medicines during this period. At about noon, I will need the medicine you brought back. Don't worry.
Zhao Sun finally made a promise.
I will definitely bring it back for you.
Hearing the affirmative answer, Bai Qi let go. Zhao Sun opened the safe and took a look. There were 10 grenades, 5 magazines, and 1 silencer. There were still some empty spaces in the safe for magazines and silencers. So Zhao Sun put the 2 magazines in his hand and the pistol in. After locking the safe again, Zhao Sun walked towards the living room with it. Bai Qi watched Zhao Sun's back disappear from his sight. Then he closed the door of the laboratory again and continued his research. There was no one in the living room. So Zhao Sun went to the restaurant again. And sure enough, he saw Zhou Xiaoxiao and Xiao Jiang eating breakfast in the restaurant.
I'm going out for a while,
he said to the 2 people.
I will be back at noon at the latest. Where will you be at noon?
Xiao Jiang was a little confused, not knowing why Zhao Sun asked this question. But Zhou Xiaoxiao, who had experience, immediately knew Zhao Sun's intention, and she hurriedly replied,
It should be in the restaurant. Okay, I will come to the restaurant to find you then. Remember to open the window for me,
Zhao Sun instructed.
Okay.
Zhou Xiaoxiao nodded repeatedly. Xiao Jiang looked at Zhao Sun, then at Zhou Xiaoxiao, and felt that he seemed to understand something. He didn't ask much, but just looked at the 2 safes in Zhao Sun's hand, showing a surprised look. When he told Bai Qi about the weapons, Bai Qi was reluctant in various ways, and finally reluctantly agreed, but was only willing to give a gun and 2 magazines. But these 2 safes, it's impossible that they only contain those things. Zhao Sun saw Xiao Jiang's expression, and knew what Xiao Jiang was thinking. He smiled and explained,
Professor Bai needed me to go to the experimental base to get something, so he gave me some more weapons.
Xiao Jiang understood and asked again,
Do you want me to go with you?
Zhao Sun refused.
No. It's more convenient for me to act alone. Okay.
Xiao Jiang didn't force it. Just said,
If you need anything else, you can tell me. Then I really want something.
Zhao Sun asked.
I see that the food you prepare is all instant food, so the knives in the kitchen should not be used. Right.
Xiao Jiang was stunned for a moment.
You want those knives? Yes.
Zhao Sun nodded.
I wonder if you can give them all to me.
Xiao Jiang agreed readily.
That's no problem.
Bai Qi never cares about these daily trivial matters. And the knives in the kitchen are really not used on weekdays, so he can make the decision on this matter. He turned out all the knives in the kitchen and gave them to Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun stood aside and watched, pointing to the whetstone hidden in the corner.
Give me this one too.
Although Xiao Jiang was a little surprised that Zhao Sun even wanted the whetstone, he didn't say anything and directly gave the whetstone to Zhao Sun. He looked at the pile of things in Zhao Sun's hand and asked,
Is it convenient for you to carry so many things? It's convenient.
Zhao Sun smiled.
I'll sort it out later, and it will be fine.
Then he walked out of the kitchen and said to Zhou Xiaoxiao,
Go to my room in 5 minutes and help me close the window.
After that, he went to the 2nd floor. After returning to the room, he put all the new things he got into the storage compartment. Then he opened the window and turned into a sparrow and flew out. He came to the sky above the experimental base without any obstacles. There were fewer zombies outside the door. I don't know if they hid in the experimental base because they didn't like the sunlight during the day, or went to the cemetery to worship the zombie king who was about to be born. Zhao Sun flew into the room skillfully. Compared with the previous zombies, there were more than half fewer zombies on the 1st floor, in addition to the ones he killed before. Some of them should have gone to the cemetery. This is also good. There are fewer zombies, so he can save some trouble. Zhao Sun pressed the elevator button, and the moment the elevator opened, the zombies nearby subconsciously walked towards the elevator. Zhao Sun was not in a hurry. He chose the 2nd floor below ground and pressed the elevator door closing button. The zombies were very slow, and they came to the elevator door on the 2nd floor before the elevator was about to close completely. But zombies without thinking ability don't know how to open the elevator door. They just acted instinctively, following the sound or breath that attracted them. So, the moment the zombies were about to touch the elevator door closed smoothly. Zhao Sun came to the 2nd floor below ground, and it was still very quiet. There was not much difference from before. It seems that none of the zombies above have accidentally taken the elevator down, and the zombies locked up on the 2nd floor below ground have not been able to run out. This is even better. Zhao Sun looked at the room by room and soon found the medicine storage room. The door of the medicine storage room is stronger than the doors of other rooms, and there is a fingerprint password lock. However, this was not a difficult task for Zhao Sun. He restored his human form and skillfully used lightning to destroy the door lock. After entering, He saw rows of transparent freezers. He looked at the paper Bai Qi gave him and searched for the medicines he needed one by one according to the numbers written on them. He found all the medicines he needed. He found the incubator at the back of the storage room and put all the medicines Bai Qi needed into it. With this incubator, he didn't have to worry about the medicines becoming ineffective due to temperature changes on the road. After packing the box and putting it in the storage compartment, he turned back into a sparrow and took the elevator upstairs. The moment the elevator opened, the zombies looked over, and the faint human smell drifted to their noses, making them eager to move. But Zhao Sun didn't give the zombies any more chance to react. He accelerated and sprinted, and soon flew out of the experimental base. Halfway through the flight, Zhao Sun saw a large bookstore. He remembered something and landed at the door of the bookstore. The door of the bookstore was open, and it was a mess inside, with some broken limbs and old bloodstains. Zhao Sun turned back into human form and walked in without changing his expression. Soon he found the childcare area and put all the childcare books on the bookshelf into the storage compartment. After doing this, he continued to fly to the villa area. He came back very quickly, and it was not yet time for lunch. However, Zhou Xiaoxiao was going to learn to take care of children with Xiao Jiang, so she was probably not in the bedroom, but more likely in the living room. So Zhao Sun flew to the window in the living room. Sure enough, he saw the figures of Zhou Xiaoxiao and Xiao Jiang. He patted the window with his wings, and the two people in the room immediately found the little sparrow outside. Xiao Jiang looked at it blankly, and before he could react, Zhou Xiaoxiao had already opened the window very experiencedly. The moment Zhao Sun flew in, he turned back into human form. This was the first time that Xiao Jiang saw Zhao Sun turn into an animal, and it was also the first time that he saw Zhao Sun turn from an animal back into a human. He widened his eyes, and was speechless for a long time. Is this really a supernatural power? If it is said to be the transformation technique in the cultivation of immortals, I am afraid no one will doubt it. Just as Xiao Jiang was thinking about this, Zhao Sun took out piles of books out of thin air. All the books were piled on the coffee table, full and high, and it looked like there were hundreds of books. Now Xiao Jiang was really upset. If it was just the basics, it could be said that Zhao Sun was hiding them on his body. But how could so many books be hidden? Even if they could be hidden, it should be obvious that Zhao Sun's appearance was bloated. But he didn't see that Zhao Sun's clothes were stuffed with something. Is this also a variant of the transformation technique? Just when Xiao Jiang was doubting his life, Zhao Sun said to Xiao Jiang, "All the parenting books you want." Xiao Jiang, is this to train him to be a parenting expert? Although Xiao Jiang felt a little pressured, he still thanked Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun waved his hand, indicating that Xiao Jiang was welcome. And then he took the incubator out of the storage compartment and walked towards the laboratory. He knocked on the door of the laboratory. After a long while, Bai Qi finally opened the door. When he opened the door, his face looked very bad, and he was very angry to be disturbed at this time. But the moment he saw Zhao Sun, the expression on Bai Qi's face turned into surprise. You haven't left yet? I'm back," Zhao Sun said, and put the incubator in his hand into Bai Qi's arms. "The things you want. So fast?" Bai Qi looked at the incubator in his arms in disbelief. "It's only been an hour." Zhao Sun smiled. He didn't take up the conversation. Just said, "Professor Bai, work hard." After that, he left. Bai Qi didn't care how Zhao Sun came back so quickly. His mind was all in the incubator. He happily closed the door of the laboratory, opened the incubator, picked up the medicines, and began to mix them according to his own ideas. Zhao Sun returned to the room, feeling that he seemed to have nothing to do. So he simply ate something and then lay back on the bed to sleep. Tonight, he still had to go to the cemetery to kill the zombie king, and he had to rest more during the day. Nothing wrong. Zhao Sun slept until more than 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and was awakened by the urgent call in his mind. It was the voice of the pygmy marmoset. Zhao Sun immediately sat up and asked in his heart, "What happened? The old man seems to be crazy," the dwarf marmoset said worriedly. He injected 2 injections into his temple, and suddenly his body began to twist into form, knocking over many things in the laboratory. Without waiting for Zhao Sun to speak, the dwarf marmoset began to report the current situation again. The noise was too loud, and the children in the living room were crying. The tall and strong man has walked to the door of the laboratory and saw the old man's situation. When Zhao Sun heard it, he quickly put on his clothes and went downstairs. It seems that Bai Qi was too anxious and gave himself a strong medicine. whether Bai Qi's strong medicine is successful or not. Zhao Sun cannot let Xiao Jiang interrupt the process. Otherwise it will fail. Zhao Sun walked to the door of the laboratory, and saw Xiao Jiang with an anxious look on his face. Perhaps because he didn't want to upset Bai Qi. Xiao Jiang didn't force the door open to enter the laboratory, but slapped the door of the laboratory while calling Bai Qi loudly, hoping to get Bai Qi's response. But Bai Qi has been tortured by the drastic changes in his body, and has almost lost his ability to think. How could he have the energy to speak? Zhao Sun walked to Xiao Jiang, pretending to be unaware, and asked,
"What's wrong?" "I don't know what's wrong with Professor Bai. He seems to be very uncomfortable."
Xiao Jiang's eyes were always on Bai Qi, who was twisting and struggling in the laboratory.
"I want to go in and take a look, but I don't have the key to the laboratory. I have a way,"
Zhao Sun said. Hearing this, Xiao Jiang subconsciously turned his head to look at Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun casually shook his index finger in front of Xiao Jiang. Xiao Jiang's eyes immediately became empty.
"Next, no matter what Bai Qi makes in the laboratory, you won't care, let alone come to check the situation."
Zhao Sun gave Xiao Jiang an order.
"Just pretend you didn't hear it, and do things according to your daily habits."
Xiao Jiang repeated Zhao Sun's order and nodded. Then, he left the door of the laboratory, as if nothing had happened. Zhao Sun and Xiao Jiang came to the living room together, and gave the same instructions to Zhou Xiaoxiao, who showed a concerned look. Zhou Xiaoxiao and Xiao Jiang sat together, one holding the crying baby and coaxing him, while the other carefully looked through the parenting guide. The two of them seemed to have automatically blocked out the noise from the laboratory, and did not react to the sound of something falling to the ground in the distance, or Bai Qi's low roar. Zhao Sun left with satisfaction, and returned to the door of the laboratory. He took the pygmy marmoset back into the millstone, and stood quietly outside the door, observing Bai Qi's condition through the glass on the door. Bai Qi rolled and struggled for about 5 minutes, and after making a mess of the entire laboratory, he finally calmed down. He lay there quietly for half a minute, before he slowly got up from the ground. Zhao Sun noticed that Bai Qi's skin no longer had obvious signs of age as before, and it was wrinkled and became very smooth and elastic. When Bai Qi stood up, his back was no longer slightly hunched, and the whole person looked a lot younger. It seems, he has successfully turned into a zombie king. As soon as Zhao Sun's thought came up, Bai Qi suddenly raised his head, and looked at him accurately outside the door. A red light flashed in Bai Qi's eyes, and then Zhao Sun felt a sharp pain in his head. Chapter 196, He doesn't think he will lose. Zhao Sun only felt a momentary tingling in his brain, and a momentary blurring of his vision, but it returned to normal the next second. He had experienced this feeling once before. Deep House Old Dreams. He also had a similar feeling when the puppeteer in the platform game hypnotized him. However, this time, the feeling was stronger and more uncomfortable than the last time. Bai Qi probably hadn't noticed anything wrong yet. He strode to the door, opened the door of the laboratory, and stared at Zhao Sun the whole time. It wasn't until he opened the door that he spoke to Zhao Sun.
"You commit suicide."
Zhao Sun raised his hand, and in Bai Qi's sarcastic eyes, a ball of flame rose up and instantly rushed towards Bai Qi. Bai Qi's face changed slightly, and he quickly moved sideways to avoid it. Zhao Sun moved his fingers slightly, and the flames that Bai Qi dodged turned into countless thin silk threads in an instant, and turned around to cover Bai Qi's back. Bai Qi was keenly aware of the burning heat behind him, and rolled on the ground to avoid the fire net. Zhao Sun chased closely, controlling the fire net with his right hand, and at the same time, his left hand turned into a flying knife-like flame, attacking Bai Qi from the front and back. Bai Qi's expression finally cracked completely. He obviously did not expect Zhao Sun to have other abilities, and they were so strong. Seeing that he had no way to avoid it, and was about to be touched by the flames in front and behind at the same time, he suddenly raised his hands, one arm facing forward, and the other arm facing backward. The huge water ball met the flames on both sides, and instantly extinguished all the fires. With the sound of sizzling, a hot fog rose in the entire laboratory, instantly blocking the sight of Zhao Sun and Bai Qi. Zhao Sun narrowed his eyes slightly. Obviously, Bai Qi has superpowers after becoming the zombie king. The specific superpowers are not yet known, but mental superpowers and water superpowers are definitely there. Moreover, Bai Qi's water-based ability can extinguish the Samadhi True Fire, which looks quite powerful. The most important thing is that Zhao Sun's previous hypnotic command to Bai Qi seems to have completely lost its effect. Bai Qi not only did not notify him immediately after becoming the zombie king, but instead ordered him to commit suicide. It is obvious that the hypnotic command has failed, and Bai Qi is eager to get rid of him after realizing the hypnosis. Zhao Sun's hypnosis. As long as the hypnosis ability is lower than his, he can no longer hypnotize him. Similarly, as long as the hypnosis ability is lower than his, he can't resist his hypnosis. But the current situation is that Bai Qi can't control his mind. But his hypnotic effect on Bai Qi has also disappeared. Therefore, the biggest possibility is that Bai Qi's mental control ability is equivalent to his hypnosis. In the end, they cancelled each other's effects. Becoming the Zombie King is indeed not something that can be dealt with in just 1 or 2 strokes. Since hypnosis doesn't work, we can only use force. Since fire control was suppressed by Bai Qi's water ability, he would use other special abilities. He didn't just have those 2 special abilities. Although it was a bit more troublesome than he had initially expected, he didn't think he would lose. Thinking of this, Zhao Sun's 2 hands moved at the same time. His left hand used lightning control, and with the influence of water vapor, it strengthened its ability to conduct electricity, and accurately hit Bai Qi's body in the dense fog. Even the mist dispersed a little, and Bai Qi's figure could be vaguely seen. Bai Qi was still trying to regain his sight, when he suddenly felt something electrocute him, and he let out an uncontrollable cry of pain. With the rough outline of the figure, Zhao Sun used control gold with his right hand to control a fruit knife, accurately stabbing Bai Qi's brain. While his right hand controlled the fruit knife, his left hand continued to release lightning, not giving Bai Qi any breathing space. Bai Qi's vision had not yet returned to normal, and he only noticed the danger when the fruit knife was very close. Even though he already had the physique of a zombie king, he could not react in time at such a close distance. Not to mention that the lightning kept paralyzing his body and making his limbs stiff. He only had time to see clearly that it was a sharp blade with a cold light before he was stabbed in the temple. The blade of the dagger was completely immersed in his brain, with only the handle exposed outside. His whole body was completely frozen, and even his eyes were straight. The next second, the dagger was suddenly pulled out and quickly thrust into his other temple. A meaningless sound came out of his throat, and his body fell to the ground uncontrollably. His eyes widened, staring at the ceiling, his face full of unwillingness. Complete side mission 3, kill the Zombie King. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for getting 100 points and 100 hours of survival time. Zhao Sun wiped off the moisture on his face and smiled. Sure enough, Bai Qi, who successfully killed the experiment, can also complete side mission 3. It depends on whether he can get extra points after killing the Zombie King in the cemetery at night. This is a 50% probability. He may be regarded as repeating the same task and not be rewarded. Or he may be regarded as completing the task twice and be given double the reward. Although there is no guarantee that he will get a reward, it is worth trying. Zhao Sun walked to Bai Qi's body, plucked a strand of Bai Qi's hair, and held it in his mouth for 3 seconds. Currently swallow ability level is LV5, and can have 10 abilities at the same time. Currently obtain 2 abilities. Please select the one you want. Psychic ability, water ability. Zhao Sun chooses both. Although Bai Qi's psychic ability has the same effect as his hypnosis and the same ability level, he will increase it 5 times after obtaining this ability, and the effect will naturally be much stronger than the current one. Water ability can extinguish the Samadhi True Fire, which is also very good. Congratulations on obtaining psychic ability and water ability. Due to the ability effect of swallow, the effects of psychic ability and water ability are both increased 5 times, but cannot be upgraded. Please click details for details. Zhao Sun immediately clicks details to view. Psychic ability. After obtaining the 5-fold increase, according to the upgrade direction of this ability, the effect is as follows. Hypnosis and psychic attack can be performed. Hypnosis can make the opponent fall into a state of chaos by looking into each other's eyes. The effective time of the hypnotic command is determined by the complexity of the command. Mental attack as long as the target is within a radius of 500 meters. The target's brain can be attacked. Just see the target. No need for the target to look back. Those with lower mental control ability than this ability can no longer control this ability user. There is no limit to the number of mental controls per day, and no limit to the number of objects that can be controlled at one time. The more complex the control, the more objects that can be controlled, and the greater the mental power consumption. Excessive mental power consumption will cause serious physical discomfort. Please use the ability reasonably. Water ability can generate water by itself, and can also control any water in nature. Can change into any form according to its own wishes, and the maximum cannot exceed its own body size. Can extinguish any type of fire, after getting a 5-fold increase. According to the upgrade direction of this ability, the following 2 items are added. Can overturn rivers and seas to cause natural disasters, but it is extremely burdensome to the body, and it takes at least 3 days to rest after using it once. Can control the water in animals and plants. In addition, the second item is changed to a maximum of no more than 5 times its own body size. After reading the details, Zhao Sun felt better. He searched Bai Qi's body carefully again, and found a bunch of keys in Bai Qi's trouser pocket. Bai Qi probably didn't expect that someone would have the opportunity to search his belongings like this, so he didn't hide the key. One of the keys looked strange, and it was obvious that it was not the kind that was commonly used. Zhao Sun walked to the place where Bai Qi disappeared as mentioned by the pygmy marmoset before, and carefully checked the area nearby. He soon found traces of hidden buckles on the floor under one of the tables. After moving the table away, he saw a secret door. The entire secret door was made exactly the same color and pattern as the floor, and even the seams were aligned. It was easy to overlook it if you didn't look carefully. Zhao Sun used the strange-looking key to unlock the door, and there was indeed a basement inside. The area of the basement was not large, about the same size as the bathroom of an ordinary family, and there was only one round air hole for ventilation, and no windows. The light was only a simple incandescent lamp. This basement looked like it was built temporarily, not built into the villa itself. Zhao Sun took out all the weapons inside. Bai Qi did not lie about the storage of weapons, and there were not many weapons left. A sniper rifle, a machine gun, 2 pistols, 2 boxes of grenades, and some ammunition that matched the guns. Zhao Sun walked to the living room with these things. Zhou Xiaoxiao and Xiao Jiang were sitting in the living room, trying their best to coax the crying baby. There was such a big noise in the laboratory just now, and the baby was woken up, scared and crying fiercely. Zhou Xiaoxiao and Xiao Jiang were affected by the hypnotic instructions, and did not pay attention to the noise in the laboratory. They were even at a loss for the sudden crying of the baby. They could not figure out the reason why the baby was crying. They tried many ways, but failed to stop the baby from crying. Zhou Xiaoxiao was about to cry when Zhao Sun walked into the living room. The baby's crying gradually subsided. Zhou Xiaoxiao noticed Zhao Sun and breathed a sigh of relief. She said to Zhao Sun,
I think Xiao Pingyan likes you very much. He doesn't cry much when you come. It's just a coincidence.
Zhao Sun didn't even look at the baby and went straight to the point.
Next, you must always pay attention to the movements outside. If there is a zombie riot, remember to hide in time. If the villa's defense is not enough, fight back.
As he said that, he put all the weapons on the carpet in the living room. The moment Bai Qi turned into the zombie king, his inhibitor effect should disappear, and ordinary zombies would definitely sense the existence of Bai Qi, the zombie king. Although Bai Qi died quickly, and did not have time to affect all ordinary zombies in the entire city, and the existence of the quasi-zombie king in the cemetery attracted the attention of a large part of ordinary zombies. At least the zombies near the villa area would definitely be attracted by the breath of Bai Qi after he became the zombie king. Before, because of Bai Qi's order, these ordinary zombies did not approach the villa. Now that Bai Qi has no control over ordinary zombies, those zombies are attracted by the remaining breath of the zombie king and are likely to attack the villa. Even if the breath of the zombie king gradually disappears over time, those zombies that have already approached the villa may still want to invade the villa because they smell the breath of living people. At other times, Zhao Sun is there, and it only takes a few minutes to deal with those ordinary zombies. But he will be away for a period of time at night. During this time, Zhou Xiaoxiao and Xiao Jiang can only protect themselves. This is when they need to use weapons. Although there were not many weapons, Zhou Xiaoxiao and Xiao Jiang only needed to hold on until he came back. It should be enough. Seeing Zhao Sun talking about this matter seriously, Xiao Jiang stood up.
What's wrong? Did something happen? Nothing,
Zhao Sun said, and looked at Xiao Jiang and Zhou Xiaoxiao separately, looking at the 2 people's eyes that had become out of focus. He gave instructions to the 2 people at the same time.
Bai Qi will disappear from your mind. Even if you pass by the laboratory and see Bai Qi's body, you will pretend not to see it.
The 2 people murmured and repeated Zhao Sun's words at the same time, and said that they remembered it. Zhao Sun snapped his fingers, and the 2 people returned to normal again, not knowing that they had just been distracted. Xiao Jiang sat down again and continued the original topic.
You suddenly took out all the weapons. I thought there were already zombies besieging outside.
In his mind, without the existence of Bai Qi, the source of this weapon was automatically rationalized by his brain as Zhao Sun's. Zhao Sun's eyes stayed on Xiao Jiang for a moment. This command itself is not complicated, but it is somewhat complicated to execute, especially Xiao Jiang, who has been with Bai Qi for a long time and has many memories of Bai Qi. So it is more difficult to make all these memories disappear. Therefore, according to the ability details of psychic power, this command may not be permanent. But it doesn't matter. As long as it can be maintained for more than 24 hours, everything will be fine.
No, just in case. I went out in the morning and found that the zombies outside were quite agitated, and the possibility of the villa being attacked increased.
Zhao Sun explained naturally.
You don't have to worry when I'm here, but I have to go out again around 10 o'clock in the evening, and then I can only rely on you two to guard the house.
Xiao Jiang and Zhou Xiaoxiao looked at each other, and their expressions became a little serious. Without Zhao Sun, the two of them really need weapons to better protect themselves. The security of the villa is indeed better than other places, but it is far from the level of a fortress. If there are too many zombies, it is inevitable that the defense will be broken. Zhou Xiaoxiao suggested.
For safety reasons, let's take turns to keep watch tonight. If something happens, we can remind each other in time. Okay.
Zhao Sun nodded in agreement. Xiao Jiang stood up again.
Then I'll check whether the doors and windows of each room are closed tightly, and then open all the traps.
After that, he hurried to work. After a while, zombies really began to approach the villa. However, it may be that the breath of the zombie king became weaker and weaker after Bai Qi died, and the few zombies approaching did not mean to rush in, but just wandered outside the villa. It seems that they are not sure whether there is what they want in the villa. With the doors and windows closed and locked, the smell of humans is not easy to dissipate, and for a while, everything is peaceful. Until the evening, the baby woke up hungry and cried for milk. Although Zhou Xiaoxiao had prepared milk powder in advance, the baby was hungry when he said he was hungry. Without any buffer, she was just a dozen seconds late, and the baby cried endlessly. Although she quickly stuffed the bottle into the baby's mouth and successfully silenced the baby, the crying still attracted the attention of the zombies outside the door.
Didn't you say that these windows are very soundproof?
Zhou Xiaoxiao asked Xiao Jiang in a low voice.
No matter how good the soundproofing is, it is impossible to completely isolate the sound.
Xiao Jiang was helpless.
And there are inevitably gaps between the wall and the window, and these gaps cannot be soundproofed. Then what should we do now?
Zhou Xiaoxiao held the baby and looked out the window worriedly. They all sat on the sofa in the living room. From the French windows in the living room, they could clearly see several zombies approaching. Xiao Jiang had put anti-peep film on the window. They didn't need to draw the curtains to block the sight of the zombies outside, and they could clearly see the movements of the zombies themselves. The sky gradually darkened, and in order not to attract the attention of the zombies, no one dared to turn on the lights in the house. The street lights outside were also off, and the whole world seemed to be swallowed by darkness. Fortunately, the moonlight tonight was bright, dispelling some of the darkness, allowing them to clearly see the number of zombies approaching. The baby's cry attracted all the zombies wandering nearby to the living room. A total of 5.
There are not many zombies, and the traps outside are enough to deal with them.
Xiao Jiang comforted Zhou Xiaoxiao.
Don't worry too much.
As soon as he finished speaking, the fastest zombie stepped into the front yard and was instantly caught by a trap hidden in the grass. The trap was nailed to the ground. The zombie tried to lift his foot and move forward, but he couldn't move forward. The zombie didn't feel pain, so he just stepped on the spot for a long time, rubbing his ankles and flesh, and the white bones were exposed. During this period, the other 4 zombies were also caught by the traps on the ground. Zhou Xiaoxiao grimaced, feeling that her ankles seemed to be in phantom pain. Fortunately, when Zhao Sun brought her here, they came from the roof. If they had walked through the main entrance, her legs would have been broken. The 5 zombies were still stomping in place, completely unaware of the injury on their ankles,
with them blocking the door. It's not easy for the zombies behind to get in,
Xiao Jiang said to Zhou Xiaoxiao.
They don't have brains. They don't know how to change their routes, and they don't know how to turn. Indeed,
Zhou Xiaoxiao nodded.
In this way, the 5 zombies have become our gatekeepers.
The situation was as Xiao Jiang said. The 5 zombies blocked the door, causing the zombies that came later to be blocked outside the door. No one could come in, and could only wander outside the door. But this delicate balance was broken not long after. As the first zombie kept stomping on the spot, it finally kept its feet in the trap, and moved towards the living room with one high and one low body. It walked slower after losing 1 foot. Just after walking 1 meter inside, the intact foot was clamped by the new trap. Zhou Xiaoxiao, who was a little nervous, was relieved when he saw the scene. Soon, the other 4 zombies at the beginning, like the first zombie, limped forward with 1 leg, and the intact foot was held by the new trap. The second batch of zombies walked towards the yard because there was a vacancy in the front. With the sacrifice of the first batch of zombies, the second batch of zombies went further than the first batch. But they were soon trapped in place by the traps. Zhou Xiaoxiao. For some reason, I suddenly felt like laughing.
Did you spread traps all over the yard?
Zhou Xiaoxiao asked Xiao Jiang in a low voice.
No,
Xiao Jiang said seriously.
there is a row of traps every meter.
Zhou Xiaoxiao gave Xiao Jiang a thumbs up.
This is a good trick. As long as the number of zombies coming is not large, it is enough to block them in the yard.
After the baby was full and drunk, he fell asleep again. Without the crying of the baby, there were no more zombies outside the door for the time being.
How about I put Xiao Ping in the bedroom?
Zhou Xiaoxiao suggested.
The sound insulation effect of the bedroom is better. Then stay in the bedroom together.
Zhao Sun, who had been resting with his eyes closed, spoke at this time.
Don't separate tonight. It's safer for the 3 of you to stay together.
Neither Zhou Xiaoxiao nor Xiao Jiang objected. Zhou Xiaoxiao held the baby. Xiao Jiang picked out some of the baby's necessities and carried them. Xiao Sun took all the weapons, and the 3 of them went up to the bedroom on the 2nd floor together. At Xiao Sun's suggestion, everyone went into the largest master bedroom. The baby was still very young and was sleeping most of the time. But he didn't cry because of the moving, just now. At Zhao Sun's request, Zhou Xiaoxiao and Xiao Jiang immediately laid down to sleep and recuperate. Zhao Sun kept an eye on the movement downstairs and didn't wake Zhou Xiaoxiao and Xiao Jiang until 9:30. As agreed before, Xiao Sun opened the window, turned into a bat, and flew out. Zhou Xiaoxiao and Xiao Jiang had to stay awake and wait for Zhao Sun to come back. The window was opened very carefully without making any noise. After Zhao Sun flew out, Zhou Xiaoxiao carefully closed and locked the window. Zhao Sun flew all the way to the cemetery. Even from a distance, he could already feel the crowds of people at the cemetery. As expected, most of the zombies gathered here because of Zhao Sun's previous surprise attack. The ordinary zombies were no longer stopped outside the cemetery gate, but surrounded the grave where the zombie king was lying in 3 layers inside and outside. It was a protective posture. Chapter 197 Zombie King and Mummies. When Zhao Sun flew over the cemetery, many zombies raised their stiff heads and stared at him. Ordinary zombies should not be so flexible, and they would not even have the consciousness to look up at the sky. This was obviously the order given to them by the quasi-zombie king. It seems that the quasi-zombie king knows very well that Zhao Sun will definitely come back to find him. But ordinary zombies cannot pose any threat to Zhao Sun. He maintained his bat body, waved his little claws casually, and countless small fireballs sprinkled on the zombies below like raindrops. Soon, the howling of the zombies accompanied by the smell of burnt flesh and flesh diffused in the air. Ordinary zombies can hardly feel pain and will not feel fear, but their body instincts will make them seek benefits and avoid harm. Even with the command of the quasi-zombie king, the zombies still scattered under the threat of the burning flames. Perhaps, when the quasi-zombie king becomes the real zombie king, his orders to the zombies will become absolute authority, which will allow the zombies to completely resist their instincts and execute orders. But now it is only a quasi-zombie king, one step away from the zombie king, and its authority has not yet reached its peak. The rain of fire instantly burned half of the zombies to death, and the other half hid far away. Not daring to approach the grave of the quasi-zombie king, Zhao Sun put on the goddess's wings while changing back to human form as before. He raised his hand to retract all the flames, and took out his mobile phone to check the time. 21:55. It's almost time. In another quarter of an hour, the zombie king should come out. After Zhao Sun turned into a human form, the ordinary zombies felt a stronger smell of living people, and they couldn't help but get agitated again. Some even took a few steps towards Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly. It seems that for these ordinary zombies, the strongest instinct is to prey on humans. Zhao Sun did not move, but casually raised a ball of fire and burned to death the zombies that tried to approach. The rest of the zombies were still restless, and the deterrence of the flames could not make them give up their desire for living people. Zhao Sun slowly released balls of fire. When the time approached 10:10, There were no ordinary zombies that could stand up and walk around the tomb. They all turned into charred corpses. An uncontrollable roar came from the tomb. Obviously, the quasi-zombie king sensed the situation outside. But because the time was not up, he was powerless. Xiao Sun looked down at the tomb, quietly waiting for the zombie king to appear. Judging from Bai Qi's situation, after becoming a zombie king, he should get 2 superpowers. In addition, the 2 superpowers that Bai Qi got are those common in doomsday novels. And there is no characteristic of the zombie king. So the superpowers that will be obtained by becoming a zombie king should not be fixed to these 2. Although he didn't know what special abilities this zombie king had, it didn't affect his preemptive move. Xiao Sun glanced at the time on his phone again, and after confirming that there were still 30 seconds left, he put away his phone and counted down in his mind. When there were only 10 seconds left, lightning was already lingering on his left hand, and a huge fireball appeared above his right hand. When he counted to the last second, the grave suddenly exploded from the inside out, and a figure quickly jumped out of the dust. At the same time, the fireball and lightning in Xiao Sun's hand attacked the figure at the same time. The opponent was obviously prepared and accurately dodged the lightning and fireball. After quickly dodging, he turned his head and looked at Xiao Sun. The moment their eyes met, Xiao Sun's brain hurt for a moment. A very familiar feeling. Xiao Sun instantly understood that this zombie king also had mental abilities. However, the pain caused by the opponent to his brain was much weaker than that of Bai Qi at that time. It seems that the mental ability of this zombie king is about the same as that of Bai Qi. Then, his mental ability, after 5 times amplification, should be effective against this zombie king. Thinking of this, Xiao Sun looked back at the zombie king and activated the hypnotic ability of the mental ability. The zombie king's eyes became scattered in an instant, but soon refocused. There was a look of surprise in his eyes. He obviously didn't expect that his mental control didn't work, and he almost got hypnotized. Xiao Sun was also surprised. His mental ability was obviously much higher than that of the zombie king. How could it fail? The next second, he noticed that the back of the zombie king's head was open, and his brain was hanging outside, with only a small blood vessel connected. Xiao Sun, is this considered a physical advantage of zombies? Although the zombie king's body looks no different from that of a normal human, he is actually still a zombie. It doesn't seem strange that he can open his own skull. The connection between the brain and the body is extremely reduced, and the effect of hypnosis is almost gone. In addition, the zombie king himself has mental abilities, and the remaining hypnotic effect can be completely offset. Only the zombie king can do this. After all, ordinary zombies have no thinking ability. Xiao Sun figured out the cause and effect in just 2 seconds, and quickly attacked the zombie king with fireballs and lightning. The zombie king did not fight back, but dodged at a very fast speed. At the fastest speed, it almost achieved the effect of teleportation. The zombie king's brain trembled behind his neck, and the blood vessel seemed to be broken in the next second. But no matter how fast he moved, his brain never fell off. Xiao Sun flew a little higher, pulling the distance between him and the zombie king, attacking while observing the zombie king's movement trajectory. It was indeed teleportation. The longest distance could reach 10 meters, and he appeared 10 meters away from here in an instant. In other words, as long as he kept a distance of more than 10 meters from the zombie king, the zombie king could not teleport behind him to counterattack him. But the zombie king's reaction was very quick, and the teleportation was also very fast. His attack had not hurt the zombie king's hair so far. For a while, it was a bit of a stalemate. Xiao Sun narrowed his eyes slightly. If you want to hurt this flexible zombie king, it is probably difficult to succeed by attacking from both sides. At least 3 or even more sides are needed to restrict the zombie king's movements from all directions. This means that he needs to have more detailed control over fire control and thunder control. I don't know if it will succeed, but I have to try. Xiao Sun spread out his 10 fingers, and each finger was changing its movements quickly. Correspondingly, the lightning and flames chasing the zombie king also changed their shapes. The level of lightning control is not high, and it has not been enhanced, so the forms that can be changed are limited. So more control is used on fire control. All the flames weave into a fine fire net, covering half of the cemetery. Even if the zombie king teleports to escape continuously, it will take more than 10 seconds to escape the fire net, and these 10 seconds are enough for the fire net to pounce on the zombie king's body. Xiao Sun closed his index finger, and the fire net quickly enveloped the zombie king. Seeing that the zombie king still did not give up, and was still teleporting to escape, Xiao Sun did not find it funny. but analyze the current situation. This zombie king has the same mental ability as Bai Qi, but the second ability is different from Bai Qi. Teleportation is indeed very useful for escaping and avoiding damage. But if you can't fight back, when the zombie king is exhausted, it will be his death. Could it be that this zombie king has such bad luck that the superpowers he generates are not as useful as Bai Qi's superpowers? Just when Zhao Sun was confused, the zombie king suddenly jumped up and jumped onto one of the tombstones. There was a faint flash of lightning around him. Zhao Sun narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that this zombie king has a third superpower. The next second, the zombie king's whole body was covered with dense lightning, as if his whole body was coated with a beautiful halo. Then, he actually jumped directly towards the fire net. Before the flames could touch the zombie king's body, they were defeated by the powerful lightning. Countless sparks fell, and a hole was broken in the middle of the fire net. The zombie king used his flexible skills to avoid all the sparks, and quickly jumped out of the hole. He did not take the opportunity to escape, but before his body landed, he suddenly punched Zhao Sun in the distance. A lightning bolt as thick as a person struck Zhao Sun directly. But just when the lightning was about to touch Zhao Sun, it suddenly stopped and dissipated completely in the next second. As the lightning dissipated, Zhao Sun's face with a little sweat, and the zombie king's suddenly shrunken body were revealed. The zombie king widened his eyes, full of disbelief. The next second, a ball of fire rushed up and burned most of the zombie king's body, and Zhao Sun retracted the fire. Complete side mission 3, kill the zombie king. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for getting 100 points and 100 hours of survival time. When seeing this pop-up window appear, Zhao Sun relaxed as if he had lost his strength, and relied entirely on the goddess's wings to avoid falling down. In any case, he didn't make a wasted trip this time. It was worth it even if he was a little tired. After the zombie king died, Zhao Sun had time to take a look at the ordinary zombies that were fleeing. No one was spared. All were affected by the battle, and they died without time to escape. The entire cemetery was almost turned into a scorched earth, with charred zombie corpses everywhere. Zhao Sun retracted all the flames, slowly descended, and stood next to the corpse of the zombie king. After becoming the zombie king, he became closer to the human body. Although his physical fitness is stronger than that of humans, there is no difference in the body structure with humans. It needs to rely on blood circulation to maintain normal physiological activities. Doesn't the blood contain water? In addition, cell fluid is also an important component that allows the body's functions to function normally. Doesn't cell fluid also contain water? Without these, even if the zombie king does not die immediately, he will lose his mobility instantly. Even if it is only a few seconds, it is fatal. The moment Zhao Sun saw lightning flashing around the zombie king, he realized the zombie king's intention. The zombie king had been hiding before, and only used this move at that moment, which only shows that this move is very powerful, and needs to be charged for a period of time before it can be used. This means that the zombie king at this time may not have the ability to teleport and escape. This also gave him the opportunity to aim at the zombie king. Therefore, when the zombie king attacked him, Zhao Sun did not dodge, but took the opportunity to use water power to attack the zombie king. He quickly drained all the water in the zombie king's body, turning the zombie king into a mummy. Just in case this didn't kill the zombie king, he added another ball of fire. However, using water power to instantly drain all the water in a person's body consumed a lot of his mental energy. In addition, the overwhelming fire net he created before was also a great consumption. This was the first time he felt truly tired. It was completely different from the feeling that he could recover after sleeping for an hour before. He felt that he needed to eat something good to replenish his body, and then sleep for 7 or 8 hours. Zhao Sun took out 2 bags of vacuum-packed chicken legs from the storage compartment and ate them whole. This was what Zhou Xiaoxiao brought from the experimental base. After feeling that his condition had recovered a little, Zhao Sun squatted down and pulled out a hair from the zombie king. He deliberately didn't burn the entire body of the zombie king, naturally in order to make the best use of it. He held the hair in his mouth for 3 seconds, and a pop-up window appeared. The current devouring ability level is LD5, and you can have 10 abilities at the same time. Currently obtained a total of 3 abilities. Please select the desired ability. Psychic Power, Telekinesis, Thunder Power. Zhao Sun chose Telekinesis and Thunder Power. The current Swallow ability level is LD5, which allows you to have 10 abilities at the same time. You already have 9 abilities. Please choose the ability to cover. Zhao Sun chose Thunder Control. Thunder Power covers Thunder Control. Congratulations on obtaining telekinesis and thunder power. Due to the ability effect of swallow, the effects of telekinesis and thunder power are amplified fivefold, but cannot be upgraded. Please click details for details. Zhao Sun sat casually on a collapsed tombstone and clicked details to view the content. The ability details of telekinesis are very simple. Originally, it could instantly move to any position within 10 meters. After the fivefold amplification, the range became within 50 meters. It's not too far, but if it is in a place with many obstructions, it is enough to shake off pursuers or sneak attack. The ability details of thunder power and water power are somewhat similar. There are 3 effects after the fivefold amplification. You can generate lightning yourself, or you can control the lightning in nature. You can change into any form as you wish, but the maximum cannot exceed 5 times your own body size. You can actively trigger thunder to cause natural disasters, but it is extremely taxing on the body, and you need to rest for at least 3 days after using it once. The natural disaster is only effective after the fivefold increase. This effect is quite amazing. Even if it only causes natural disasters in a small area, it is amazing enough. It is normal to have side effects on the body. Obviously, thunder power is much better than the special power thunder control he got at first, so he chose to replace thunder control directly. In this game, he got a total of 4 powers, and he now has a total of 10 powers, which just fills all the vacancies. After taking stock of his gains, Zhao Sun did not stay for long and flew towards the villa area again. He had to get back as soon as possible to prevent the 3 living people from being swallowed by zombies and affecting his side quest too. This time, he did not use beast transformation, but let goddess's wings take him back. He consumed too much before and needed to slow down. Anyway, there were not many zombies left in the whole city. Ordinary zombies had no special powers. Even if they noticed that he was a living person flying in the sky, they could not do anything to him. On the way back, he ate 2 chicken legs, 2 boiled eggs, and a bag of ham sausage. Although the mental exhaustion could not be recovered quickly, the replenishment of food energy made his condition better. When Zhao Sun returned to the villa, he saw that the yard was full of traps with a broken leg, and more than a dozen zombies with both hands and feet missing, crawling on the ground. 10 of the zombies not only lost their hands and feet, but also their arms, faces, and legs were caught by traps. Although they were not dead yet, they had completely lost their ability to move. These 10 zombies almost triggered most of the traps, although the zombies behind them also had their hands and feet broken by the remaining traps. They still crawled to the gate. This is a specially made explosion-proof door, and the power of ordinary zombies cannot break through it at all. So, the villa is still safe. Zhao Sun knocked on the window of the master bedroom on the 2nd floor, and Zhou Xiaoxiao opened the window skillfully. She looked at Zhao Sun in surprise.
You are actually a human this time. Have you only changed your wings?
Zhao Sun did not answer. He raised his hand to take off the wings behind him. The wings shrank instantly, and were put into the storage compartment. His movements were very fast. In the eyes of Zhou Xiaoxiao and Xiao Jiang, they just thought that he had made the wings behind him disappear.
No accidents?
Zhao Sun asked while looking at the baby sleeping in the bed, breathing steadily, sleeping peacefully.
No.
Zhou Xiaoxiao shook her head.
There are only a dozen zombies in total, and they all appeared in the initial time period. There were no more zombies later.
Zhao Sun said, He took out the sleeping bag from the storage compartment and lay directly on the floor.
I'm a little tired. I'll rely on you two to keep watch tonight,
he said to Zhou Xiaoxiao and Xiao Jiang. Xiao Jiang felt like he had gotten used to seeing Zhao Sun suddenly pull something out of thin air, so he took the initiative to say,
Don't worry. You have a good rest. We definitely won't fall asleep.
Although they didn't know what happened to Zhao Sun outside. Zhao Sun's face was not as good as usual. Xiao Jiang and Zhou Xiaoxiao didn't ask much, but tried to keep quiet so that Zhao Sun could have a good rest. Zhao Sun fell asleep quickly. He slept until 9 o'clock in the morning on the 7th. When Zhao Sun finally woke up, when he opened his eyes, he saw Xiao Jiang feeding the baby with a bottle. Zhou Xiaoxiao fell asleep on the bed. Xiao Jiang seemed to have stayed up all night, with heavy dark circles under his eyes. That night, he fed the baby every 2 hours, and took the baby to the bathroom to wipe the buttocks and change the diaper after each feeding to prevent the baby from crying because of hunger or discomfort after urinating or defecating, which would affect the sleeping person. He was exhausted. He always felt that his physical fitness was very good, but after taking care of the child, he found that he was more tired than when he did machine exercise. After all,
He didn't need to consider whether the equipment would hurt, and he had to be careful all the time when holding the child. Seeing Zhao Sun sitting up, Xiao Jiang nodded as a greeting. Zhao Sun nodded slightly. He got out of the sleeping bag, put it back, and walked into the bathroom. This dream game should end at noon today. Take advantage of the time to take a free hot bath. After taking a bath and eating a meal, Zhao Sun felt that his state had returned to normal, and he was in a good mood. He remembered something, greeted Xiao Jiang silently, opened the door, and went downstairs. He came to the laboratory on the first floor. Bai Qi's body was still lying there, still looking like he was dying. He plucked another hair from Bai Qi and held it in his mouth for 3 seconds. I'm sorry. This item has been out of the living body for an hour and can no longer be devoured. Seeing the pop-up window in front of him, Zhao Sun understood. As he guessed, if the target's death time exceeds 1 hour, he will not be able to take away the corpse's abilities before death. Therefore, the statement in his special ability details that if an item is taken from the target for more than 1 hour, it can no longer be used as a devoured item. Does not only refer to items, but also means that the target cannot be dead for more than 1 hour. In other words, he can only take away the abilities of living things, not dead things. Chapter 198. How is it? Am I reliable? Zhao Sun had such a guess before, and now that this result is confirmed, he is not surprised. He stood up and looked in the cabinet where various potions were placed. Then he took out those that he could understand and made a jar of poison. Although he does not need to rely on poison to kill people most of the time, more weapons are better than more, and there will always be a time when they come in handy. It is just the right opportunity to replenish his few poisons. Zhao Sun took the jar of poison and walked into the bedroom on the second floor and handed the poison to Xiao Jiang. Xiao Jiang looked confused. This poison, Zhao Sun answered truthfully, and then said, I really need this. Can you give it to me? Xiao Jiang was still confused, but he nodded subconsciously. Of course. Of course. Thank you. Zhao Sun thanked politely and took the jar back. After completing the process of NPC giving things on his own initiative, Zhao Sun put the jar of poison into the storage compartment with confidence. Xiao Jiang's expression was still blank, and he hadn't realized what was going on. Can poison kill zombies? Strictly speaking, zombies are a kind of dead bodies, so poison should be useless. Right? No. The poison is not his. Why should he be asked to give it to him? Just take it directly. Anyway, the original owner of the villa is unknown. In the Doomsday, in order to survive, you just need to make the best use of everything you can get. The original owner of the villa. Xiao Jiang frowned slightly. Suddenly, fragmented images flashed through his mind. But the speed was too fast, and he couldn't catch it at all. He only felt that something was wrong, but he didn't know what was wrong. At this moment, the sleeping baby suddenly moved. Xiao Jiang was startled and immediately reached out to pick up the baby to check the situation, fearing that if he reacted a little slowly, the baby would cry and cause trouble. After all this, Zhao Sun's doubts about him delivering poison and the fragmented images in his mind were all forgotten. Zhou Xiaoxiao came out of the bathroom with her hair still a little wet. While wiping her hair with a towel, she asked Zhao Sun and Xiao Jiang, How is it outside? Are there any new zombies coming? Xiao Jiang was busy checking whether the baby had defecated, and had no time to respond to Zhou Xiaoxiao. Zhao Sun walked to the window and took a look, and said to Zhou Xiaoxiao, No, it's still the same dozen. After a pause, he said again, There shouldn't be many zombies coming. Are you so sure? Zhou Xiaoxiao was a little surprised. Well, I killed almost all of them last night, Zhao Sun replied. Zhou Xiaoxiao opened her mouth in surprise. Xiao Jiang on the side also subconsciously looked up at Zhao Sun, his eyes full of astonishment. You? Zhou Xiaoxiao stuttered. You went out last night, just to kill zombies? Yes. Zhao Sun nodded calmly. No wonder you were so tired after coming back last night. Zhou Xiaoxiao couldn't help but sigh. You're amazing to kill so many zombies at once and escape unscathed. Xiao Sun smiled and said, Anyway, you don't need to worry too much about the zombies next time. Just wait quietly for the rescue team to arrive. Even if there is no rescue team, we can go out and find supplies and seeds by ourselves and live in this villa. Zhao Sun thought so in his heart, and made another request. I want to take some of these weapons away. You want to leave? Xiao Jiang couldn't help asking. Since the threat of zombies has been lifted, it is no problem for Zhao Sun to take some of the weapons away. However,
He didn't expect Zhao Sun to leave.
I have said this before.
Zhao Sun looked at Zhou Xiaoxiao.
Today at noon is when I leave.
Zhou Xiaoxiao nodded blankly.
Yes, you said it before.
Although she knew Zhao Sun would leave from the beginning, she still felt a sense of suspense when she suddenly heard that Zhao Sun was really going to leave. She was very grateful to Zhao Sun for saving her. Otherwise she would still be trapped in the experimental base. And she didn't know if she would have a chance to escape. She hadn't yet repaid Zhao Sun well. And Zhao Sun was about to leave. She always felt an indescribable sense of loss. Xiao Jiang nodded after hearing what Zhou Xiaoxiao said.
Okay. Since you are leaving, I will give you 1/3 of the weapons.
He was not as sentimental as Zhou Xiaoxiao. Although he felt a little sorry that Zhao Sun was about to leave. He knew that all good things must come to an end. So he had no intention of stopping him. As for weapons, he thought it was fair to distribute them according to the number of people.
Okay.
Zhao Sun agreed readily. And said,
I don't need guns. Let's convert them. Give me a box of grenades and some pistol magazines. That should be okay. Right.
Xiao Jiang calculated in his mind. There were only 2 boxes of grenades. But Zhao Sun didn't want sniper rifles and machine guns. And the matching bullets would be left. Giving Zhao Sun a box of grenades was enough to offset the discount.
Then I'll give you another box of grenades and a box of pistol magazines.
Xiao Jiang said.
Okay.
Zhao Sun looked at Xiao Jiang and then at Zhou Xiaoxiao.
Who will give me the things?
Xiao Jiang. Zhou Xiaoxiao. It's all settled. The things are right at your feet. Why don't you take them yourself? It's so strange. Could it be that he was embarrassed to take it himself? So he let others hand it to him. So he would feel at ease to accept it? Although they felt puzzled. The two still met Zhao Sun's request. It was inconvenient for Xiao Jiang to hold the child. So Zhou Xiaoxiao handed a box of grenades and a box of pistol magazines to Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun smiled.
Thank you.
He took the box and put it in the storage compartment. The next few hours passed peacefully. There were no more accidents. During these hours, Zhao Sun kept eating Zhou Xiaoxiao's food in the storage compartment until he was full. Then he took out the remaining food and put it beside the bed. He had no way to bring the food back to the endless train anyway. So it was better to leave the food that could not be eaten instead of wasting it. When the time came, a familiar pop-up window popped up in front of Zhao Sun. The safety barrier purchased by player Zhao Sun is about to expire. Do you want to renew it? Yes, no. Zhao Sun chose no. Player Zhao Sun has been in this dream game for 3 days. Do you want to leave? Zhao Sun chose yes. The feeling of weightlessness came instantly. And at the same time, a new pop-up window appeared in front of him. Complete side mission 2, find the surviving humans in the city. Save at least 3 people. And ensure they are alive before leaving the game. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for getting 100 points and 100 hours of survival time. The next second, the weightlessness and the pop-up window disappeared. And Zhao Sun saw the ceiling in the box. Zhao Sun got up and found that Su Tiantian was not there. The other 2 players in the box were there. But they were doing their own things and had nothing to do with each other. He didn't know these 2 people at all. And from the various reactions of these 2 people before, it can be seen that they don't like to communicate with unfamiliar players. Then there is no expectation that they will answer his questions. So, Zhao Sun walked out of the box directly. He went to the number 7 car to find the 3 volunteers. He found that Wu Wei and Ajai were there. But Qianqian was not. Seeing Zhao Sun coming over, Wu Wei was a little surprised.
What's the matter?
Although he and Zhao Sun had contacted many times and lived in the same box for a period of time, Zhao Sun had never done anything to actively hurt their volunteers. And he still had a good impression of Zhao Sun. But he knew that Zhao Sun would not get close to these volunteers if he had nothing to do.
Do you know the time of the platform game announced by the Endless Train recently?
Zhao Sun went straight to the point.
I just came back from the dream game.
Wu Wei was stunned for a moment. Then laughed.
You are really very active in participating in every platform game.
Without waiting for Zhao Sun to ask, Wu Wei took the initiative to say,
This platform game starts at 8:21 a.m. on November 7th and ends at 12 p.m. on November 10th.
Zhao Sun pursed his lips and said,
Okay. I know.
The time is so unfortunate. Just a few hours before he returned to the endless train, the platform game started. There is no way. He could only miss this platform game.
Influenced by you, we also decided to take turns to participate in the platform game.
Wu Wei took the initiative to talk.
Qianqian participated in this platform game.
They took turns to participate in the platform game to avoid confrontation in the game. which would cause them to lose a member. In addition, after the rookie period, the number of times they can participate in the platform game each month is no longer limited, and they can completely stagger the time to participate in the platform game. In addition, they had to avoid the platform game that Zhao Sun participated in, so each of them could only participate in the platform game once a month. It was not as frequent as Zhao Sun's participation, and the speed of accumulating points was slower than Zhao Sun's, but it was better than participating in the dream game only. Thinking of this, Wu Wei asked Zhao Sun very seriously,
"If you want to participate in the platform game, can you tell us? We want to avoid your time."
He didn't want the volunteer team to stand on the opposite side of Zhao Sun in the platform game. Although this was a probability problem, he didn't want to gamble. He had a feeling that if they faced Zhao Sun, the possibility of failure was very high. He went to the number 6 carriage to find Zhao Sun yesterday evening, and found that Zhao Sun was sleeping on the bed. He also heard Su Tiantian say that the time when Zhao Sun came out of the dream game should be around noon on the 7th. He was sure that Zhao Sun would not have time to participate in this platform game, so he let Qianqian go. Zhao Sun understood Wu Wei's meaning instantly and agreed.
Okay.
Wu Wei did not ask him to take turns with the 3 volunteers to enter the platform game, nor did he ask him to arrange the number of times to enter the platform game according to the volunteers' schedule. Wu Wei only asked him to let them know when he participated in the platform game, and the volunteers would then select the remaining platform games to enter. This request was not excessive. Seeing Zhao Sun agreed, Wu Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Sun said goodbye to Wu Wei and returned to his private room. He would not have the opportunity to play the platform game again before the 10th, so he would take more rest these days. It happened that the consumption in the dream game this time was a bit high, so he climbed into bed and fell asleep quickly. It was not until the evening meal that Zhao Sun got up on time and went to the ordinary restaurant to eat a bowl of pork chop rice. After returning to the private room, he found that Su Tiantian had not returned. Su Tiantian was not seen in the ordinary restaurant or the high-end restaurant. Zhao Sun was a little surprised, and then thought of a possibility. He looked at the woman on the upper bunk opposite and asked,
"Did the girl on my lower bunk go to the platform game?"
The woman was stunned, obviously not expecting Zhao Sun to talk to her, but she quickly came to her senses and shook her head.
"I don't know."
Zhao Sun looked at the man on the lower bunk opposite again. The man who was quietly observing Zhao Sun saw Zhao Sun looking at him, and subconsciously shifted his gaze. But he didn't say anything. The attitude of these two people has always been like this. It's not offensive, but they won't give any normal response. Zhao Sun didn't want to waste his words on this unimportant matter, and was too lazy to ask. According to Su Tiantian's timeline, she must have completed the dream game before the 7th, and she had enough time to participate in this wave of platform games. In addition, Su Tiantian has not appeared until now, so the possibility of participating in the platform game is very high. He doesn't think that Su Tiantian will die so easily in a dream game or at the hands of a player. Zhao Sun went to the bathroom to wash up and lay back on the bed. Su Tiantian didn't come back until 12 o'clock in the evening. Now, Zhao Sun can be 100% sure that Su Tiantian did go to the platform game. It seems that Su Tiantian really wants to compete with him to see who can accumulate 10,000 points faster. Zhao Sun turned over and lay on his side, wrapping himself with a quilt. However, Qianqian and Su Tiantian entered the same platform game. If they were teammates, it would be fine. But if they were in the enemy camp, it would definitely be dangerous. Wu Wei knew to avoid him, but he didn't think of avoiding Su Tiantian. Qianqian's life and death can only depend on luck. Zhao Sun thought casually, and didn't take it to heart. He fell asleep soon. November 8th. Zhao Sun didn't go to the ordinary restaurant to eat again, but started to eat the reserved food bought before entering the dream game in the storage grid. It will go bad if it is left for too long. These are all points, which cannot be wasted. Noon. Zhao Sun was sitting on the bed in the box eating buns, when he suddenly heard a knock on the door. At this time, the man and woman on the opposite bed went to the restaurant to eat, and Zhao Sun was the only one in the box. He finished the buns in a few bites, then slowly got out of bed and opened the door. As soon as the door opened, he saw Shouzi's smiling face.
"Shui, let's go and have dinner."
He waved to Zhao Sun in a familiar manner, signaling Zhao Sun to follow him.
"I just ate."
Zhao Sun refused. He looked at Shouzi's expression and suddenly asked,
"Have you made any progress in the matter I asked you to investigate?"
Shouzi wouldn't ask him to have dinner for no reason. Looking at Shouzi's expression now, it doesn't seem like he wants to ask him for help. Nor does it seem like he wants to gossip about some secrets. So he almost immediately thought that he asked Xiaozi to find out the cause of death of his adoptive parents. And there might be progress.
You figured it out.
Xiaozi was not unhappy because of Zhao Sun's refusal. He walked directly into the box and closed the door.
I just confirmed some information and came to you immediately.
As he said that, he habitually stroked his pink and purple hair.
How is it? Am I reliable? You will appear more reliable if you get to the point directly.
Zhao Sun leaned against the wall and motioned Xiaozi to continue speaking. Xiaozi looked around and saw that there was no stool here. So he had to take out 2 stools from the storage compartment, handed one to Zhao Sun, and sat on one himself. After both of them sat down, Xiaozi said,
According to the information I have, your parents both lived to be veteran players. But your father died in the middle of the 2nd month. More than half a month earlier than your adopted mother. He died in the dream game. Probably to protect your mother. You mean? They entered the same dream game together?
Zhao Sun asked.
Yes.
Xiaozi nodded, and continued.
Your father was not killed by other players, but should have been killed by an NPC in the dream game. As for your mother...
He paused and looked at Zhao Sun's expression. Seeing that Zhao Sun's face was calm and there was no emotional fluctuation, Xiaozi said carefully,
Your mother lived to the end of the 2nd month. I haven't found out how she died, but I have some clues.
Zhao Sun frowned slightly.
I'm not deliberately keeping you in suspense,
Xiaozi added hurriedly.
I will only tell the client the confirmed information. The uncertain and unconfirmed information will be told after I confirm it.
If he tells the unconfirmed news and finds out that it's wrong later, it will ruin his reputation. For the sake of long-term development, he won't do such a thing that will ruin his reputation.
I know.
Zhao Sun's brows relaxed. But he didn't mean to force Xiaozi to speak. Since Xiaozi has such a principle, he must have told him about his adoptive father after confirming the truth. In other words, his adoptive father did die in the dream game. The dream game is tailor-made for players, which means that he has no way to enter his adoptive father's dream game, let alone see his adoptive father again, even if it's a corpse. Zhao Sun exhaled slowly. He felt that he was still calm. The death of his adoptive parents was a foregone conclusion, and the failure to find the body was also a foreseeable result. He didn't feel bad about it now. Besides, his adoptive father died in the dream game, which was the result of natural selection. There was nothing to complain about. If his adoptive mother died in the same way, then he didn't have to think about anything else and just focused on clearing the game and accumulating points.
It's a bit difficult to collect clues about your mother's death.
Whistle added a few more words when he saw that Zhao Sun didn't seem to be in a bad mood.
After all, the time interval was too long, and the 1st and 2nd batches of players were almost all dead. If I want to know more details, I have to go to the 1st or 2nd carriage. Most of the 1st and 2nd batches of players who are still alive are there. Only from them can we collect more information about your mother.
At this point, he slightly restrained his expression. I don't know what he thought of, but he looked a little serious.
Players whose points do not meet the requirements for admission will have some trouble. So you have to wait. I'm not in a hurry.
Zhao Sun had a smile on his face, looking leisurely and contented. And he really didn't seem to be in a hurry. He wanted to know the cause of death of his adoptive parents. But he was not in a very urgent mood, so he never urged Xiaozi. In comparison, Xiaozi might be more anxious than him. After all, only if Xiaozi found out the cause of death of his adoptive parents, he would have completed one of the prerequisites in the contract and would have the opportunity to wait for him to help with revenge. If he couldn't find out, he wouldn't have to do anything for Xiaozi. That contract not only constrained him, but also constrained Xiaozi. So he didn't worry that Xiaozi would not fulfill his duties. Chapter 199. It's really cool. Seeing Zhao Sun's calm appearance, Xiaozi breathed a sigh of relief, but was also a little puzzled. Zhao Sun didn't rush him, giving him more time to collect information at ease, and he could determine the reliability of all the information and integrate the final result without rushing or slowing down. This is of course a good thing, but he was a little confused about what Zhao Sun was thinking. Zhao Sun wanted to know the cause of his parents' death even though he knew that his parents were dead. He seemed to care about his parents, but every time he mentioned his parents, he was too calm, as if he didn't have much emotion. Even today, when he knew the cause of his father's death, he didn't have too many emotional fluctuations. He didn't have regrets, sadness, unwillingness, etc. Xiaozi felt that he couldn't understand Zhao Sun at all. He didn't understand whether Zhao Sun cared about his parents or not. When Xiaozi was studying Zhao Sun's thoughts in his mind, Zhao Sun also became interested in Xiaozi's way of collecting information. In the absence of monitoring equipment, witnesses, and without seeing the body, it is absolutely impossible to determine the approximate time of death and the place of death. This is absolutely impossible to do by conventional means. For those who died in the dream game, only the players who participated in the dream game should know the inside story. Even if there were other players who entered the same dream game with the adoptive parents at that time, it is hard to say whether they are still alive on the endless train after a year. Besides, the whistle said that the adoptive father did not die at the hands of the players. The probability of merging dreams without discussion is not high. It is more likely that there were only two players, the adoptive parents, in that dream game. Both participants are dead. How can the whistle get such accurate information? And what the whistle said just now is also worth studying.
Only from the first and second batches of players who are alive can we collect more information about the adoptive mother.
It is obviously impossible to be sure whether those players know the adoptive mother, whether they have contacted the adoptive mother, and whether they know the inside story of the adoptive mother's death. But the whistle can say with certainty that information about the adoptive mother can be obtained from them. If they are all unrelated people, how can we collect information? How can we do it? What special items are there? Or is it that Xiaozi's special ability is specifically used to collect information? Thinking of this, Zhao Sun looked at Xiaozi's pink and purple hair. It's time to test Xiaozi's special ability. Xiaozi noticed Zhao Sun's gaze. He scratched his hair unnaturally and asked with a smile,
"Why are you looking at my hair? Do you want to dye it like this? The color is pretty, but can you dye it like this with red dragon fruit without rinsing your hair?"
Zhao Sun asked.
"Of course I rinsed it."
Xiaozi smiled and said proudly,
"I have obtained a lot of rinsing agents from the platform game and the dream game. Although I can't do it as well as a professional barber, I feel it's not bad. And I have saved a lot of hair care products, all of which are very useful."
After speaking, he stroked his hair again, looking very satisfied. Zhao Sun raised his hand and touched Xiaozi's hair, then quickly retracted his hand.
"Well, it feels good. You take good care of your hair." "Of course."
Xiaozi adjusted her hairstyle.
"I have some experience in hair care. If you are interested, I can tell you for free. Next time."
Zhao Sun stood up.
"You should go. I've only been here for a while. And you want to drive me away?"
Although Xiaozi complained, he stood up and put the two stools back into the storage compartment.
"I just came out of the dream game. I'm very tired and need to rest."
Zhao Sun explained patiently.
"Okay. Then I won't bother you."
Xiaozi stopped when he saw that things were going well.
"I'll come to see you again when I confirm the news about your mother."
After that, he strode out of the box. Zhao Sun closed the door of the box and lay back on his upper bunk. He opened his hand, and a pink-purple hair was caught in the gap between his index and middle fingers. He held the hair in his mouth, and 3 seconds later, the information appeared. "Congratulations on obtaining the special ability Wi-Fi Signal Tower LV5. The current devouring ability level is LV5, and you can have 10 abilities at the same time. Please choose the ability to cover. Control Gold Resurrection Rage Beast LV2 Control Fire LV3 Hypnosis Evil Spirit LV5 Psychic Ability Water Ability Telekinesis Thunder Ability." Zhao Sun chooses to cover Hypnosis. Wi-Fi Signal Tower LV5 covers Hypnosis. Due to the rarity of the special ability Wi-Fi Signal Tower LV5, it cannot get the 5-fold amplification effect and can only be upgraded to the current highest level LV5. The current Wi-Fi Signal Tower LV5 can be used 5 times. Due to the special nature of Wi-Fi Signal Tower LV5, there is a necessary condition to use this special ability. Please click for details. Zhao Sun showed a surprised look. This was the first time he saw such an explanation, which made him curious about this necessary condition. He clicked on the details. Wi-Fi Signal Tower LV5. Rarity, only. Ability details. Extract information fragments from various life forms and integrate them into the desired accurate intelligence. As long as the information object you want to know and the life form that extracts the information have existed in the same environment at the same time period, there will be information fragments left. The longer the time, the shallower the relationship, and the fewer information fragments. But even if the two have never been in contact before, even if they only exist in the same environment at the same time period and have not appeared at the same time, there will be information fragments left from each other. If you want to explore the information of the person concerned, then a huge information library will be formed on the person concerned, allowing you to browse and search. PS1. The more complex the information you are looking for, the older the time, the deeper the hidden degree, the greater the mental consumption, and the longer the time required. PS2.
Same time period.
Is within 1 month, same environment, is within a radius of 10 kilometers. PS3. No more than 15 information fragments can be explored per day. Otherwise it will be a burden on the body. Usage conditions. Have a strong desire to explore and curiosity about everything in this world. Commonly known as the soul of gossip. Only those who have the soul of gossip can use this special ability. Zhao Sun. 6. Never expected that there would be such a situation where special abilities could not be used. He had a little desire to explore a few things at most. But it was far from the level of gossip soul. So, even if he got this special ability, he couldn't use it. It's really 6. If a non-gossiper got this special ability, he would probably die in the survival game a long time ago. This special ability is tailor-made for Xiaozi. No wonder Xiaozi can become a news dealer. Although this special ability has neither offensive nor defensive effects. With this ability, you can get information about the enemy in advance. And the enemy doesn't know that they have been mastered, which gives Xiaozi an advantage. As long as Xiaozi gets enough good and enough special items of defense and attack, and then relies on this special ability, it should not be a problem to stay alive. And Su Tiantian said before that Xiaozi had lived in the number 3 carriage. It can be seen that he should have a lot of good special items in his hands. Although Xiaozi's brain is average, he can always know more information than others in advance, which can also help him avoid many risks and make up for the lack of brain. Even though it is stated in the details that the number of information fragments to be explored daily cannot exceed 15. This is not an absolute number. If it exceeds the limit, you will not die, but it will only put a burden on your body. This means that when necessary, the amount of information that can be explored in one day can be determined according to your body's tolerance. However, with this limit, the whistle will not explore everyone's secrets without any purpose, simply because of curiosity and desire to explore. Otherwise, in a sense, the whistle will be invincible. Zhao Sun threw the pink and purple hair away, feeling a little regretful. He can't use this special ability. This is the first time he has encountered a special ability that he can't use even though he has successfully swallowed. It seems that he still doesn't know enough about special abilities. Fortunately, the hypnosis he covered was not needed in the first place. So he didn't feel it was a pity. He could only find other useful abilities later and cover this Wi-Fi signal tower. Asterisk. Time passed in a flash. November 10th came quickly. Su Tiantian returned to the box at noon. And she looked very good. Apparently, those new players didn't cause her any trouble. She even said to Zhao Sun,
I'm looking forward to the ranking tonight, to see who of us is ahead.
Zhao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly. It seems that Su Tiantian must have gained a lot of points in the platform game this time. Otherwise she wouldn't be so confident. However, his ranking this time is definitely not as good as Su Tiantian's. He spent 1,000 points to upgrade his special ability. Although he participated in the platform game twice more, and got a few hundred extra points for killing ghosts. His total points returned to more than 1,000. But compared with the previous points, it was still a little less. Maybe his ranking this time might drop. There will definitely be a bigger gap between him and Su Tiantian. But Zhao Sun didn't feel anxious. He didn't mean to compete with Su Tiantian. He just wanted to accumulate 10,000 points as soon as possible. He will not break his own rhythm because of provocation and competition from others. Asterisk. 12 o'clock at night. The player's ranking information is updated. And Zhao Sun checks his personal panel. Player, Zhao Sun. Points, 1,241. Ranking, 128. Survival time, 61 days and 4 hours. Ability, Devouring LV5. Currently devouring special abilities Control of Gold. Ability Resurrection Frenzy. Special ability Beast Transformation LV2. Special ability Fire Control LV3. Special ability Evil Spirit LV5. Special ability Wi-Fi Signal Tower LV5. Spiritual ability. Water ability. Teleport. Lightning ability. Special items. Lively Long Rope. Scorching Blood. Goddess's Wings. Princess's Prince Pendant. Primate's Blessing. Cowardly Shackles. Fiery Red Seal. Puppet Good at Imitation. The points have decreased by more than 100. But the ranking has not changed. It seems that among the players ahead of him, at least 2 have consumed more points than they have gained. Perhaps they are also used to upgrade special abilities. If you only participate in the dream game and not the platform game, the speed of accumulating points will be much slower. It is not surprising that some old players have not yet upgraded their special abilities to LV5. Su Tiantian knocked on the bed board above and asked Zhao Sun.
What is your ranking? I haven't changed.
Zhao Sun did not hide it and answered truthfully.
Then I am better than you,
Su Tiantian said with a smile.
I have to go to box number 1.
As she said that, she got up, packed her things, and left the box. Zhao Sun's ranking remained unchanged, so the position of the bed naturally did not need to be changed. The two people on the opposite bed also packed up their things and left. But they went in the opposite direction from Su Tiantian. The rankings of these two people were reduced. Zhao Sun became the most relaxed, lying directly on the bed waiting for the new players to come in. This time, he didn't know two of the male players at all. But he had seen the only female player. He was a player of the same period and had met in the same game. Let him think about it. Well, it was in the platform game Fairy Tale Forest. This female player seemed to be called Zhao Zhao. She was a girl who looked underage, with a round face and round eyes, and looked quite soft and cute. However, she must have some strength to survive until now. So she shouldn't be as soft as she looks. The two male players were very cautious and didn't communicate with each other. They simply made their beds and lay down. Zhao Zhao greeted everyone politely. Although the other two male players didn't respond, she didn't feel embarrassed or sad. However, when Zhao Sun responded politely, she smiled happily. Soon, a familiar sweet electronic sound sounded from the train horn. The train will arrive at the third station at 2:41 a.m. on November 13th. Passengers who need to get off, please prepare in advance. Zhao Sun secretly calculated the time. If the game time is 5 days and ends at midnight on the 18th, then as long as he finishes the game before then and gets on the train in advance, he will have time to complete the dream game in mid-November. But generally speaking, the platform game will not last that long. You can participate in this platform game. After confirming this, Zhao Sun no longer thought about anything else, turned over and fell asleep quickly. Asterisk. It was a little after 9 o'clock in the morning on the 11th. Zhao Sun had just finished breakfast when he saw Wu Wei standing at the door. He immediately understood Wu Wei's intention and took the initiative to say,
I will participate in this platform game.
Wu Wei nodded.
Okay. I know.
Zhao Sun was about to go back to the box, but he stopped after taking a step. He turned his head and looked at Wu Wei. Wu Wei's face was not very good. He looked tired, haggard, and his eyes were full of bloodshot, as if he had aged 10 years overnight. Zhao Sun asked,
Qianqian is dead?
Wu Wei was stunned, and he looked at Zhao Sun unexpectedly.
How do you know? Yes,
Zhao Sun said concisely.
You are in a very bad state.
He had seen Wu Wei show such an expression twice before, both after his teammates died. It's easy to guess. Qianqian is an old player after all. She is not the kind of person who offends others by being flamboyant. And she does not look down on new players. As long as you don't make these mistakes, the probability of dying at the hands of new players is not high. She either died because of the rules of the game, or she was killed by Su Tiantian because of her conflict with Su Tiantian. As for how she died, only Su Tiantian knows. However, even if Qianqian died at the hands of Su Tiantian, it can only prove that Qianqian's skills are inferior to others. No one can be blamed. Survival games are not playing house. Cruelty and torture are also part of the test. Wu Wei sighed deeply. His eyes were sad.
I didn't expect her to die.
The new players in November are still very new, and their special abilities are probably not upgraded. As long as they are careful in the game, they should be able to pass the level. He thought so. So he let Qianqian go. He never expected that the first attempt ended in failure. He even began to regret his decision. He suspected that this result was caused by his decision to participate in the platform game. If he hadn't made this suggestion, Qianqian wouldn't have gone to the platform game and wouldn't have died.
In the survival game, it's all about survival. Death is normal, but survival is difficult.
Zhao Sun shrugged.
The day you became a volunteer, you should have thought that you would die,
Wu Wei said dejectedly.
I thought so, but
Zhao Sun interrupted Wu Wei before he finished speaking.
So you should also know that your companions may also die, and you will gradually lose them. This is what you should have understood from the beginning. Holding the thought of dying
should be holding the thought that everyone will die, not just holding the thought that you will die. Wu Wei is so entangled now. It is entirely because he did not really realize the fact that he would continue to lose his companions. Wu Wei stared at Zhao Sun blankly. and didn't say anything for a long time. Zhao Sun didn't say anything more, and returned to his box. Asterisk. Evening of November 12th. After Zhao Sun finished his dinner, he followed his usual practice, and bought 30 points of food and water, as a reserve. He took a nap, and did not get up from bed, until 2:30 in the morning on the 13th. He stretched his muscles, and went to the toilet, and soon heard the electronic sound on the radio. The endless train will stop at the Minotaur's Labyrinth platform at 2:41 a.m. Passengers who want to get off, please be prepared. Zhao Sun washed his hands, walked to the door of the carriage, and waited quietly. A few seconds later, he noticed someone approaching behind him, turned around, and saw that it was Su Tian.
I'm quite interested in this game, and I'll participate in it,
Su Tian said to Zhao Sun with a smile. Zhao Sun didn't say anything, turned his head, and continued to stare at the door of the carriage. Su Tian deliberately snorted.
Why? Because I want to compete with you, and you lost to me the first time. You are unhappy?
Chapter 200 The Labyrinth of the Minotaur.
You think too much.
Zhao Sun shrugged.
I just woke up and simply don't want to talk. Okay.
Su Tian quickly smiled again, obviously not really angry just now.
I just thought you wouldn't be such a person. Fortunately, you didn't let me down.
Zhao Sun shrugged again indifferently, and didn't say anything. Su Tian also quieted down. Soon, the train stopped. This train will stop for 3 days, and will depart on time at 12 o'clock on the night of November 15th. All passengers who are getting off the train, please be sure to get on the train before 12 o'clock on the night of November 15th. After the words fell, the carriage door opened. Zhao Sun and Su Tian got off the train together. It was pitch black outside, and even the white fog around them was shrouded in thick night. There was no moon tonight, only sporadic starlight, and it was difficult to illuminate the inky night. This is more difficult than walking in the white fog during the day. However, as veteran players, Zhao Sun and Su Tian knew that there would be no obstacles on this road, so they just had to keep going forward. Soon, they walked out of the white fog and came to an open area. There were no streetlights, no moonlight, and low visibility. Even two people who were very close to each other could not see each other's expressions clearly. Zhao Sun and Su Tian simply gave up observing other players, and only looked at the sea in the distance. Yes, the endless sea. You can barely see a small island farther away.
It seems that the Minotaur's maze is on that island.
Su Tian spoke in a very low voice beside Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun said, to express his agreement. Soon other players walked to the open space, and the number of people gradually increased. After more than 10 minutes, there were already some people crowding the open space.
Guess how many players there are this time?
Su Tian talked to Zhao Sun again.
It looks like at least dozens of people.
Zhao Sun finally spoke a word.
If more people come, there will be more than 100 people. Right,
Su Tian said with a smile. And then she pouted and complained.
Can't these people walk faster? The distance is not very far, and we have been waiting for more than 10 minutes. But they haven't arrived yet. Are you so impatient to play the game?
Zhao Sun asked casually.
It's not that I can't wait,
Su Tian corrected.
It's just that it's cold standing here all the time. I hope these new players won't waste my time.
After saying that, she wrapped her down jacket tightly, and pulled her plush hat down to cover her ears. In mid-November, the weather is getting colder and colder. Standing in such an open place, the cold wind blows from time to time, which makes people shiver. It's no wonder that Su Tian is so dissatisfied with those players who walk slowly. After another 5 minutes, the players finally arrived. A huge public screen appeared above everyone. Welcome to the Minotaur's Labyrinth platform game. There are 100 players in this round of the game. After entering the game, players will become sacrifices to the Minotaur. In the maze, there are 2 weapons that can kill the Minotaur. Players who find the weapons and kill the Minotaur will immediately complete the game. The weapon will randomly change its position every hour. If it is destroyed before the Minotaur is killed, it will be regenerated at a random location. The Minotaur will wander around the entire maze at will, and no one can stop him. After the Minotaur dies, all players who can reach the end before the game time ends can complete the game, but they can only get half of the normal clearance points. The end point is in the middle of the maze. All players will land at the edge of the maze. If they find the right way out, they can reach the end. There are traps in the maze. Please be careful at all times. I wish all players a happy game. The next second, Zhao Sun's eyes blurred, and when his vision returned to normal, He found himself standing in a dark corner. He was alone. Behind him and on both sides were cement walls. And there was a small orange light on the ceiling, which brought a little light to the darkness. The field of vision was very limited, because there was a wall blocking the way forward just 2 meters away. But it can be seen that there is a road that turns right. However, from the current position, it is impossible to see what the road after the turn will look like. Will it be empty like the road in front of him? Zhao Sun did not rush to act immediately. He took out Primate Blessing and summoned the gorilla to explore the road.
Don't exceed the range of telepathy,
Zhao Sun instructed the gorilla.
If you encounter danger, don't force it. Just give me a description of what you see.
The gorilla nodded to show that he understood, and soon disappeared around the corner. Taking advantage of this time, Zhao Sun carefully recalled the rules of the game he had just seen. This time, the identity of the player is a sacrifice, and the Minotaur can walk freely in the maze. So it can be basically understood that the Minotaur will eat the sacrifices he encounters while walking in the maze. After all, according to the story in this myth, the sacrifices are for the Minotaur to eat. It's just that the myth says that 7 pairs of boys and girls are tribute. And now the number of sacrifices has increased by dozens of times. And it is not necessarily that all players are boys and girls. But the survival game cannot be exactly the same as the myth, which is normal. The Minotaur will eat sacrifices. And there are other traps in the maze. It is estimated that many players will die on the way to the end. In addition, there are 2 weapons in the maze that can kill the Minotaur, which means that only these 2 exclusive weapons can kill the Minotaur, and no other methods will work. It is troublesome to encounter the Minotaur before finding the weapon. There are 3 forms of unkillable. One is that the Minotaur cannot be damaged at all. One is that the Minotaur can be damaged to a certain extent. And the other is that the Minotaur can be temporarily killed, but he will be resurrected soon. What is the specific situation? You can only try it when you encounter the Minotaur. It is nothing to change the position of the weapon every hour. In addition to making it more difficult for players to find weapons, it also gives every player scattered in the maze a chance to find weapons.
If it is destroyed before killing the Minotaur, the weapon will be regenerated at a random location.
This sentence particularly caught his attention. What he thought of was not the literal meaning, but another deeper meaning. Once there are various situations of fighting for weapons. One party may destroy the weapon, and wait for the weapon to be generated at a random location again. When the party holding the weapon feels that he cannot retreat unscathed, he may choose to destroy the weapon for self-protection. When the party who is trying to snatch the weapon cannot get it, and cannot bear to see others succeed, he will try his best to destroy the weapon. After all, if you can only reach the end within the game time, you will get only half of the points for passing the level. Killing the Minotaur is still attractive to most players. This rule undoubtedly creates a conflict of interest between players, even if not every player can think of a deeper meaning. As long as 50% of the players out of 100 realize this, it will be a melee. The trouble is that this actually slows down the speed of killing the Minotaur, giving the Minotaur more time to eat the sacrifice. Maybe in the end, all the players will be eaten by the Minotaur before the end of the game. Or if you fail to kill the Minotaur before the end of the game, even if you reach the end, it will not be counted as a game. This should be considered a hidden trap in this game. As soon as Zhao Sun thought of this, he suddenly heard the voice of the gorilla in his mind. In the scream of the gorilla, he immediately understood that the gorilla was ambushed and his leg was injured. After turning the corner and walking 10 meters away, he encountered a trap. Zhao Sun walked forward quickly, and just after turning the corner, he saw the gorilla 10 meters away grinning and prying open the trap on his foot. Although Zhao Sun had not yet walked to his side, the gorilla was like seeing a parent, chirping and complaining.
I was very careful when I walked. There was obviously nothing here. But when my foot stepped here, this clamp came out and clamped my leg.
When the gorilla finished complaining, it had already opened the trap. It looked at its bleeding leg with anger in its eyes. Zhao Sun walked to the side of the gorilla without any obstacles. He asked,
"Did this trap come out of the stone?" "Yes,"
the gorilla answered, blowing his calf with heartache.
"How could I guess that there would be a trap hidden in the stone? And it would come out when I stepped on it."
Zhao Sun checked the gorilla's injuries. Luckily, the situation was not serious. It was a flesh wound, and the tendons and bones were not injured, and the blood vessels were not punctured. And judging from the color of the blood, the trap was not poisoned. He looked at the gorilla.
"Your current injuries are not serious, but it will affect your walking, and your speed will be slower. I still need you to explore the way next, and I can't guarantee that you won't be injured, but I can promise that I will take you back to the stone mill to heal your injuries before you die."
The gorilla's current injuries are not serious, and it is not necessary to go back to the stone mill to heal immediately. If every primate has a slight injury, he will have to recall them. Then he will have no animals to explore the way in half an hour. The most cost-effective way is to let every primate explore the way until it is almost dead. The detailed description of the special item is clearly written.
Retracted into the stone before death. No matter how serious the injury is, it can be summoned again intact after 48 hours.
Even if the wound is vital or poisoned, it can be recovered as long as there is half a breath left. From the perspective of maximizing benefits, Zhao Sun's choice is correct. He can actually directly order the gorilla to do so, and the gorilla cannot resist. However, letting the gorilla do it willingly is more conducive to the next action. Orders mean that there may be loopholes in the order, but if they are willing, even if they will not take the initiative to fill the possible loopholes, at least they will not desperately take advantage of the loopholes. This is why Zhao Sun wants to reason with the gorilla. The gorilla obviously also understands its own specialness. After hearing what Zhao Sun said, it immediately agreed.
I have made such a great sacrifice this time. You have to give me 10 bananas.
It stretched out 10 fingers to Zhao Sun.
You can give me any time, but there must be some. Okay.
Zhao Sun agreed readily. When he goes to a survival game where he doesn't have to worry about food, he will feed him enough. After getting the desired result, the gorilla licked his injured leg again, and then walked forward carefully. As soon as it took a step, it was pulled by Zhao Sun.
Don't rush to leave. I can use other things to test it first, and then you can test the second wave,
Zhao Sun said, and took out a few hammers from the storage compartment. Under the operation of Control Gold, these hammers hit the ground, the walls on both sides, and the ceiling little by little. It stopped until it was blocked by a wall again. Along the way, more than a dozen traps and 2 deep pits were triggered, and there were countless spikes at the bottom of the pit. Seeing this, the gorilla couldn't help shivering. Fortunately, Zhao Sun tried it with a hammer first this time. Otherwise, it would probably break both legs if it went all the way. If it fell into the deep pit, it would become a sieve.
Okay, let's go!
Zhao Sun motioned the orangutan to go first. The orangutan swallowed his saliva, and then walked forward boldly. It stepped on the stone slabs that did not trigger the traps with every step, trying to reduce the possibility of bad luck. Zhao Sun followed the orangutan, but he was thinking about other things. He thought that the traps in the maze would be more complicated and sophisticated, and even have some magical colors because of the mythological background. Unexpectedly, the traps encountered along the way were all the simplest and most basic traps. Or, as the road goes deeper, the traps will become more and more complicated? Zhao Sun walked to the wall at the end and turned right again. But after turning this time, he found 2 roads. The normal situation of the maze. Among these 2 roads, one of them must be a dead end at the end, and only one will lead to the end. If the dead end road needs to go around for a long time, it will take a lot of time to return. However, for Zhao Sun, he didn't care too much whether he would go to a dead end. His goal was to find weapons and kill the Minotaur. Even if he didn't reach the end, he could still clear the game as long as he killed the Minotaur. Weapons would appear randomly anywhere, and weapons could be found on a dead end. So, it didn't matter which road he chose, but he still had to remember this fork in the road, so that he could return as soon as possible if he didn't find any weapons at the end of a road. Zhao Sun used control fire to burn a black mark on the wall of the fork in the road, and then he drew 2 wavy lines in the middle of the black mark, like the word water in hieroglyphics.